This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Preacher by Dahlia West. Narrated by Mason Lloyd. Prologue. The sun was setting in Rapid City, the last of the daylight filtering through the trees just before it sank below the horizon. It was the time of day when predators were gearing up to go hunting in the dark. Jack Preacher Pryor was gearing up too. He cranked his Harley into third and rumbled down the already empty main thoroughfare, office workers having already gone home for the night, for the weekend, and leaving the streets mostly empty. Only a few of his boys were behind him, matching black leather jackets, all of them roaring through town on two wheels. The few people on the sidewalks and drivers in their cars at stoplights all turned to look. Jack had lived in Rapid City for most of his life. He'd been on a Harley since the day he'd gotten his driver's license. He supposed that if people hadn't stopped staring by now, they were never going to. And that was okay. He liked being king of his concrete jungle. By the time they reached the little bar just on the edge of town, it was full-on night and Jack was ready to get his drink on. He could party at the clubhouse. Hell, half his boys were still there, doing their thing. But Jack knew what they didn't, that it wasn't enough to run the town. You also had to see and be seen. You had to remind people who was in charge. And Maria's bar was the perfect place to do that. The parking lot was already half full when Jack and the other Badlands buzzards pulled into it. The only open spaces were at the front near the door. No sign said reserved, but people knew. Jack pulled into the first space and killed the engine. He watched from the perch of his leather seat as the others pulled in next to him. If Jack squinted, he could almost still see his father, Scratch Pryor's bike, parked outside the low-slung building as well, but it was just an illusion. Scratch and his Harley were long gone now, one to the boneyard and one to the junkyard, both having been stripped of any usable parts first. Jack slid his leg over the bike and put his boots down on the crushed gravel. Without waiting for the rest of his men, he sauntered toward the front door and went inside. The place seemed perpetually crowded, even back to the days before Maria owned it, back when Jack and his best friend, Chris Sullivan, would sneak in the back door and swipe half-empty beers from totally empty tables while the cowboys danced to the ancient jukebox. Chris was gone now, went off and joined the army, did a few tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. He'd come back a few years ago, but he'd never really come back. Chris and Jack weren't on speaking terms these days. Jack perused the crowd of regulars and semi-regulars anyway, always looking for that familiar face, always pretending that he wasn't. He saw neither hide nor hair of his old friend and figured that was just as well. He did, however, spot a cute, curvy brunette in tight jeans and a half-unbuttoned shirt sauntering up to him with a bottle of beer in her hand. She wasn't club-ass, and Jack had never seen her before, but that didn't mean he wasn't interested in seeing all of her now. He was 2 whiskeys into a true and proper binge, but his cock stiffened anyway as she set her chilled bottle on the edge of the pool table and gave Jack a look that was practically molten. She smiled at him and reached out, dancing her fingers along the length of his pool cue. If they weren't in the bar, Jack might have whipped out his own rod to see what she'd do with it. "Your stick's big," she purred and tossed her long dark hair. Jack grinned at her. "It'll get bigger if you unbutton your shirt a little more. Or your pants." "Let's get out of here," she replied, surprising him. He expected a little more of a challenge than that, but he certainly wasn't going to turn her down. He tossed his cue onto the table, to the protest of Slider, who had been lining up his next shot. Jack ignored him, slid one hand over the brunette's hip, and pushed her toward the front door. Outside, the temperature had fallen a bit in the chilly October night air, but things were heating up between them to make up for it. Her steady gait led them away from Jack's Harley and toward the rest of the parking lot. Not wanting to wait anymore, Jack pressed her up against the nearest car and placed both hands on either side of her, gripping her hips tightly. Now that he wasn't concentrating on the game, he could get a better look at her, up close and personal. He leaned down to her but held himself off as something about her seemed so familiar. "I know you," he mused. In fact, Jack was sure of it. He just didn't know where he'd seen her before. She shook her head and slid sideways against the car, out of his hold. No, you don't, she replied. Yes, I do, Jack argued. He leaned back and searched her face again. The eyes he recognized looking up at him, like before. You were in my bed, he realized. True, she said, I was in your bed, but you don't know me. What the fuck? Jack turned to see a familiar face stalking toward him from out of the shadows. Caleb Barnes, ex-cop, ex-Army Ranger, among other things, Jack suspected. Jack narrowed his eyes at the man. Beside him, the youngest of Chris Sullivan's lackeys, the one with the missing leg, stood as backup. Jack glanced toward the bar's front door, looking for Chris or the other two guys he usually hung around with. Not seeing them, he snorted and turned his gaze back to Barnes. An ex-cop and a cripple were nothing to worry about. Fuck off, he snapped. Get your fucking hands off her, Barnes snarled back, moving toward Jack as though he stood a chance against him. The brunette moved in between them, blocking Barnes's advance. I need something from you, Pryor, she said smoothly. Jack smiled, but didn't take his eyes off Barnes. He had no doubt that he could kick the man's ass, but he also knew it'd be a rough ride. Plus, he'd rather ride the brunette. For sure. After I grease Barney Fife and the Gimp, I'll give it to you, baby, he assured her. I'll give it to you all night and all day tomorrow, if you're a good girl. She wasn't impressed. In fact, she sighed heavily. I doubt that, Pryor. You'll probably be dead by then. Jack's gaze swung back to her. He stiffened at her suddenly prickly tone. Finally, he realized that Barnes and the woman knew each other, even though they hadn't come into the bar together. Outnumbered and confused, Jack slid one hand into his pocket and pulled out the switchblade he always kept there and snatched at the woman with his free hand. He yanked her hard, nearly pulling her off her feet, and maneuvered her in front of him, knife at her throat. He wasn't certain what the hell was going on, but he needed a safe position from which to figure it out. Barnes reached behind him and drew a .45. He leveled the gun right at Jack. Tricky shot, though. He might fuck it up and kill the woman. Jack wondered if he'd try anyway. Over the last couple of years, Chris's newly formed crew made sense to Jack. The Indian was from around here anyway, from the res a few miles down the highway. The Texan looked strong enough, a good man to have in a fight, and the Gimp, well, Chris was a good guy and every club needed a mascot. But Barnes? Jack had never figured out. Because if Caleb Barnes hadn't latched on to Chris Sullivan and the rest of his white hat group of friends, Jack could easily see this man being a prez of his own gang. This man was a killer. And how the fuck Chris couldn't see it, Jack would never understand. Holy fuck, the kid next to Barnes grumbled. Fucking fighting, I don't have a gun or a knife. Thanks for the heads up, Doc. Let her go, Pryor, Barnes ordered. What the fuck, Jack replied curtly. Someone start talking or she starts bleeding. He wasn't going to knife a woman in a parking lot, but leverage was leverage, and Jack wasn't above using her and Barnes's obvious concern for her to his advantage. Fair enough, the woman answered. Jack was impressed that she wasn't crying or blubbering or otherwise irritating the shit out of him. He felt her reach into her jacket pocket, and he steadied the blade against her skin, knowing she felt it. There was a sharp click, though not of a gun cocking. She lifted a palm-sized digital recorder into the light, and Jack heard Soap's voice, clear as day. Look, enough's enough. All these fucking plans, and we're still standing around with our dicks in our hands. We ain't seen a payday like he's been promising. Soap, killing a brother ain't no walk in the park. That was Butch, always the voice of reason. Jesus, man, killing a brother? Nah, man, killing the prez. Let's call it like it is. He deserves that much anyway. Trey. That was Trey. A man Jack had brought into the club almost 5 years ago. A man Jack had trusted with his life on more than one occasion. True, came Butch's voice over the recorder, and not just him. Tiny, Switch, and Dink, they'll never stand with us. We take out Pryor, they'll be out for blood. We take them out first, Trey argued, and he'll know we're coming for him. So we do 'em all at once. It's the only way, Soap declared. Heads are gonna roll if we fuck this up, Butch again, always level-headed. Heads are gonna roll, Soap repeated, but they won't be ours. There was another soft click of the recorder, and a heavy silence hung over them all. Pryor, growled Barnes, reminding Jack of his hostage. Jack lowered the knife and let go of her. When she turned to face him, he practically roared, How the fuck did you get this? How the fuck indeed? How had a woman he'd never laid eyes on in all these years managed to record Jack's own VP and two hand-picked men plotting to murder him and take over the club? "I bugged your clubhouse," she told him, as easily as if she'd said she'd picked up his mail. "That's how you found me in your bed. I was setting up surveillance." Anger sparked in Jack's gut. Some fucking bitch had infiltrated his clubhouse, and he'd let it happen. And now his men were turning against him. They weren't here, but she was. He surged toward her. "I've got no problem putting you down, Jack," Barnes growled. "You touch her again, and I'll ghost you before your crew has a chance to do it." Reluctantly, Jack moved away from the woman. "So what? You're just doing your civic duty? Protecting and serving? Oh, that's right. Word is you're not a cop anymore." He snorted. "Not that you ever were. I've always said that. Animals smell their own." "That's right. So you know I'm not just blowing smoke." Jack had only to look at the man's grim, determined face to know it was true. He couldn't imagine throwing down over a female, but he recognized it in Barnes, and it didn't seem wise to test him. "Why tell me?" he asked. It wasn't Barnes who answered, but the woman. "Like I said, I want something." Jack felt a bit of his rage dissipate as he got himself back under control. He looked down his nose at her with a smirk. "Why do I feel like I'm not going to enjoy it as much as riding your sweet ass?" She didn't take the bait. "Jace Paul," she said instead. It took a moment for Jack to catch up, since she'd switched gears so fast on him. For a second, he couldn't even think who Jace Paul was. Then he remembered he was Bomber's boy. Jack had seen him around, but that was it. "The fuck?" he said, officially confused. "The Paul kid? What about him? He's nothing. He's not even patched in." This chick had his clubhouse wired, had Jack and his club by the short hairs from the sound of it, and she wanted some teenage pissant who probably didn't even shave yet? "So you don't mind giving him up," she replied. "After all, he's not a brother." She hit the word hard, and it made Jack grind his molars together. It was bad enough that his men were turning on him, but having outsiders know, having Chris's crew know, didn't sit well with Jack at all. "What do you want?" he bit out. She rambled off some story about a gas station robbery in Colorado. Not the Paul kid, but a friend of his, and a missing teenage girl. It sounded like rinky-dink shit that Jack and the Buzzards would never bother with, but she didn't seem interested in the club itself. As long as it stayed that way, Jack had no problem tossing some idiot kid her way to keep her out of club business. But if she stuck her nose in again, he'd kindly break it for her, female or no. "I'll call you in a day or two," he vowed, and headed toward his bike. He had a few things to take care of first. Jack slung his leg over the seat of his Harley, but before he fired up the engine, he fired off a text on his phone. Just one word. Church. He didn't wait for the rest of his MC brothers to come out of the bar behind him, or for a response from the few brothers who were already at the clubhouse. He simply tucked his phone into his black leather jacket, confident that even if Soap, Butch, and Trey were planning to kill him, they wouldn't dare miss a meeting in the meantime. He kicked his bike to life and roared out of the bar's gravel parking lot, heading across town to his other home away from home. The warehouse loomed just up ahead, lit from inside as buzzards, club whores, and hang-arounds partied a little harder than was legal inside Maria's bar. True enough, tits were everywhere, ass was plentiful, and almost every flat surface was covered in one white powder or another. The men were already up and out of their seats, though, shooing the girls out the door before Jack even had a chance to say anything. Several pairs of heavily mascaraed lashes batted at him as the women headed out, knowing better than to interfere with club business. Jack ignored them all, instead zeroing in on the three men who'd managed to get themselves recorded plotting murder most foul. "What's up?" Soap asked, zipping up his jeans. "Business," Jack replied gruffly, as he realized that if these three had been at Maria's with most of the others, or if Jack had been at the club instead of the bar most nights, then he would have known his men were turning on him instead of having to hear about it from some bounty hunter bitch. He didn't wait for any more questions. He simply sauntered to the makeshift bar that Tiny had built a few years ago and poured himself a shot of whiskey, not that he needed it to settle his nerves. Jack was oddly calm given the severity of the situation at hand. By the time the amber liquid was out of the glass and down Jack's throat, the roar of Harley engines nearly shook the corrugated sides of the warehouse, and the rest of the buzzards filed into the building. They nodded and flopped onto various chairs and couches that filled the space, waiting to see why they'd been unexpectedly pulled away from their Friday night revelry. "We've got a problem," Jack announced, reaching into his jacket pocket. From the corner of his eye, he could swear he thought he saw Soap stiffen, but it might have been Jack's imagination. He withdrew the small recorder that the woman had given him. "What's that?" Joker called out, squinting in the grimy cigarette haze. "A gift," Jack replied. Not really, though. More like a trade, but Jack knew that other than Paul, who'd be none too happy about turning his kid over to the law in exchange for the security of the club, no one would really care much about the details. He tossed it to Soap, who fumbled it and had to retrieve it from the couch he was sitting on. Butch was next to him and looked equally confused. Trey was across the room on one of the bar stools. Soap turned the device over in his hands until he finally found the play button. He switched it on and froze at the sound of his own tinny voice coming out of the small speaker. "Killing a brother ain't no walk in the park." Jack reached into his jacket a second time, drew out his 9mm and shot Soap in the chest, just above his vice president patch. Butch was going for his own gun as Jack swung the barrel to the left and fired off another 2 rounds. The room exploded around him with cries of shock. Jack pivoted on his heel, intending to finish off Trey. The last of the schemers had a pistol in his hand, having realized the jig was up and using those extra seconds to try and fight for his life. The sharp report of a gunshot rang through the air, but it wasn't Jack's gun, or Trey's, that had gone off. Next to Trey, on the other bar stool, Hook had pulled out his own piece and shot Trey from behind, just above the ear. "Jesus Christ, what the ever-loving fuck!" someone bellowed. Jack didn't answer. He let the recorder, which was still playing despite being coated in Soap's blood, speak for him. "Tiny, Switch, and Dink? They'll never stand with us. We take out Pryor, they'll be out for blood. We take them out first, and he'll know we're coming for him. So we do 'em all at once. It's the only way." The recorder finished playing and stopped on its own. "Jesus, Jack," said Dink, rubbing his face with his hand. The old man had been in the club since its very first days, patched in by Hap Sullivan, an original member. The look on his face told Jack he realized exactly how close to death he'd come recently, a death he never would have seen coming. Jack nodded but slid his eyes back to Hook, wary that the man had seemed so ready for action, so ready to put a brother down at a moment's notice. Hook grinned, though, and returned the nod as though it had been meant for him. Jack supposed he could have been the fourth in their band of merry men, but he wasn't sure. Hook hadn't been in the club as long as Soap and Butch. It would have been a huge risk on Soap's part to approach him about it and try to gain the man's support. In the end, Jack couldn't be sure whose side Hook was really on, so he thought maybe it was best to keep a close eye on him. He slid his gun back into his pocket, reached into his jeans pocket, and pulled out his switchblade. Standing over Soap's corpse, he cut the threads on the vice president patch and handed it to Hook. The man took it with glee, totally ignoring the spattered blood on the orange stitching of the letters. "Keep your friends close." Scratch's voice rang in Jack's ears. Part 1. Lazarus. Chapter 1. Jack was willing to bet that there were few people in the world who felt this same sort of eerie calm while looking down the barrel of a Glock. In fact, he could only think of maybe a handful of men who wouldn't piss their pants right about now, especially with a sniveling shit-stain of a kid only just past puberty holding the weapon. The kid licked his lips, looking gleeful and slightly feral. "We could keep the money," he told the others behind him. "Keep the weed and the money. Keep it all." Jack almost wanted to laugh. The plan was as half-baked as the kid was. Too much sampling of his own product, apparently. Jack could tell he hadn't really thought it through. If he had, he'd have crunched the numbers and realized a one-time score was nothing compared to the amount of money the Kamloops Kings stood to make doing business over time with the Badlands Buzzards. They'd already done a few deals, each one bigger than the last. What kind of idiot would blow it all now? But that was the problem with kids. They couldn't think long-term. So Jack stood in front of the little bastard who'd drawn a gun on him, unmoving, unblinking, almost willing the kid to pull the trigger. Jack wondered what would happen. Would the gun jam? Would the kid miss, even at this range? He was curious. He could reach out and take it. The kid was close enough. Reach out and grab it and beat the kid senseless with it for being so fucking stupid. Seconds passed, and the kid didn't seem to have the stones to follow through. Jack hated that. He never made a threat he didn't have every intention of fulfilling. So he waited, either for the kid to figure out that even if there wasn't exactly honor among thieves, there was a cold kind of logic that usually kept business running smoothly, or for the kid to just take the shot. Eventually, though, he got bored waiting for the kid to make up his mind. "Go ahead. When you pull the trigger," Jack told the kid, "and my guys take you apart, piece by piece, and they will, I'll be waiting for you on the other side." The kid's arm wavered. He looked around, seemingly bewildered at the idea that no one was going to back him up, not even his own MC brothers. The Kings seemed to want to help him out. The kid was out there on a limb, all alone, just dangling. Jack almost felt sorry for him. Almost. Hook, Jack's vice president, was standing just a few feet away. He looked menacing enough, Jack supposed, but Hook didn't even have his own gun drawn, and that pissed off Jack to no end, to be honest, but this wasn't the time or the place to bring it up. Hook was getting sloppy, and maybe it was time to do something about that. But not here. Not now. Maury didn't seem to have much of a dog in this fight either, which irritated Jack as well. Jack would have thought that the president of the Kings would recognize the importance of their business relationship and lecture the kid on the finer points of joining a one-percenter gang, preferably as the kid bled out on the ground. Not to mention the fact that Maury wouldn't be fucking prez of his own club if it weren't for Jack doing him the courtesy of putting a bullet in the last one. As it was, Jack felt a little too much like he was being left swinging, and though he'd always felt a little apart from his MC, a little above them, okay, a lot above them, he didn't like this feeling of being left to twist in the wind. The kid wavered again, and his eyes skittered toward Maury. For instructions? Approval? Jack's hand shot out and he grabbed the Glock, pushing it as he simultaneously gripped the barrel tightly. With his right hand, he smashed his fist into the kid's jaw, laying him out with just one punch. The kid let go of the gun and spun backward, spilling blood onto the hard-packed earth. Jack swung the gun around and slammed it into the other side of the prospect's face, finally knocking him to the ground. He repositioned the pistol in his right hand, barrel pointing down, but only just barely. He cast a long, dark look at Maury, who had nothing to offer but a shrug. "Fucking kids," the older man grumbled. Jack could concur, or would have, if he didn't suspect that Maury had half-planned the fucking coup. It probably hadn't been a direct order, possibly only a hint or a suggestion planted in the kid's mind until the time was right to strike. Maury could have claimed the kid was acting on his own, maybe even kill the little shit after the fact to help sell the idea after the dirty deed was done. "Maury," the kid croaked, but the King's president brought his boot down sharply on the kid's midsection. Air whooshed out of him and nothing else. Several men picked him up off the ground and dragged him away. Maury gave a half salute and tossed Jack the keys to the white panel truck just a few feet away, filled to capacity with BC Bud. The Kings had already loaded the stacks of cash into their saddlebags. As Jack watched the kid being taken away, he was kind of curious what the prospect had been about to say. Too late now to find out, though. He turned and looked toward his men, eyes falling first on his own prospect, Hayes, some asshole Hook had brought around, one time too many in Jack's opinion. But Jack had no reason to give for giving Hayes the boot, just a feeling he had that the dude wasn't quite right. And you could only sell your feels to a group of hardcore outlaws so many times, only so often. Jack would have to wait and watch. Hayes looked relieved that so little blood had been shed in their largest drug deal to date, solidifying his pussy status in Jack's mind. Jack's gaze finally fell on Hook, Jack's supposed vice president, the man who'd never left his Harley after the kid had drawn down on Jack. "And where were you?" Jack snarled when the rest of the Kings were finally out of earshot. Hook's eyebrows rose in surprise. "I thought you had it, preacher. I mean, you always have it." Jack supposed that was true. He was at the top of his game. Hook was probably used to just watching from the bench these days. Still, it didn't excuse the man's general sloppiness lately. Jack tossed the keys to the panel truck to Tiny, deliberately passing up Hayes in the process. At least the man had enough sense not to argue. The rest of the buzzers got on their bikes, and as a group they left the kid to his fate and burned rubber down the unpaved road, out of the canyons, and onto the highway that would take them south, back to Rapid City. They had nearly made it into town when an RCPD cruiser roared up behind them, lights spinning and sirens blaring. Jack checked his mirror, fought down a groan, and let off the accelerator of his Harley. Slider looked at him questioningly, and Jack waved the rest of them on. They kicked it into high gear along with the panel truck ahead of them, while Jack, alone, pulled over to the side of the highway. He grudgingly killed the bike's engine and balanced it with both feet on the hardscrabble rock of the road's shoulder. He glanced in his side mirror to see the driver's side door of the cruiser swing open and a hefty uniformed cop haul himself out from behind the steering wheel. Behind his aviators, Jack rolled his eyes. It was a long walk from the car to the bike, or it was, Jack supposed, if you were 50 pounds overweight and the hot May sun was beating down on you. The gut came into Jack's peripheral vision first, followed by a shiny badge and now dusty black patent boots. Rollins grinned down at him, yellow teeth flashing. "Afternoon, Jack," he half bellowed. The old beat cop had on sunglasses himself, which hid his beady eyes from Jack's view. Cars rocketed past them, a few moving to the far lane to avoid them. Rollins shook the ticket pad in his hand for emphasis. "Special delivery?" he asked, watching the panel truck, escorted by several bikers, fade out of sight over the next bend. "Toys for tots," Jack growled and fished out his black leather wallet. Rollins laughed at the joke, but his mouth was tight. Jack didn't like the way the cop was always trying to nose into club business, but this wasn't the time or place to argue about it. He pulled out several $100 bills and handed them to the man. Anyone driving past would assume Rollins was checking his license. Jack didn't prefer to do business this way, out in the open, in the heat, alone with Rollins, so that the man felt bolstered by the odds. Jack preferred the old bastard off balance, liked to remind him that he could just as easily pay the cop off or put a bullet in him if he felt like it. Rollins never seemed to get that message, though, or had lost the meaning of it somewhere along the way. Pulling Jack over on the highway was fucking ridiculous. Rollins wasn't even due for his monthly payout for another week. The man was getting bolder, and Jack didn't like it. Rollins handed Jack a folded ticket from the top of the pad and pocketed the bills with a goofy grin on his face. He tipped his hat and turned to walk back to his cruiser. Jack looked down at the paper. Rollins had scrawled a large smiley face onto it. Jack crumpled it with his fist. It was tempting to toss it to the side, let it get caught by the wind and blow away like a tumbleweed, but Jack stuffed it into his jacket pocket instead. If nothing else, it would serve as a reminder that Rollins needed to be dealt with. It was entirely possible that the aging cop had outlived his usefulness, but Jack wanted to be sure about that, take some time to think it over before he made any permanent decisions. He fired up the Harley's engine and waited for Rollins to pull out onto the road first. The old man had the audacity to give Jack a final wave as he rolled past. Jack fought the urge to give him the finger. He checked for traffic and surged out onto the asphalt as well. He took the nearest exit, though, leaving Rollins to his patrol along the interstate, and headed into town. With the panel truck safely stowed in the warehouse a few blocks from the clubhouse, and all the local dealers notified to come pick up their product the next day, Jack headed to Maria's bar for a drink to unwind. He'd never show it, but these long days of dirty deeds were starting to wear on him. At 38, he just wasn't a kid anymore. The crowd was decent at the bar, the usual mix of roughnecks, rednecks, cowboys, and bikers. Jack took his regular seat at the corner table at the far end of the place so he could see everyone and everything. Dink had always joked that it was the assassin's seat. He'd stopped spouting that line after what had happened with Soap. Jack never disabused the man of the notion, but in all honesty, he seriously doubted anyone would come up on him in a fucking bar and take a shot at him. More like Jack had learned that the only other viable currency besides cash in this world was information. Who was happy with their dealer? Who wasn't? Who'd nicked 500 pounds of copper coil off their job site and was looking to unload it quickly? Who was ripe pickings to bring into the club, freewheeling and free dealing? Who was a fucking loudmouth drunk, all bark and no bite, and therefore not buzzard material? From his corner, Jack watched it all as he tossed back glass after glass of whiskey, taking it all in. The alcohol felt good, but the stash of weed he'd kept back for himself from today's shipment would feel better. He was close to calling it a day, so he could go to the clubhouse, get high first, then get low with a whore. Loud voices erupted, closer to the front of the place. Hook stiffened in his chair next to Jack and peered through the dim overhead lights. Jack watched as the crowd parted and a familiar face was revealed. Chris Sullivan. Chris had a cowboy by the back of the neck, twisting his arm behind his back for good measure, and was escorting him toward the front doors. Now that he was settled down, Chris came in less often these days, but Jack saw that his time away from the rougher element of Rapid City hadn't dulled his skills any. Someone approached from the side, beer bottle in hand. Chris kicked the man's wrist, never letting go of the man he was already grappling with. The bottle went flying as the second man dropped to his knees. Hook snorted. "Show off," he grumbled, and picked up his glass of Kentucky bourbon. "Someone ought to take him down a few pegs," he declared. "Maybe permanently." Jack grunted. "He's just taking out the trash, keeping the place clean." "Our place," Red argued on the other side of Jack, "but he acts like it's his. Fucking asshole." "Let it go," Jack ordered, and then finished off his whiskey in a single gulp. He had already held a gun to Chris Sullivan's head once, and hadn't pulled the trigger, not because he couldn't, but because he hadn't wanted to. He had no interest in revisiting that moment in his life. Honestly, Jack didn't think Hook had it in him to take out Chris. Red sure as shit didn't, since he was pushing 50 and had a beer gut. Hook was just posturing, but he might get a few too many bourbons in him and do something stupid, leaving Jack to clean up the mess. And Jack was tired of cleaning up Hook's messes. He pushed back his chair and stood up, tucking a bill underneath the now empty glass. He took his coat off the back of the chair and shrugged it on, then walked away, leaving his second-in-command to scramble after him as he headed toward the front door. In the corner, now returned, Chris studiously ignored Jack as he passed, while Jack did the same. There was a lot to say, but no point in trying. Jack shoved open the front door and let the cool spring night air hit him full on as his boots crunched the gravel on the way to his Harley. Chapter 2. Erin gave up trying to brush her long brown hair and just twisted it into a braid instead. She had bigger things to worry about today. She checked her appearance in the mirror one last time. Clean shirt, clean jeans, hair corralled. She took a deep breath in and let it out slowly. This was it. Today was the day. 2.5 years of rodeo hustling had finally brought in her first client. And not just any client. Tucker Del Rey, whose horse, King, was one of the top calf-roping horses in the entire United States. Was being the operative word. After a lower leg injury, it was pretty clear that King would never see the inside of a roping arena again, but that didn't mean he couldn't live a long and happy life, so long as Erin worked her ass off to rehabilitate him, and luck was on her side. She gave herself a final perusal and ducked out the second-floor bathroom to head down the stairs. Head being the operative word on that. The farmhouse was approaching 200 years old, and it showed every one of those years. The wooden stairs were slightly uneven, and the ceiling in the master bedroom had been patched several times. Erin had a lot of things to fix in the barn and outbuildings before she got around to her own living space, though. The horses came first. Always. She walked through the kitchen, past the stack of bills on the counter. The one on top was from the First National Bank of the Badlands, the mortgage holder on Thunder Ridge. She rolled her eyes whenever she caught a glimpse of it. Outside it was chilly but sunny, and a layer of dew sparkled on the grass. Erin frowned at it, pretty as it was. It was too long and needed to be cut. Somewhere around here was a foreman, in the loosest sense of the word, who was supposed to be doing that for the $500 a week that Erin paid him. It wasn't much, admittedly, not compared to other high-end operations in the area, but she provided a room for him, and she wasn't too difficult to work for if she did say so herself. There was a long list of things to do at the ranch, but Erin never hurried Hank or harped on him about them. He seemed to get things done at his own steady, slow pace, and that was good enough for the time being. But as she neared the barn, she frowned again. The roof needed immediate attention, though. Last week, one corner of it had caved in, which was odd because Erin had had the place inspected before she bought it, and it hadn't been listed among the things that needed to be fixed. It did now, though, covered as it was in a blue plastic tarp which kept coming loose and flapping in the breeze. They needed to take a trip to the hardware store, but Erin had been busy preparing for King's arrival. She hated the way it looked, what it said about her and Thunder Ridge, and made a mental note to get to town as soon as possible. She opened the small human-sized door that was cut into the larger sliding door and ducked inside. In the cool darkness, there was a soft nickering from a few feet away. As Erin crossed to the occupied stall, a soft, fuzzy nose framed by light blonde hair stretched out and into the aisle. Erin reached her in just a few strides and greeted her warmly. "Morning, Bee." Bee chuffed and danced her head back and forth underneath Erin's hand. Their morning greeting was the best part of Erin's day. It probably always would be, mostly because it had been a long time coming. When she'd gotten the call years ago from Molly at the ASPCA about a seized horse, Erin had hopped into her truck and headed straight over. She'd seen a lot of abuse, unfortunately, both in the farming industry and occasionally in the rodeo. But nothing had prepared her for her first sight of a half-starved horse that trailed blood from cuts on her legs every time she took a single step. Bea had been people-shy, head-shy, trailer-shy. In fact, shy wasn't even an accurate word. Bea had been traumatized. After Erin and a few borrowed ranch hands had gotten the terrified Palomino back to her father's ranch, the Twisted W, it had taken over 2 months just to get Bea to voluntarily come to Erin when she saw her. Now, Bea was her best friend, and a survivor, and a champion to boot. Erin couldn't be prouder than if Bea were a daughter instead of a beloved pet. The door behind Erin opened, and Bea stepped back into the safety of her stall. She wasn't usually skittish of other people anymore, but Bea had never liked Hank and made no secret of it. She eyed him warily as the man walked to the bunk room on the far side of the barn where he slept. Erin bit her lip and hoped it wasn't nap time already. Hank was a bit older than her own father, but not by much. Unlike Buck Walker, though, Hank seemed to suffer from a debilitating kind of narcolepsy that seemed to be tied to how much work he had to get done that day. "Do you think you'll have the fence finished today?" Erin called out because he'd left the door open. She could hear him washing his hands in the sink. "Early enough to mow the lawn?" There was a long silence, then Hank finally reappeared in the doorway, drying his hands on a grease-stained towel. Erin didn't see the wisdom in pointing out the irony. The man grunted, and Bea stomped her foot against the dirt floor of her stall. He shot her a quick, irritated look and then brought his gaze back to Erin. "Yeah," he finally said. "No problem." Erin nodded gratefully. "I've got a client dropping off this morning. Then we'll head to the hardware store this afternoon for supplies to fix the roof." Hank raised his eyebrows. Erin couldn't tell if he was surprised she had a client. It was her first real one, after all, or if it was the fact that she could afford to fix the roof in the first place. Erin was tight with her money, this was true. She had to make sure she had enough to take care of the animals and pay the bills. And she controlled all of it, accompanying Hank to the feed or the hardware store to get anything he said he needed, rather than giving him access to her accounts. She'd worked too hard to get this place to make any stupid decisions. Hank definitely did not have a light touch when it came to horses, but it was Erin's job to care for them, and so she mostly ignored his failing in that area. It was Hank's job to do all the things she didn't have time to do: check fence lines, bring in the hay and grain orders, and do general maintenance on the place. And he had basic construction skills, which Erin lacked. He'd replaced the stall doors and put in a small but serviceable bathroom in the tiny foreman's bunk in the barn. Erin gave Bea a smile and moved away from the stall gate to the barred half-walls that secured the mare. She rose up on her tiptoes, grabbed the canvas tie, and lowered the heavy shades that blocked Bea from view of the rest of the barn. There was no shade above the door, though, but Erin felt confident the steel bars would keep Bea safe. "We're going to have a guest," she told the Palomino. "A big, scary one." Bea snorted and stomped her foot. She didn't much like being shut in. Erin sighed. "Just for today, just until he gets used to the place. Trust me, he'll be a testy one." An hour later, a large truck and trailer turned down the long drive that led from the highway to the gravel turnaround in the center of the property. Erin held her breath, heart knocking in her chest, as the driver's side door opened, and a large, burly man in a 10-gallon white hat put one spurred boot on the ground. Erin pressed her lips together and tried not to laugh. These were decorative, silver and turquoise, and no self-respecting, hard-working cowboy would wear them during the day. But Erin figured that Tucker Delray had earned the right to retire from hands-on labor at this point, and if the man wanted to wear gaudy spurs with matching shirt buttons, who was she to criticize? She had a lot of years ahead of her before she could even think about doing the same. He held out his hand and shook hers vigorously. Inside the trailer, a sharp banging echoed off the walls as its occupant kicked out at his rolling cage. Tucker narrowed his eyes at Erin as though he were seeing her for the first time. Not quite true, but they hadn't spent too much time together. Delray had heard about her through word of mouth, and this was only their third meeting. Erin couldn't tell if he liked what he saw, but then his eyes skipped to the barn, which would be his valuable stallion's home for the foreseeable future, and unfortunately it wasn't hard to see what Delray thought about that. Erin gritted her teeth and kept the smile plastered on her face as the man eyed the blue tarp covering the roof of the barn. "It'll be fixed tomorrow," she said quickly before he had a chance to comment. "Well," Delray said in a drawl, looking up at the roof, "Buck didn't say anything about it. Guess that kind of thing happens occasionally." Erin could only nod. It grated on her that she was inadvertently trading on her father's reputation. She wanted nothing to do with him, but then again, buying a piece of land just down the road from the Twisted W may not have been the best choice if her goal had been to disassociate from him. But this place had been in her price range, and it was more than a mile to the W. They shared a fence line, but that was all. He pursed his lips and looked her over. "You sure you can handle my boy, little lady? He's mighty cantankerous at the moment." Erin forced herself to smile and nod. "I got it, Mr. Delray. It's not my first rodeo," she said, and gave him a wink. She found that humor often softened the edges of the rougher ranching men who weren't always keen on a woman doing much more than looking pretty in the saddle. Delray hesitated for a moment, and Erin held her breath, hoping he didn't change his mind. They'd made the deal on a handshake and nothing else. It wasn't Erin's preferred method of doing business, but she understood that she'd have to make a few sacrifices in the beginning in order to get Thunder Ridge up and running. He finally nodded to his ranch hand, and the lanky younger man headed for the rear of the trailer to open it. Erin watched the stallion being unloaded and was in awe of his size now that she was so close to him. He was huge, 16 hands at least. She had only seen him in a paddock before now. His long black hair hung in waves over his dark eyes, and his coat was dappled gray, owing to an Andalusian or two probably somewhere in his breeding line. The rest of him was all American, quarter horse, athletic and well-built, a veritable powerhouse. Erin had heard all the usual tales of stallions killing handlers and riders. She kept a safe distance from King because they hadn't formally met yet. He looked around, whipping his head back and forth, taking in his surroundings with a keen eye. The ranch hand pulled the lead rope taut and tried to walk King through the open barn door. The large male balked, though, and turned away, unwilling to cooperate. The man was forced to turn with him and walk him in ever-widening circles, edging closer and closer to the door. Erin noticed the prominent limp in his rear leg. She and Delray followed them slowly, bringing up the rear but well out of range of the stallion's iron-shod hooves. They all made it through the door, but King suddenly decided he would go no farther. He shook his head again, snapping the lead tight in an instant. The ranch hand holding desperately to the end of the rope went sprawling. Responding quickly, Erin spun away from the stallion and toward the barn door. She slammed it shut, giving him no exit, then snatched the yellow raincoat hanging off the hook on the wall. She held it up, raising it high like a makeshift bullfighter. It had the opposite effect, though, as she suspected it would. King's eyes widened, and he hopped away, backward, farther toward the center of the barn. "Easy now," Erin called out in a calm, lilting voice. She was careful to wave the slicker at him, just using it to keep him at bay. She sidestepped the kid on the ground and circled wide around King. He took another step back, unknowingly angling his haunches toward the empty stall behind him. "Come on," Erin coaxed. "Back, back, back." She advanced slowly after every command. King reluctantly did as he was told, soon finding himself inside a 10-by-10 stall with reinforced wooden walls halfway up and steel bars the rest of the way. It was a little prison-like, Erin admitted, but nothing that any rodeo horse wasn't used to. She reached out and pulled the gate closed, sliding the inch-thick pin into the bored hole in the hardwood doorframe. The barn may have been old, but it had been built to last, and Erin was confident that the stallion was contained. Delray seemed satisfied for the time being, and eventually hauled out his calfskin wallet and produced a check for the first month of King's stabling and rehab fees. Erin tried not to let her hand shake as she plucked it delicately from his fingers. This was what it was all about, right here in her hand. She said a silent prayer that it was the first of many. The ranch hand passed her a large bottle of pain pills and a smaller bottle of antibiotics. Erin took them and made a mental note of the labels, including dosage and frequency, even though she'd printed off charts and would be keeping careful records. Then Tucker and his man secured the now empty trailer, and Tucker gave Erin a tip of his ridiculous hat before he got behind the wheel of his extended cab truck. Erin watched them ramble down the driveway before turning away and heading back inside the barn to look at her very first boarding patient. His lower leg was still swollen. He glared at her and then at the door, and Erin turned to see her own ranch hand stepping in from the blazing sun outside. His eyes shone when he looked at King, and Erin supposed she couldn't blame the man. King's presence meant money, and Erin could now afford to give Hank a raise. Or at least, she supposed that's what he was guessing. Hank hadn't been exactly reliable, though, these last few weeks, and if he had any inclinations about getting paid more, Erin was going to tell him that he needed to take more pride in his work before that happened. Erin put King's meds in the solid steel cabinet with a tiny glass window, locked it, and pocketed the key. As far as she knew, Hank's bad habits only extended to beer, and then only on nights and weekends when he wasn't working, but she wasn't going to tempt the man by having narcotics readily at hand. By the time she turned around, Hank had already disappeared back outside. It was better, anyway. Erin didn't want King to get too overwhelmed. She double-checked the lock on the cabinet and headed to his stall to look him over again. The scar from his surgery was still very prominent on his back left leg, just above the hoof. He had it partially up off the ground now, keeping his full weight off it. Erin hoped he hadn't hurt himself while traveling. He glared at her, ears pinned back. Erin stood her ground at the stall door. Suddenly, he darted forward and she was forced to step away so that he couldn't bite her. He snorted loudly, then turned his harsh gaze on Bee. His chest bumped the gate and it rattled loudly. Not one to be threatened, at least not these days, the smaller blonde mare chuffed and glared at the stallion. She nickered a bit and Erin thought maybe it was a chastisement of sorts. King might have thought so too, because his ears came forward off the base of his skull and pricked up at Bee. Erin had to laugh. In his entire life, this large, unruly male had probably never been given the business by anyone, let alone a tiny female with an attitude. "There are two of us," she warned King, "and neither of us takes any shit." King looked back at Bee and rattled the door again, not as hard this time. When Bee didn't scurry away, he finally turned away, ignoring her altogether. Erin watched him favoring his leg again and sighed heavily. "Guess we all have our work cut out for us," she said aloud. Chapter 3. Jack parked his Harley out front and headed inside the clubhouse through the front door. Several men sitting in the corner acknowledged him with nods. Jack's bedroom was at the end of a dimly lit hallway at the back of the place. He unlocked the door and stepped inside. He was glad his nightly appearance at Maria's was over. He was bone-tired and just wanted a smoke, a slut, and some sleep. He opened the top drawer of the dresser, drew out a baggie, and dropped a nug into the silver grinder. As he packed his silvery blue bong, the door opened behind him. His eyes narrowed at a short-skirted little girl who was maybe 21 if he squinted hard enough. "Will you share?" she asked, putting on a clearly practiced, seductive smile. Jack grinned at her lasciviously. "Gotta suck my pipe first, sweetie, before you suck my pipe." She licked her lips and came farther inside the room. "I can do that." Jack was about to tell her that a blowjob was just the appetizer when another woman, this one older and definitely less attractive, strutted into the room. "Get out!" Diamond snapped to the girl. The girl started to protest, but Diamond rolled her eyes. "You gonna let him tear up your ass, honey?" The girl's eyes widened and she glanced at Jack, who merely shrugged and flicked his bic. Well, actually, it was a Zippo. He took a long, deep hit as the girl shook her head. "Then get going," Diamond urged. The girl turned and fled the room. Jack was slightly disappointed because the blonde was younger, prettier, and not quite so used up as Diamond. The older woman had been around the club for a long time. Too long, Jack sometimes thought. If she hadn't managed to get anyone to claim her by now, she should bow out gracefully instead of snorting half of Candyman's stash of coke every week and shaking her sagging ass on tables. But Jack was too tired from the road to wrestle with a fresh young chippy, as his father would have called her. He didn't have the patience to hold her down and talk her through her first ass-fucking. It was pretty well known, though, that his sexual tastes had become ever more depraved over the years. He'd heard it whispered that the more booze and weed it took him to get high, the more nasty shit he needed to get him off, too. Why such a fresh-faced young girl would offer herself to him was beyond him. She had to know who and what he was. Diamond was used, but maybe that was a good thing. She'd give him what he liked with no fuss and no tears, and she wouldn't try to wheedle her way into wearing his patch as a reward for services rendered. The older woman had long since understood that Preacher would never take an old lady. Why would he? He didn't want kids, and he could get all the ass he wanted at the snap of his fingers. Jack set the bong on the table and reached for the offered bottle of amber liquid in Diamond's hand. He twisted off the cap and took a long pull. It burned pleasantly on the way down. Diamond unbuttoned her top. As he looked at her, he figured she was almost the same age he was, 38 or thereabouts. She'd been around since Jack's father had run the club, and she'd stayed even after Scratch had drunk himself to death in a run-down trailer on the outskirts of town. Old Scratch was so magnetic that even the whores stayed. Jack wasn't surprised by that. Whether in church or in church, John Scratch Pryor had apparently had a knack for leadership. Jack had started out as a minister in Jack's early days. Jack's mother had been enamored with the man who could command huge audiences with a word or a look. They'd married young and traveled often, with little Jack in tow. Tents went up and sinning went down, for a little while anyway, in every town they visited. But as the years went on and people turned away from religion in larger and larger numbers, John Pryor had grown ever more despondent about losing his flock. He'd taken up drinking, which Jack's mother had hated with a fiery passion. John had spent more and more time with his nose in a glass than in the Bible. Bar patrons became his new flock until eventually John had abandoned God altogether. Having long since decided that the devil had more power in this world and a stronger sway over men, John became Scratch, after old Scratch himself. When Scratch and Hap Sullivan had first formed the Badlands Buzzards, Jack still knew every one of his father's sermons by heart. The men had taken to calling Jack Preacher, long before Jack had ever officially joined the club and required a nickname. They'd been amused at his ability to quote full passages of the Bible and often got drunk, very drunk, then demanded he deliver sermons as they passed around yet more booze, drugs, and women. Watching club whores being sodomized while recounting the tale of Sodom and Gomorrah had undoubtedly had certain long-lasting effects on young Jack Pryor's psyche, he was sure. Looking at the bottle of rye whiskey in his hand now, he couldn't quite recall any of the old verses. The words swam in his head just as they did on the label before his own eyes, hovering just beyond understanding. Jack squinted at the bong on the table and then at the bottle in his hand. He hadn't drunk much, yet, and he'd only taken one hit. Ordinarily, it took much more than that to get him good and fucked up. He frowned, puzzled. Diamond moved forward, snatched the bottle from his hand, and brought it to her own lips. She looked at him over the glass lip as she sipped. He shrugged to himself and closed his eyes for just a moment. It had been an off day. She handed back the bottle and he took another slug. It still burned, but less than before. He leaned to the side and set it down on the nightstand beside the bed and then stood up to kick off his boots. He stumbled, though, and placed a palm on the bed for support. "Preacher?" came Diamond's voice from somewhere behind him, but she sounded far away, her voice strangely tinny. He turned and narrowed his eyes, trying to ascertain which one of them had called his name. There were, after all, two of them swimming before him. Somewhere underneath the shimmering haze, Jack understood that this was all wrong. Very wrong. The two Diamonds came toward him, reaching out their hands. Jack lifted his own to brace himself on her and keep himself from falling, but her hands pushed on his chest instead of embracing him. He spun away from the bed and tumbled to the floor. His head cracked on the chipped wooden floor. Somewhere above him, the two Diamonds laughed. He felt hands on him, tugging at the waistband of his jeans. Diamond rolled him from his side to his back and let his head loll to one side. She leaned over him, hovering above his face with her lips pursed. For one crazy moment, he thought she was going to kiss him. She spit on him instead. "You should have made me your old lady," she hissed. "Then it wouldn't be like this." She slapped him. Once, twice, hard and sharp. The sound echoed in his ears. The sting cut through the hazy swirl of his brain, but only for a moment. Jack reached up to try and shove her away, but he missed entirely. Her face loomed closer, and he thought she was going to spit on him again. But she grabbed his hair, yanked his head up, and whispered, "Ride or die, right?" Then she slammed his head down onto the floor, and blackness finally took him. Chapter 4. Erin parked her rickety truck in the only open space in the feed store's tiny parking lot and killed the engine. Hank was sitting next to her, angrily wiping his forehead with his handkerchief and shooting her the occasional dirty look. Erin was tempted to tell him she could fix the ancient vehicle's air conditioner so that it actually worked at capacity, but that it would have to come out of his weekly pay. Somehow she didn't think he'd agree to that. They both swung out of the cab and headed into the store, which thankfully was air-conditioned. Halfway down the main aisle, she turned to Hank and said, "We'll need to double the grain order, and tell Flynn to cut back a bit on the molasses." Bea wouldn't like that much because she loved her sweets, even though her grain was already low in sugar, but King wasn't nearly as physically active as the Palomino, and Aaron couldn't exactly give Tucker Del Rey back an overweight stallion. "Yeah, I got it," Hank replied gruffly, then turned and headed to the ordering counter at the rear of the store. Aaron sighed as she watched him go. He was always working on a foul mood these days, and he never really liked taking orders, especially not from her, it seemed. He'd take her money, though, which annoyed her. She saw him sidle up to the counter and speak to Flynn Doherty. A smug part of her enjoyed the way the man's eyebrows rose at Aaron's foreman as he repeated the new standing order for grain. Saul Peterson was standing nearby and edged just a little closer so he could listen unobtrusively. Aaron was certain it would set their tongues wagging down at Darcy's diner tonight. There would be talk that she was upping her order, that she was taking on a serious client. Let them talk. It was good for her, good for business. Snagging King as a rehab patient was going to do wonders for Thunder Ridge. She turned down the tack aisle and found a pocketed saddle blanket and a set of weights to go with it. She had everything else she needed, at least for the first few weeks. As she looked at the rows upon rows of equipment, she pictured it, eventually, hanging on her own barn walls. She had the feeling that it was the beginning of something great, but the smile on her face died as she exited the aisle and saw Hank, talking with her father in hushed tones just a few feet away. A spark of anger lit inside Aaron, and she stomped over to the two men, not even trying to hide her displeasure. Hank pressed his lips together firmly and stood up straight, squaring his shoulders. He took a step back from Buck, looking every bit as though he'd been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He did look truly contrite, though, and Aaron found she couldn't blame her foreman too much. It was impossible to be too angry, actually. Buck was like a planet that sucked in any passing body and wouldn't let you go until you acknowledged his greatness. "Well, hey, honey," Buck said a little too loudly. Aaron's father did everything loudly, dressing, speaking, breathing. He was beaming brightly at her as though she hadn't just caught him pumping her foreman for information. She shot a quick look at Hank, who ducked his head and shuffled away. Aaron inclined her head at Dad and shifted the saddle pad and weights in her arms. "Buck," she replied noncommittally. The old man frowned as he glanced over his shoulder, checking to see who was within earshot. He didn't like it when Aaron called him by his first name in public. It highlighted all too well the struggles in their relationship, and Buck Walker only wanted to be known as the champ of the Cheyenne rodeo circuit, not so much as the asshole who'd cheated on his wife so many times on the road that she'd finally up and left him. Aaron had been 18, newly graduated from high school, and only just settled into her college dorm room when her mother had called her from St. Louis. A visit with Aaron's Aunt Helen, her mother's older sister, had apparently turned into an extended stay. Permanent seemed to be a more fitting word. Audra Walker was never coming back to South Dakota. That much Aaron understood. The feed store wasn't the place to get into another screaming fight about it, though, and Buck was eyeing the saddle pad in her arms anyway. "Heard Tucker Del Rey brought you that busted-up stallion of his. He told me he was getting desperate to save him." Aaron's jaw tightened. King was hardly on his last legs, nor did she appreciate being essentially referred to as a last resort. "Yeah, I've got to get back," she said quickly, "to get started." She wasn't about to let Buck needle her until she felt deflated. She'd made it this far without him, well, mostly without him, and she would be fine. She turned on her boot heel without waiting for him to say goodbye. She made it a few steps before Buck called after her, "See you next week." Aaron cringed a little but kept moving toward the front checkout line. It still irritated the hell out of her, though. He'd said it as though they were getting together for barbecue. If Aaron had her way, she'd never see her father again for the foreseeable future. But not everything was up to her, and leave it to Buck to subtly remind her that he still had the upper hand. Chapter 5. "Wakey, wakey, asshole!" The words didn't rouse Jack so much as the exploding pain in his belly. His eyes squeezed shut, trying to somehow will it away. Dragging air into his lungs was not just difficult, it seemed impossible. His ears rang with the rush of blood. Jack hoped that was the only part of him pumping the precious red stuff. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw 3 men looming over him: Hook, Hayes, and Red. Hook was choking up on a tire iron. Jack wanted to take it from him and beat him over the fucking head with it. Red laughed. More like wake and bake. He leaned down, peering at Jack. You still high, bro? Jack took in a deep breath, shot through with pain in his lungs, and wished like hell he was. Whatever they'd given him had worn off. His body and his head howled, though, and Jack wished he had some train wreck instead of being one. Hook took another swing at him, and Jack tried to lift his arms to ward off the blow, but he wasn't fast enough. It ricocheted off his ribs, and the explosion of stars behind his eyes told him that this time there would be broken bones. You didn't protect the club, Hook spat. From his position on the ground, Jack recognized the same look on Hook's face from earlier, from Maria's bar. Protect the club? From whom? From Chris Sullivan? From the one guy in the world who didn't fucking want the club in the first goddamn place? Jack opened his mouth to point out how fucking stupid Hook was when Hook brought down the tire iron and stopped the voice in Jack's throat. Pain radiated out from the point of impact through Jack's entire torso. Red agreed. We're losing this town, and you're not fighting for it. You're just giving it away to any asshole with a Special Forces tattoo. Where's the money? Hook demanded, changing subjects quick as lightning. Even through the fog of excruciating pain, Jack's mind latched onto the question, and the last pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Money. Ah, there was the rub. It was about the club for Red, maybe, but not for Hook. Hook didn't give a shit about the buzzards. Jack could see that much now, and it grated on his nerves. Jack grabbed his side and rolled onto his hip, spitting blood into the hard-packed dirt. What money? He growled when he could finally breathe again. Don't fucking play with me, Hook shouted. The money, all the money. We do deal after deal, but our pockets ain't no fatter, and I'm wondering why the hell that is. Jack tried to laugh, but the pain made it come out more like a wheeze. Are you fucking kidding me? He snapped, glaring up at his vice president. His ex-vice president. Christ, Jack didn't seem to be able to keep one for long, did he? What do you think? Jack pressed on. You think I've got side deals? Shit you don't know about? How the fuck could that be? You're always around, and you see the money handed over. You count it yourself. It's all there, Hook, every last fucking dime. Last time I checked, we were doing pretty goddamn good for goddamn South Dakota. Hook let loose a cry that was half bellow, half snarled scream and brought the tire iron down again, this time on Jack's arm. Not enough to break it, but goddamn, it hurt. Instead of screaming, Jack dug his fingers into the earth as he fell back to the ground. You're from a motherfucking trailer park, he shouted. That flat screen at the clubhouse not good enough for you? Hook brought up the weapon again, and Jack looked him dead in the eye. There is no goddamn money, he declared. Red stepped forward, looking grave and unsure. Jack, he said, trying to sound reasonable. You can walk away, he offered. Just give us the money and leave South Dakota. We get the money. You get to live. It's the deal of a lifetime. Jack kept his gaze on Hook and shook his head. Go ahead. Swing that bastard as much as you like with that pussy-limp wrist of yours. There is no money, Hook. Red snorted. He probably smokes it, he declared. Hook sneered as well, but he didn't look convinced. The man was certain Jack had money squirreled away somewhere, money he wasn't sharing with the club. Last chance, he said menacingly, while tightening his fingers on the iron. Christ, thought Jack. Hook was such an amateur. He didn't have the balls for torture, which is what Jack would have done if he'd thought someone was holding out on him. And all this bullshit about trading the money for his life was just that. Bullshit. Jack wasn't making it out of this canyon alive, and everyone knew it. That didn't bother Jack nearly so much as the fact that he'd brought in men like these, again, men who would not only turn on their club leader, but didn't have the fucking balls to do the job right. But that was the trouble with being in charge. Exactly the trouble. You couldn't bring in guys who were harder than you, not if you wanted to hang on to the reins. Fuck you, Jack growled and hawked a wad of bloody spit at Hook's feet. It missed, but not by much. Asshole, Hook hissed and moved forward, raising the iron. Jack finally sighed. The bus station. Hook froze, tire iron in midair. Bus station, Jack repeated and tucked his fingers into his boot. He felt the small patch of duct tape there, peeled it, and produced a small silver key. Red snatched it up, inspected it, and finally passed it to Hook. Holy shit, Hook breathed as it glittered in his dirty palm. It was a minute, or felt like it, before he finally tightened his fist over it and shoved it into his jacket pocket. "End of the road," he told Jack, raising the tire iron one last time. "No," Hayes objected suddenly. "No." Hook and Red turned to stare at him. Jack saw Hook's eyes narrow sharply and wondered if Hayes, that dumb fuck, was going to end up lying in the dirt beside him. But Hayes said, "I'll do it," loudly, surprising them all. Hook's eyes narrowed. "You?" Hayes nodded. "You said I had to be all in. You said I had to show you something." He pointed the crowbar at Jack menacingly. "So, let me show you something." He reached into his waistband and pulled out a Glock. "I'll do him. And for that, you patch me in." Hayes's face broke into a wicked grin. "Mr. President." Hook returned the grin, passed his flask to Red, and drew out a blade that gleamed in the moonlight when he flicked it open. Jack steadied his hands, ready to disarm him as he came ever closer. But Red, not drunk enough to be lulled into a false sense of security, stepped up and slammed a heavy-booted foot down on Jack's wrist, pinning him to the ground. Hook waved the knife, making the sharp edge dance like a moth, then he leaned down and shoved the tip between Jack's leather jacket and the patch he'd worked so hard to get. The leather split along the stitches. Any harder, and it would have gone straight into Jack's chest. After fisting the patch, Hook raised the blade level with Jack's throat, seemingly forgetting about his deal with Hayes. A dark moment hung between the two men before Hayes reached down and grabbed at Jack's free arm, breaking the tension. "I'll take him," the hangaround declared. "Out there," Hayes amended himself, gesturing to the canyons out there in the dark, "so no one sees the body from the road when the animals come for him." Hook laughed wickedly and drained the rest of his flask. "A buzzard eaten by a buzzard." His eyes glinted with disturbing glee at the thought. He was still fingering the silver key in his palm, clearly eager to get on the road. He turned away from Jack and Hayes, having tasted victory and wanting more of it. Hook and Red argued about the rest of the club members. Who would stay, who'd get kicked to the curb. The fewer men left, the bigger the cut, they decided. They were too busy to care what happened to Jack now. "Move!" Hayes ordered, and shoved Jack forward just as he staggered to his feet, causing him to stumble but not lose his footing. The distance between them was too far to go for the Glock, and getting wider with every step as they headed closer to the Badlands. Jack was heading straight for an arroyo just a few feet ahead. When he reached it, he decided he'd turn, make one last play for survival. Once he got the gun away from Hayes, though, he couldn't head back toward the road. Hook and Red were there. He'd have to head into the canyons, draw them in, and hunt them down. They'd probably follow him. Not Hayes, though. Jack could make sure of that. He'd pump one bullet into the man to save on ammunition, right between the eyes. Then he'd run like hell. Before Jack could pivot, a shot rang out and fire ripped through his left arm. He felt Hayes's heavy boot on the back of his knee as he pitched forward and tumbled down into the dirt. He cried out and gripped his arm to stop the flow of blood there. Pressing down hard, he rolled to his back and looked up at the dark shape of the man looming over him at the edge of the ditch. Hayes raised the gun and aimed it down into the hole, down at Jack. Once again, Jack felt nothing. Well, other than blind rage at the men who'd betrayed him. Once more looking into the barrel of a gun, Jack didn't feel panicked. But he didn't feel curious this time either. This time, he knew he was going to die. He squeezed his arm, feeling blood seep through his fingers. Jack looked up at Hayes defiantly, spitting blood onto the ground. "See you on the other side," he growled. "Bitch!" Hayes said nothing, only squeezing the trigger a second time. The report of the gun echoed off the canyon walls around them. A chunk of dirt and rock exploded right next to Jack's head. It was on the tip of Jack's tongue to laugh and tell the motherfucker that he'd missed, but even in the moonlight, Jack could see enough of Hayes' face to realize the man hadn't. "Don't come back to Rapid City," Hayes said quietly. In the relative still of midnight, his voice seemed to boom as loudly as the gunshot, but Jack understood that no one else had heard him. There was a crunch of boots, and pebbles spilled down the side of the arroyo and onto Jack's dirty black leather jacket as Hayes turned and walked away. Jack wanted to fight, wanted to roar and bellow and demand that Hayes come back and try to finish the job. Jack wouldn't let him, though. He'd get up, out of this ditch, take a swing at Hayes with his bare knuckles, and he wouldn't stop until the pussy was good and fucking dead. Then he'd take Hayes' gun, draw the others into the Badlands, and finish them off, saving Hook for last. The mental image of Hook lying bleeding and broken on the ground was immensely satisfying. But as he strained to lift his head from the dirt, it was all too clear to Jack that he was the one who'd been left beaten. He checked his arm and found that Hayes had only grazed him. It was bleeding, but not badly. Still hurt like hell, though. He tried to push himself up, but his hand slipped on the loose earth. His head fell back again, and fire raged in his gut from the tire iron's unyielding blows. The last thing Jack saw was the moon, that tiny sliver, nearly fading into the black night that surrounded it. Then Jack himself finally let go and closed his eyes, giving in to his own encroaching darkness. Chapter 6. Erin awoke early, just before Julio the rooster started nagging her, and practically jumped out of bed. She was eager to get started with King as soon as possible. She threw on a fresh pair of jeans and her boots and skipped breakfast altogether as she banged through the kitchen's screen door and headed across the front yard. Her head was buzzing with the training regimen she'd put together. She wanted to do a first-day assessment, so she'd need to set up the video camera in the small round pen. She could skip the weights for now, she figured, and try to use them tomorrow. Erin grabbed the handle of the large barn door and tugged it open, just enough so she could fit through. She paused, though, frowning as she stepped inside. Hank was standing in front of King's stall with his hand on the latch. "What are you doing?" she asked him, striding forward. Hank jumped and then shrugged casually. "Nothing," he replied smoothly. "He's kicked a few of the boards loose in the corner there. I was just going to see how bad it is." As if for emphasis, King's hoof shot out and hit the wall behind him. Hank would have to be insane to go in there. Insane or drunk. Erin was about to point out how dangerous it was to go near a stallion when she spotted a bulge in Hank's jeans. "What's in your pocket?" she asked. It wasn't big enough to be an apple, and Hank would have to be rip-roaring drunk to think he could hand-feed King anyway. Erin stepped closer, sniffing the air for alcohol. Hank turned on her with a lascivious grin. "Maybe you want to reach inside, find out for yourself." He grabbed her by the upper arms and pushed her against the stall. Behind them, King snorted and kicked the wall again furiously. "Or," said Hank, "I could do all the work, and you could just stand there, like a good little mare." His voice had turned hard and sharp on that last part. Erin was pretty certain he was describing his view of the way things were at Thunder Ridge, and if he was, screw him. She wasn't just standing around. She was working her ass off, doing her job, and she paid Hank to do the rest. That was his job, and she resisted the urge to point out that he wasn't very fucking good at it. There were a lot of things she'd like to say to him right now, starting with the fact that he needed to get his hands off her, but the bottom line was she wanted to know what he'd been doing at King's stall gate, and what was in his pocket. Erin pushed on his chest and eyed his bulging pants meaningfully. "Seriously, Hank," she demanded, letting him know that she wasn't the least bit distracted by this sexually charged bullshit he was spewing. "What is that?" "Nothing," he snapped and let her go. He started to turn away, but Erin reached out, snagged the edge of the pocket, and yanked hard. His jeans were old, not just faded, but wash-worn as well. Erin pulled as hard as she could, and the sharp rip of the denim echoed off the barn's walls. "Hey!" he bellowed and gave her a shove. Erin stumbled back against the half-wall of the stall. Her eyes probably bulged as large as Hank's pocket had just seconds before. Lying on the dirt floor of the stall was a small ping-pong ball, slightly dented now, and though the tiny object was white, all Erin saw was red. "You son of a bitch!" she screamed as she launched herself at him. She shoved him hard and did manage to knock him off balance. Hank went down on one knee, hands scrabbling in the dirt to keep himself off the ground. He rallied, though, a little too quickly and sprang upward, hitting Erin full force at her thighs. She fell backward as Hank struggled to keep his foothold. For a moment she thought he'd come to his senses, but he seemed to have snapped and he lunged for her again. Erin pushed herself away, out of his reach, and jumped to her feet. She reeled away, gaze falling on the latch to King's stall. In 3 strides she reached it and clawed at it. Her fingers finally slid the heavy-gauge steel bolt aside and she flung the door open. 2,000 pounds of muscled horseflesh surged out into the walkway. Erin backed up, pressing herself against the far wall, making herself as flat as possible. She knew better than to come between the stallion and the man he clearly loathed, with good reason, apparently. Hank's eyes widened and something between a scream and a roar tore from the large man's throat. He spun away, abandoning his pursuit of Erin, and sprinted for the barn door. Erin had left it slightly ajar and he managed to squeeze through it, though just barely. The fabric of his shirt caught on the metal trim, and that ripped too, to match his jeans. He might have caught some skin as well, because he made another animal-like noise as he yanked his arm free. Aaron couldn't tell if he was actually hurt or just afraid that he would be. He disappeared through the open door just as King got there. The horse kicked the door angrily, apparently pissed off to have missed Hank by mere inches. He pivoted, shoulder-brushing the large wooden door. It rattled on its hinges. Erin's heart dropped to her stomach, and she cast about wildly for a way to protect herself. She spotted the pitchfork hanging on the wall just a few feet away and lunged for it. King matched her movements, surging toward her. She made it to the wall, fingers grasping at the rough wooden handle. She yanked hard, pulling it off the hook. "That's enough!" she cried, brandishing the tines at him. King stopped short and took a step back. He snorted and tossed his head as he glared at her underneath thick eyelashes. "Just relax," Erin ordered in a calmer voice. She was breathing as hard as he was, and the pitchfork wavered in her hands. "Easy now. He's gone. You're okay. We're okay. Easy now." King stomped his hoof in protest, and Aaron jumped at the sound. But he gave one final snort and moved away, toward Bee's stall again. He didn't kick at the door, but rattled it with his muzzle. Bee nickered again. Aaron quickly leaned the pitchfork against the wall and moved toward King, steering well away from his deadly back legs. She didn't dare risk a horse fight. Bee would clearly lose to the much larger male. King would kill her, and Aaron couldn't bear to watch that. She opened King's stall door wide and snapped her fingers. "Hey," she called. "Hey, come on now." She didn't expect him to come. After all, he wasn't a dog, but she did manage to get his attention. He swung around to look at her. Cautiously but purposefully, she moved toward his head. She reached up, snagged the halter, and tugged on it gently but firmly. "Come on," she repeated. King snorted. "King," she replied, her tone a bit sharper. "Let's go." King had either tired himself out or wasn't quite as interested in killing Bee and Aaron as he had been in Hank. He gave Aaron one final irritated head toss and lumbered back into his stall. As he walked past her, she was relieved to see he wasn't limping. That, at least, was something to be happy about. She swung the stall door closed and latched it securely. In all the chaos, she hadn't heard Hank's truck start, but hadn't noticed for sure if he'd gone. She crept to the half-open door and peered out. She sighed in relief to see the truck was gone. Dust still hung in the air from where he'd clearly peeled out. His tires had left deep tracks in the driveway. Aaron opened the door a bit wider and sighed again, this time in annoyance. "Well," she said to the horses behind her, "guess it's just us now." Neither of her equine companions had any response to that. Aaron figured it was just as well. There didn't seem to be much more to say anyway. Chapter 7. Jack awoke when the first few drops of rain hit him in the face. It made him flinch, like Hook was back with the tire iron. Even that slight bit of movement made his entire body ache. His eyes fluttered open, and a clouded sky formed above him. The drops came faster, sounding hollow on the leather of his jacket. He tried to sit up, failed, and rolled to one side so he could push with his hands. Lightning lit up the ditch, and he looked around for any shadows, any shapes that were even vaguely human. Nothing. He was alone. His fingers dug into the dampened earth as he drew himself to his feet. He didn't know how long the storm had been in its approach, but it was here now, full in its force, raging above him. He had to get out of the arroyo, fast, before it filled up. Flash flooding was always a problem this time of year. He fell only a few times before coming up to solid ground. Scanning the area, he saw no bikes, no trucks, no vehicles of any kind. Heading cautiously toward the road, he stopped at the edge of the asphalt and looked both ways. No cars were traveling in this mess either. He slit his eyes and tried to make out the glow of Rapid City somewhere in the distance, but wherever he was too far away to see it. The highway sign a few feet away told him that left was north, which was probably the wrong direction, but it also advertised a campground a half-mile down the road. He set off on foot as quickly as he could manage. Ducking down behind some boulders half an hour later, he scoped out the tiny lot where people parked and carried their gear into the canyons on foot. There were only 3 vehicles, 2 cars and 1 truck. Jack crept up to the truck and tested its driver's side door. Unlocked. He slipped into the cab and shut the door, trying to time it with the sound of thunder rolling overhead and dousing the light so it couldn't be seen from anyone out in the wilderness. He checked the glove box and the console. No gun, unfortunately, but there was a small maglite. He sighed heavily and wondered if his luck had run out even though he was somehow still alive. He pulled the plastic cover off the dashboard down low toward the pedals and inspected the wires. The tiny circle of light from the flashlight wasn't much, but it was more than he needed. Hook must have checked his pockets, though the motherfucker hadn't thought to check Jack's boots, dumbass. He'd taken Jack's switchblade, but the owner of the Chevy had a small penknife in the cup holder. Jack sawed the wires, gritting his teeth impatiently, and stripped the rubber coating off the newly exposed ends. He chose the longest one and tapped the copper phrase to each of the exposed ends, working methodically through the coiled bunch. Third time was the charm, and the truck's engine chugged to life. He sat up straight, tossing the flashlight, and put the truck in gear almost immediately. He shot out of the lot, not barking the tires, but making as clean a getaway as he could in case anyone heard the engine and came to check it out. He checked the rear view nervously, but no headlights caught up with him. At the nearest intersection, he finally let out a long breath and sagged back into the driver's seat. The sign said Rapid City was 58 miles to the right. 58 miles. It seemed so much farther than that. Jack tested his left arm, trying to lift it. The pain in his side hindered every little movement. His ribs were broken, no doubt about that. Breathing felt like an elephant was sitting on his chest. He had nowhere to go, no one to trust. Lightning flashed again, and a long sluice of water rose up over the edge of the highway and raced down the shiny black pavement. Much as he might want to, Jack wasn't getting his revenge tonight. Scratch had sought revenge, gone off half-cocked with a shitty plan and zero backup, and never walked right again because of it. Jack wouldn't make the same mistake. With burning reluctance, he turned the wheel left, away from the city, and put his foot on the gas. The road seemed okay, and visibility wasn't too bad. The steady hum of the tires lulled him into relaxing a bit. The duct tape in his boot scratched his ankle a bit, but Jack didn't mind. Not a bit. Despite his present circumstances, he smiled as he thought of Hook opening the bus station locker and finding a whole lot of nothing. Considering it was his own men who'd turned on him and thus deserving of a fate even worse than that, Jack found himself wishing he'd left a paper bag full of dog shit or a used condom inside, just to fuck with them. Either that or one of those exploding bank die packs exposing their misdeeds to anyone who looked at them. Better scenarios, more sinister ones, played out in his mind as he drifted down the highway. A pipe bomb, acid, maybe the plague. The better part of an hour passed before the truck gave a little jolt, then another, then began to sputter. Jack tapped the glass dial in the dashboard, and the needle went from a quarter tank to just below E. Son of a bitch, he muttered, pulling the wheel to the right. He used the last of the fumes to park it in a copse of trees several hundred feet off the road. With the engine off and the lights extinguished, it was all but invisible in the darkness. He wiped down the interior of the cab with the hem of his t-shirt. Leaving the stolen vehicle behind, he stepped out from the cover of the trees and onto the shoulder of the road. Rain pelted him from above, slow but steady. He zipped up his jacket against it and started to walk. He'd much prefer spending the night in the dry cab of the Chevy, but Highway Patrol would be out looking for it if they weren't already, and Jack needed to put as much distance between himself and a Grand Theft Auto charge as possible. It was hard not to be bitter as he shuffled along the side of the road, getting farther and farther away from home. Looming up ahead, across the two-lane highway, a wooden arch proudly proclaimed that spot the Twisted W. Jack stopped and peered through the darkness and down the long driveway. There were several outbuildings, a barn, and a house, too. A few trucks were parked in a semicircle in front of the house. Jack wrinkled his nose. Too many people who'd ask too many questions if he stopped and asked for a lift back to Rapid City. He could maybe boost another truck, but he wouldn't get too far, he figured, not with all of them parked so close to the house. He passed it up and continued down the road. Up ahead, headlights burned through the sheet of gray rain, and Jack ducked down into the culvert to avoid being seen. Once the vehicle had passed, moving slowly because of the storm, he hauled himself up out of the ditch once more. The rain started pelting him hard now, and Jack pulled the collar of his jacket up to shield himself as much as possible. Mud was starting to form in the shoulder and made the trek that much harder, especially since he wasn't quite certain where he was headed. It reminded him of Kansas, Missouri, and Nebraska on the revival circuit, on the road in nasty weather moving from town to town. They were memories he'd thought he'd lost. His feet took on the cadence of Scratch's early sermons, fire and brimstone, sin and redemption, until he found himself at a similar signpost, this one reading Thunder Ridge. The sign itself was nothing special. Handmade, actually, with rusted hooks holding it up. The fence on either side of it was crooked, near to collapse. Jack squinted down the long drive and caught a glimpse of an old barn at the end of the lane. Wooden, not siding like the one he'd just passed. As lightning split the sky and thunder followed quickly on its heels, Jack thought he might give Thunder Ridge a try. He climbed the fence, legs screaming in agony, and swung one foot over the top rail. He landed with a whump in the muddy dirt, splashing it everywhere. He crept along the driveway, staying close to the trees lining either side until the small wooded area broke into a sprawling ranch, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning overhead. There was a truck in the drive, rickety and rusted, and he knew he could wire it. He took one step toward it and his left leg nearly gave out. He stopped, put his hands on his knees, and tried to wait it out. Breathing hurt. Blinking hurt. Being hurt. As much as he wanted to steal this next truck and get the fuck out of Dodge, he'd probably wrap the damn thing around a tree in this storm. Rain soaked him to the bone as he considered all his options. He looked up at the rambling farmhouse and frowned at it, calculating his ability to subdue even a little old lady at this point. He turned away and shuffled toward the barn instead. He found it unlocked and slipped inside. It was drier here, at least, but it smelled like, well, a barn. Inside, a horse nickered at his entrance, but overhead, thunder ripped loudly through the sky again, so if the animal had anything else to say about his appearance, Jack didn't hear it. He pulled the door firmly shut behind him and let his eyes adjust to the darkness. He discovered it was not one horse, but two inside the barn, but no people, and that was a very good thing. Off to the side, rain splattered onto the hard-packed dirt floor, and Jack looked up to see a tarp flapping in the wind where the roof should have been. Studiously avoiding getting any wetter, he shuffled forward, passing in between the horses, who were locked in their stalls. Just past the center of the barn, he spotted an open door off to the side and a small bed tucked away behind it. He pushed the door open and inspected the tiny room. It had a fully made bed, a chair in the corner, and an old dresser shoved up against the wall. He checked the dresser for anything useful, found an undershirt, and pulled it out. He shredded it to obtain a long strip and took off his jacket to tie it around his upper arm where Hayes had winged him. Shrugging the jacket back on, he spied another door to the left. Opening it revealed a toilet and a tiny shower stall on opposite sides of a utility sink. Bare-bones accommodations, but Jack hardly cared. He was exhausted, in pain, and ready to collapse. He passed up the bathroom in favor of the bed and lowered himself onto it gently, favoring his busted-up ribs. It was soft enough, he supposed, and dry, and better than sleeping in the dirt, so he lay down to rest his head on the lumpy pillow. Tired as he was, though, he stared at the ceiling, unable to even close his eyes. His thoughts raced as he considered where it might have all started, where it all went wrong. He replayed every conversation every day for the last few months in his mind, ever since he'd made Hook vice president. Should he have seen it coming? Obviously. That was Scratch's voice, rumbling in his head as loud as the thunder outside. Jack's old man had had no tolerance for weakness or failure. But had there been anything to see? Jack didn't think so. There had been no whispers in the corners, no shared looks between his men. Had he been too high, too fucked up to notice? Jack groaned in response to his own unvoiced question. Unvoiced, but not unanswered. Yes. He'd gotten too complacent, fallen too in love with his own image and lifestyle. Too many drugs and free of bugs. That Izzy Boucher had used to monitor his day-to-day activities. Jack had let himself slide way too far down. Asshole, he grumbled, but it was Scratch's voice he heard rather than his own. Fuck off, Jack snarled, because the old man was dead and couldn't beat the shit out of him now. Vaguely, he was aware that talking to himself, and answering, was definitely not a good thing, but Jack didn't care. He did care that he couldn't rest, though, so with a heaving groan he lumbered to his feet and tore the black leather jacket from his shoulders. He couldn't stand it on him right now, couldn't stand it touching his skin. He fisted it and looked around the tiny room, but there seemed to be nowhere good to stash it. The dresser, he supposed, or under the bed, but he didn't want it even in the same room. He headed back out to the main barn and spied a corner filled with hay near the door. Dropping to his knees, he clawed at the dirt floor, able to see just enough through the flapping tarp every time the lightning flashed overhead. He dug a hole so deep that part of him mused that he was digging his way to hell. He crumpled up the coat and stuffed it in the hole, then covered it back up, patting the damp earth flat with his palms. When he was done, the ground was as flat as it had been before he'd started digging, with no hint that something was lurking just underneath the surface. No hint except the uneven circle of dirt, which was darker than the soil that surrounded it, as though the jacket even tainted the earth it was buried in. Chapter 8. The storm surged outside, and Erin was unable to sleep because of it. Not only was the noise keeping her awake, but so was the worry. Sighing, she flung back the sheet and dressed in the yellow light of the lamp, throwing on her jeans and boots. By the time she made it to the porch, she peered out at the storm, which was worse than she'd thought. She cursed aloud and considered going back inside for a raincoat, but she needed to get to the barn and the tarp, which, as she could see from here, was not faring very well. She jumped down the final step and onto the packed mud. Legs pumping, she tried to dash through the heavy sheets of water as they came pouring down from overhead. As she got closer to the barn, she thought she could hear one of the horses grunting. A loud thump came from within the barn as Erin's hand came down on the handle. King, no doubt, was throwing a stallion-sized fit inside. Erin threw the door back just enough to slip inside, then pulled it closed behind her, cutting off the wind and the rain. She could see King and Bee pacing in their stalls, and she wiped the wet hair from her face as she stepped forward. "Sorry, guys," she said, pulling her hair back. "It's a mess out there." She was almost to the stalls when something moved in the corner. Erin turned toward it, but before she could get a good look, a huge hulking shape came out of the dark, headed straight for her. She screamed and backed up, but not fast enough. A large hand grabbed her arm as she was turning, twisting away. He was close enough now to hold her around the middle, and she kicked out at his legs, though not hard enough, apparently, to hurt him. "Hank!" she cried, anger rising in her. How dare he come back? She'd fucking kill him. Erin fought his hold, couldn't break free, and swung back hard instead, elbow connecting with his midsection as hard as she could. Even Erin was surprised when he actually half-crumpled, doubling over but still snatching at her with one arm. The other was pressed to his side as he bit down on a groan. The animal part of her brain recognized the reaction instantly. He was injured, and Erin wound up for another blow, perhaps hard enough this time to knock him off his feet. He was ready for it, though, and reared up, shoving her hard. Erin sprawled forward, going knees first into the dirt. She scrambled away from him, toward the door. Within just a few strides, though, she knew he was behind her, knew she wouldn't make it in time. She whirled away, changing directions on the fly, and threw herself at the far wall. He was caught by surprise, and she managed to put a bit more distance between them. Erin lunged for the pitchfork, but he grabbed her by the hair and pulled her back. He surged ahead of her, snatched it off the wall for himself, and tossed it away, just out of her reach. It was out of his reach, too, she supposed, so that was something in her favor, at least. His powerful arms snaked around her even as she tried to sprint for the door. He tightened his hold on her like a vice and pulled her back into the darkness. "Who else is here?" he rasped into her ear, as though anyone might be within earshot. "Who's Hank?" Erin's mind whirled, trying to catch up to the question. "My husband," she blurted out. "He's up at the house." The man considered her words for a moment. "And he sent you out here, alone in the storm?" His tone told her he wasn't buying it. "I can do it," Erin insisted, struggling a little against him as he continued to hold her tightly. "He might come out here at any minute, though," she added, "to see what's taking me so long." The man's left hand slid down her arm, and he gripped her wrist tightly. Erin winced at the strength of the grasp. He lifted her hand, and even in the dark of the barn, the bare skin, sporting no gold band, was clearly visible. "I work on a ranch," Erin snapped, anxious at being caught out. "It's not practical to wear jewelry." The man grunted and swung her, bodily, off her feet and toward the door. "Well then," he announced as he set her on her heels and pushed her forward, "let's go say hi to your husband." Erin had left the lamp on in the bedroom upstairs. Its soft, subtle glow shone through the window. Maybe that would be enough for him to change his mind. But they moved across the driveway and up the front steps, his pace never wavering, even for a second. Through the front door, he must have spotted the kitchen off to the side, because he herded her in there, still holding on to her arm. His gaze cast about and settled on her mail at the edge of the kitchen counter, and he rifled through the stack. He pulled out the last envelope and waved it in her face. For a moment Erin thought he was taunting her about the bank notice, but he was glaring at her. Husband, huh? He growled, but he gets no fucking mail, I guess. Tears stung Erin's eyes. I do have a boyfriend, she countered. The man didn't reply. He merely snorted. He grabbed her again and hauled her out of the kitchen, then shoved her in front of him to the stairs. Erin fought off panic as she grabbed the newel post to steady herself. She did not want to go up there. Not with him. Instinctively, she tried to take a step back, but collided with his huge, solid frame. Move, he said quietly. All Erin could do was put one foot in front of the other, like a death march to the second floor. He checked all the rooms quickly, the spares, the bathroom, and finally her own bedroom, while he held onto her with one large hand. He forced her onto the bed, and Erin stifled a scream. He didn't join her, though. Instead, he turned away, crossed the room, and flung open the closet doors. Erin watched as he pulled out shirt after shirt, inspecting them and throwing them on the floor. Does he wear your clothes, too? The man asked. Erin couldn't find her voice to answer. He scanned the bedroom, eyes lighting on the dresser next to the door. Erin fought off a groan, low in her throat, as he yanked open the top drawer. He didn't have a weapon, not yet, but he was about to. For one glorious moment, Erin thought he wouldn't find the .38. It was buried so deep, so far at the back, and underneath piles of silk and cotton underwear. Surely he wouldn't wade through it just to be thorough. He did, unfortunately. His hand reappeared, holding the pearl handle of her pistol. Oh, please, God, Erin whispered as fresh tears gathered in her eyes. He pulled the pin and checked the cylinder, finding her brass Remington slugs nestled neatly, one in each chamber. He turned to her, and Erin gasped, pushing herself back farther on the bed, though logically she knew it wouldn't help. This your idea of home protection, or his? She shook her head, which was no answer, but she couldn't form words. He gave up on getting a response and tucked it into the waistband of his jeans. Then he checked the other drawers, found nothing as exciting as her revolver, and slammed the last one shut. The dresser smacked the wall behind it. He hesitated, pinching the bridge of his nose. Even in the dim light of the lamp in the corner, Erin thought he looked tired. And she knew he was hurt. Are you okay? She asked, finally finding her voice. It didn't comfort him, though. It had the opposite effect, in fact. The look he gave her was downright chilling. I'm Erin, she said quickly while licking her lips. My name is Erin, and You watch too much television, Erin, he snapped. She frowned at him, startled. What? He sneered at her. I don't give a shit what your name is. We're not going to bond. I'm not going to spare you just because someone named you after they pulled you out of your mama's crotch. He moved suddenly, coming toward her. He grabbed her wrist and tugged hard. She cried out and slapped at his hand, though it did no good. Come on, he growled, and that made her pause. He didn't want her on the bed. He didn't want to rape her, at least not yet, and though she really, really, really hated the idea of doing anything he said, every minute he spent not raping her or shooting her gave her a chance to do something, to get away. She allowed him to pull her up off the bed without a fight and stumbled after him as he dragged her out of the bedroom and down the hall. He pushed open the bathroom door, yanked her inside, and shoved her against the wall. After he flipped on the light, he said, Get down, and Erin was stunned but complied as quickly as she was able. She hunkered down to the floor in the corner of the small room, wrapping her arms around her knees. He stood like a giant between Erin and the door, looking down at her like she was a bug he could simply squash with one of his enormous boots. Erin hoped to God he wouldn't. Chapter 9. Jack opened the medicine cabinet, pulled out a half-empty bottle of Tylenol, and tossed it angrily into the sink. He was going to need something a lot stronger than that. Then he saw a flat plastic case and drew it from the shelf. He turned it over in his hand and examined it. Birth control pills. Maybe she did have a man. He chucked those as well and moved on to the drawers. He rifled through the top one till his fingers lit upon a long, smooth object that was soft and pliable to the touch. He plucked it from the drawer and held it up between them, then caught her horrified gaze in the mirror. The woman blushed furiously. Jack kind of liked that, honestly. No club whore would even bat an eye when presented with her own vibrator. Hell, Diamond would probably grab it and shove it into her mouth and down her own throat, just to show off. He tamped down a growl that threatened to erupt from his throat. He didn't want to think about Diamond, or the club, or anything to do with Rapid City. Instead, he refocused his attention on the woman in front of him. Thin, pretty, good-sized tits. What she needed a vibrator for was beyond him. "Now I know you don't have a man," he told her. "Not a real one, anyway." He smirked at her. "What's that you call the boy horses, when you cut their nuts, neuter 'em?" She blinked at him, color still rising in her cheeks. "What is it?" he demanded. He watched her delicate throat swallow nervously. "Geldings. They're called geldings," she said, voice wavering. He snorted. "If you've got a man, Aaron, he's a fucking gelding if he lets you have one of these." He tossed the toy into the sink along with the stack of useless garbage. He picked up the Tylenol, which he supposed was only semi-useless, pried off the top and swallowed a palmful of the white pills. He left the bottle on the counter, turned and hauled the woman up off the floor. She stumbled a little as he pushed her back into the bedroom and slammed the door shut behind them. The sound reverberated off the walls, competing with the thunder outside. "Bed," he ordered, pointing to it with the only arm he could raise. She hesitated, eyes widening with fear. He sighed. Aaron. She wanted a connection to give him a reason not to hurt her. Fine. He could use it to get her to obey. "Aaron," he said calmly, trying to keep exhaustion from creeping into his voice, "get on the bed. Don't give me any shit." She still didn't comply, so he turned away from her, occupying himself with dragging the chair in the corner in front of the door. He pressed it up against the solid oak and sank down into it. He resisted the urge to moan, though. Finally deciding that Jack was thoroughly uninterested in her, Erin moved slowly backward and lowered herself onto the mattress, never taking her eyes off him. Jack had kept the lamp on in the corner and wasn't about to extinguish it now. With his luck, he'd nod off and she'd bean him over the head with it. She sat ramrod straight in the center of the bed. Jack wasn't sure if her deep intake of breath was her trying to calm down or gearing up to speak. "Shut up," he snapped, in case it was the latter. She clamped her lips together tightly. Minutes ticked past, marked by the pendulum of the clock on the wall. Another flash of lightning hit and the lamp flickered, then went out. The room plunged into darkness. Erin gasped. "Christ," Jack muttered angrily. The clock on the wall didn't stop, though. Must have been battery-powered. In the dark, Jack could hear her breathing. The competing cadences seemed to make him more tired. Eventually, he heard the creak of the mattress and could make out her shape, leaning cautiously back onto the pillows. Part of him wished he could share her bed, but he'd had his ass kicked one too many times tonight. The clock on the wall was like water dripping, a soft heartbeat. Jack fought to keep his eyes open, but the real water was outside, still pounding against the pane of the window. Jack had first been baptized in the Missouri, not in South Dakota, but on the Nebraska-Iowa border. Scratch had held him under. The first time had been scary, muffled cries, burning lungs, similar to the way he felt now. But after that it had gotten easier. Scratch had dunked him several times, not because Jack needed cleansing, not in those days, but because it was a good show for the looky-loos to encourage them to get in line to be saved. Or maybe Jack had needed to be saved over and over in those days, because after a while he'd grown tired of hearing Scratch's voice, the same sermons, the same gospel. Under the water, if only for a moment, he was free of it all, disconnected. Sitting in the chair now, muffled rain outside, clock ticking like his heartbeat under the water, Jack closed his eyes. "His thunder announces the coming storm. Even the cattle make known its approach." Outside, though, it was horses, not cattle. "Who among you feels the coming storm of his presence?" Jack closed his eyes and imagined himself under the water's cool surface. Thunder crashed, but it wasn't what woke him. It was another sound, closer, softer. Jack raised his head, and the gun, and opened his eyes. A thin, shadowed figure stood in front of him, just a few feet away, a figure with long, dark hair. "Fucking bitch," he growled as his finger danced on the trigger. But lightning flashed, illuminating the room through the window, and he saw that it wasn't Diamond in front of him, but another woman altogether. He struggled to remember her name, or where he was, or why he was holding a gun. The mental fog cleared the same way the next peal of thunder fizzled and died out. Erin. Her name was Erin, and Jack had taken over her house. She gasped and took a step back, away from him, hands up as if to ward him off. I wasn't—" "Shut up," Jack told her, hauling himself up out of the chair. He bit down on the inside of his lip to avoid showing her how much it hurt him to move that fast. She took another step back until she bumped up against the bed behind her. Jack shoved the revolver into the waistband of his jeans and strode toward her. She dove out of reach, across the bed to get away from him. Jack didn't care. She couldn't make it toward the door anyway. He reached out, not for her but for the landline on the nightstand, and yanked it away from the wall. There was a snap of cracking plastic as it tore free, and Jack ripped the other end of the line out of the phone's base. Then he turned to her, the woman. Erin, not Diamond, he reminded himself as he rounded the corner of the bed. This woman had to be dealt with because she'd clearly been trying to escape, or go for the gun. She had to be dealt with, but she wasn't Diamond, and so Jack took a deep breath to still the shaking in his hands as he neared her. "Oh, please, God," she whispered as she pressed herself against the far wall. Jack reached down, ribs screaming in protest, and grabbed her by the upper arm. He hauled her up and pushed her onto the bed. She fought him then, fear finally motivating her to try and do something, anything. Jack didn't blame her, couldn't fault her for trying. She was something else, he'd give her that. He did grab her by the throat, though, felt a shuddering pulse in his bare hand. He didn't squeeze, didn't need to, just held her there, held her still. She was like a tiny bird, so small and delicate, the sparrow to his buzzard. His rough calluses rasped across her smooth skin. "Stop," he said evenly. He could feel her flinch as he spoke, could see her eyes half wild with trying to decide whether she should obey or continue to fight. Jack didn't give her much time. He let go of her throat and wrapped the phone cord around one of her wrists, then threaded it through the spindles of the headboard and secured the other one. She was crying now, though trying not to show it. Her eyes squeezed shut, but Jack could see one single tear escape the long-lashed prison and slide down her face. He could hear her whispering as he tightened the cord. "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid?" He hesitated and looked down at her curiously. Her dark hair fanned out around her head and shoulders, a brunette halo of sorts, and something niggled deep in the recesses of his sleep-deprived brain as her soft voice rang in his ears. Chapter 10. Erin hesitated, mid-prayer. Her eyes were closed, but she could feel him pause above her. His hand suddenly stopped moving. Heart pounding, she carefully opened her eyes and looked up at him. Expecting to see an enraged face, or at least one that was cold and calculating like before, she was surprised to see that he was surprised. He was holding her wrists together with one hand, but he wasn't moving. His own voice wasn't a whisper, but a low timbre that seemed to rumble the very bed she was lying on. "When evil men advance against me to devour my flesh, when my enemies and my foes attack me, they will stumble and fall. Though an army besiege me, my heart will not fear. Though war break out against me, even then will I be confident." It took a moment for Erin to realize she was holding her breath. He looked down at her again, a puzzled look on his face that probably mirrored her own. "I remember that one," he said puzzlingly. He tugged at the phone line he'd tied around her wrists, testing it, then hesitated again. Erin watched wordlessly as he loosened it slowly, not enough to get away, unfortunately, but it was more comfortable now. His movements were slower, less jerky, less anger-fueled, and it was obvious he was taking care not to hurt her. She had been trying to run away, grab the gun on his lap, do what she had to with it, and make it to the Twisted W as fast as she could. She was relieved that he didn't seem furious about it. He checked the knot one final time and then returned to his chair. He lowered himself into it, never taking his eyes off her. Erin turned her head and looked away because for some reason it felt as though he saw more than she wanted him to, and she didn't like that. The storm was still raging outside, and she was worried about Bee and King. They must be nervous, especially after the fight in the barn. Erin vowed to weather both the storm and this man who'd come into her life, just wait it out until things returned to normal. She had faith that it would. It was all she had to hold on to. She laid her head back on the pillow and, though she didn't want to, closed her eyes and felt herself sinking into a restless sleep. Halfway between awake and unconscious, the images behind her eyes weren't pretty. When she opened them again, soft gray light filtered in through the bedroom's large picture window. Julio didn't crow, though. He must have been too ruffled from the storm. The man on the other side of the room was up and out of his chair, heading toward her. Erin forced herself not to cringe away as he tugged off the makeshift restraint and tossed it aside. He let her get up out of the bed on her own and gave her exactly 3 minutes, no more, no less, in the bathroom with the door cracked. If the window hadn't been smaller than her ass, Erin might have made a try for it. But there was no way she'd make it. Besides, he had the keys to the truck, and she doubted she could outrun him on the road. In the kitchen, he pointed to one of the chairs, and Erin sank down into it. He rummaged through the fridge, taking a piece of coffee cake, some cheese, a few odds and ends. Erin couldn't help but glance at the phone on the wall, and she wondered if the line had been fixed by now. It might be, might not be, but it didn't matter. He wasn't just going to stand there while she dialed. As he leaned against the counter, her line of sight skipped past him to the knife block. She could get close to it. She could say she needed to wash her hands, or that she was hungry too. She could get one, she was sure of it. But then what? Aside from Hank and Connor Paulson in 5th grade, Erin had never been in a fight before. The man looming above her might be injured, but that was no guarantee she'd win. What if he got the blade from her? Would he use it on her then? Probably. Maybe. It wasn't worth the risk. He turned to the coffee pot and she followed his gaze. She could offer to make some, bash the hell out of him with the carafe once she got her hands on it. Taking a deep breath, she slowly stood up, pressing her palms into her thighs to keep them from shaking. She only had one shot. She had to make it count. Hit him and run like hell, straight down the road toward the Twisted W. There might be someone driving. She could flag them down. The gun was tucked into the back of the waistband of his jeans. If she could get far enough away, put enough distance between them, he would probably miss and she would be a moving target. "Do you want some?" she asked, taking a step forward. "Coffee?" She prayed her voice was steady and even. His eyes narrowed at her as she slowly moved closer. Out of the corner of her eye, though, a twig replete with fresh green leaves tumbled past the side door. Beyond it was the barn, and Erin chewed her lower lip as she hoped Bee and King were okay. The man grabbed her by the arm, shocking her out of her reverie, and preventing her from getting any closer to the kitchen counter. "Why were you in the barn last night?" he asked. "The roof," she replied immediately, because it was true. "I wanted to check to see if the tarp had held. I wanted to check on the horses." She looked away, out the door again, wishing she could just shake him loose and run out there now. Miraculously, he let her go at that point, grunted, and nodded toward the side door. For a moment, Erin wasn't sure he was actually giving her the okay. She hesitated, unable to put one foot in front of the other. He reached out for her again, though, and she jumped, making a beeline toward the door so he wouldn't actually touch her. She wasn't running, but she was walking fast, and he was keeping up with her as they strode through the tall, uncut, wet grass. Chapter 11. Jack didn't trust her, not one bit. But the house was dangerous. He'd caught the way she'd been eyeballing the phone and the knives on the counter, hell, even the coffee pot. If she went for one of them, there would be nothing he could do. He'd have to hit her, hard, in the face. And right now, he just wasn't certain that if he started to hit anyone, even a woman, that he'd be able to stop himself. He might beat her bloody, or worse, and so distracting them both from the possibility seemed like the best course of action. He was singularly unused to spending so much time around civilians. The barn seemed safer, and so they trudged to it now. The post-storm haze had settled all around them, not dingy gray but sparkling silver as sunlight reflected off each drop of rain that hung all around them. On the blades of grass, on the leaves of the trees. They even seemed to be suspended in midair until the viewing angle changed slightly, revealing spiderwebs carefully constructed. There was debris, too, with branches, entire limbs that had split and were hanging drunkenly off the trunk, teetering toward the ground. Jack thought his choice to get inside and out of it last night had probably been a good one. The truck was still there. He'd take it and any money she had stashed around the place. They hadn't talked about that yet, but he was certain she'd tell him. Not because he'd beat it out of her, but most likely because she'd just rather he be gone. Jack preferred that, too. They entered the barn with the horses nickering at them before the door was even fully open. The dirt in the corner, underneath the exposed roof, was muddy and soft, but the rain had erased all traces of Jack's digging. He went straight for the pitchfork and picked it up, eyeing her meaningfully as he held on to it. Erin took armfuls of hay from the corner and slid them into the racks of the stalls. Her horses seemed grateful. Even in the limited time he'd been in her life, Jack could see that Aaron was not just a civilian, but possibly a genuinely good person. As she worked, he inspected the barn, the tools and equipment that hung on the walls, the saddles placed onto wooden racks on one side. He stopped in front of a steel and glass cabinet and peered in through the narrow strip of glass. He reached out and tugged on the small doors of the hutch. When they didn't open, he fished out the keys he'd taken from her last night and tried each one until the lock turned easily. "Don't!" Aaron cried, coming toward him. Jack ignored her and snatched up the bottle, examining the label. Pain meds. Jackpot. He could get good and fucked up with these. "Those are King's," she argued, and actually tried to take them from him. He gripped them tightly in his palm and glared at her. She stopped herself, obviously realizing her situation was precarious. She took slow, steady breaths, even though she was clearly upset. Jack admired her efforts to stay calm. Getting pissed off wouldn't help anything. She sighed then, resigned to the fact that she didn't have the upper hand. "Just take the whole bottle," she snapped. "Take it and go." Jack was about to oblige her, about to take the pills and her truck and disappear altogether, when the sound of another vehicle approaching made both of them freeze. But just for a second. He sprang forward, grabbed Aaron by the upper arm, and shoved her toward the open barn door, keeping them both out of the line of sight of whoever was coming up the drive. Pressing her against the wall, Jack peered out cautiously and saw an old Ford rumbling toward the circular drive, not bothering to avoid the mud holes. "Who is that?" he demanded, letting her peek out for a split second. Pushing her against the wall again, he pinned her with a look as well as his body. She gasped. "The foreman," she breathed. "I told you he might come." Jack inspected her face. She seemed frightened, but perhaps not frightened enough. He reached behind himself, drew out the gun, and put his hand over her mouth to muffle her startled cry. He just flashed it in her face, though. He didn't point it at her. Then he left her, spun away, and headed not out the door but farther into the barn. He stopped at the stall of the blonde horse, the one she'd comforted when she'd first come in. She liked that one. He could see why. It ambled up to the gate, stuck its head out, and rubbed up against his shoulder, all friendly-like. Jack aimed the barrel right at the horse's head. "No!" she shouted, then looked fearfully at the open door. "No," she begged again, quietly this time. She held her hands up, trying to calm Jack down. But Jack wasn't upset. "Don't," she whispered. "Please." "Get him out of here." She nodded and licked her lips. Okay. She started to take a step, but paused and turned back. That's his stuff in there," she said, indicating the door behind him. Jack shrugged. "He's going to want it back." "Piss on him," Jack growled. "It's a few ratty shirts and some biohazard skivvies. Tell him to fuck off." Jack watched as tears welled in her eyes. "Make him leave, Aaron." "I will," she whispered. "I will. Just don't hurt them." As she slipped out the door, Jack finally lowered the gun. His stiff arm throbbed relentlessly, and he sagged against the wall. The blonde horse nickered as if to chide him, and he grimaced. "I wouldn't do it," he said quietly, and thumbed the trigger guard thoughtfully. And it was true. It was probably the only empty threat he'd ever make. If the woman panicked, blabbed to the man outside, Jack wouldn't go to the trouble of shooting her horses just to make good on his threat. He'd simply raise the gun, put it in his own mouth, and squeeze. He was in no shape to get taken in by the police, broken and battered, with nothing left in the world anyway. Death seemed preferable. He waited in the shadows, peering out at the circular drive a few dozen feet away. It was an odd feeling to know you might be living your very last moments on Earth. Over the years, Jack had, for some reason, developed an odd kind of optimism, he supposed he'd call it, for lack of a better word. Through all the scrapes, all the deals that had threatened to go sideways, all the times he'd found himself staring down the barrel of a pistol, he'd never once thought those moments were the end. He'd always assumed that somehow, some way, he'd come through it. And until now, he always had. His luck, though, it seemed, was finally close to running out. Chapter 12. Erin walked out of the barn and toward Hank's truck. Her blood was pounding in her ears and her breath was out of control. Images flashed in her mind. They all involved Bee and King, and none of them were pretty. She took a deep breath as she crossed the driveway. She could pull this off, she told herself. She had to. She had no choice. Hank lumbered out of the cab, and Erin was hit with a fresh wave of anger toward him, despite the present circumstances. She needed help, desperately, but part of her was galled at the idea that it was this man she'd have to ask. She didn't think she could, anyway. Someone else, maybe. Buck, who always kept a gun or two in his truck, would be better than this asshole. In the end, it wasn't worth the risk, Erin decided. She could not lose Bee or King. "What are you doing here?" she called out before he could get any closer to the house. Hank turned and eyed her. From this distance, she couldn't tell for sure if he was drunk, but his red nose gave her a pretty good guess. "Came for the rest of my pay," he replied, "and my things." Erin scowled at him. She might agree to give him some money, if only to get him to leave, but she didn't have any on her. Her checkbook was up at the house, and going there was out of the question. If she tried to take Hank there, the man in the barn would almost certainly make good on his threat. He'd either shoot the horses, or he'd burst out the door and kill Hank and Erin as surely as they were both standing here now. Erin shook her head. "I'm busy," she told him. "I've got chores to do. I'll bring your stuff into town this evening after I'm done." She'd left out any mention of money because even now, in the midst of all this, the fact that he had the nerve to ask her for any pissed her off. Hank latched on to the omission, though, and Erin immediately regretted making it. "I want my money," he growled, breaking into her thoughts. Familiar anger surged up, and Erin momentarily forgot about the present danger. "I don't owe you shit, Hank," she snapped, "and frankly, you're damn lucky I didn't call the sheriff." Maybe the threat now would get him back in his truck. Hank laughed instead, and it infuriated her. He knew she couldn't call the sheriff, knew she never would. "Yeah, you do that," he teased. "Matter of fact, why don't you call Powell right now? I'll wait." Erin tightened her jaw. "Get off my property, Hank," she ordered. "Just get the hell out of here, or I will." Not knowing what else to do, Erin took a step toward the barn. Unbelievably, it seemed like the safest option, heading back to the man with the gun. "No," Hank said. Erin spun back toward him. Something in his voice had changed, something she definitely did not like. He took a menacing step toward her. "You won't call the sheriff, will you?" "No," he said almost to himself. "You won't call the sheriff at all. You can't." He reached out and caught her arm. Erin jerked out of his hold and tried to push him away. Hank's arm cocked back, and the crack of the back of his hand connecting with the side of Erin's face echoed off the trees. She fell to her side, right into the mud. Before she could scoot away, he kicked her in the ribs, and Erin grunted, rolling onto her side. Hank was on her then. Grubby hands clawed at her and turned her over the rest of the way. Erin's face ground into the dirt at the edge of the driveway. Her bottom lip was split from the force of his blow, and a thick copper taste coated her tongue along with dust. She put her working hand on the ground, gravel digging into her palm, and tried to push herself up. He punched her then. Or he must have. Erin didn't see it, but pain exploded in her head at the back. She tried to scream as her vision swam. It came out as a ragged, raspy yelp. Hands were on her again, rolling her, then tugging at the waistband of her jeans. Erin could barely remain conscious, let alone try to fight him off. She felt the skin of her thighs being exposed as her body jerked, it seemed, in multiple directions at once. "Won't do nothing," Hank muttered. "Can't do nothing." Chapter 13. Jack looked at the pills. Massive painkillers. He could use a few, or 10 of those. He shoved a handful of them into his jeans pocket, leaving 2 in his palm. He was about to swallow them when he heard a cry from outside. He dropped the pills and sprinted to the door. When he opened it, he could see nothing. Neither Erin nor the man were anywhere around. Another yelp sent him around the corner, gun in hand. He saw her on the ground and the man hovering over her. His pants were down to his thighs. His fat, white, moony ass was on full display. Jack sprang forward as adrenaline surged through him. "Hey!" he bellowed, surprising the asshole. The man half-turned his head just as Jack brought the butt of the gun down against his skull. He flopped back onto the ground and tried to scramble away, but his pants, twisted around his legs, prevented him from getting very far. Jack eschewed using the gun a second time and instead balled up his hand into a tight fist and brought it down. It felt equally satisfying. Actually, more so. He began raining down blows, fury rising within him that blocked out everything else. Somewhere in the back of Jack's mind, he understood that it was not this man he was angry with. Not really. Not totally. Jack went beyond, in his opinion, a just punishment for attempted rape, and began punishing this man for other people's sins. Diamond, and Hook, and Hayes, and the rest. Every time his fist connected, Jack saw a different face, one he wanted to smash in. Finally, he relented. He righted himself, staggering back. Below him, sprawled in the dirt, the man groaned. Blood trickled from between his fat lips. Out of the corner of his eye, Jack spotted movement. He came back to himself, body tensing, poised to spring, but he was too late. "No!" he shouted as Erin, rock in hand, delivered her own crushing blow directly to the man's face. Jack tried to grab her and haul her back, but the gun handicapped him. He grabbed her arm instead, the only one he could reach. It was the wrong one, though, and she raised her arm and brought down a second blow. This time, bone crunched loudly and blood sprayed in all directions. Erin let out a cry that sounded half feral, half surprised. The rock tumbled into the dirt as she fell back, moving away. Jack, shocked himself, let go of her arm. In front of them, the man on the ground took one final, ragged breath, and then his entire body sagged. There was no sound then, none at all. Even the birds had stopped singing. Despite the grisly nature of it, Jack could only admire the strength with which she'd dispatched him. Jack wouldn't have killed him, but he supposed it was her debt, and she should get to choose how the fucker paid. She blinked down at the man, as though she couldn't quite understand how he'd gotten there. "Hey," said Jack. She didn't respond. "Hey!" Jack slid her keys and her cell phone out of his pocket. He gripped the ring tightly in one hand while passing her the phone. When she didn't immediately take it, he reached out to take her hand. That shocked her out of her stupor. She yelped and jumped back. "I'm not going to hurt you," Jack told her, but as she raised her hands, warding him off, he could see that he already was. Her left wrist was swollen to almost the size of her hand. Purplish bruising mottled the skin. Jack knew it would only get worse as the minutes passed. He silently cursed himself for not having paid closer attention to what had been going on out here. "Take the phone," he demanded, pressing it into her good hand. "Call the cops, okay? Erin, call the police. I'll be gone by the time they get here. I'll leave your truck somewhere it'll be found, okay?" She didn't answer, but Jack didn't need her to. He turned, fisting the keys, and headed across the driveway. What could he do? Eat bullet? So she would have to have 2 dead bodies to look at while she waited? He shook his head to himself, almost imperceptibly. He wouldn't do that to her. And besides, beating the man senseless told Jack there was still some fire left inside him. The buzzards hadn't gotten it all. He swung up into the cab of her truck, cranked the engine, and headed down the driveway. When he got to the highway, he braked and glanced back at the house. She was still there. She hadn't gone inside to get away from the body that would soon start baking in the summer heat. In fact, she was struggling mightily to drag the corpse by one arm across the gravel. Jack cursed under his breath, threw the truck into reverse, and stomped on the gas. Gravel sprayed in every direction as he rocketed back down the way he'd just come. He barked the tires when he hit the brakes and jumped out of the still-bouncing cab. "What the hell are you doing?" he demanded as he stalked toward her. She looked up at him, eyes glittering with fury. "What do you care? Just go! Leave!" She didn't spare him a second glance. She simply returned to her impossible task. Jack watched her make little progress. It was obvious from her trajectory that she was trying to drag the body to the truck the man had arrived in. He shook his head in disbelief. "Don't move the body, Erin," he snapped. "Just call the police." "No," she bit out and tugged again. This time the dead man's sleeve ripped. Jack sighed and took a step forward. She clearly wasn't thinking straight. "You're not—" She dropped the dead weight and spun toward him. "This place is all I have!" she screamed at him, pressing her injured arm against her belly. "And if word gets out about this, about everything, no one will want to bring their horses here for treatment." Erin gestured wildly at the barn with her good arm. "King's owners will come for him. They'll want a refund on their advance. There won't be any money, asshole!" Jack rocked back on his heels, a little surprised that such a small, obviously defeated woman still had so much in reserve. He watched, fascinated, as she closed her eyes and steeled her resolve. Her hair was wild where the man had pulled it. Blood still trickled from her cut lip. It ran down her chin in rivulets. Dirt covered every inch of her. She opened her eyes slowly, bent, and took hold of the dead man's wrist again. "I won't tell anyone about you," she said in a flat, even voice this time. "No one will ever know. I'll get rid of him. You'll be gone. No one will ever know." She tugged again, hard. The soles of her boots scraped on the loose gravel at first, but soon gained traction. She managed to move the body 6 inches, if that. She could barely stay upright. Her purple arm sagged uselessly at her side. She couldn't even refasten her jeans. They hung low around her waist, still unzipped. Dust-covered blue panties peeked out. In a million years, Jack Pryor would not have guessed that the civilian world was as brutal and ugly as his own. He wasn't stupid. He'd known that it could be, but he'd assumed it was rarer than this. "You're a mess," he told her. "Fuck you," she snapped, eyes trained down toward her grim task. Jack registered the waver in her voice, though. This was a woman on the verge of a breakdown. She might be riding high now, fueled by adrenaline and fury, but when those wore off, her busted arm was going to cripple her with pain. And the enormity of the fact that she'd killed a man with a rock was going to do even more damage than that, Jack suspected. And later, when the sun went down and she was alone, she'd come face to face with the very real possibility that she might have died out here today, face down in the dirt. And what would that do to her? Well, Jack already knew, didn't he? "Let go." "No," she snapped. "Aaron, no!" Jack surged forward, crowding her with his large frame, forcing her to drop the dead man's wrist. She took a step back, quickly putting herself out of Jack's reach. "I'll do this," he told her, and bent down to the corpse. He turned out the man's pockets until he came up with a cell phone and a set of keys. He shoved them in his own pockets and pulled the body into a sitting position. Much as he didn't really want to, Jack hauled the man up into a fireman's carry and made his way up to the now ownerless truck. Jack tossed the corpse into the bed. Sprigs of hay and dust were flung up into the air as he pulled a dirty canvas tarp over it. Satisfied that the hidden cargo couldn't be seen from any angle, even if you were looking straight down into the bed, Jack closed the gate with a bang and headed toward the driver's side door. What are you going to do?" Aaron asked. Jack saw that she was cradling her arm, looking terrified and unsure. He was obviously much more qualified to handle body disposal, even on Aaron's best day. "You don't want to call the cops?" "Fine," Jack told her. "I get it. You want to protect your business. I definitely get that. I'll take care of it, even if you change your mind." "I won't," she vowed. Jack was actually surprised at the fierce look of determination in her eyes. Well, hell, maybe she would keep this secret. He shrugged, though, just the same. "Doesn't matter. If you do change your mind, I'll be long gone." He looked at the keys in his palm and saw a silver rope twisted into the shape of a W. He frowned as the fog of memory clouded his brain. Something about it caught his attention, but Jack couldn't say what it was. He pinched the largest key and slid it into the ignition. The dead man's truck roared to life. Jack placed the dead man's heavy boot onto the accelerator. The tires spun a little, kicking up dirt and debris. Jack slammed the driver's side door shut, reached in through the open window, and popped the truck's gear shift into drive. He jumped back as the vehicle rocketed forward, tires finally finding purchase in the soft mud. It roared straight for the pond, spraying water on all sides as it crashed into the calm, smooth surface. The engine sputtered and whirred and finally went the way of its owner as the water finally seeped into it. Jack stood at the water's edge, watching the truck submerge slowly. Not for the first time, he was happy that no one was around for miles. Not a single car or truck drove past as this one sank to the pond's murky depths. Jack let out a small sigh of relief when, over 30 minutes later, the truck had disappeared fully underneath the surface of the water. He finally turned, satisfied, and headed back up the bank to the paved road. He stopped, though, shielding his eyes from the rising sun, and frowned. Even after all that had happened, he now found himself in the same position, looking down the same road, going over the same non-options. He was tired and his chest burned. He hadn't slept in days, not real sleep anyway. You slept well at home, except Jack didn't have a home. He didn't have a family anymore, and he was about as fucked up as the woman back at the ranch. Without thinking about it, without even acknowledging it to himself, Jack put one foot in front of the other and headed away from Rapid City, and back to Thunder Ridge. Chapter 14. Erin sat on the floor of her kitchen, leaning up against the cabinets, wondering how she'd gotten there exactly. Why had she passed up the kitchen chairs? Or the couch? Or, for that matter, the bed? Despite the throbbing pain in her arm, she was exhausted and thought perhaps she could close her eyes and sleep for days. Maybe when she woke up, Hank would be alive, as asshole-ish as ever. That other man never would have come to Thunder Ridge. Her arm wouldn't be broken. She wouldn't have bloody scratches on her thighs. But none of that was useful thinking, and only useful thinking would get her through the day. And that was all she had to do, wasn't it? Just get through the day. Then tomorrow she'd get through another day. Then another. She looked down at her hand and the ping-pong ball that nested inside her palm. She only vaguely remembered picking it up when she'd stumbled into the house. Anger surged in her again, and she wasn't sorry that Hank was dead. If only King had killed him, though, it would have been more poetic at least. At the thought of the horse, she realized she needed to check on them. Terror, fury, and exhaustion took a back seat as she came back to herself. She had work to do. One day to get through. She had a farm to run and a dream to chase, and her legs, at least, weren't fucking broken. As she was about to struggle to her feet, a shadow loomed through the screen of the side door. Ridiculously, hysterically, she had the fleeting thought it was Hank, or Hank's ghost, coming to get her. She gasped as the bottom of the door scraped on the wooden back steps. The boots, though, she recognized. Not cowboy boots or even work boots. Motorcycle boots. And there he was again, standing in her kitchen, frowning down at her. It wasn't over. Maybe it would never be over. Or maybe he was about to put her wherever he'd put Hank. In front of her, he hunkered down and reached for her, but Erin pulled away instinctively, pressing herself against the cabinets behind her. She instantly regretted it, expecting him to be angry and possibly lash out at her. Instead, he frowned and pulled back his hand. A moment of silence hung between them before he said, "You don't know me, so you have no reason to believe me, but before, in your room, in the barn, the things I said to you, I never would have done it. I never would have hurt you like that. I just needed to keep you in line." Erin blinked up at him, caught off guard by the soft lilt to his voice. He looked sheepish, almost apologetic, if such a thing were possible for this man. "Let me see your arm," he said in the same soothing tone. Erin hesitated, though. "I have a lot of experience with broken bones." "I bet you do," she snorted. He didn't reply to that, just held out his hand, waiting patiently. Erin got the distinct impression that this man would wait here all night, perhaps even into tomorrow, until he got what he wanted. This was, she thought, not for the first time, a man who was used to getting his way. Slowly, reluctantly, she lifted her throbbing arm and extended it. He took it gingerly at the elbow and turned it. "It's definitely broken," he said, stating the obvious, "and I can't set it." Then he surprised her. "Get up. I'll drive you to the hospital." Erin pulled back and shook her head. "I'll do it. I'm fine." He stood up and gazed down at her sharply. "Erin, just go. Just leave." She looked up at him and blinked back more tears. "I won't tell anyone about you. How can I?" she asked miserably, opening her palm again to inspect the ball in her hand. "What's that?" he asked. Erin sighed, raised her good arm and bounced it off the floor. He caught it on the rise and frowned. "It's what he had in his pocket yesterday," she told him. "It's what he was going to use to take me down. Destroy everything." He examined it as though he was looking for a clue that wasn't there. A ping-pong ball? How can anyone—" She looked up at him sharply, not angry at him per se, but still angry in general, about everything. "Horses can only breathe through their noses." "Oh," he replied. "Oh." "It's an old insurance scam, nearly impossible to prove, and no investigator would even bother since King, the gray horse, isn't mine, and I wouldn't be the one collecting. But I'd lose the fee for rehabilitating him, and his owners would undoubtedly sue my ass off. I'd lose the place." She sighed. "And that, Mr. Man, is what everyone is waiting for, while twirling their mustaches." He glanced at the counter above her. "The loan reminders?" She snorted dismissively. "I've never even been a day late on my payments. Never. Not once. but the bank manager sends them anyway, just to let me know that he's there, lurking around, just waiting for me to default. He'll have to get in line, though, because the cattle rancher down the road has his eye on the place, and my father, who loaned me half the asking price so I could buy the land in the first place. He wants it now, too. I pay the bank on the 1st and my father on the 15th, and they're both just waiting for the day I can't make the payments anymore. Jack frowned as he considered her words. Why now? If your father wanted the place, why give you the money? Why not buy it for himself? He asked. Erin sighed and leaned her head back against the cabinets. Because once upon a time, actually up until about 8 months ago to be exact, this place was nothing but a rundown house, a sagging barn, and a dried-up creek bed sprawled across a few dozen acres. It wasn't worth shit, agriculturally speaking. Water had to be trucked in, and that's way too expensive for a cattle or even a sheep operation. But I'm not raising livestock. I'm only watering a few horses, and I'd added the cost of bringing in water into my monthly cost calculations. It was doable. She looked around at the peeling cabinets, the warped floor, and the stained ceiling, and still felt the swell of pride that she always had, despite the look of the place. It was more than just doable. It was hers, goddammit, and it would be until the day she defaulted on the loan. It's perfect, she told him. For me, anyway. It's perfect for me. What happened 8 months ago? Erin chewed her lip and debated how much to tell him. It didn't seem like a big risk, though. The man clearly didn't have a dollar to his name, and no matter how accurate he was with that .38, no one could steal a property with a handgun. Right? She sniffed. They're mining farther north. Silver. They're using explosives, the whole 9 yards. It diverted part of the river. Creek's not dried up anymore, and now the land's worth 10 times what I paid. Maybe even more. Hank couldn't have bought it, she said, speculating now. He didn't have the money, but I suppose the bank manager could have offered him some cash to bring me down so they could foreclose when I couldn't make the payments. She tapped her fingers on the floor, getting angrier by the second, even though Hank was far beyond any more punishment. Stuff's been happening. Truck threw a rod a few weeks ago. Part of the barn roof caved in on one side, even though it wasn't particularly damaged or failing. Not that I noticed, and I notice everything. He snorted and smirked at her. Erin found that teasing look kind of funny, in spite of the circumstances. It wasn't really a joke, though. Things were serious. A man had died. A bastard who deserved to be in whatever hell he now found himself in, but he'd died just the same. Not died. He'd been murdered. By her. By her own hand. And no matter how justified Erin had thought she'd been at the time, even now, honestly, the law wasn't likely to see her side of things if they ever found out. Where is he? She asked quietly. He shook his head. Gone. That's all you need to know. Erin wanted to press him, make him tell her, but she supposed he might be protecting himself, too. From the law. From her. She couldn't blame him for that. So far, all the man had done was tie her up and take a few pills out of her medicine cabinet. That was a slap on the wrist compared to life in prison for being an accessory if she had a sudden bout of remorse and confessed. She couldn't do that, though. She never, ever would. This place was hers, and she'd worked hard, so hard, for this dream that she couldn't lose it now. Not ever. And she found that she didn't much care what kind of person that made her. I don't care, she whispered. It's a slippery slope, he replied, doing things you know are wrong. She looked up at him with a smirk of her own. Are you going to tell me you haven't been down a few of those yourself? He frowned. You shouldn't have to. Why not? She asked. He didn't answer. He simply held out his hand. Part 2. Gilead. Chapter 15. Because you're clean, Jack thought, but didn't say. Jack Pryor had never met a woman like this before. A woman who was making her own way in the world without getting by on tits and ass. She was clean. And that was the highest compliment he thought he could ever pay a woman. He waited, knowing she didn't have a whole lot of options anyway. Finally, slowly, she held out her good hand. He lifted her off the floor and steadied her on her feet. I'll drive you to the hospital, he told her. She started to shake her head, but he cut her off with a look. Your truck's a stick, he reminded her. How exactly do you think you're going to get yourself there? She blinked at him, hesitating, then bit down on her lower lip. If I was going to hurt you, he finally told her, I would have done it already. He started to turn, but stopped. "Aaron," he said calmly, "you need to clean up a little." They both looked down at her unbuttoned jeans and her ripped shirt. Slowly, Jack lifted his hands. He saw her take in a sharp breath, but surprisingly, she held her ground. He admired that. Truly. She ducked her head, though, as he buttoned her jeans for her, unwilling to look him in the eye. At the truck, he held the passenger side door open for her, but let her figure out how to get herself in. He'd spare her that much dignity, at least. "I'm Jack, by the way," he told her as he cranked the ancient truck's engine. "Jack," she repeated, but looked at him skeptically. "That's my real name," he assured her. "Scout's honor." He held up 2 fingers. She scoffed at him. "That's not even close." Jack frowned. "It's not?" "No." "Well, my name is Jack." She shrugged. "Will you answer to it?" "Yep." "Then I guess it doesn't matter." "Where do you want to go?" he asked her as they rambled down the rain-pitted driveway. She sighed and considered it. "There's an urgent care in Highland. That's fine." Jack nodded and turned in the direction she indicated. They rode mostly in silence, neither one all that comfortable with the other's presence. The sun finally made it directly overhead, and heat shimmered off the asphalt, creating a blurry haze in front of them. Jack reached out to crank up the air conditioner, but it whined and thumped and sounded close to giving out altogether. As they rolled into Highland and stopped at the only light, he half expected her to jump out, run screaming for help. When the light changed, he didn't notice. Another truck honked from behind them, jolting them both out of their thoughts. "It's up there," she told him. "On the right." He swung into the small lot and into a space tucked away in the corner. Aaron gave him a strange look, then left him in the truck while she headed inside. He thought she was pretty trusting given the circumstances, but then again, what options did she really have? Here was a woman alone, without a friend in the world, and unfortunately Jack could relate to that. All too well, in fact. He rubbed his palms on his jeans and looked out over the parking lot of the small medical center. He could steal another car, he supposed. But drive it where? He should probably take off, though, hot-footed out of there before he found himself surrounded by flashing lights and Barney Fifes with itchy trigger fingers. A sheriff's car did roll by at that moment. It paused at the light, turned, and parked just across the street from where Jack was sitting in the shade of a huge oak. "Shit," he muttered and hunkered down into the seat. There was a diner on the corner, and the local Flatfoot ducked inside. Jack watched the man take a booth at the window and smile at the middle-aged waitress who appeared with a carafe of coffee. Jack glanced at himself in the rear view and didn't like what he saw. Split lip, black eye. He looked like trouble, and in a place like this, he'd stick out like a sore thumb. There was no way to get out of the truck without anyone seeing him. He leaned his head back against the seat and closed his eyes. The thought of being trapped, surrounded, and smoked out wasn't all that appealing. He still had the gun, though, tucked into his waistband at the small of his back. Blaze of glory and all that bullshit. He found himself hoping it wouldn't come to that, though. He had unfinished business back in Rapid City. Anger rippled through him as he pictured his former MC brothers taking over his clubhouse, giving orders to his crew. By now they'd probably found the stash of money in his room. They'd probably blown it on whores and booze, celebrating the death of the king. No, the assassination of the king. Except Jack wasn't dead yet. Not quite. Despite the haunted gaze of the man looking back at him in the mirror these days. He slumped farther down into the seat and enjoyed the images behind his eyes. Hook and Blaze bleeding. Diamond begging on her knees. Their screams sounded like music in his ears. "I didn't think you'd still be here." Jack's eyes flew open and he saw someone standing over him. Confused for a moment, he almost went for the gun, heart pounding, blood rushing in his ears. Then he remembered where he was. Shit, he thought. He'd fallen asleep in the truck. Aaron stood at the driver's side window, looking in at him. He sat up gingerly, squinting at the pounding behind his eyes. Then he rubbed his ribs and tried to stretch a little. The shadows had grown longer. She must have been in there a long time. He checked his watch, and it was just past 6. "Are you okay?" she asked. He shrugged, but even that hurt. She glanced down at her arm. "I guess we're a pair," she mused and slumped against the side of the truck. Her eyes were half closed as she watched the setting sun. Jack peered at her in earnest. "Are you stoned?" She looked at him, puzzled. I don't know." Jack snorted. "Have you ever been stoned?" Erin wrinkled her nose. I smoked a joint at Bobby Slater's graduation party. Jack grinned at her. And? I didn't feel anything. He threw his head back and laughed, a solid, genuine laugh like he hadn't done in ages. It hurt like hell, but he ignored it. They gave me some pain pills, she told him. She had a cast on her wrist, but it didn't extend to the elbow. Get in, he told her. You still can't drive. Not high. And not with a busted arm. She followed his orders and slid back into the passenger seat. By the time they'd reached the city limits, she was asleep with her head propped up on her good hand. Jack would have turned on the radio, but he didn't want to disturb her. She'd been through hell. Most of it his doing. He could at least let her get some shut-eye. As he drove, he glanced at her, though, and wondered what she saw behind her eyes. He kind of hoped it wasn't the image of a man beaten to death with a rock. He found the ranch easily on his own, having already committed the long drive to memory. The sky was turning purple as the sun was setting behind the barn. He rolled to a stop, which finally roused Erin from her sleep. She looked around, recognized the place, and slumped back into the seat. Are you going to take my truck? I kind of need it. Jack looked around at the flapping tarp on the roof of the barn, the sagging steps on the front porch, and the general shabbiness of the place. She wasn't kidding. No, he said, sliding the keys out of the ignition and handing them to her. I can walk. But he couldn't. He discovered it the moment his boots hit the gravel and his legs nearly gave out from under him. Jack was bone-tired, and his afternoon nap hadn't helped much. He frowned up at the darkening sky, not relishing the idea of spending the night in the dirt again. I'll sleep in the barn, he announced. He didn't expect her to like the idea, but neither had he expected the look of anxiety that crossed her face. Looking at her expression, Jack felt like one of the piles of horseshit in the barn. I'm sorry about that, too, he muttered. A long, awkward silence hung between them. Jack broke it by confessing, I was going to kill myself yesterday when I said I'd shoot your horse. I wasn't going to. I was going to eat a bullet instead. Suddenly remembering he still had the damn thing, he slipped his hand into his pocket and pulled out her little .38. Here, he said, passing it to her grip first. Take it back. Erin took it from him gingerly, eyes wide in surprise. I'll be gone in the morning, he told her as he turned away. Early. He didn't wait for her to protest. He let himself inside the barn and headed toward the small bunk room. The blonde horse greeted him as he moved past her stall. It ambled up to the gate, stuck its head out over it, and pushed its nose into his arm. Apparently the horse thought it had made a new friend. Of course, it hadn't understood that Jack had just been scaring the shit out of its owner yesterday when he'd petted it. He reached out, hesitantly, and patted its cheek. It nudged him, insistent, and Jack spotted a shelf with a bag of apples in the corner. He took one out of the bag and brought it over. He jerked his arm back quickly as the horse nearly took off his finger as well. Damn, he hissed. The horse dumped the apple in the plastic feed bowl and bit into it with zeal, nodding almost appreciatively. Across the way, the large gray horse snorted and kicked the steel gate. You're kind of an asshole, huh? Jack mused. The horse snorted again. Jack shrugged and grinned. I'm kind of an asshole, too, he admitted. He plucked another apple out of the bag and headed to the other stall. He had the feeling that this one might actually take his arm off, so Jack tossed the treat into the large plastic bowl that was screwed into the wall of the stall, rather than risk trying to hand it over. He swore the horse was smirking at him as he moved to retrieve it. Jack watched him for a moment as he finished the apple, then moved on to the hay sitting in the rack on the wall, and then he sighed tiredly and turned away. His eyes skittered across the steel cabinet against the wall. In all the chaos, Erin had forgotten to lock it. Jack picked up the large orange bottle he'd left on the counter and the 2 pills he'd dropped on the ground. He popped the cap off the bottle and peered down into it, but only for a moment. Tempting as it was, with his body on fire at the moment just from standing upright, Jack wasn't going to steal from her or her fucking horse. He reached into his jeans pocket, retrieved the pills he'd stashed there, and slipped them back into the bottle. He dropped the final 2 inside and twisted the lid on tightly. Then he set it back on the shelf and clicked the small padlock closed. His muscles were still in bad shape, though, from the exertion of taking care of Hank, and his ribs weren't any better. He shuffled to the bunk and turned on the light. In the tiny little bathroom, he shook out 4 of Hank's extra-strength Tylenols and popped them into his mouth. He cupped his hand in the sink and took a gulp of tap water to wash them down. The overhead bulb cast long shadows over his face. Jack pretended that was the reason he looked like a ghoul. His cheeks were sallow, almost yellow in hue, and his eyes were rimmed with dark purple half-moons. He lifted his shirt and inspected the bruising there. As he danced his fingers over the bones, he noticed for the first time that he could see them, not just feel them. Frowning, he dropped the hem and grasped his belt. He could see the worn line where the buckle had sat for so long. When had he moved it? When had he started taking it in? He couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten, or even what it had been. He grabbed trash burgers and pizza whenever someone had any at the clubhouse. Weed and Jack Daniels were the only staples that he could recall. He clicked off the light and headed back out to the main barn. The horses nickered again, both of them, as he reached for the apple bag. "You don't mind, do you?" he asked them as he rubbed one between his thumbs. He ate it in just a few quick bites and tossed the core into the blonde one's food bowl. The gray one snorted. "Well, you're an asshole." He collapsed into the small bed and tried not to picture a fat, moony-assed rapist farting and jizzing into the sheets Jack was now lying on. He closed his eyes and waited for the Tylenol to kick in. Jack and Hank didn't seem to have much in common. Hank was fat, Jack was thin. Hank apparently liked beer, where Jack was a whiskey man. They had one thing in common, though, thought Jack as he rubbed his hand along his slightly concave stomach. They were both dead. Chapter 16. Erin awoke in the morning with a low-grade headache and a high-grade throbbing in her wrist. The pills must have worn off sometime in the night. Groaning, she threw the sheets back and set her feet on the wooden plank floor. As if her arm wasn't enough of a reminder of Hank's last visit, her stiff muscles protested the mere act of getting up. Looking down at her legs, the bruises and scratches were all too visible. She stuck out her tongue and pressed it gingerly to her bottom lip, testing the swelling there, too. She really wanted nothing more than to just crawl back into bed, cover herself up, and sleep until tomorrow, or maybe longer. Outside, though, Julio the rooster was heralding the day. She almost envied him his small, uncomplicated life guarding the hens. It made her think about Jack, though, and how he'd come to her rescue. She hadn't expected it. Honestly, during the struggle, it hadn't even occurred to her to call out to him for help. But he'd come anyway and saved her from the worst of it. And didn't take any for himself. She would never forget that. Jack had had Erin at his mercy for the better part of one full day, and he'd never laid a hand on her. Sure, he was menacing, downright scary, but he hadn't hurt her, and she believed him when he said that he never would have. When Hank had been presented with the opportunity to take advantage of her vulnerability, her need to present a professional image to the world, he jumped at it, jumped her. The two men couldn't have been any more different as far as Erin was concerned. She hauled herself out of bed, pulled on some jeans and a fresh t-shirt, and spent a maddening amount of extra time fiddling with the button, the zipper, and then her boots. Every second that passed would make her day that much longer. And chores were going to be interesting. She was short-handed in every sense of the word. Nothing to do, though, but put one foot in front of the other and get on with her day. She passed up the kitchen, even though her stomach was rumbling. The animals ate first. That was her way. She hadn't fed them last night. She'd been way too out of it, so they'd be pitching a fit right about now. Erin ducked into the barn through the small door and cautiously looked around. The truck was in the driveway. Jack had kept his word and not stolen it. The only sounds she heard were the horses nickering at her in greeting once they spotted her. She breathed a small sigh of relief at finally being all alone. Or so she'd thought. In the relative dark, Jack's voice rang out, amplified by the barn's high walls and ceiling. "No!" he shouted. Erin snatched the pitchfork off the wall, tucking it under one arm as best she could. It was out in front of her, though, sharp tines pointed forward. She could still skewer someone easily. She burst forward and sprinted toward the door of the bunk. It was already open, cracked just a bit. She grabbed the knob and pulled. It was darker in the small room, and it took a few seconds for her eyes to adjust. She'd expected to find someone else, fighting with Jack, judging by the urgency in his voice, but there was no one. "You bitch!" Jack bellowed, and Erin's blood froze. She took a step back, thinking he'd met her, but he'd said that before, hadn't he? When he was asleep. Peering at him now, in the shadows of the windowless room, she could tell he was asleep this time, too. She lowered the pitchfork slowly and waited for her heart to stop racing. This was the second night in a row he'd had nightmares, and this time he sounded as though the devil himself were chasing him through his dreams. The thought almost made Aaron shudder. Jack was huge and seemed positively lethal to Aaron's eye. What could a man like that possibly be afraid of? She couldn't imagine, but she was certain she didn't want to find out. Aaron walked back to the exit and slipped through the smaller, human-sized door. Once outside, she turned, grasped the handle of the larger door, and pulled. It took a bit more effort to do it one-handed, but the wheels thundered loudly in their solid steel track as she opened the door wide. The last several feet were tricky, though, and Aaron was forced to use her hip to nudge it the rest of the way. When she finally had it open, she turned back to face the barn's interior and pretended to jump when her eyes fell on Jack's sleep-rumpled form. "Oh," she cried breathlessly. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were still here." He looked terrible. Hair mussed, eyes puffy, badly in need of a shave. He rubbed his face and neck slowly, as if he was still fogged from sleep. Bee nickered when she saw him. That seemed to finally bring Jack fully from his stupor. He put one booted foot in front of the other and began to walk. Bee reached out in greeting and actually nudged him as he passed her stall, pushing her nose into his shoulder. Jack patted her on the cheek then, incredibly, headed not for the door but for the shelf where Aaron kept the apples. He dipped his hand into the bag and produced one in his palm. Aaron stared at him as he headed back to Bee's stall and held it out for her, but he was poised to yank his hand away when the horse went for it. "Not like that," Aaron said, finally able to shake off her disbelief. "Like this." She took it from him, laying it flat on her palm, and then held it out. He watched as Bee nibbled it gently, taking large bites of it until she could fit the remaining half in her mouth. "This is Bee," Aaron told him to break the awkward silence. "Short for Honeybee. And don't feed her too many of these. She'll get impossibly stubborn, and fat. We don't compete anymore, so she's not quite as active as she used to be." "Compete?" Aaron patted Bee's neck and tousled her long blonde mane. "We used to barrel race, in the rodeo." Bee nudged her, indicating that she was done with the appetizer and now wanted the salad course. Aaron gave her a final pat and headed for the hay bales stacked against the wall. She yanked at the twine, cursing softly. Working around her cast was more difficult than she'd anticipated. "What are you doing?" Jack asked her. She sighed. "They eat this, and they're hungry." "All right." Jack nudged her out of the way and pulled the twine off the bale. He parted it in the middle, though. "No, wait, here," Aaron told him, unused to having to explain basic livestock care. She bent and pulled gently at one end of the bale, splitting it into its preformed sections. "This is a flake. If you're careful, you can find the seam and just pull one flake at a time. It's 2 flakes for each horse." She stepped back as Jack reached down, picked up the first flake she'd separated, and pulled off the next one from the end of the bale. He stood up and crossed to the stalls. "They go in," Aaron called after him. But Jack had already guessed, correctly, where the hay went, and Aaron watched him sliding the flakes one by one into Bee's rack. Since he seemed to have things under control, she turned and headed for the steel cabinet, fishing out her keys for the padlock. She breathed a silent sigh of relief when she found the bottle on the shelf, right where she'd left it. She resisted the urge to sneak a look at Jack, though, and instead concentrated on getting King's morning dose ready. She fumbled a bit and dropped it a few times before finally getting the cap off. She shook out the pills but paused as she counted and recounted the orange capsules in her hand. They were all there. All of them. She even reread the label to be sure. Unable to stop herself, she glanced over at Jack and gave him an awkward smile. He shrugged and turned away. "Is that a real job?" he asked, peeling more flakes from the bale for King. "Barrel racing?" "I won," she declared. "I made money at it." He started to sneer. "Yeah, but how much could you—" "I bought this place," Aaron said sharply. Pride made her bite down on the fact that she'd borrowed the other half of the down payment. If Jack had anything to say about the price tag on a run-down ranch, he wisely kept it to himself. Chapter 17. Jack turned away, feeling bad about insulting her. He took another apple from the bag on the shelf and headed to the gray horse this time. "You probably shouldn't try to hand-feed that one," Aaron advised. He chuckled and tossed the apple into the feed bowl. "I figured." When he turned, Aaron was pulling the top off a large plastic bin tucked into a corner and out of the way. It was awkward, seeing as how she only had use of the one arm. Jack took it from her before she dropped it onto the dirt floor. "What's this?" he asked, peering down into the bin.
"Grain. They get fed twice a day."
"I'll do it," he offered, and picked up a large plastic scoop that was lying on top of the feed. She showed him just how far to fill it, and he entered the blonde horse's stall. "No, B," he thought to himself, and dumped the grain into the feed bowl. The horse snorted happily. He locked the gate behind him, refilled the scoop, and headed to the other stall. He flipped the latch and stepped inside. Behind him, Aaron shouted, "No, wait, Jack!" The gray horse hopped a little, coming up on his front legs a few times. Jack was really impressed at the height and power of the beast in front of him. Then the horse lunged, stretching out his neck and baring his teeth. Jack was not so impressed with that.
"Jack!"
Aaron cried again, but Jack didn't take his eyes off the horse. He didn't move, though, either. He simply cocked his head and gazed at the animal. Hard. The horse grunted loudly and stomped his foot, but came no closer. Jack grunted in return. "Don't bullshit a bullshitter," he growled. Then he rattled the feed scoop. "Here's another one," Jack told him. "Don't piss off the Pope when you're Catholic." The horse snorted loudly, but at least Jack couldn't see his teeth now. "You want to eat?" Jack asked him, "or you want to act like a bitch?" The horse didn't move. As Jack finally turned away and dumped the grain into the bowl, he heard hooves pounding on the dirt, coming closer.
"Look out!"
Aaron called. Jack turned and raised his hand, pointing just one finger at the horse. "Back up!" he demanded loudly. He didn't know if horses were like dogs and could understand commands, but he knew animals. Fuck, Jack was one, even on a good day. The horse might not have understood the words per se, but Jack could tell he understood their meaning quite well. He moved away, to the other corner, shaking his head like he was irritated. He kicked the wall in frustration. Jack remained in the small space, unmoving, unwavering, sending yet another message. When the horse finally stopped kicking, Jack let himself back out through the gate and closed it firmly behind him.
"You could have been killed," said Aaron.
Jack snorted, probably sounding a lot like the gray horse next to them. "I don't think I came this far to be done in by Mr. Ed."
"Well, don't do it again."
Jack almost pointed out to her that he wouldn't be around to do it again, so it didn't exactly matter. She headed outside, and he followed her. He wouldn't take the truck. He'd promised her that, though he doubted the truck he'd stolen originally was still where he'd left it. Highway Patrol would have discovered it by now and notified the owners. It'd be a long walk to get anywhere, and though he'd finally gotten at least a little bit of actual rest last night, he still didn't have anywhere to go now that he had even a small chance of getting there.
"I can make you breakfast," Aaron said suddenly.
Jack turned to her and could see that she was almost as surprised at the offer as he was, but he was also starving and he wasn't about to turn it down. "I can help," he replied, nodding at her arm. Aaron raised a sarcastic eyebrow at him.
"Can you cook?"
"No."
"Okay, then, I'll do the cooking."
She paused, though, brows knitting together.
"But there's a bit of a hitch."
"What's that?" Jack asked her.
"I don't know," she said, frowning. "You're already pretty beat up. I'd feel bad sending you off just to get your ass kicked again."
Jack shot her a sarcastic look. He seriously doubted she had a band of crowbar-wielding bikers hidden somewhere in the property. If your horse couldn't do it. But Aaron still frowned, considering.
"Promise me you'll be careful, because I don't think your tough guy routine is going to work this time."
Jack took 2 steps closer to her, crossing his arms in front of his broad chest. "Trust me," he growled. "It's not a routine." Jack squinted through the mid-morning haze, shielding his eyes from the sunlight, and assessed the situation. The cocky bastard in front of him was pacing back and forth like a sentry guarding his post. He didn't look that big, though, and Jack didn't see what the big deal was. He moved toward the chicken coop several feet away, putting the basket that was lying by the back steps under his arm. He didn't get very far before the only chicken that wasn't in the pen started coming toward him. It moved pretty fast for such a small, little thing. It was rust-colored, with something that looked like a large red jellyfish on its head. Jack figured if he was as ugly as that, he'd be one pissed-off chicken, too. The chicken surged toward him, thought better of it, and danced a few feet in the other direction, blocking Jack from the coop that lay beyond. It eyed him warily as it strutted around in a large circle. Jack made for the enclosure again, but again the chicken lunged at him. This time Jack planted his feet and stood tall like he had with King. "All right, Colonel Sanders, you and I are going to come to an understanding. I'm here to—" The chicken shrieked and flew at him. Holy shit, chickens could fly? It seemed so because it launched itself about 3 feet into the air and grabbed Jack's right arm with its beak. He felt the skin tear. "Ow!" he shouted, stumbling back. He batted the chicken away with his free hand. It tumbled to the ground and rolled to its feet. Blood began to trickle down his arm. "Now look!" Jack bellowed. The chicken came at him again. This time its jump wasn't as high, and his beak was going right for Jack's nuts. This chicken did not play around. This chicken fought dirty. Shit! Jack twisted his hips, flailing at the bird. He swung the basket at it, missed, and fell to the ground on one knee. Now he was eye to eye with the chicken, and Jack wanted to keep his eyes. The chicken jumped at him again, and Jack threw his arm up, shielding his face. The chicken snatched at him again, pinching hard. Jack grabbed him and flung him to the side and then scrambled to his feet. He dropped the basket and broke into a run. It wasn't worth it. He'd be a pancake man from now on. He headed for the wooden steps that led to the side door of the kitchen with the chicken in hot pursuit. Jack wheezed, holding his bruised ribs with his arm, dragging air into his lungs as he ran. He was in no shape for cockfighting. He made it to the steps and felt a stabbing pain on the back of his thigh. The chicken was hanging off Jack's leg. "Son of a bitch!" he roared and batted the thing away again. Jack reached for the door handle, but it was too far away. It flew open anyway, and Erin darted out. "Oh my God!" she cried. "Are you okay?" She grabbed his arm and pulled him inside. The door banged shut behind them, and the chicken made angry noises at the bottom of the steps. Jack watched as it stomped back and forth, talking shit about him, no doubt. Vaguely, Jack wondered if the screen would hold. "No, Julio," Erin called out. "Shoo!" The chicken glared at Jack and shrieked loudly, calling him out. "Shoo!" Erin shouted again. "Go on, shoo!" Finally, the chicken kicked some dirt at Jack and then strutted away. He pooped on the ground, though, right near the stairs. "Nasty bastard," Jack hissed. He collapsed into one of the kitchen chairs, grabbed a napkin, and dabbed at the blood trickling down his left arm. "Are you okay?" Erin asked him again. "I don't know," he said, giving her a sharp glare. "Do chickens have rabies?" "He's not just a chicken. He's a rooster," she replied, heading toward the screen door. "I'll go get the eggs. I'll be right back." The door banged shut, and Jack glared at it. "I'm not driving you to the ER again," he shouted after her. Goddamn chicken was worse than a junkyard dog. He listened intently, but didn't hear any screaming. He supposed that was a good sign. He was about to get up to check on her when he heard her boots on the wood steps. Unbelievably, she had a full basket and no fresh wounds. Jack relaxed back into the chair but glared at her. "You trained that chicken to attack people," he accused, pressing a square of paper towel to his arm. Erin smirked at him and set the basket down on the counter. "I told you, he's a rooster, not a hen. They're very territorial." "Who keeps attack chickens?" Jack demanded. Erin didn't answer him. Instead, she turned on the faucet and ran a cloth underneath the water. She elbowed the water off and crossed the room toward him. "Here," she said, "let me take care of it." Jack drew his arm away and sulked. "I have the bird flu." She snorted and reached for him again. She pulled his arm out away from his body and laid it on the table. Then she picked up the cloth and started to wipe off the blood with her one good hand. Jack felt a fresh stab of guilt as he thought back to the day before, after her attack. He hadn't cleaned her up. In fact, he'd told her she was a mess. "How do you handle crazy horses and chickens all day?" he asked her. He wanted to ask her if she was okay, but he didn't know how. She shrugged and smiled wistfully. "I love it. I've always lived here. I grew up just a mile down the road. All I wanted was a little place, a few horses." It seemed like such a simple dream to Jack. He wanted power and respect and money and to be the best damn horse rehabilitator in the state, Erin added. Jack smiled. Now they were on more familiar ground. "Are you?" She paused and looked right into his eyes. The fire he saw there, the drive, the determination, was like looking into a mirror. "I will be." Chapter 18. Jack didn't laugh. Erin noticed that right away. He didn't smirk or roll his eyes or give her a sardonic look like so many others had when she'd sat in on animal anatomy courses at South Dakota State, side by side with mostly male veterinary students, or when she'd started to hold clinics at the rodeo after she'd gotten her animal science degree. Horses were still a man's world, even in this day and age. Their care, their feeding, their training, and their breeding were all the nearly exclusive province of rough-neck cowboys who had no use for a woman, except to also feed and breed. "I helped Bee," she told Jack. "I bought her right out of college. With my own money," she added. She was a filthy mess, skinny and covered in mud. I doubt her previous owner had fed her very often, and they'd hobbled her with baling wire for being too feisty. Hobbled? Erin's jaw clenched. Even the memory of it made her face hot, her belly churn. "They tied her legs together at the ankle," she seethed. Even Jack looked shocked. "With wire?" Erin nodded. "The cuts just above her hooves were so deep that they'd nearly severed her tendons. She could barely walk. The first vet told me I'd wasted my money buying her and I should just put her down. The second one at least gave me some salve." She rolled her eyes. "I took care of her, though. I fixed her up." In fact, Bee was Erin's greatest success story, and it was well known in at least 4 counties that it was Erin Walker who'd single-handedly rescued that horse and turned her into a champion barrel racer. Of course, in the official story, she was merely Buck Walker's daughter. Erin tried not to let the swell of pride she felt be diminished by the qualifier. Bee was beautiful and still feisty, and the love of Erin's life. It was Bee that had convinced Erin that Thunder Ridge was possible. Bee was living, breathing proof that Erin had talent, and soon King would be another testament to her healing abilities. Then Thunder Ridge would blossom. Life, it seemed, didn't want to let her lose sight of the fact that it hadn't happened yet. The sound of a vehicle coming down the drive caught her attention, and she abandoned Jack to see who it was. With a grudging sigh, she threw the damp cloth into the sink. Jack stood up and peered out the kitchen window as well. "Who's that?" Erin came up beside him and looked, then she sighed loudly. "Really?" she said sarcastically. "You don't recognize God when you see him?" Chapter 19. Jack watched as Erin, abandoning her hot breakfast, walked to the corkboard that hung on the wall next to a phone and plucked a pushpin from it, along with a check, and headed out the front door of the house. Jack walked away from his own breakfast to follow her. An enormous white truck gleamed in the morning sunlight. A rope twisted into the shape of a W adorned the driver's side door, which swung open so that a barrel-sized man in a 10-gallon hat could plant his boots in Erin's driveway. "It's early, Dad," Erin told him, shielding her eyes with her hand. The man gave her a $1,000,000 grin and shrugged. "Early to bed, early to rise." Jack hated him already. It seemed, apparently, that the feeling was mutual because the big man's eyes lit upon Jack and assessed him hard. His grin faltered, but only for a moment. "Don't believe we've met," he said, holding out his hand. Jack made no move to take it. Buck shook off the lack of welcome and looked around the property. "Well, where's Hank?" he asked. "He wasn't at the diner this morning." Erin's lip quivered, but Buck didn't see it. "Gone," Jack replied smoothly. Buck turned away from the barn to face him. "Gone?" he repeated. "What do you mean, gone?" Jack shrugged. "He seemed like he was all thumbs to me. Bet he's out drunk somewhere with those thumbs up his ass." Buck's nose wrinkled, and Jack could bet he was thinking of the late Hank and his love affair with Anheuser-Busch. Jack hadn't missed the empty cans strewn all over the inside of the cab. Chances were other people in town knew about it, too. If anyone ever fished old Hank out of the pond, Jack and Erin might get lucky and DUI would be the official cause of death. "Erin?" Buck demanded of his daughter. Erin's fingers tightened on the check she was holding. Jack held his breath and prayed that Erin could hold it together. "He was a drunk," she explained. "I hated to do it, but I had to let him go." Buck snorted, clearly unhappy, but practically snatched the check out of her hand anyway. Erin sighed, and Jack thought she looked tired. More tired than nervous now, and that, Jack supposed, was good. "You know," she said, "I could just mail this to you every month." Buck smiled and pocketed the carefully folded check. "But this way I get to see you." Erin scowled. Jack got the impression that he was watching a well-rehearsed dance, performed so many times that the players knew it by heart and were perhaps only performing it now out of habit or stubbornness. Of course Buck Walker could get his check in the mail like any moneylender, but then the man wouldn't get a chance to look around the place and assess either its growing or dwindling value, the way he was right now. Jack had seen bikers eye-fuck strippers with less greed and lust than this man was doing right here. "Still haven't had that roof fixed," Buck drawled, looking across the driveway at the barn. Erin scowled and rubbed her cast on her hip. "I'll get to it," she vowed. She wasn't going to soon, obviously. Not any time within the next 6 weeks. Buck smirked a little, and that got a rise out of Jack, who'd finally puzzled out something that had been bothering him. He made eye contact with Erin and gave his chin a little jerk in the direction of the house. She frowned, nervous, but eventually stepped back. Buck, at least, waited until Erin was back on the porch before starting in on Jack. "She needs a man around here," he said, eyeing Jack distastefully, making it clear that in his opinion Jack wasn't the man for the job. Jack smirked at him. "One on your payroll, for instance?" For a moment Buck hesitated, blinking at him in surprise. "One that skulks around, fucking shit up. An honest-to-goodness saboteur. Pretty sure property damage is illegal, Buck, even in this shithole part of the state." The man's eyes relaxed and the corner of his mouth started to quirk up. Jack recognized the expression. A week ago he'd have been wearing it himself. "Let me guess," he said to Buck. "You and the sheriff have coffee on Saturdays, down at the local Greasy Spoon." Buck didn't reply, but it was obvious. "So, you might be able to get the law to sweep it under the rug. I'm sure a guy like you, with your reputation, it wouldn't be too hard. And that's important to you, isn't it, Buck? Your reputation." The smirk froze on the older man's lips. Jack's mouth now sported a smirk of his own. "Well, hell yes it is," he replied to his own question, mocking Buck's heavy twang. "Got your Super Duty Ford, your $1,000 boots, and a belt buckle that's about to make me go fucking blind. Cheyenne Rodeo," he said, parsing out the syllables, laying on the sarcasm. "That's the big time, isn't it, Buck? Of course it was a few years ago, and that buckle's holding back a whole lot of gut these days." Buck's eyes widened and his nostrils flared. Jack was glad he could still read assholes as easily as the Sunday paper. "But you still got that reputation, don't you? Just the same. So the law won't touch you, but what about the folks in your little pissant town, Buck? What happens when their tongues start wagging like they always seem to do in the little pissant towns? What happens when people start whispering that you ordered the rape of your own daughter just for a piece of land and a falling down barn?" Buck's mouth dropped open and his chest puffed out. "What? I never—" Jack shook his head and gave the man a fake look of concern. "Will it matter? Will it really matter, Buck, what you did or didn't do? I mean, you sent old Hank over here to disable the truck, tear down the barn roof, and who knows what else. Will it really be so hard to believe that when all that didn't work, didn't wipe out her bank account, didn't force her to sell, that you tried other means? That you told old Hank to get a little more aggressive?" Buck Walker shook his head and jabbed a finger at Jack. "Now you listen," he snapped. "You had just better stop running your fucking mouth. You've got no proof, none, that I did any of that. And Erin never said anything about—" Jack shrugged and dipped into his jeans pocket. "Like she's going to tell you, of all people. And I don't have proof. Not much, anyway. No, you're right about that. Just this little thing." He drew out the silver W keychain, the one that matched the symbol on Buck's truck doors and on the arch over the driveway to the Twisted W ranch itself, and dangled it. It glinted in the sun, not really a rival for Buck's gold belt buckle, but still. "Son of a bitch!" Buck hissed and made a try for it. Jack pulled it out of reach of the man's meaty hand. "I'll hold on to it for you." Buck stopped, tossed a guilty glance over his shoulder at the house and at Erin, who was watching them from the doorway. She looked puzzled at their exchange, but she wasn't close enough to hear them, and Jack knew the truck was blocking most of her view. "Does—" Buck asked, wiping her brow. "Does she know?" Jack shook his head. "Not yet, but you can bet when she's able to hear it, I'm going to tell her. I'm going to tell her just how far you took things." "I never did that," Buck hissed, even lower this time. "I never told him to hurt Erin. I would never, ever do that. That's sick." Surprisingly, Jack actually believed the older man. He might have sabotaged a few things around Erin's ranch or had a hand in it, but Jack could see how revolted Buck was at the idea that Erin had almost met such a grisly end. The old man wiped his brow again, then his nose. Is she hurt? Did he hurt her?"
Jack snorted. He broke her arm, but... Buck pawed at the dirt with his boot, like one of Aaron's horses. He sighed heavily, gearing himself up for the million-dollar question. Did he rape her? Did he rape my little girl? Jack shrugged. Does it matter? Buck's jaw dropped. What the fuck? Of course it does. No, Jack argued, it really doesn't. He had her on the ground, pants down around her knees, with his cock out. You think she's somehow spared if he didn't actually stick it in her? She got hurt, Buck, on your watch, by your guy. Buck's eyes narrowed. That wasn't supposed to happen. You keep saying that like it makes it okay. You made her a target for a piece of fucking land at the ass end of nowhere. Buck opened his mouth, possibly to protest some more, but wisely shut it again. After a moment, he actually took a step away from Jack, back to the house, toward Aaron. Jack grabbed him above the elbow. Don't you fucking go near her, he growled, or I'll break your arm. Buck turned back and searched Jack's eyes. He apparently didn't like what he saw there because he whispered, What can I do? Jack wasn't sure if he meant what could he do to keep Jack from kicking his ass, or what he could do to help Aaron, or what he could do about it now that Hank was long gone. Jack took option B and decided for all of them. First off, you're going to leave her the fuck alone. You've done more than enough. If Aaron wants to talk to you, then so be it. But right now, she's not interested. You're also going to stop taking interest on her loan. The man's eyes widened. You're what, Buck? You're fucking fleecing her, and you damn well know it. From now on, she's paying you principal only. 0 interest. You're done shaking down your daughter for money. It's a business arrangement, Buck argued. Jack spat on the ground at Buck's feet, barely missing the toe of the leather-grain boot. She's your fucking kid! Scratch had been like that, playing all the angles, all the time. Jack's old man had played the game so hard that Jack was never really sure if he was Scratch's son or just a pawn. He took a deep breath, bringing himself back under control. And you'd better hope, Buck, that old Hank manages to duck every cop and highway patrolman between here and wherever he's headed, because if he gets busted for anything, for speeding, he just might have an interesting story to tell about you, one that'll get him a plea deal for felony sexual assault. Jack watched Buck absorb his words. It was sometimes better to let people weigh all their options, come to the right decision themselves. Finally, with head hung low, Buck drew out his wallet, also leather grain, also expensive. Jack had to stop himself from rolling his eyes. Buck opened it and pulled out 2 $100 bills. Barely a dent in the bankroll he was carrying, Jack noticed, and passed them over. Jack grinned at him and folded the bills in his hand. Pleasure doing business with you. As he stepped past Buck and rounded the front of the truck, Buck said, She shouldn't be alone, all the way out here. Jesus fucking Christ, Jack silently thought to himself, raising his eyes to heaven. Does this man ever stop operating, even for a second? Jack supposed not. He supposed Buck Walker had been looking out for himself for so goddamn long that he probably didn't know any other way to live. Honestly, it was hard to look at the man and not see himself, and be disgusted by it. She's not, he growled. She has me. Jack was as startled by his own words as Buck was, but he supposed it didn't matter. All that mattered was that Buck believed it, believed that Aaron was now under the protection of a man who wouldn't be swayed by Buck's reputation and money. Jack felt the familiar fire of being in charge, in control, light in his belly. It felt good to put Buck Walker in his place, to get back a little of what Jack had lost out there in the Badlands. Respect, fear, skill, manipulation. It was good to know he hadn't completely lost so much of what made Jack, Jack. But he hated like hell to have to tell Buck about what had happened to Aaron, but it had been a necessary evil. Neither Jack nor Aaron could afford to have too many people asking too many questions. With a charge like conspiracy to commit rape hanging over his head, against his own daughter no less, Buck Walker was going to keep his fucking mouth shut about Hank from now on. Aaron might have even earned a little actual sympathy from the man, and God knew she was short on that. She wasn't short on cash now, though. As he mounted the wooden steps, he handed it over. Frowning, Aaron took it. What's this? Rebate. Chapter 20. Somewhat bewildered, Aaron tucked the money into her front pocket and followed Jack inside the house. She wasn't sure how he'd done it. It was notoriously difficult to squeeze even a dime out of her father. God knew he never sent her mother any. Well, she said haltingly, thanks.
Jack shrugged and leaned against the kitchen counter. "You can feed me," he countered. Erin nodded and opened a cabinet for the cast-iron skillet. She lit the stove and cracked a few eggs, one-handed, into the heated butter. Jack seemed duly impressed, which made sense when Erin watched him try and fail to butter the toast that popped out of the toaster. "Damn it," he hissed as he speared the bread. "You have to be gentle," she told him. Jack gathered himself up and looked her squarely in the eye. "Does it look like I do gentle?" Erin resisted the urge to point out to him that he'd retied her to the bed when he thought the cord was too tight. It didn't seem prudent to bring up how they'd met. They took their plates to the table and sat across from each other. "So," Jack said, stabbing at his eggs with the mangled toast, "that was your old man." Erin sighed and twirled the fork in her hand. "Yep, in all his somewhat fading glory." Jack grunted. "Prickly bastard." She snorted. "That about sums him up. He runs off most people. Foremen, farmhands, my mom. Though I think she would have tolerated his winning personality if it hadn't been for the other stuff." Jack paused, fork at his lips. "Other stuff?" "Buckle bunnies," Erin bit out. It still stung her, even though it was pain once removed, borrowed from her mother. That was the problem. Jack's brow furrowed. "A what bunny?" "In the rodeo you win a trophy, and belt buckles. Big ones, all gold or silver." Jack nodded. "I know. I saw his." Erin rolled her eyes. "There are women who hang around rodeos like the cowboys are rock stars. And in some ways I guess they are. It's not easy to do what they do, I'll give them that. The women are called buckle bunnies, and they're always looking for the cowboy with the largest buckle." Jack snorted and grinned. "I think she'd resigned herself to living with it," Erin mused. "I really think she did. She'd been in love with my dad since high school, and she knew how he was. She prayed while he strayed, and I guess she figured that was her lot in life. I think she would have been okay so long as he kept it on the road." Surprisingly, Jack actually nodded. "What happens on the road stays on the road. I know some people like that. Or, I did." Erin frowned, not wanting to think about what Jack did on the road. He saw her looking, though, and shrugged. His tone was quite a bit sharper than he perhaps wanted to seem. "Them, not me," he clarified through nearly clenched teeth. "I don't have an old lady. Never have, never will." "Well, anyway," Erin fumbled, surprised by his seething tone, "one followed him home. A bunny, and she knocked on our door." Erin sighed and lifted up her hands. "And that was that. My mom packed a suitcase, left for her sister's house in St. Louis, and she's never been back." "My mom took off too," Jack told her. "My old man had his own bunnies." He chuckled darkly. "But that's not what we call them." His hard look told Erin that she definitely did not want to know what they were called. Anyway, he was a halfway decent pop as far as pops go, I guess. But he was a shit husband, I'll admit that. Gave her a couple of nasty infections, knocked her around too many times to boot, and, well, she gave him the boot. That's how I remember it, at least. It was either the slap or the clap, one too many times. That's what made her leave. He sipped his water thoughtfully before adding, "Probably both." Erin frowned. "Where are they now?" She wasn't certain he'd answer, but he surprised her when he shrugged. "Haven't seen my mom since I was a kid. My old man died. About 20 years ago now." Something about the look on his face told Erin that Jack's father hadn't died peacefully in his sleep. Erin opened her mouth, but her words only came out in a whisper. "I used to wish he'd fall off his horse and die." Jack looked up at her, eyebrows raised. "You never told anyone that before?" She shook her head. He looked at her hard, watching her, assessing her, or maybe himself. "I used to wish my old man would fall off his hog, get run over by a truck, but only sometimes. Sometimes he was okay." Erin cleared their plates, not wanting to dwell on old, unhappy memories. She wiped her hand on the dish towel and followed Jack outside. "Might rain tonight," he said. Erin looked up at the sky and agreed with his assessment. The tarp was still loose, and it had to be fixed before the next storm. He turned to her then and pressed his lips together. Erin did the same, not sure what to say. Don't get caught in the rain." He gave her a half grin. "I won't." Jack turned away and headed down the driveway, away from the house. Erin watched him go for a moment, and then she turned her back to him as well. She had work to do.
and it started with the tarp. She had to beat the storm that was threatening to close in. At the back of the building was the ladder. She picked it up with one hand and hooked it with her other elbow. Hauling it was incredibly awkward, though, and it banged into her already bruised legs. "Shit," she muttered. But what was one more bruise at this point? The feet scraped the gravel as she dragged it around the side of the barn. "What are you doing?" She turned and glanced over her shoulder. Jack had reappeared, just a few feet from her, thumbs hooked into his belt loops. "The tarp," she said, nodding up at the roof. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Her brows knitted. "The storm," she reminded him. "I can't let the hay get too damp." She lifted the ladder again and this time managed to lean it against the water trough. "You're going to fall," he warned, "and break your other arm. Then what will you do?" "Then I'll use my teeth," she snapped, getting frustrated at the heavy piece of equipment and its apparent unwillingness to concede to her new limitations. She dropped it on the ground and it rattled in protest. "Let me do it," Jack growled, grasping the rail, "before I head out." Aaron watched as he lifted it easily, set it against the side of the barn, and planted one large black boot firmly on the bottom rung. He hauled himself up carefully, one step at a time. When he reached the top, he balanced himself with one crooked arm and retied the tarp, securing it under the eaves this time, which was what Aaron was going to do. He checked it, tugging on the sides with hard jerks. She would have done that, too. Apparently satisfied that it would hold, he slowly worked his way back down to the ground. When he turned, he looked at her, silently, in that way of his. Again, Aaron could see that so much was going on behind those eyes. She wondered at it, but didn't dare ask. She sighed and looked up at the roof, shielding her eyes from the sun. "Thanks." It was one thing done, at least, on a seemingly endless list. She scanned the property, ordering and reordering her list of priorities. The fence would have to wait. She couldn't fix it with one hand. The next grain delivery was due in a few days. She couldn't bring it back herself, but she supposed the extra money in her pocket, Jack's so-called rebate, would allow her to pay a few of other people's farmhands to help her out for an afternoon. She reached into her jeans pocket and fingered the bills there. She needed them, but then, looking at Jack, it was pretty obvious that he needed them too, and whatever he'd said to Buck was the reason the money was there in the first place. She could split it, she supposed. It was the least she could do. She pulled it out, separated the bills, and handed one to him. Jack frowned at it. "What's that for?" "For the roof, and—" Well, she didn't want to say. He could guess. Jack's dark eyes turned impossibly darker, even in the noonday sun. "I don't want your money." "What do you want?" She watched him take a deep, hitching breath. It was obvious that his ribs were still hurting him. Aaron didn't know much about injuries like that, but she suspected one or more of them were broken. Just getting up and down the ladder had winded him. He was broken. She was broken. Yep, they were quite the pair. And he looked tired. Jack looked more tired than any man Aaron had ever seen in her life. He looked like a dead man who was just waiting for his coffin. Aaron said before she could stop herself, "I don't know where you were headed before you ended up here, but—" She swallowed hard and took a deep breath. This was crazy. She was crazy. "You could stay for a little while. I don't know who else I'd hire. There isn't anyone, and I can't trust anybody." He didn't answer at first. He just looked at her hard. Aaron took a page from his own book and waited, letting the offer hang between them. Chapter 21. It was surprising to Jack how much they had in common. Shit fathers, long-suffering mothers. Aaron hadn't been abandoned at a young age by her mother, though, like Jack had been. But Jack supposed that there hadn't been any other option. Vera Pryor had needed to get away from her increasingly abusive husband. Young Jack probably would have liked to have gone with her, but Scratch would have killed her if she'd ever tried to take the man's flesh and blood away from him. Older Jack didn't care anymore. He'd not only gotten used to MC life, he'd excelled at it. At least up until now, he thought darkly. Like Aaron, though, he'd been betrayed. The very people who were supposed to have his back had stabbed him in it instead. Jack had no one to trust either. The bunk was dry and he didn't have to sleep in the dirt. And in a few weeks he'd be healed and ready to pay his old friends a visit. "I've got plans," he told her, just to let her know. "I've got to get back and see some people. Not right now, but later." She nodded, and he was glad she wasn't expecting too much.
Stay as long as you can, if you'll help. I can't pay you much, but it's better than nothing. And I can cook for us. I never did for Hank. He always went into town for his meals. But you can eat with me. That way you can keep your cash."
Jack liked the sound of that, of the food anyway, so long as he didn't have to get the eggs. "Okay," he replied and pulled the ladder off the wall. He laid it down against the side of the barn where it had been originally and looked at Aaron. "What's next?" The food was good, not that Jack had anything to compare it to, but Aaron made a ton of it, and it tasted good after a long, hard day, and that was all that really mattered. Within just a few days, he'd completed several projects around the place and even gotten used to sleeping in Hank's old bunk, now that Aaron had washed the sheets for him. His body still wasn't up to snuff, and he had to take more breaks during the day than he cared to. Leaning up against the newly fixed fence now, he watched as Aaron had King in a round pen, tied to a long line that she called a lunge. King wasn't lunging, though. He was trotting along at a steady pace. Even a non-expert like Jack could see the slight swelling in one of the large stallion's ankles, but Aaron only worked him in short bursts throughout the day, giving him plenty of rest in between. Quite a bit like Jack himself, actually. He was distracted by the sight of such a small woman controlling such a huge beast, and with such a practiced hand that the car behind him got a little closer than he would have liked before Jack actually noticed its approach. When he craned his neck, his mood turned even sourer to see a white car with a light bar secured to the top. Aaron released King from his line and left him in the pen as she walked slowly, very slowly, toward them. Instinctively, Jack stepped in front of her, putting himself between her and the LEO who'd gotten out of his cruiser and was now bearing down on them. It wouldn't stop there either. If it came to it, Jack would confess and shoulder the charges himself. There was no way he was letting Aaron go to jail, and he'd never turn on her just to get a better deal for himself. He wasn't a rat like Hayes. The sheriff got to Jack before Aaron had crossed the lawn. He smiled at Jack, but it didn't quite meet his eyes. "Don't think I've had the pleasure," the older man declared. "I'm Sheriff Powell." "Jack." "Sheriff?" asked Aaron, doing a passable job of hiding any strain in her voice, Jack thought. The old man kicked the dirt at his feet and looked a little sheepish. Jack got the feeling it was all for show, though. The man's eyes were too steely, too sharp, and Jack hadn't missed the fact that he'd scanned every visible inch of the property as he'd slowly made his way toward the house. Jack wasn't fooled by the small-town sheriff routine. "Well, now," said Powell, "Roger Perkins finally got around to giving me a call. Says he hasn't heard from his brother in a few days. I asked around, the usual places, Darcy's Diner, Stevenson's feed store. Seems no one's seen him around." Aaron bit her lip, and Jack silently held his breath, praying she could hold herself together. "Well," the sheriff waited patiently, hat in hand. "I had to fire him," Aaron finally told him. The old man pursed his lips. "How's that?" Aaron licked her own lips as Jack and Powell watched her mulling over her answer. "He was drinking," she finally replied, corners of her mouth turning down, "and it was getting to be a problem, Sheriff. I hated to do it, but I've got a ranch to run, and I can't have that going on. I was grateful to have him, or thought I was, but I had to let him go." "Well," Powell said, drawing out the word and thumbing the brim of his hat, "it is tough these days to find good help." It was obvious the sheriff took Aaron's reluctance for embarrassment at having hired a drunk to work for her and keeping him around for as long as she had. She nodded encouragingly. "I didn't say anything to anyone. I just sent him away quietly. I didn't want to hurt anyone's reputation with talk around town." Aaron hit on the word reputation, and it was obvious she meant her own, too. "No," said Powell, shaking his head. "Wouldn't want to damage anyone's reputation. Not without cause." Jack saw Aaron's shoulders relax. It seemed no one's tongues would be wagging in Highland about her or Thunder Ridge, at least not due to the sheriff. Jack's jaw twitched a little, though. He didn't much care for the way no one said what they meant in this place. Jack took what he wanted, or bought it, or traded for it. He couldn't imagine anyone simply asking for a favor, or getting it for that matter. Looking around the place, however, it was obvious that Aaron didn't have any money to offer this asshole to leave her alone. Jack supposed that she could have offered him something else, provided the old bastard could still get it up, but she didn't do that either. Either Sheriff Powell was Highland's Andy Griffith, or Aaron was too good to get her hands dirty. Maybe both. The old man turned his eyes to Jack and looked him up and down slowly. "So, you're Hank's replacement?" "I met him on the circuit,"
Aaron answered for him, and when Hank didn't work out, I called him to see if he wanted a job.
The circuit, huh? The sheriff asked, looking right at Jack. Jack could only assume the circuit meant the rodeo. Yes, sir. Horse shit, the sheriff replied. Jack narrowed his eyes at the old man. Think what you want. The old man lowered his eyes. No, I mean you stepped in horse shit. It's on your boots. Jack looked down and saw the man was right. He cursed under his breath and wiped the sole on the grass. Guess you didn't work on the circuit for too awful long, the old man mused. Jack didn't reply. It didn't seem wise to give the man too much false information. I don't know where Hank is, Aaron declared. For both their sakes, that last part was true. Aaron had no idea where Jack had left the body, so her words had the ring of truth to them. Aaron shrugged for effect. He left, and I haven't seen him since. I gave him his final paycheck. I guess he doesn't have any reason to come back. The sheriff nodded. And you got banged up, he observed, indicating Aaron's arm. I got thrown, she told him. Just an accident. Powell made a sympathetic noise and then turned to Jack. Did you get thrown too? Threw a punch, Jack muttered grudgingly. The sheriff smiled. Got one too. Hank? He asked, raising his eyebrows. Jack shook his head. Never met Hank. Aaron called after he was gone. I was in a bar way down in Nebraska. Got too drunk, I guess. Powell grimaced and looked at Aaron. Hope it's not out of the frying pan and into the fire. Aaron's jaw dropped. No, oh no, it's not like that, Sheriff. Jack's not like that. He's worked so hard. He's already got the barn roof fixed and most of the fence line. I don't know what I'd do without him. She looked right at Jack when she said that last part, and he could tell by the look on her face and the tenor in her voice that it was true. Aaron needed him and was grateful to have him. He was unfamiliar with both those sentiments, so he turned his head away. Got more chores to do, he announced, giving the sole of his boot one final rub on the grass. Be seeing you, he told Powell, though in truth that was the last thing Jack wanted. When the cruiser was out of sight, Jack turned to Aaron, who looked a bit shaken. People were bound to ask, he reassured her. Doesn't mean anything. Aaron sighed and nodded. I've known Sheriff Powell my whole life. Jack scowled at her. Doesn't make him your friend. I know. You did fine, he told her. Just let it go. Get back to your routine. Forget about it. Her shoulders slumped and Jack fought back the urge to take her into his arms. He turned away from her instead and got back to his own routine. He had things to put out of his own mind. The next day, Aaron was still nervous, but for an entirely different reason. Jack helped her load King into the small two-slot trailer and levered himself behind the wheel. Out past Highland, she told him, and took to biting the nails of her good hand. Jack frowned at her as he turned the wheel and set them on the highway. Do you have to do this? He asked. She looked like a small animal caught in a trap. She sighed and nodded. It's part of the agreement. An assessment with Dr. Shaw every 6 weeks to check on King's progress. My progress, she amended bitterly. It's all riding on this, she said, staring out the window. This first visit. I had to talk a blue streak to get Tucker Del Rey to agree to let me work with King in the first place. But it's a trial basis. If they don't like what they see today... They slipped through town easily and came out the other side. Dr. Shaw's place was just outside the city limits, a large white farmhouse with an outbuilding behind a sign that said Veterinary Services. King rattled the trailer impatiently, not particularly fond of the change in surroundings, Jack guessed. Aaron slid out of the passenger seat and headed toward a large man in blue jeans, a matching denim shirt, and the whitest cowboy hat Jack thought he'd ever seen. Mr. Del Rey, Aaron said warmly and held out her hand. Del Rey took it, but Jack noticed that he didn't quite return the friendly sentiment. Instead, he eyed Aaron skeptically and nodded at her cast. My boy didn't do that, did he? He asked. Aaron gave him an embarrassed smile, getting better at telling this particular lie every time. Oh, no, sir. I was out for a ride with Bee. She slipped in the creek, and I ended up in the mud. It's not slowing me down, though, she added. Tucker Del Rey didn't look all that convinced, but he turned away, watching the vet and his assistant wrestle King out of the trailer and into a round pen a few feet away. Jack watched as the stallion gave the two men hell. He considered stepping in and offering to help, but he didn't want to get in the way or ruin anything for Aaron. In the pen, the assistant worked him with the same long line, trotting him slowly in a circle. It was obvious that King still had a bit of a limp, though it was hard to tell since he was prancing about, refusing to settle down. All Aaron's earlier nervousness had disappeared, at least outwardly. She stood tall, tattered briefcase in hand, and presented nothing but a calm, collected, professional demeanor.
Like Jack, Erin seemed to understand that attitude was half the battle when dealing with people. They half-dragged, half-coaxed King through a large bay door at the back of the outbuilding, where Dr. Shaw took x-rays of King's leg. After several false starts, because King wouldn't hold still, they appeared satisfied with what they had and left the horse secured in a stall, while Shaw gestured for them to come into the building. They gathered in a small, windowless room, Del Rey, Erin, Jack, and the vet. The vet's assistant brought him 2 x-ray scans, and the wiry old man clipped them to the light box on the wall. He darkened the room and illuminated the side-by-side films. The vet spoke aloud, using terms Jack didn't really know. Pastern, fetlock. Jack wasn't certain what it all meant, or if any of it was good. In the dark, he was surprised, though, when Erin's hand found his. She gripped it tightly, and he could tell she was shaking a little. Even in the dim glow of the light box, he could see her nervousness all over her face. She was biting her lip so hard he expected to see a trickle of blood at any moment. Jack didn't know if she needed to be that worried. He'd watched her in the round pen working with King for hours at a time. She was dedicated. She was determined. He understood that much, at least. Finally, the lecture was over and the lights came back on. "So?" Del Rey demanded immediately. His shrewd eyes fixed on Shaw, ignoring Erin entirely for now. "Well, he's got a long ways to go, Tucker," the vet explained. "But this," he said, handing the man the most recent film, "I'd say this is a very, very promising start." Erin's placid appearance rippled just a bit, and she couldn't keep from grinning widely. Jack watched from the corner while she, Del Rey, and Dr. Shaw sat around the desk, and Erin meticulously laid out her plans for King's continued therapy. She'd use the creek for water rehab, alcohol injections. The vet listened with rapt attention, pausing to ask questions once in a while. For every question, Erin had a ready answer. From her scuffed briefcase, she produced sources from the latest veterinary medical journals, the newest therapies, expert opinions. By the time she was done, Jack was ready to let her take a look at him, for God's sake. He was fairly certain that this was the smartest woman he'd ever met or was ever likely to. Del Rey gladly handed over a check with a whole lot of zeros, and Jack was sure that Erin had earned every last penny. The stodgy older man seemed to have lost all reservations about Erin providing physical therapy to King. He smiled and patted her on the shoulder, nodding encouragingly as she spoke. Erin volunteered to get King back into the trailer by herself. At first the men protested, but Erin simply snapped on a lead rope and took him straight outside. Del Rey chuckled as he stood beside Jack, watching her load his precious cargo. "Isn't that something?" he remarked. Jack nodded, hand tightening on Erin's briefcase. "Better than being asked to hold a purse," he thought. "She definitely is," he agreed. Back at Thunder Ridge, the excitement was infectious. Bee bounced back and forth in her stall as Erin returned King to his. King turned agitated circles in the enclosure, eager to be let out. To keep Bee occupied, Jack produced an apple for her. The mare's eyes shone when she spotted it. He flipped the latch on the gate, and the lanky mare nosed out of the stall, lips twitching for her treat. Jack let her have it, and she munched happily. Across the way, King kicked the wall of his own stall, rattling the slats. Bee started to make her way toward him. "Careful," Erin said, pushing past Jack and herding the mare back into the stall. "They'll fight if you let them get too close to each other." Jack raised his eyebrows in surprise, but stepped out of the way so that Erin could relatch Bee's stall door. She patted Bee's blonde mane reassuringly, then headed off toward the house with her briefcase in her arms. Jack watched her go, then took another apple from the bag. He offered it to King this time, who snatched it away and nearly devoured it in one bite. The snack didn't seem to do much to distract the large male for long, though. His chest bumped the gate as he tried to push it open. When the bar held fast and King realized he was stuck in his stall, he took his frustration out on the wall again. "You're going to fuck up your other leg," Jack warned him. "Then you'll be here longer." "Though," he mused, "guess that wouldn't exactly be a problem for you, would it?" Jack gave King a pat on the forehead, then headed for the barn door. He looked back over his shoulder at the 2 horses, who were stomping around their respective enclosures, rattling the steel doors and appearing generally surly. He chuckled under his breath. Erin might be an expert on injury rehabilitation, but she didn't seem to know much of anything else about animals. Chapter 22. Erin was up with the chickens, as usual, and raking a brush through her sleep-mussed hair. Life was back to normal now, with the cast finally off. Her fingers flexed, good as new, and took on any task with ease, which was a relief. The skin on her forearm was whiter, though, than the rest, and the muscles still needed a bit more work to build back up. She smiled ruefully and figured she was more qualified than anyone to create a rehab regimen for herself. She was doing just that when suddenly she heard a loud crack from outside. It sounded like a tree falling. She dropped the brush and ran to the window. Through the glass, she saw that Jack had let King out into the adjoining pasture with Bee. She cursed herself for not explaining that they couldn't go out at the same time. Foregoing boots or even pants, she sprinted down the stairs, panic overtaking her. She burst through the back door and ran across the lawn where King had given the weather-worn fence a final death blow with his hooves. "No!" she screamed as the huge stallion burst through the splintered wood. Bee, on the other side of her own pasture, let out a loud whinny, and King charged across the field, grass and clumps of dirt flying in his wake. Erin made it to the part of the fence closest to her and grabbed the top rail. She jammed her bare foot on the bottom one and tried to scale it. King was already halfway to Bee now, grunting and bellowing like a demon who'd sighted his prey. Erin started to throw her leg up over the rail when a pair of large hands grabbed her and snatched her back. "Let go!" she cried and reached again for the fence. "They can't be outside together." Jack dragged her back. Her fingernails chipped on the wood as she tried desperately to hang on. Jack held her tight in his grip, though, arms around her like a vice, and pulled her away. "No," he told her. "Don't." Erin fought, struggled against him to get to the fence, to get to Bee. "He'll kill her," she shouted, and attempted to pry Jack's arms apart to free herself. "No, he won't," Jack insisted, pulling her farther away from the fence and the pasture beyond it. "Jack!" she argued, twisting frantically. Jack slammed her body back against his and locked his arms across her torso. His lips found her ear, and he began speaking in low, hushed tones, the way she did when a horse was stressed or overexcited. "Erin," he said calmly. It was maddening to her because he couldn't possibly understand the danger. Bee would be kicked to death, her body torn by King's vicious teeth. "Jack," she protested breathlessly, "he's huge, he's dangerous, he's—" "Erin, I know you can't understand this, not really, but this is something I get that you don't. He's not going to hurt her." Erin watched helplessly as Bree struck out again with her back foot. She narrowly missed King's chest. A scream threatened to tear loose from Erin's throat. "Bee," she sobbed. "It's fine," Jack insisted. "There's nothing you can do to intervene. It's too dangerous. You can't go in there, Erin. But he won't hurt her, I promise. I'm sorry I let them out together. I didn't know this would happen. You said the stalls needed to be cleaned. I was just getting a head start on the day. It's going to be fine, though, Erin." Erin shook her head. Tears stung her eyes, and she clamped down on Jack's muscled arms. "You don't know anything about horses," she snapped. "You don't know—" Jack's voice rumbled in her ear again, a low timbre that shook Erin's insides in spite of everything. "Trust me, I know about large, dangerous males," he half-whispered. "I know how frightening they are, how deadly they seem, and they are. But Bee belongs to King. She's his female, and he'll never, ever hurt her." Bee struck out again, and Erin sucked in a sharp breath. "But—" "Oh, she'll make him work for it," Jack told her. "I wouldn't expect anything less from a horse that belongs to you, Erin. But she wants him, too." King abandoned his rear pursuit of Bee, circled her, and came at her again, this time from the front. He stood 2 full hands taller than Erin's little mare, and he crowded her, his large chest pushing Bee back a little, toward the fence behind her. In a few short steps, King had Bee backed into the corner. With nowhere to go, the mare gave a short whinny. She didn't sound frightened, though, just irritated, the way she sounded when Erin was late with the grain or the hay. Erin tightened her grip on Jack's arms, clinging to him this time in fear. She watched King move to Bee's side. His lips curled back, revealing his solid teeth. Once, on her father's ranch, Erin had seen a stallion tear into a careless groomer's shoulder, just a scant few inches from the man's jugular. Only the grace of God had saved that man's life that day, but he'd been permanently disabled. King moved in on Bee and extended his head to Bee's neck. His mouth came down over her mane. Erin cried as she expected to see the blood start pouring. Poor Bee's beautiful long blonde mane would be stained red. But Bee stomped her foot impatiently, and King moved even closer, pressing his broad chest to her shoulder. It was just a slight nip, a love bite, really, of the type Erin had seen dozens of times with courting horses. Erin watched in astonishment as Bee extended her own head. Instead of attacking King, trying to defend herself, the little mare rubbed her muzzle against King's withers, nickering softly. King let go, and Bee bolted forward. The stallion gave chase, but to Erin's eye, Bee wasn't running at a full gallop. The 4-year-old quarter horse maintained an easy gait, almost as if she knew about King's previous injury and didn't want to push him too hard. King pursued her from behind, then managed to pull ahead and get in front. He turned, gradually, corralling the little mare into a wide turn. They both came to a stop at the edge of the creek running through the north pasture. Bee nickered again, then turned away from King. With a flick of her long blonde tail, she signaled that she was ready. The stallion approached slowly, taking up his part of the mating ritual Aaron had seen so many times before. He rubbed her hocks with his muzzle, nudged her tail farther aside to check her readiness. He must have been satisfied with his thorough inspection of the young mare because he rose up on powerful hindquarters and finally covered her. Jack chuckled low in Aaron's ear, and she began to relax in his arms. "Guess that's enough foreplay," he whispered. Aaron groaned. "Oh, God, it's theft, technically. King's worth a lot of money, even more than Bee is. It's unethical to let him mount her. If she takes, the foal will be worth thousands." He laughed again and tightened the hold he had on Aaron. "You can't stop it now. Nothing on earth could come between them. I think both of them would maul you for trying." Bee squealed and pushed back against the stallion covering her. It seemed Jack was right. King was being careful with his hooves and his teeth. Aaron saw no broken skin or potential for injury. Jack found her ear and pressed his lips over it. Aaron shuddered at the familiarity. "Now there's something else I understand," he whispered. "Certain females lose all control around large, potent males, almost desperate to be taken by them." Aaron licked her lips nervously and gripped his arms hard, as if she could somehow hold him off. I wasn't offering," he said, cutting her off sharply. He let go of her then, and Aaron hesitated before stomping off, back toward the house. She wasn't about to try to wrangle King back into the barn in her sleep shorts and bare feet, and truth be told, she needed to get as far away from Jack as possible. Putting distance between them seemed to have the opposite effect, though. With every step, every rub of her thighs, she recalled him holding her tightly. He'd been hard. She'd felt it through the thin fabric of her shorts. She couldn't blame him for that. She supposed he was a man after all, but he hadn't been interested in her. "I wasn't offering." Aaron grunted and slammed the kitchen door behind her. Wasn't offering. She wasn't offering. She stomped up the stairs and turned on the shower, but only stood in the center of the room, trying to quell the urges tugging at her insides. It was all too much, the way he'd held her, the dark velvet of his voice in her ear, and it had been a long time for her. Sneaking glances at Jack while he worked was definitely not helping the situation. She had to stop doing that. For the sake of her sanity, and her poor overworked vibrator. It was about to get another workout, though, because Aaron couldn't seem to cool the hot, pooling liquid in her belly. She turned away from the water and back to the sink. She pulled open the top drawer and dug all the way into the back. She'd hidden it the night Jack had discovered it. She supposed it might be better off in her underwear drawer or in her closet, but the shower was where she used the damn thing, and she wasn't going to sneak it back and forth between her bedroom and the bathroom like a damn smuggler. It was her house, damn it. She yanked it out and slipped out of her robe, letting it pool on the tile floor at her feet. She'd hoped her anger would counteract the throbbing in her clit, but it was just making things worse. She stepped under the spray and gave the base a hard twist. Everything spun away as she slid the toy down her belly and pressed it to her wet flesh. She closed her eyes and tried not to think of Jack, to think of anyone else. Actors, ex-boyfriends, the cute checker at the feed store. But Erin's mind was as willful as her body, and all she could see was a huge man with bulging arm muscles and terrifying tattoos. A large, dangerous male. Chapter 23. Jack stood on the other side of the bathroom door and listened with rapt attention as Erin played with her toy. He found himself curious if it was the horses or being that close to him that had revved her engine. Of course, he'd like to think it was him. Holding her against him had been hell on his cock. Her pert little ass had been so soft yet so firm in those tiny shorts. The way she'd rubbed up against him had played hell with his control, too, though she hadn't meant to do it. She'd tried to get away from him, but he hadn't been about to let her go. Danger or no, the moment that Erin had brushed up against him had nearly sealed her own fate on that score. It had taken all of Jack's willpower, and then some, to let her walk away. He didn't know why he was testing it now. Maybe he wanted to see how much of his old self remained. Before the Badlands, no matter how good a woman looked or smelled or felt against him, he wouldn't have lost control. He'd have made her come to him, bend over, spread herself, beg for his cock. He wouldn't have cared if they enjoyed it. He wouldn't have wondered how many times they could orgasm, how tight their holes would be. Jack masturbated a lot. He just used women to do it.
He gripped the door jamb instead of his erection, steeling himself against his baser impulses. He found his fingers slipping down, though, down, to the brass knob. He didn't touch it. Instead, he turned away and headed downstairs, away from the sounds that were filling his head. He shoved open the back door, passed up the fence that now needed fixing, and headed straight for the barn to take care of his own business. He stepped inside the privacy of his little bunk and closed the door behind him. The exposed bulb overhead burned dimly as he slid his jeans and boxer briefs down until his ass hit the cool sheets of the small bed. One large hand encircled his engorged shaft, and he stroked slowly, imagining not a club whore or a random face, but Erin's cherry-red lips sliding past the head, taking him deep. He felt uncomfortable with it, given what she'd been subjected to with Hank, but he couldn't get the picture out of his head just the same. He could do it, at least, with her, with Erin. Jack could fuck her with wild abandon, sating his lust with no worries or fear. She wouldn't knife him in the back or spit in his face. As he closed his eyes, he wondered if Erin was upstairs in her tidy little bathroom, shoving that ridiculous purple toy in and out of herself and thinking of him. He smiled at that and hoped like hell that she was. Though it irritated him a little bit that she hadn't even pressed the issue with Jack, hadn't so much as hinted that she wanted him. As his balls drew up and he snatched a shirt off the chair to catch his load, Jack's mind pictured Erin lying underneath him, legs spread, back arched, whispering his name. Jack grunted in distaste, as if he'd ever fuck her in her pussy like that. He found it disconcerting that he'd even thought about it. Maybe they were both a little damaged. Chapter 24. The next day, Erin was in the stall with King, rubbing down his leg and checking for heat. She'd grown quite comfortable around the large stallion, and he seemed to have learned to tolerate her presence pretty well. Or possibly he understood that if he wanted to nuzzle with Bee, he had to cozy up to Erin to do it. After their little romantic interlude in the pasture, Erin had finally given up on keeping them completely separated. She allowed them several minutes throughout the day to rub up against each other affectionately. King seemed to have calmed down considerably, and Erin had even had Jack lead Bee to stand just outside the round pen while Erin and King worked through his paces. The male had been much more cooperative after that. If Erin didn't know any better, she would have said King seemed to enjoy showing off for Bee, and Bee even appeared to appreciate the sight of him working. King and Bee's interactions hit a little too close to home for Erin, though, and she had very pointedly ignored Jack, in all his shirtless glory, holding on to Bee's lead rope just a few feet away. Now he was just a few feet away, with only one or two flimsy walls between them as he showered. Erin kept telling herself she was here for King. She was shocked out of her daydreaming by a shout from the bunkroom. All thoughts of Jack naked aside, new thoughts of him being hurt and needing help flooded in instead. Erin slammed the stall gate shut and sprinted for the tiny efficiency apartment. She burst through the closed door in time to see Jack covering up his lower half with a towel, though just barely. All her previous mental images couldn't compete with the reality, and she couldn't even see the really interesting parts. The curve of his hip was enough to capture the imagination, though, that was for sure. He was grunting as he fixed the towel. "What happened?" Erin spluttered, trying not to stare. Instead, she turned her gaze to the room and the bathroom beyond, looking for an explanation. "Goddamn water heater," Jack growled. "Just quit." He stalked past her, and Erin squeezed herself against the door to give him room. Jack didn't seem to have any qualms about parading naked in front of her, because when he reached the dresser, he was already tugging at the towel. Spinning away in a rush of blood and breath, Erin grabbed at the doorknob. "I'll check it," she declared, and bolted through the door. She sped out of the bunkroom into the small closet where the water heater was housed. She threw open the door, a little too hard in her near panic, and gazed at it, blinking rapidly. It was there. It existed. This was the extent of her water heater knowledge. Minutes later, Jack came up behind her, and Erin couldn't resist a quick glance out of the corner of her eye, just to make sure he was fully clothed. He was, in jeans and a fresh t-shirt. She couldn't tell if she was relieved or disappointed or both. She watched as he flipped open a small panel on the front of the cylinder, inspected it, twisted the knob for good measure, and finally lowered himself onto the floor. "Pilot's out," he surmised. "How old is this thing?" Erin ducked her head and winced. "I don't know exactly. I bought it used." Jack sighed and pushed himself up off the ground. "Well, it's toast," he concluded. "The thermostat's shot, and it's got a leak there in the back." Erin squeezed her eyes shut and rubbed them. "You can't fix it?" When she opened them and looked up, Jack was shaking his head. She groaned.
She really couldn't afford to replace it. He peered at her for a moment and then simply shrugged. I can live with it. No, she argued wearily. That's terrible. You work hard. I can't let you take cold showers every day. She bit her lower lip and looked at the ancient appliance, but knew it was hopeless. She began cautiously and then cleared her throat. I mean, you could shower in the house. He raised an eyebrow at her. Just until I scrape together enough money to replace this old thing, Erin added hastily. She had already been within arm's length of a half-naked Jack, and that had been unsettling, to say the least. All right, he agreed. Suddenly they both heard a truck coming up the drive. Who's that? He demanded, striding toward the open door. Erin followed him and looked out. She sighed and wiped her hands on her jeans. Fletcher Kyle. He's the physical therapist the Del Reys hired before me. She stomped her boots off on the grass and grimaced. He's terrible, she told Jack. He set King's recovery back at least 6 months, maybe more. He told them not to get King's pastern fused, said he'd be just fine. She flicked a hard glance back at Jack. They nearly had to put him down because they waited too long. He charges way too much but doesn't know shit. Jack grunted. Snake oil salesman. Basically. Erin watched Jack eye Kyle's gleaming black Ford. Guess he sells a lot of it. She scowled and kicked the dirt with her boot. Oh, he does. Charges an arm and a leg for his services. The wiry older man stepped down from the running board and took a quick scan of the place. Erin didn't miss the dismissive sneer on his face. She didn't mind, though, really. She may not have as much money in the bank as Fletcher Kyle, but she had King, and they both knew it. Heard Tucker Del Rey talking in town, Kyle told Erin as he approached. Heard words like miracle worker and horse whisperer and thought I'd come see my old patient for myself, if you don't mind. The slick veneer didn't stop at the man's truck. Despite whatever anger he must be harboring toward her, Fletcher Kyle had a dazzling smile plastered to his face. If his eyes weren't glittering with hatred, Erin would have almost bought the ruse. She smiled back, offering a facade of professionalism just the same. There was no point in getting down in the dirt with Kyle. She'd already won anyway. Sure, she said, because she couldn't see the harm in it, and okay, because she wasn't going to pass up an opportunity to rub Kyle's nose in it. Just a little. For King. She led Kyle to the barn, with Jack bringing up the rear. Erin noticed that he remained a respectful distance, but never ventured too far away. He busied himself with reattaching the equipment hooks on the far wall while Erin presented King in his stall, fresh from his morning workout. The pastern fuse went pretty well, she told him, trying to keep her tone professional. Is that so? Kyle sneered, indicating that he didn't trust her judgment on anything more complicated than a muck bucket. Erin shook off her rising irritation. Well, now remember, I'm pretty familiar with pastern injuries, she said, nodding toward B in the adjacent stall. King's retained most of the movement in the leg. Kyle merely grunted, then spat onto the dirt floor and frowned at her. Didn't need it. You know he can't perform now. Erin bristled at the idea that King was merely a competition horse and had no other use to the Del Reys. He was still an example of fine and careful breeding, and his death would have been a real loss to the genetic pool. He's alive, she said through gritted teeth. Kyle snorted. What good is that? Erin swung around so fast that Kyle jumped back, possibly thinking she was about to punch him. If she hadn't been striving to be such a consummate professional, she probably would have. Instead, she gestured to the door and to Kyle's shiny black truck beyond. Well, you've seen him, she declared, live and in the flesh. I think it's time you head on out. The older man didn't say so much as goodbye as he stomped out of the barn. Erin stood in the doorway, watching him leave. Jack abandoned his feigned interest in the wall hooks and joined her. Guess he's not taking your newfound success well, he observed. Erin sighed. Fletcher Kyle is a man without a legacy. She started to head back to the house, but the perplexed look on Jack's face stopped her. He can't see past today, past payday. He never thinks about what he's leaving behind, about the future. And trust me, he's never spared a single thought for anyone but himself. Jack was quiet for a moment, so quiet that Erin was tempted to ask him if he was all right. Just as she took in a breath to speak, he did instead. We're getting you a dog, he announced. Erin's eyebrows rose. A dog? Too many people show up here unannounced, he said as he watched the truck pull out of the long driveway and onto the highway. I don't like it. I'm not sure why I need a dog. Only Hank caused any trouble and... Jack turned back to her with a look that made her mouth snap closed. This isn't a discussion, Erin. This is me telling you that tomorrow we're getting you a dog. Chapter 25. Jack could see the lingering questions in her eyes, but he turned and walked away. He wouldn't always be here, and Erin needed someone around all the time, someone who could let her know when someone showed up and, God forbid, protect her if the wrong kind of person showed up. Like himself. He lifted his arm, testing his reach. The ache in his ribs dulled a little more each day, though not by a lot. He could take out a bank manager and a washed-up snake oil salesman. He could probably even beat the shit out of Buck Walker. The man certainly outweighed Jack, but that was mostly beer gut. If anyone else showed up, though, like a buzzard, like Hook, but Jack shook his head, willing the thought away. That would never happen. No one would ever come here. No one even knew he was alive. But still, they ought to have a dog around. If anything, the dog might eat that fucking rabid chicken. It was a small legacy, he supposed, as far as legacies went. Tiny, really. But something told him that when he left Thunder Ridge, he'd be a whole lot more content knowing that Erin had at least some basic protection. When he left her alone to fend for herself. He frowned at the idea, but it was what it was. Hook and Hayes's betrayal couldn't go unanswered. The next day they headed out to the hardware store with his weekly list of tools and supplies. Jack had circled an ad in the paper for Labrador retrievers and put it on the seat between them. He'd prefer a pit bull or something large like a Great Dane, but pickings were slim in Highland and the surrounding counties, and Labs were by far the most popular breed. They separated in the store while Jack picked up the lumber order and had it put in the truck's bed. He found Erin in the gardening section looking at seeds. "I never had a garden," she told him. "Rabbits." Jack nodded. "But if you're getting a dog—" "You're getting a dog," he corrected. "Well, if I'm getting a dog, then I'm getting some peppers and zucchini out of the deal." Jack was glad she'd seen the light on the subject. "I'm going to get in line," he told her. "Hurry up." He picked the shortest one, paying no attention to who was running the register, but apparently the pretty blonde making change thought otherwise. She was probably just this side of legal, and she was working it for all it was worth. When it was Jack's turn, she batted her eyelashes at him and leaned over the counter, giving him a good view straight down her shirt. That was at least one size too small. Her tits were smaller than Erin's, though, and he wasn't all that impressed. The girl's hand flitted over the wrench he'd set down, and she traced it slowly with her fingertip before she picked it up. "I like men with big tools," she purred. Jack grinned at her. He'd heard cheesier lines, but then he was only interested in a woman's lips when they were wrapped around his cock. He was about to ask what that shade of cotton candy lipstick looked like on a hard dick, but before he could respond, Erin smacked her hand down on the conveyor belt. Seed packets flew in every direction. The checkout girl's eyes widened, then narrowed into slits. "Jesus!" Erin waved her hand at the carousel of sacks. "Can you bag this?" she said in a clipped tone. "We're in a hurry." The checkout girl snorted and flipped her hair indignantly, but scanned their purchases. She ignored Erin entirely and held the bags out to Jack, rubbing the back of his hand when he took them. "I get off at 9, she told him. She shot Erin a hateful look. "You should come by, after your older sister goes to bed." Jack pressed his lips together to avoid laughing and nudged a fuming Erin away from the register and out of the way. Outside, Erin's boots clipped the asphalt of the parking lot as she stomped toward the truck. "I'm not older than you," she bit out. "I know. I don't even look older than you." "Nope," he said, keeping his responses to a minimum because he was within arm's reach. Erin whirled on him anyway, giving him the stink eye. "You know she's given more rides than a pony at a county fair." Try as he might, Jack couldn't stop a grin from spreading on his face. "I didn't say anything to her, Erin." Her nostrils flared. "I don't care. I'm just letting you know." "Well, thanks for the tip," he said, flashing her a smile. "Guess I don't need to show up with flowers and a bottle of booze then if she's that easy. She said she gets off at 9, he mused as he slid the key into the ignition. Maybe I can get her off by 10. Erin slammed the passenger door so hard that the entire cab shook. "What about the dog?" she snapped. Jack laughed and cranked the engine to life. "Oh, come on now," he teased. "She's not a dog. She's got a cute face. Not that I'm going to be looking at it." He gave her a long sideways look. "While I'm riding her like a pony at the fair." Erin's nostrils flared again, and she turned away to look out the window. Jack suppressed a chuckle as he pulled out of the lot. They rode without talking, Erin staring out the window on the passenger side. Jack figured he didn't need the ancient air conditioner to actually work. The icy silence between them was chilly enough. She was cute when she was mad. He made a mental note to track Mudd into the kitchen when they got back home. She thawed out, though, when they made a stop along the way. Aaron was in love with the puppies they'd come to check out, and Jack could see why. They were cute, he agreed, but cute wasn't what they needed. They needed tough. They needed mean. They needed a guard dog. A nearly fully grown male from a previous litter bounced around them excitedly, but every time Jack started toward him, he bared his teeth. Jack figured this dog was exactly what they were looking for. Jack figured this dog was a good judge of character, if it didn't like him all that much. "How much for this one?" he asked, jerking his thumb at the exuberant beast. "Duke?" the woman asked, glancing over her shoulder at the pen of pups. "But he ain't—" "He's perfect," Jack told her and drew out his wallet. As much as Duke didn't care for Jack, he seemed to love Aaron, and Jack was glad for it. The huge dog was practically in her lap the entire ride home. Jack made a mental note to teach him to ride in the truck bed, though, when he got a chance, because Aaron's jeans were a mess, but she didn't seem to mind. When they arrived at Thunder Ridge, the dog leaped out and took a good look at the place. He sniffed and marked almost every inch of it. He made a wide berth around the chicken coop, though, and Jack wondered if the breeder had had a Julio of their own. Aaron had to get King out to the pen for his afternoon workout, and that left Jack to show the dog where the water bowl was. Getting his own work done seemed damn near impossible, though, as the dog seemed to want to play every second that he wasn't pausing for water breaks. It took almost an hour for Jack to realize the teeth-baring wasn't a warning at all. It was some kind of goofy lab grin that Duke displayed whenever he was deliriously happy, which was all the time, apparently, and for whatever reason, Jack, of all people, made Duke deliriously happy. Jack was starting to question the dog's judge of character after all. Duke came back with a makeshift toy and dropped it at Jack's feet again. Jack shook his head. "No," he said. "No more playing. I'm busy." The dog objected with a loud bark. When that didn't appear to have any effect, he lay down next to Jack as he was sorting the lumber purchase, put his head on his paws, and whined. Jack sighed. "You know," he told the dog, "no one's ever had the balls to call me out for being an asshole." Duke looked up at him, eyes full of cautious hope. Jack had made him a toy, which was really just a sock stuffed with straw, but he'd drawn eyes and a beak on it and shook it while making stupid chicken noises. He was pleased to see that the dog was interested in trying to tear its little head off. "Oh, all right," Jack huffed. He picked up the sock and waved it a little at Duke to get his attention. "Chicken," he said. "Chicken bad. Go get it." He whipped it across the yard. The dog made a noise that Jack swore sounded surprisingly like "thank you" and beat feet after it. It was impossible not to smile as he watched Duke's long ears flopping around wildly, tongue half out of his mouth, that damn tail in constant motion. Duke snatched it up, scrambled back, and deposited it on one of Jack's boots again. Again Jack hurled it away as far as he could. He noticed that it was a decent workout for his ribs playing with the dog. He had to wrestle the toy out of Duke's mouth, though, every single time, and his hand came away with goo. This time, though, Duke jumped on him and clamped down on his wrist, but not hard enough to draw blood. "No!" Jack cried, trying to free himself. "Not me! The chicken! Bite the chicken!" Duke hesitated, seemingly confused, then let go of Jack and lunged for the toy. He danced happily in a circle, shaking the fake rooster between his fangs. Jack snorted at the idea that he was now only able to inspire loyalty in dogs. Oh well, he thought as he headed toward the front door. At least he was reasonably sure that Duke would never turn on him. He finally managed to wear the dog out, which was no mean feat, as Duke seemed to have an endless well of pent-up energy. The sun was starting to set, though, and Aaron had long since put King away and gone inside. He held the side door for Duke, and the dog dragged his chicken into the house and plopped down on one of the large dog beds they'd gotten for him at the store. He gnawed on it happily, covering it with lab goo. Jack figured he'd better clean the goo off himself before he tried to do anything else. Aaron looked up at him from the stove, half surprised, half irritated. "I thought you were going out tonight." "I need a shower first," Jack told her, enjoying the way she had to duck her head so that he wouldn't notice her cheeks flushing. He plucked a biscuit that was cooling off the counter and headed up the stairs to the second floor. Below him, Aaron was muttering something that he couldn't quite hear. Chapter 26. Jack showered and shaved and was already headed back downstairs when a truck pulled up in front of the house. He looked out the screen door and scowled. Duke, emulating him, perked up his ears, and a low rumble sounded in his throat. The dog might be a goofball, but he was extremely perceptive, and anything Jack didn't like, Duke took an instant dislike to as well.
like Julio. Growl all you want, Jack told the dog as Buck's truck parked in the swirling dust of the driveway. In fact, if you take a piece out of this dude, there's a ribeye in it for you. Jack, Erin chastised, but secretly she wouldn't have minded if Duke took a nip at the old man. Jack grinned. He doesn't understand anyway. But the hackles on the back of Duke's neck stood up, and Erin thought that the dog understood quite well enough, thank you very much. Go lay down, she ordered. Duke gave her a quick glance, but didn't move from his self-appointed post. Erin sighed. What's the point of a dog who will only take orders from you? Jack shrugged. He's afraid of me. Erin met his gaze in the fading sunlight. Is there anyone who's not afraid of you? He seemed to consider this for a moment before replying, No. Erin's father emerged from his enormous truck dressed in his Sunday best, which Erin found ironic since she was pretty sure if Buck Walker ever entered a church, lightning might strike the man dead before his ass hit the pew. Buck had made some effort, though, with his brand-new blue jeans and starched button-down white shirt. He had on his brilliant white Stetson, and the matching cologne reached her before the old man actually did. What are you doing here? She demanded. I don't owe you a check for another few weeks. I thought... Buck fumbled around, looking slightly pained. He didn't seem to be able to finish the thought, and the only sound between them was the leaves rustling in the breeze. Erin sighed heavily. It was doing no one any good to just stand out here anyway. The food was getting cold. Come on, she said, turning to the front door. Buck ducked inside the house, giving Erin a sheepish look. Duke squeezed past Erin as she held the door and headed Buck off as he tried to get to the kitchen. The large dog growled menacingly. Erin sighed, then turned her head slightly. Jack, she said plaintively, gesturing to the dog. Jack frowned, but snapped his fingers and pointed to the living room. Bed, he demanded. Duke whined, but headed out of the entryway and into the adjoining room. He crouched on his large cushion, but his sharp eyes tracked Buck as he entered the kitchen. This looks good, Buck said encouragingly as he pulled out a chair. It was Jack's chair, across from Erin's. She expected him to complain, demand to have it back, but instead he settled himself in a chair right next to hers. And he didn't look all that upset about it. Buck helped himself to chicken and dumplings. The silence at the table was thicker than the gravy. When all the biscuits were gone and Buck didn't have anything left to stuff into his mouth to avoid conversation, he said, I saw Tucker Del Rey at the diner the other day. He was telling me all about King's Progress. Sutter and Frank were listening in, and I said, Yep, that's the way of it. I said you'd gotten hooked up with a halfway decent foreman now, and... Erin's blood boiled. She was grateful to Jack, of course, for all the help he'd been around the place, but to suggest that he had anything to do with King's rehabilitation, that he could in any way take credit for her hard work, was infuriating. So you told him it wasn't even me? That my foreman wandered onto the property one day and suddenly, magically... Buck spluttered, red-faced. I didn't say he wandered anywhere. I just said... Erin fumed. Jack didn't even know a fetlock from a forelock. Jack does not... Underneath the table, Jack's hand came down on her leg. She was so surprised that her mouth clamped shut and she forgot what she was going to say to Buck. She slammed her knees together to stop him from venturing any farther, not that it appeared that he was going to. He was perfectly still. Her leg was practically on fire, though, as Jack's strong fingertips pressed themselves into the soft flesh of her inner thigh. If he was as suddenly, as ferociously turned on as she was, he didn't give any hint of it. In fact, his gaze was deadly cold, and it was trained on her father. I swing a hammer, Buck. That's all I do. When Erin said she needed help, it was for maintenance around the place so she could spend all her time with the horses. He gave her thigh another squeeze, not hard, but certainly a reminder to keep her temper in check. Erin realized she'd come dangerously close to saying too much about how Jack had actually come to Thunder Ridge. She had also been about to contradict their earlier tale of having met on the rodeo circuit. Buck wiped his mouth with his napkin and ducked his head. Well, I didn't mean anything by it. Erin sighed. Maybe it was true, maybe it wasn't. It wasn't worth arguing over. She relaxed a little, dazed that for once she didn't have to defend herself. As she leaned back in her chair, Jack's thumb slid lightly over her skin. She had to fight not to close her eyes, be lulled by his touch. Thankfully, every square inch of her legs was shaved, if only to make herself feel better about how many hours she spent in the shower thinking of scenarios quite a bit like the one that was happening now. I think we'll skip dessert, said Jack, the low timbre in his voice doing all kinds of naughty things to Erin's insides. Buck nodded and stood up, pushing his plate away. He looked solemn, though, contrite. As much as Erin liked Jack's hand on her leg, she pushed her own chair back and followed her father outside. On the last step of the front porch, Buck declared, "I just wanted to come to dinner." Erin blew out a long breath. It had been a long time since she'd looked at her father, really looked. He was so much older than her mental image of him. His hairline was receding as his beer belly got larger. Fine wrinkles appeared around his eyes and mouth. "I'm trying," he said quietly. Erin wasn't sure that simply trying would ever be enough, but she only had one father, and just this lifetime. "Okay," she replied, hands on her hips. "Come again in a few weeks." Buck's eyes lit up, and he swept her into an awkward hug. Behind them, Duke growled, but Jack shushed him. Buck took off down the driveway, and Jack headed for the barn. Erin fought the impulse to call him back. What would she do if he did? Instead, she called out, "You missed your pony ride." Jack didn't bother to turn around. "That's okay. I think I liked having my hand between your legs better anyway." Erin's thighs squeezed and her heart thumped in her chest. Time for another shower. Chapter 27. The next morning, Jack had a hankering for scrambled eggs and buttered toast, and the only thing standing in his way was a dick. Or a cock, to be more accurate. Jack scowled and shook his head at the dog. "You know, you're supposed to be doing something about that rooster." Beside him, Duke whined and lowered his head to the grass. Jack sighed and took a step closer to the coop. Julio trained his beady little eyes in their direction. "There's a bottle of hot sauce with your name on it in the pantry," Jack growled. The rooster strutted back and forth, guarding his portion of the yard, clearly not concerned. Jack glared at him. "I'll buy her 12 chickens. 2 chickens. She'll never even miss you." Julio stopped and gave Jack the evil eye as well. Jack resisted the urge to cross his fingers to ward off the bad juju. It had been an empty threat, at least on his end, and Jack wasn't used to giving those. It didn't sit right with him, but there was nothing he could do. The problem wasn't really the chicken. The chicken could be dealt with, easily. Jack could either put a bullet in the nasty bastard or just wring Julio's neck with his bare hands. The problem was that Erin liked this chicken. She wanted this chicken around for some inexplicable reason, and that meant Jack had to tread lightly. And he couldn't be sure, but it almost felt like Julio understood Jack's dilemma, despite his tiny little chicken brain, and had come to the conclusion that this made Jack easy peckings. This chicken was mocking him. "I could buy another chicken," Jack grumbled, "a bigger chicken, and let him kick your ass." Julio strutted again, beak high in the air, as if to say, "Bring it on, asshole." Jack snorted. Julio probably would win. The little shit was one hell of a fighter. Jack would at least give him that. Julio stalked back and forth along the wire fencing of the henhouse, guarding his females, all of whom clucked appreciatively. Looking at Julio now, it wasn't difficult to imagine him in a little hat and a fluffy white fur coat. If Julio had hands instead of wings, Jack somehow knew without a doubt that he would also carry a cane. "I've known pimps who weren't as tough as you," he declared. Julio crowed. "Damn right." Jack was about to roll up his sleeves and get down and dirty with the bird when a car came down the driveway behind him. He turned to see a small silver sedan pulling up beneath the oak tree. The driver's side door opened, and Duke let loose a fury of barks and snarls. The man behind the wheel jumped back inside, pulling the door closed behind him. "Is he dangerous?" he shouted through the open window as Jack made his way to the car. Jack shrugged. "He looks dangerous," he told the man. "I don't know. Haven't had this dog long. Just got him yesterday. Can't say what he'd do, honestly. I don't think he likes you, though. Just saying." The man eyed Duke warily. "Can I get out of the car?" he asked Jack. Jack tilted his head, pretending to consider it. "Depends on why you're here. You lost? I could understand that. We are at the ass end of nowhere. All you need to do is get back out on the highway there and just drive straight in whichever direction you prefer. If you head south, you'll end up eventually in Rapid City. If you head north, there's a tiny little town called Highland. And when I say tiny, I mean it might be the size of a crab hopping around on a toilet seat, and about as pretty." The man bristled and tugged at his tie. Jack grinned. "Guess you're from Highland." The man cleared his throat sharply. "Don Cartwright, First National Bank of the Badlands," he said, and extended his hand through the open window. Jack made no move to take it, but Duke seemed eager enough. He lunged again at the car, and Don Cartwright of the First National Bank of the Badlands jerked it quickly back inside. He slid the window up an inch or two for good measure. Jack shook his head. "I wouldn't stick your hand out again," he advised, "just to be safe." "Is Aaron around?" Cartwright called through the crack of the window. "Aaron?" Jack repeated, frowning. The man nodded. "Aaron." Jack narrowed his eyes at the man. He was pretty sure by the expression on Cartwright's face that the fat, balding man finally understood that it might not necessarily be the dog that he should be afraid of. "Miss Walker is busy," Jack declared. Cartwright patted his face with his hand. "Well, Aaron—" Jack moved forward a bit, just rebalancing himself on the balls of his feet, really. Duke noticed, though, and gave another low growl. "Miss Walker," Jack reminded him, "because you two aren't exactly friends, are you?" Miss Walker is a client, one of our most important clients, and absolutely we'd like to think of her as a friend." Jack might have laughed, except he wasn't amused. In the MC world, respect was everything. No one would dare call Preacher Jack or even Pryor. It irritated Jack that this man thought that a simple business deal had somehow secured him the right to call Erin by her first name. Duke agreed because he growled again, low in his throat. "Does he actually bite?" Cartwright asked. Jack shrugged. "Maybe. Like I said, we haven't had this dog long. Can't say for certain what he'd do." Behind him he heard Aaron's boots on the gravel, but Jack never took his eyes off their unwelcome visitor. "Hey, Mr. Cartwright," she called out. Cartwright gave her a wan smile. "Well, hello there, Aaron," he called back. Jack gave him a sharp look, but Cartwright sneered at him when Aaron didn't correct him. Aaron came to a stop next to him and put her hand on his arm. "Jack," she implored, nodding at the dog. He waited for a moment, not used to being dismissed like that. But finally he gave in. "Come on," he ordered, slapping his thigh. Duke gave one last menacing look to Cartwright and trotted along after Jack toward the barn. Erin's business was her own, and he wouldn't interfere. Jack moved out of earshot, but not out of sight, though. Just in case. Chapter 28. "Is there a problem, Mr. Cartwright?" Erin asked. He hadn't been here a minute, and her face was already straining with the fake smile she'd plastered on her lips. She knew there wasn't. There couldn't be. Erin had hand-delivered her monthly mortgage check to the teller window in Highland, same as always, and gotten her receipt. Despite Erin's crystal-clear memory of it, Cartwright reached into his pocket and produced a duplicate. "You forgot your receipt," he lied, waving it at her. Erin was more than a little irritated at his chastising tone, especially since it was complete and utter bullshit. It wouldn't do to call him on it, though. She wouldn't get too far in life making enemies of everyone she knew and had dealings with. She kept the fake smile in place and plucked it from his sausage fingers. "Thanks, Mr. Cartwright. I didn't realize I'd forgotten." She folded it carefully, fingers twitching because she just wanted to shred the stupid thing, right in front of him and fling the pieces into the air. But instead she tucked it into her own pocket and patted it firmly. "Just wanted to make sure you had your paperwork in order," he said, glancing around left and right. Erin saw him spot the tarp and the recently purchased pile of lumber stacked up under the eaves. The banker's fingers danced back and forth at his sides as though he were typing on an imaginary calculator. Barely checked greed shone in his eyes. "Doing some work, huh?" he asked, obviously trying to sound casual but failing miserably. Erin nodded. "Yep. Yes, sir. Just a few standard repairs." It was true enough, for now. Erin had plans, though, for bigger and better things at Thunder Ridge. Don Cartwright didn't need to know any of them, though, especially since Erin was determined not to take out another bank loan to finance any of her projects. She didn't bother to let him know that he was out of the loop and would remain there indefinitely. He'd figure out soon enough that there was no goddamn way he was getting his hands on what was hers. "Well, thanks again, Mr. Cartwright." She checked her watch meaningfully. "Burning daylight," she told him pleasantly. He nodded. "Oh, sure. Just wanted to bring you that receipt." He lumbered off to his little car and levered himself behind the driver's seat. He gave her a honk and a jaunty wave as he rolled away. Erin watched him go, sighing as he did. She wondered how long Cartwright, or any of them, were going to circle around her. "Buzzards," she spat. "What?" Jack demanded as he came up beside her. She shook her head. "They're vultures, the lot of them. Parasites." He seemed to relax, and Erin's brow knitted together. "You'll have to get used to it, Jack. They aren't going to stop anytime soon." He nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, I guess so." He nodded toward the highway. What did that one want?
he asked as he tossed Duke's favorite toy a few feet away. The lab scrambled after it. Erin sighed. Same old, pretending that it's all part of the Bank of the Badlands customer service experience, she replied with a wry smile. She gazed around at the property, trying to see it through the bank manager's eyes. It's all the trips to the hardware store, she realized. Tongues must be wagging in town. I'm sure he just wanted to see for himself. See what? Jack asked. You're increasing the value of the place with all the work you're doing. Jack snorted. Doesn't matter. He's not getting his fat manicured hands on it. She laughed. They're not manicured. He shrugged. They looked soft to me. Erin couldn't stop herself from looking down at Jack's hands. They were rough and calloused, and God, but sometimes she wanted to know what they would feel like cupping her breasts. Jack caught her looking, and damn if the man didn't seem to know exactly what she was thinking. She turned away quickly so he couldn't see the heat creeping up on her face. Duke brought back the toy and dropped it at their feet. Jack scooped it up and shook it. Duke. Banker. Brrr. Duke growled, mimicking Jack, and lunged for the toy. Erin rolled her eyes at both of them and headed inside, thinking about Jack's hands, as well as the rest of him. Regular meals had put weight on him, in all the best places. As formidable as he'd seemed before, he was becoming a powerhouse now. The fact that he seemed to refuse to wear a damn shirt was giving her daily heart palpitations. Wash up for dinner, she called over her shoulder as she made for the front porch. After you, he replied. Her step faltered a bit. A fleeting thought entered her mind that Jack somehow knew what she was doing in the shower nearly every day when the work was done. But he couldn't know. Jesus, he wasn't psychic. He saw a lot, and he was damn smart. She'd been able to tell that right off, but he didn't know. She was just feeling guilty and embarrassed about it. And about to feel even more guilty as she closed and locked the bathroom door and turned the shower on. She glared at the drawer handle like it was the vibrator's fault she was in this predicament. She turned away from it and stripped out of her dirty, sweaty work clothes. She could make it one day, damn it. As she lathered up the bar of soap in her hands and started to wash herself, she couldn't stop imagining it was Jack's hands instead of her own. Her clit liked this idea very, very much. Damn it, Erin hissed and threw back the plastic curtain. Promising to say a few Hail Marys or make a donation to the church later, she reached for the drawer handle. Chapter 29. Erin had been taking extra-long showers at the end of the workday for a few weeks now. At first, Jack thought it was cute, but now he was once again standing on the other side of the door and listening to the soft, battery-powered hum on the other side. And it wasn't amusing anymore. He might have just been slightly irritated from the banker's visit earlier. God knew enough people tromped through Thunder Ridge like it was Grand Central Station, and none of them gave a shit about Erin. Jack preferred to spend their days alone, just the two of them. He didn't like this, though. That was for damn sure. He waited and heard Erin finally shut off the water. He should have left. He should have walked away now that she was finished. Part of him knew it, but part of him was annoyed. And when something annoyed Jack, he took care of the problem. The door swung open, and Erin, wrapped in a fluffy bathrobe, jumped back with a yelp. Her wide eyes stared up at him as he loomed in the doorway. What are you doing? She gasped, snatching at the robe to hold it shut. The pink on her cheeks deepened. Tylenol, he grunted. Her embarrassment faded, and it was replaced by a look of concern. Are you all right? Are you hurt, or is it just— Jack lifted his hand to still her words. Just my ribs, he lied. No big deal. He wasn't sure she believed him, but neither did he think she suspected that he'd been listening at the door like a pervert to the sounds of her satisfying herself. She thought he was hiding his pain. The sad part was, Jack was sort of doing just that, in a way. Erin squeezed past him, and Jack only moved a scant inch to let her escape. Her hip and shoulder rubbed up against him, and he fisted his hand to keep from grabbing her. He shut the bathroom door behind him and opened the medicine cabinet above the sink. He popped the top off the bottle just in case Erin was doing her own eavesdropping, tossed a few caplets down the sink, and turned the faucet on. With the water running and masking his movements, Jack impulsively pulled open the drawer where the vibrator had been stashed the night he'd forced himself into the house. For a moment he thought it wasn't there, that she'd taken it with her when she'd left the room, but he found it hidden at the very back underneath a few old hairbrushes. He picked it up and wrapped his fingers around it. It was still damp, freshly washed. He resisted the urge to simply crush it in his hand. Instead, he shoved it into his pocket, turned off the faucet, and strode back out of the room. Erin was in the bedroom, he guessed, because the door was closed. Picturing her naked wasn't doing his mood any good, so he turned and headed back down the stairs. Once again outside, Duke followed closely, eyes lighting up when Jack produced the vibrator in his hand. Jack shook his head. "This toy isn't for you, buddy," he declared, squeezing it hard. It wasn't for anyone. Not anymore. Why he gave a shit about when and how Erin got herself off, Jack really couldn't say for sure, except that Erin wasn't Diamond. The more he saw of her, the clearer that became. Erin worked her ass off, and every man who showed up here wanting a piece of what she had got Erin's stiff spine and sharp tongue instead. No tits and ass here at Thunder Ridge, no whoring herself to get what she wanted. Jack clutched the vibrator in his hand. She didn't need this. She shouldn't have to have it. A woman like Erin should have a man in her bed, giving her dick whenever she asked for it. A real man, one who'd appreciate her. He drew his arm back and launched the plastic toy into the woods on the edge of the property. Jack wasn't sure why, but he immediately felt a whole lot better. He turned and strode back to the barn, whistling as he walked. As he stood in the tiny bunk room bathroom, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and frowned. He'd let his beard grow out, way too long, and his hair was now falling down just above his eyes. He looked like a deranged mountain man. Good for scaring bankers, he supposed, but not much else. Jack rooted around the medicine cabinet until he discovered a tiny pair of scissors. He closed the door, watched himself in the mirror, and tugged down on one brown curl just over his left eye. He snipped it about a half-inch from the root and let the lock fall into the sink. An hour later, he was short-haired, clean-shaven, and dabbing blood from his neck. "I'm not a barber," he told Duke, who had been watching him curiously. The dog whined, and Jack turned back to the small mirror on the wall. "It doesn't look that bad," he argued. Duke whimpered again, and Jack raised an eyebrow at him. "Well, you don't even have thumbs," he replied, "but you do have that goofy grin. Chicks don't like goofballs." He scooped up the hair and deposited it into the trash can in the corner, and they don't like shaggy hair and scruffy beards either. Duke raised his head like he had something to say about that. Jack glared at him. "Shut up," he ordered. "It's hot, that's all. It's hot outside. Now I won't sweat my ass off so much when I work." He gave the dog another look, daring him to argue. Then he clicked off the overhead bulb and stomped toward the house. Chapter 30. Erin closed the oven door after she slid in the casserole, stood up, and nearly screamed. A man very much like Jack loomed in the doorway, and it took her a second to take it all in. When she did, she pressed her oven-gloved hand to her mouth and giggled. Jack glared at her. "What did you do?" she asked. "It's hot outside," he argued. The haircut had been the most noticeable, ragged and clumpy as it was, but after the initial shock, Erin was pleased that she could see his features more clearly now. As the weeks had gone by, Jack's face had been more and more obscured by his burgeoning beard. She was glad to see it gone because it didn't play a central role in any of her shower fantasies. She liked his sharp jaw, his strong chin, his ruby-red lips. She wouldn't dare kiss them, but she could still think about it. This haircut wasn't good for anything but a bit part in a Mel Brooks movie, though, and it had to go, if only for Erin's pleasant dreams. She ditched the oven glove for a pair of scissors in the junk drawer and turned back to him. Jack eyed her warily as she approached him. Seeing what he'd already done to himself, it was hard not to laugh. "I trim my own hair all the time," she told him, mostly because she didn't have the time or the money to go into Highland and have it done. "And it can't look worse, Jack." He seemed to take a long time to consider it, looked at the scissors again, and then nodded slightly. "Okay," he said slowly. Erin waved to the kitchen chair closest to them, and he lowered himself down into it. He'd cut it a little too short for her liking. As she touched it now, the sensation didn't last nearly long enough before the jaggedly clipped ends slipped through her fingers. "You could have left it a little longer," she told him. He hesitated a moment, then said, "I'll keep it in mind next time," in his gravelly tone. A few weeks outside had given his dull brown hair natural golden highlights. He looked less like a wild animal now and more like an ad for Wranglers. As Erin stood behind him, running the comb through what was left of his hair, she took a deep breath and smelled sunshine and hay and the distinct male scent that had been missing in her life for far too long. She reached out a hand to wipe the tiny little clippings from the back of his t-shirt, feeling hard, sinewy muscles underneath the stretched fabric. She might have left her fingers there just a little too long, but she couldn't see the harm in it. She'd wondered what he felt like, and there was no better opportunity than this to find out. Jack stiffened a little, though, as she touched him. She cleared her throat and wiped a little harder, this time with short jerks of her wrist, a little less intimate. "Don't want to leave a mess," she told him. He shifted a bit in his chair, and she reluctantly abandoned her position behind him, wanting to feel a little bit more of him while she still had the chance. She came around to the front and got a good close-up look at his freshly shaven face. He'd done a better job with that, but only just barely. He'd missed a few tiny hairs and seemed to have injured himself in the process. She delicately pressed a fingernail to the tiny cut just beside his Adam's apple and grinned at him. "Did you use a chainsaw?" He grunted and his throat rumbled underneath the pads of her fingertips. An old razor. Erin frowned down at him, her teasing mood turning to ice. "Don't," she said sharply. "Throw it away. I'll get you another one. Don't use anything of his." A long moment hung between them as Jack watched her carefully. "Okay, I'll get rid of it." Erin didn't want to be reminded of anything bad, especially not right now. Instead, she focused on the gold flecks in Jack's eyes as he looked up at her and the way they mirrored the new streaks in his hair. She preferred Jack to Hank in every way possible. She preferred Jack to anyone, actually. She moved in front and he parted his knees so she could get closer. Erin stepped in between them and reached for the shorn locks that hung well above his eyes now. She slipped them between her fingers, an inch at a time, and clipped carefully. This close to him, she could swear she felt heat radiating off his body. He did spend an inordinate amount of time in the sun, and that was certainly possible, but his legs were pressed to the outsides of her own, and she probably imagined the warmth she felt there, too. She'd dressed in a button-down shirt this morning, showing as much cleavage as she dared owing to the blazing summer sun. As her hands framed Jack's face and she measured each trim, she could feel his breath on her exposed skin. It made her shiver. She could straddle him now as he sat in the chair, sink her hips down low until she was riding him, feeling him get hard underneath her. Her thoughts swirled as she tried to imagine what he'd do then. Would he grab her ass? Would he kiss that dip at her collarbone that his breath was tickling now? What would his now smooth skin feel like against her own? Erin stepped out from between his legs and moved to the side, unwilling to try anything so rash. Jack wasn't like any man she'd ever met, and this was very shaky ground. She smoothed one last out-of-place hair and turned to the kitchen counter, abandoning Jack and all impure thoughts about ravaging him. "There's more beer in the fridge," she told him, keeping her voice light. "Dinner's almost ready. I'm going to go wash up." She left without looking back at him and hightailed it up the stairs to the second floor. She should not have been moving so fast. She should not have been so close to out of control. She practically slammed the bathroom door and kicked off her boots, sending them flying across the tile floor. With one hand she unbuttoned her shirt, and with the other she flipped on the shower head until the water ran hot under her palm. Her water bill was going to eclipse her mortgage payment if Jack stayed at Thunder Ridge any longer. Promising to take orders and become a nun in her golden years, Erin reached for the drawer. And froze. Chapter 31. Jack took off his boots and his sweaty socks and headed quietly up the rickety stairs to the second floor. On the other side of the closed bathroom door, he heard the water from the shower and heard the sound of Erin opening drawers. He grasped the doorknob, twisted it, and pushed in. Erin, bent over, rooting through a pile of hair accessories, yelped and jumped up. Jack grinned at her lazily, though he felt anything but lazy. "Sorry," he told her. "Guess you forgot to lock the door. In a hurry?" Erin had ditched her work clothes for a bath towel that hung just at the tops of her thighs. She pulled it tighter around herself as she took a step backward. "Taking a shower." He reached out and touched the bottom corner of the towel. Erin jumped back, out of his reach. You're dirty," she said, pushing his hand away. Jack grinned wider. "Oh, I'm pretty fucking filthy, Erin. So are you." She was up against the wall now and had nowhere else to go. Jack ran a finger over the edge of the towel, trailing her skin just below her collarbone. "All sweaty. Looks like we both need a shower." He reached down and tugged at his shirt, peeling it off over his head. He tossed it to the floor and with one hand yanked at Erin's towel. "Hey!" she shrieked. Jack picked her up around the waist and held her naked body against him as he stepped into the shower. The hot water pooled around his bare feet, and he released Erin just long enough to push her up against the wall. She gasped and gripped his biceps, possibly to keep herself from falling, but there was no way Jack would let anything happen to her. He leaned in against her belly, trapping her with his denim-clad erection. He fixed his palms to the wall on either side of her and enjoyed watching as his little bird squirmed. If she'd gotten past the Hank incident enough to sneak away and jill off every fucking day, then Jack figured she was more than ready to step back into the mating game. The way she touched him just now in the kitchen, the way her pulse pounded in her throat when she'd gotten too close to him, told Jack she was ready for him. Water cascaded down over both of them, over Jack's bare chest and Erin's breasts, which were pressing against him, making them look plump and full. Jack growled in approval. "You look just as fucking good as I thought you would," he told her. "What are you doing in here, Erin?" Her eyes flashed angrily, despite the precariousness of her situation. "I told you," she snapped. "Taking a shower." Her face flushed, though, and Jack didn't think it had anything to do with the steam rising up around them. He grinned. "Don't worry, then. I'll get you all nice and clean." Jack slid one hand off the shower wall and picked up the soap on the rack to his right. He palmed the bar and pressed it to Erin's arm, just above the elbow. He ran it slowly up to her shoulder and across her chest, just above her breasts. She gasped. "What are you doing in here?" he asked again quietly. He bent suddenly and took a nipple into his mouth. He nipped it, hard but not too hard. A tiny punishment. Erin cried out. "That's for lying to me," he told her. Jack righted himself and ground his pelvis into hers. "You get hot watching me, Erin?" She didn't answer. Instead, her breath became labored and her eyes widened. He couldn't tell if she was turned on or afraid or both. He figured it was a little of both, and yeah, it was wrong, but Jack had never minded that in a woman. He ran the soap over her breast, washing the nipple he'd just marked. He squeezed and kneaded it until a thick lather foamed through his fingers. Then he moved to the other one. "Jack," Erin whispered, but didn't fight him. He slid the soap down across her belly and dipped between her legs. He watched her shiver despite the heat of the water beating down on them. "I think you do get hot, Erin. I think you get yourself all worked up and then you come in here and grab that little toy of yours, don't you? That poor excuse for a real man's cock. That thing I'd never let you own if I owned you." Jack lathered up both his hands, replaced the soap on the rack and ran his hands over her hips, then to her firm little bottom. "You need me, Erin?" She whimpered against his shoulder. "You need me, you just let me know," he demanded, fingertips massaging into her skin. "Don't come in here letting a toy do what I'd happily do for you. Understand? Tell me you need me, Erin. Tell me that pussy of yours gets wet whenever you look at me." She looked up at him, eyes full of lust and trepidation. Her mouth opened, the sweet cherry lips parted for him, but she couldn't seem to get out the words. Jack didn't mind. He knew he was overwhelming her. He cupped his hand in the spray, rinsing it off and filling his palm, then he reached down between her legs again. He parted her lips and rubbed gently. His fingers rasped over her clit, which was already standing at attention. He chuckled into her ear. "Yeah, you need me, little bird." Erin gripped his arms and pressed herself against the wall. She spread her legs, though, giving him better access to all those soft, swollen parts he knew were aching for him right now. He dipped into her, first one finger, to test her. She was tight, so fucking tight. Jack couldn't remember ever having access to a pussy this tight. A groan escaped his own lips before he had a chance to bite it back. She'd be hell on his cock. Actually, heaven was probably more accurate. A tight, clean pussy of the kind Jack hadn't fucked in years. Hell, he couldn't even recall what it felt like to drop a load in anywhere other than a condom. With his fingers he pushed and tugged, pinched and rubbed, exploring slowly, possibly enjoying it as much as she was. He slipped a second finger in and scissored them, stretching her. Erin cried out. "Pathetic little toy," Jack said with a chuckle. "Can't even fill your pussy up for you. No wonder you're all weak and needy. And humping my hand." She gasped as she realized how much she'd lost control. Jack grinned at her wickedly and then pressed his thumb to her clit. "Oh, God!" "Calm, Erin.
Come hard."
Her fingers dug into his arms and she twisted her hips.
"I can't," she cried.
Jack took his hand away and replaced it with his cock. With his extra height, he lifted her up off her feet and pinioned her to the wall with his erection.
"Come on this," he growled.
She did. She wrapped her legs around him and ground her pussy into his crotch. Her belly tightened, her breasts heaved, and her little snatch was probably throbbing, though Jack couldn't feel that because he was too busy throbbing himself. He smiled as he thought about his jeans being soaked with her juices as well as the water from the shower. When she came down from her high, he lowered her feet to the floor of the shower and held her firmly for a moment before assuring himself that she could stand on her own. She sagged against the wall, bewildered but looking satisfied.
"That toy of yours is long gone, Aaron, and if you get any smart ideas about buying yourself another one and I find it, I'm going to shove it up your ass right before I take you over my knee and spank the hell out of you. Understand?"
She sucked in a sharp breath, eyes wide and fastened on him. "There's a man in this house now, Aaron." He took her hand and rested it on his still raging cock.
"I'll give you what you need, whatever you need. All you have to do is ask."
He stepped back out of the running shower and planted his bare feet on the rug. As he turned away, he heard her say, "What?" He glanced back. She looked nervous, unsure, and swallowed hard just before she spoke, or tried to.
"What about what you need?"
She said the last part almost in a whisper, as if she was afraid of what would happen if she said it too loudly in his presence. A better man would have walked away and taken care of himself in the barn. Jack wasn't a better man. He casually leaned against the wall, even though his body was a live wire pulsing with unspent energy and desire. He watched her carefully as he tugged on the button to his jeans. He suppressed a grin at watching her eyes go wide as he slowly slid his zipper down. His rock-hard cock sprang out from its wet denim prison. Aaron gasped. It was quite a bit bigger than that toothpick she'd been using on herself. That was for damn sure.
"Go to town," he told her with an air of nonchalance that he absolutely did not feel.
He actually struggled to remain still as Aaron shut off the water in the shower and then approached him cautiously. Her little gasps, her soft moans as he'd fingered her had almost been more than he could take. It had been 2 months since he'd stumbled into Thunder Ridge, and that was the longest Jack Pryor had ever gone without a woman making him come, and he had never wanted any woman the way he wanted the woman coming toward him now. His cock jerked in anticipation. He hooked his thumbs in his belt loops because his hands were about to start shaking, as she took his shaft between her palms. She worked him pretty well, not expertly, but Jack liked that. He liked not being a chore or a procedure. He liked the way she squeezed him, unsure at first about how much pressure to apply. He reached down and covered her hand with his and showed her that he could take a lot. It was nice, her palms, her thumbs running over his slit occasionally, but he knew he couldn't come this way. Not with Aaron. He'd spent too many nights letting the dirty movie in his head play out with her as the star. He wanted more from her, so much more. He needed it. Jack knew he was a bastard for doing it, but he reached up, put his hands on her shoulders, and pushed her down toward the floor. Aaron didn't comply, not right away, but after taking a deep breath, she slowly sank to her knees in front of him. Jack had been dreaming about that mouth for the last 2 months, and he was going to get it. Chapter 32. Aaron was a little surprised when Jack started pushing her to her knees, but considering the orgasm he'd just given her, she supposed she owed him. A lot. It had been a while, though, since she'd given head, and she hoped he wasn't expecting much. She lowered herself to the bathroom rug and reached for that long, thick, beautiful erection. She suppressed a chuckle at the thought that she'd snagged herself her very own stallion. It took both her hands to cover the length of him, and she squeezed, tugging at him gently. "Your mouth, Aaron," he demanded. It sounded authoritative enough, but Aaron thought she detected a slight quiver in his voice. Minutes ago, she'd been on that knife edge of need herself. She smiled, knowing that Jack wasn't quite as stoic as he tried to seem. To test his resolve, she didn't use her mouth, just her tongue and only the tip. She leaned forward and touched it to the smooth underside of the head. She felt his whole body go rigid and smiled to herself again. She swirled the head once, torturing him just a bit for fun. Then she parted her lips just a scant inch and slowly slid her mouth down over him. She saw him fist his hands at his sides. She gave the head an obscene, open-mouthed kiss before slipping it all the way into her mouth. She looked up at Jack, watching him watch her, and felt a throb between her own legs, despite her earlier orgasm. His scent was musky, entirely male, and Aaron wanted it all over her. Who knew? Maybe if she got all dirty, he'd wash her again. She took him deep into her mouth, sucking hard, and worked him in and out. She'd never had a cock this big in her mouth, or anywhere else. She had to go slow, taking him in by inches, adjusting to the heavy weight on her tongue. Jack seemed to know that she was doing the best she possibly could, and thankfully didn't grab the back of her head to shove in the rest of the way. Aaron loved the taste of him, dark like spices, and pulled away a little so she could savor it. She licked the underside again, urging him to give her a headier dose. When that sweet drop of cream wept from the slit, she licked at it greedily. Her own cream started to flow again. Aaron had never really gotten hot from giving a blowjob, not the way she was right now, but that look Jack was giving her, like it was taking every ounce of strength he had not to bury himself inside her. That look was like a zap of electricity on her clit. He lifted his hand, and Aaron thought surely he'd finally lost control. He was going to take her right there on the bathroom floor. And heaven help her, Aaron was going to let him. He didn't, though. He surprised her by extending a finger and brushing gently down her cheek. She gasped at the tenderness of it, almost out of place in such a raw moment, but somehow so right. His dark eyes were liquid, molten as he gazed back down at her. For one brief moment, Aaron felt a connection so intense that she hesitated, not knowing what to do. But as soon as it had sparked, it had died out. Jack was gone. Eyes closed, face turned away from her, fingers now hooked in his belt loops. He seemed to have no use for her now except to get the job done. Aaron could have been anyone to him, and maybe she was. She tried to get him back. She sucked and swirled and took a decent bit of his length in her mouth until it touched the back of her throat. She blew him like a porn star, hoping for another reaction. He tightened his fists again, but that was all she got. She felt his erection surge, and she swallowed the thick jets of cum he pumped until he finally softened in her mouth. Aaron felt deflated herself. A blowjob had never felt more like a job. Chapter 33. Jack hadn't been able to watch her do it. Seeing her like that, on her knees, looking up at him, it was too much. If he hadn't looked away, he might not have been able to hold on. Aaron had been worshipping his cock like it was all she needed in life. She had been so hungry for his seed, for him, that he'd almost lost control. He might have blown his load all over her face and tits, and that would have been humiliating. Or he might have done worse. He'd touched her face, for God's sake. That was bad enough. He wasn't a man given to tender moments with chicks while they were sucking him off. But then again, none of those women had been Aaron. None of them had seemed to need him so badly, and none of them had looked up at him with those fucking gorgeous brown eyes flecked with gold. He took a deep breath, chiding himself for almost letting the whole thing derail. What would he have done? Stopped her? Taken her to bed? Then what? Put her on her knees again, doggy style? Take her ass like a club whore? None of those images sat right with Jack. Not at all. Aaron wasn't Diamond, not by a long shot. And thinking about her now, sprawled in the dirt, pinned down by that motherfucker like she'd been that day, just seconds from being brutalized, there was no fucking way Jack could be rough with her. He swallowed, though his mouth was dry, and thought about the nightmares that still plagued his sleep. What if he snapped? Awake this time instead of asleep? What if, while he was fucking Aaron, he thought about Diamond spitting in his face? About Hook's crowbar? About Hayes's gun? He shook his head as though that could wipe away all his dark thoughts. He'd never let it happen. Aaron needed to be protected from all that. He'd come in her mouth, too, and something about that had him rattled. He didn't want to look at that too fucking hard right now, but something about that didn't sit quite right either. Jack had throat-fucked a lot of whores in his day, but he couldn't imagine abusing Aaron that way. The thought alone made his guts churn. He slid away from her along the wall, tucking his dick back into his jeans and zipping up. Within seconds, his hand was on the doorknob. and he was gone, putting distance between them before he did something else ridiculous. Chapter 34. Erin wasn't entirely sure she'd see Jack for dinner, and didn't know what she'd say to him if he did show. He appeared in the doorway at 6 o'clock, though, standing just a bit awkwardly, or maybe she was just projecting. "It's ready," she said quickly, not trusting herself to say anything more than that. She set down a bowl of mashed potatoes on the table next to the chicken she'd prepared. Jack washed his hands at the sink, which ignited Erin's memories from earlier. He caught her looking, the way he always seemed to, and smirked at her from across the room. The look put them back on more familiar ground, with Erin feeling sarcastically indignant about his sheer arrogance. Not that he was overcompensating. She knew that much at this point. Jack had a lot to be confident about, and Erin wouldn't begrudge him too much after today. He really could be insufferable, though, sometimes. Maybe she should stick to her toy. "So," she said quietly, as she slid into her chair, then cleared her throat, "where is it?" Jack gave her a look that sent shivers down her spine. Her breath caught in her throat and flames licked at her belly. And lower. "Why?" he demanded. "You need round 2? Already?" Heat flushed her face all the way up to her ears. "No," she protested. What woman would after the things he'd done to her in the shower? Jack stared at her from across the table. "I explained this to you earlier. Maybe you were distracted and didn't hear me. It's gone, Erin. And in the future, you know where to come if you need to come." Erin blew a strand of hair out of her eyes and glared at him. Asking Jack for orgasms seemed so wrong. "Why do you even care? Jack leaned forward in his chair, looming over the table. "Because I need to come," he growled, "and it plays hell on my nerves to stand on the other side of that door all the time listening to you getting off and not offering me any." Erin sat back in her chair, shocked at the revelation. "I'm tired of coming in my hand, Erin. You'll do quite nicely instead." Erin's jaw dropped. Jack raised an eyebrow at her. "You want it. I want it," he pointed out. "Is there some reason why you want to pretend that you don't? Why do you want to deny yourself?" He snorted derisively. "You might get into heaven that way, babe, but you're going to be awfully bored down here in the meantime. And I'm not getting into heaven, so I'm not going to deny myself any damn thing." "He'll forgive you," Jack promised, taking another heaping scoop of mashed potatoes. "It's not like you can resist." Erin smirked at him. It was possible he was right. Looking at him now, face shaved, clean, and lips shining, gold glints in his hair that looked like a crown, it was all too easy to be seduced. "Lucifer was the most beautiful of all the angels," she muttered. Jack grinned at her. "Damn right." They ate comfortably after that, relaxed about the new twist in their relationship. Jack went for seconds, lamenting only that he wasn't eating Julio. He shared a little with the dog, hoping to give Duke a taste for birds, he said. Erin cleared her place when she was finished, and Jack did the same. She saw him reach into the refrigerator, hand hovering over another bottle of beer, having finished the first during dinner. He seemed to think better of it, though, and closed the door instead. Jack never seemed to let himself get to anything, too drunk, too happy, or even too horny. Right at the moment that things had been getting too intense upstairs, he turned away, shut himself off from her. She probably shouldn't have, but she wondered if it had anything to do with the bitch he had nightmares about. Jack didn't seem to trust anyone, not Erin, and certainly not himself. Well, she could only lead him to water, she told herself as she gathered her plate and utensils and headed for the sink. As much as she'd just like to collapse into bed, there was still work to be done. This week's purchases needed to be entered into the books and the receipts filed. It wasn't easy, being Thunder Ridge's co-foreman, sole trainer, cook, accountant, and business manager, but it was what she'd signed up for, and she'd come too far on her own to let it all start to slide now. She clicked on the overhead light in her tiny office and lowered herself into the chair behind the desk. She'd lost track of how much time had passed until Jack appeared in the doorway, leaning his hard, muscled frame against the wooden one. "You work too hard," he told her. She sighed tiredly. It was probably true. "I think my eyes are crossing," she replied, and leaned back into the chair to stretch out. Jack came around the desk and put his hands on her shoulders. Erin groaned appreciatively. "Keep making noises like that, and we're going to find new uses for this desk," he told her. Her heart sped up as he leaned down closer, but she realized he was just getting a better look at the spreadsheet on the screen. Not bad, he declared as he continued to massage the knots out of her shoulders. You keep your expenses to a minimum, except for the building materials and labor. The property taxes will go up a bit, she replied, with all the improvements. But I can cover it and still put some money away. I'm saving up. For what? He asked, eyes on the screen. I'd like to convert the hay corner in the main barn into an additional stall, so I can take on more than one client at a time. So do it. Erin sighed. It was slow going, making tangible improvements on the place. She kept having to remind herself that it was a marathon, not a sprint. And every improvement led directly to another one. I'd need a hay barn then, she told him, with a slatted floor for airflow. Fire prevention. I'll build you one. Chapter 35. Erin simply blinked at him, unable to respond right away. Jack couldn't believe what he'd offered either. It had just come out. But this place, he could see what she was doing here, see her vision inside his own head, and it was beautiful. Erin worked her ass off and was constantly defending herself on all sides for her trouble. She deserved this place. Of course, Jack kept all his profits and losses in his head, which was no mean feat if he did say so himself. But still, this was impressive. Erin had clearly thought of everything, planned for every possibility, and she was as meticulous about tracking every penny as Jack himself was. She had left little to chance, just as Jack never did. All her hard work could only be destroyed by putting her faith in the wrong people, also as he had done. He didn't want to see Erin suffer a similar fate. He supposed Hook and Hayes could wait long enough for him to build a small hay barn out back. He owed her that much anyway for taking him in when it was so clearly in her best interest not to. I won't take any more money for it, he told her. Just buy the supplies I need. With that, he turned off the small desk lamp and pulled the chair back with her in it. She had one less thing to worry about now, and so she should get some sleep. In the hallway, at the foot of the stairs, she stopped with her hand on the newel post. He watched her hesitate, reconsider, then try again. Are you coming to bed? He stirred slightly behind his zipper, even though he'd already gotten some relief from her beautiful mouth earlier. His need wasn't razor-edged anymore, though. It was probably best to say no, to keep his distance from her, other than the occasional fooling around, which now that he'd had her, he wasn't giving that up. But his body did ache in other ways, and Erin's bed sounded so much better than the cot in the barn. He locked the front door instead of opening it, turned and followed her up the wooden stairs. Erin disappeared into the bathroom, but only for a moment. She emerged minutes later in a t-shirt and those tiny shorts of hers. Her hair was loose and fell around her shoulders. He liked the way it framed her face. Jack lowered himself into Erin's armchair and pulled off his boots. The plank floor felt nice under his feet compared to the rough concrete of the bunkhouse. He rose, grasping his shirt hem, but hesitated. Back in Rapid City, he used to sleep naked whenever he was sober enough to get the rest of his clothes off. Here at Thunder Ridge, he left everything on but his boots, just in case. But nothing had happened. No phantoms had come lurking from out of the shadows wearing black leather cuts and murderous grins. Why not sleep naked, especially next to a beautiful woman? Jack needed sleep, real sleep, not this one-eye-open shit. And if he died for his trouble, for letting his guard down this time, well, he was so bone-fucking tired at this point that he wouldn't be much good in a fight any damn way. He pulled his t-shirt off over his head, tossed it onto the chair in the corner, and then shucked his jeans and boxer briefs. If Erin had any objections, she didn't voice them. She simply slid quickly between the sheets and turned out the lamp on the nightstand on her side of the bed. Jack lifted the filmy cotton top sheet and slid in on the other side. It was cool against his skin, and the mattress was a fucking cloud compared to the bunkhouse. Nothing poked at his hip in this bed as he rolled to his side, giving Erin his back. He found a comfortable spot on the extra pillow and closed his eyes. Being in Erin's bed felt almost as good as being in her. Almost. He didn't have to count sheep or dead birds in order to sink slowly down into unconsciousness. His aching muscles stretched and relaxed, and Jack was aware for the very first time how often he'd clenched his jaw tight even at the end of the day. Every part of him finally stood down, even his cock, which he didn't mind. Erin was right next to him, and he'd have access to her if he needed her. She owed him that, but he'd make sure she liked paying the debt. He drifted off and slept soundly through most of the night, but awoke slightly panicked sometime before dawn because the room was still dark. As the fog of sleep retreated a bit, he became aware of two things. One, he'd actually fallen asleep easily, and according to his watch, he'd been asleep for almost 5 hours, the longest stretch he'd had since that night in the arroyo. The other thing he was aware of was Erin. He was still on his side of the bed, lying on his hip and facing the wall. Erin was not on her side of the bed, though. She was cuddled up against his back. Her soft, warm breath fell in steady waves between his shoulder blades, and her arm lay across his stomach, hand on his bruised ribs, as if she were trying to take his pain away, even in her sleep. It occurred to Jack as he lay there, feeling Erin's body against his, that he'd never slept with a woman. He'd passed out with a few, more than a few over the last 10 years. But more often than not, once he'd come, he kicked them out, made them find their own place to sleep. Probably so he didn't have to share the bed, or listen to them bitch about not getting off. Lying here, though, knowing that they'd both been satisfied earlier in the bathroom, Jack felt it easier, so much easier, to let himself drift off to sleep a second time. Chapter 36. Erin awoke slightly before Julio and way before Jack. She was relieved to find that not only was he still there, but that he was sleeping peacefully beside her. She hadn't been sure he'd even agree last night when she finally worked up the nerve to ask him. But after the shower, she couldn't stand the thought of going to bed alone, without him right next to her. It might have been just a quick romp for him, a way to let off steam, but Erin hoped to God it wasn't. Lying here next to him, with the sunlight filtering in through the sheer curtains, this was exactly where she wanted to be. And Jack, at least Jack's subconscious, agreed. He slept soundly next to her, no screaming, no fighting with specters that only he could see. He seemed so tired, always on the verge of exhaustion. And for some reason, Jack always looked like he slept in his clothes, like he was getting by day with one foot already in bed. Or in the grave. He'd put on a little weight since the beginning of their arrangement. It looked good on him, a little less like the Grim Reaper might swoop down at any moment and grab his shoulder. But even Jack, too thin, was better than anything Erin had seen before, especially with his shirt off. Her eyes always bounced, as they were now, between the muscles of his arms and the tattoos on his back and torso. From her usual vantage point of the kitchen, she had never gotten a really good look at them. She'd only seen them from a distance, when she was pretending not to watch him work. Lying this close to him now, with the colorful swirls of ink right in front of her, she couldn't resist touching them. She traced them lightly, not wanting to wake him. He needed rest. He worked himself until he couldn't stand, even though she'd never asked him to. He seemed to prefer it that way. As she fingered the artificial lines on his skin, she wondered how much of Jack's life was painful, and how much of that was voluntary, like the tattoos. As she lay next to him, listening to his slow, steady breathing, she wondered how much of him, if any, preferred Thunder Ridge. At least here he could sleep. Sort of. Julio called out, announcing the start of the day, and Erin silently cursed the damn rooster. It wasn't fair to hold it against the bird for doing his job, but Erin wanted Jack to rest. Or maybe she just wanted to lie here next to him longer. It had been a long time since she'd had a man in her bed, and there had never been one like Jack. Christ, they hadn't even had sex yet, but things were already incredible. Not that she wouldn't have been content to just watch him from afar and admire that lean, muscled physique every day, but now that she'd had him, those fingers, those lips, that salty, thick shaft on her tongue, she couldn't go back to just looking. He stirred beside her, grumbling about the chicken. Erin felt a thrill to have him awake, naked and in her bed. Chapter 37. Jack woke up painfully hard. Apparently, Erin's mere proximity could do that to him. She was still clinging to him, though she wasn't asleep. Who could be with that mangy chicken hollering? Jack lifted his arm and turned over carefully. His rock-hard cock brushed the sheets, though, and he tightened his jaw. She smiled up at him, hair fanned out over the pillow. She looked a little shy, a little interested, a little interesting. More than a little interesting. Jack's cock twitched in approval as he took in the t-shirt that hugged the swells of her breasts. He reached out and tugged at the hem.
Erin offered no resistance, not even a word of greeting, as she let him slip it off of her. The pad of his thumb rasped over one of her nipples, bringing it fully to attention. Jack wanted her and wanted her now, but Erin wasn't a club whore, and he was mindful of that. She wouldn't pretend to be into it if he took her roughly, with no preamble on his part. He might hurt her, and she'd been hurt enough. If Jack could bring Hank back from the dead, he would, just to kill him again, with his own hands this time. Kill him for daring to touch Erin, for even thinking that he could violate her and get away with it. He ground his erection into her cleft, indicating his interest. Erin didn't push him away. He considered that a good sign. Her hands slid along his back and she opened her legs, apparently enjoying the friction down below as much as he was. She kissed him then, but only on his cheek. Her breath was hot on his skin, and her soft lips trailed down his jaw, coming dangerously close to his own. Jack moved away, putting distance between them, and busied his hands with the tie at the waistband of her shorts. He had them off quickly, tossing them aside. That was as fast as he should probably go, though. He slid his palm up her thigh and dipped between her legs. She was warm but not wet. At least not yet. He rubbed her slowly, thumbing her mound until her clit stiffened under his touch. Erin groaned and pushed herself into him as she had the day before in the shower. "You need me, little bird?" he demanded. This time she didn't hesitate. "Yes," she replied in a breathy voice. Jack felt her wetness steadily growing and moved over her, forcing her legs farther apart with his knee. "Is this okay?" he asked as he parted her with his fingers and directed the head of his cock to her entrance. She nodded. "I'm on the pill." Not what he'd meant, but her answer told him she was ready nonetheless. He pushed in and felt his whole body go rigid for a moment. She was tight and smooth, wet and scorching hot. A growl of approval escaped his lips as he dipped farther inside. Erin sucked in a sharp breath and grabbed at his shoulders. Apparently it had been a long time since she'd had a real cock, assuming she'd ever had one. Jack didn't bother to hide his smirk as he nudged open her tight passage a little more. When he could go no farther without hurting her, he bent his head low and took a nipple in his mouth. He heard her hiss as he bit down on it. "Jack!" she admonished. But he'd slid his cock in a little more, and that was good. Ignoring her protests, he slipped the hard nub from his lips long enough to say, "I fuck the way I fuck, Erin," which was not true. Jack had never had a woman like this, bare, belly to belly, unable to stop tasting her skin. But right now, Jack wanted her this way, so he was going to take her this way. He grazed his teeth over her nipple again, just a bit, not too hard. "Open that pussy, little bird," he demanded. "Open for your man." Jack didn't suppose that he was her man any more than she was his woman, but pussy was pussy, and in his experience all pussy responded the same way when he wanted it. And Erin's was no exception. She moaned and lifted her hips to him. His erection slid in all the way. Jack sank low, lips finding her ear. "Good girl," he whispered. Erin's hot, wet walls clenched accordingly. Jack laid his arms down on either side of her, trapping her in a powerful embrace. His heavy weight pinned her to the mattress. His erection impaled her, keeping her mostly in place. He let her squirm underneath him for a moment, alternately squeezing and stretching, her body adjusting to his full-scale invasion. Little moans and gasps erupted from her pulsing throat. His cock throbbed in response. His little bird was finally caged, and she liked it. Maybe a little too much. Erin arched up to kiss him, and Jack had to actually stop himself from meeting her halfway. What the hell? He never kissed women, never wanted to. But looking down at her pink cheeks, her moist lips, and those deep brown eyes that saw straight into him, he felt his heart speed up. A steady tattoo beat inside his chest, and he was sure she could hear it. Jack reached down, took hold of her arm, and turned her over so that her belly hit the sheets. Before she could complain, or panic about where he was going next, he slid into her heat again. "Jack!" she hissed, but spread her legs wide for him. "Gonna take you deep," he growled, so she wouldn't guess at the real reason he'd changed their position. He slid his hands underneath her and squeezed those perfectly sized creamy globes as he did just that. He buried himself inside her, as though he could somehow lose himself in the process. It was good, exquisitely good, but not enough.
pinning her down, preventing her from touching him, from trying to make love, had Jack at war with himself. The raw animal part of him was satisfied to hold her legs open with his own and pound into her, but other, unknown parts were jangling like live wires inside him. He wanted her eyes. He wanted her hands. He wanted her mouth. Erin wanted him, too. He could tell from her soft whimpers and the way her hands grabbed at his arms. "Jack," she pleaded. All his carefully held control threatened to snap. He gave in, just a little, because he couldn't fight it anymore. His lips found her, on her back between her shoulder blades, right over her heart. He pressed them to her warm, salty skin and tasted her sweetness. "Erin," he whispered. It was as much of a prayer as he was willing to speak these days. It was all he could give her, and all he seemed able to take for himself. He hoped it was enough. Part 3. Eden. Chapter 38. Erin was disappointed in the way things had ended, but she chose to focus on the good, what little there was of it, and what little Jack had allowed to slip through his hardened demeanor. That moment between them, right before he turned her over, that was real, and she'd fight for that connection, as long as Jack wanted to stay. She wasn't blind. He was waging a war against demons of his own, but as long as he was willing to stay, willing to try, she'd keep fighting. Summer slipped into fall as the temperatures dropped a little as well. King was coming along nicely, his mobility getting better every week. As Erin tacked him up alongside Bree, she felt an unvoiced pride swelling in her chest. No one could have done as well as she had. No one. King stomped his foot, eager for the ride. He seemed pleased, too, that Bee was out of her stall and tied up beside him. Erin had put a saddle on her as well. She stepped away, stuck her head out the door, and called to Jack, who was working on the tractor's engine. He put the wrench down and sauntered to her, Duke jumping at his heels. When he got closer, Erin slid the barn door all the way open, revealing the 2 horses. Jack looked past her and frowned. "You've only got one ass," he informed her. Erin grinned at him. "I need you today." He grunted instead of giving her an actual response. "It'll be fine," she promised. He looked at her skeptically. "Isn't it always you who's saying stallions are dangerous and unpredictable?" "Well, yeah," she admitted, "but he likes you, and we're at a point where it does him no good for me to ride him. You've seen Tucker Del Rey. King's fine with my weight, but he needs a tougher workout now." She waited for Jack to make the right decision, as she knew he would. She couldn't imagine him allowing fear and uncertainty to rule over him. It only took a few moments, but just as she expected, he sighed heavily and wiped his brow on his sleeve. "Yeah, all right," he said grudgingly. Erin led him into the barn and lifted the stirrup with one hand. "Put your boot in here." I know, he growled as he hiked up his leg. He'd seen Erin ride about 100 times, and though she suspected he hadn't gotten any further than high school, Jack watched and learned, and remembered with ease. He swung his large body onto King's larger frame. The stallion protested a bit and danced about. To his credit, Jack looked concerned, but not afraid. Erin unclipped the tie-out from the bridle and let it fall away. She could tell by the bright shine in King's eyes that he knew he was free, but she moved in front of him, blocking him from the door, and gave a sharp yank on the reins. "Stand," she ordered, and King eventually lowered his head, ready to submit to both rider and trainer. Quickly, because she didn't want to take her eyes off them, she swung up into Bee's saddle and nudged her forward with her heels, taking the lead out of the barn and into the yard. They headed to the round pen first, so Jack could get his bearings on a horse that outweighed him by about 1,000 pounds. Bee's presence kept King's behavior in check, and both of Erin's half-wild males seemed to be adjusting to each other quite nicely under the circumstances. After 20 minutes, she led them out of the pen and across the main paddock, toward the creek where King got most of his rehab work done. The water level was a bit higher now, since it had rained every day last week, but it wasn't too bad, and Erin thought it seemed safe enough. Jack looked skeptical, though, as they approached the water's edge. King stopped naturally, and Jack seemed to let him, unsure what to do. Erin nodded to the rushing water. "I need him in there, to work his leg and keep it cool at the same time." Jack leaned forward in the saddle and frowned. "You're kidding, right?" Erin shook her head. "Nope, afraid not. He missed his workout last week due to the weather, and he's not missing another one. Give him a kick with your heels and get him down there." Jack gathered the reins and tapped King's sides. They moved closer to the creek's edge, down the muddy slope. The horse stepped into the water, and Aaron thought that would be the end of the horse's mulishness, but he balked suddenly, then spun away. Jack obviously hadn't expected that. Unseated, he went flying. Aaron gasped. Thankfully, he hurtled into the water and not onto the ground. He submerged completely, only for a moment, and came up spluttering. "Damn it, Aaron," he growled. "This is not what ride or die means." Aaron tried not to laugh, but couldn't help it. A giggle erupted from her, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Chapter 39. Jack glared up at her, even as water dripped into his eyes. As it turned out, riding a horse was not at all like riding a Harley. It might be if the Harley weighed more and had a mean streak. He shot daggers at King, too, who seemed unconcerned. It was obvious which of them could run faster. Jack wiped his face with his hands, trudged through the muddy bottom of the creek, and stopped at the edge. It was steep and covered in reeds, and he doubted his ability to get up it on his own, not without coming out covered in mud from the bank. He sighed loudly. "Get down off that horse and give me a hand," he growled. Aaron stopped laughing and studied him intently. "You're not going to pull me in?" She said it firmly, but with a slight inflection of doubt. Jack smirked at her. "No. Do I seem that childish? I want to get out of here. My pants are soaked under my briefs, and my boots feel like sponges are strapped to my feet." She snorted, quite unladylike, and grinned at him. Okay. Don't get your wet panties in a bunch." Jack narrowed his eyes at her. "What did you just say to me?" She laughed again, uncowed by his tone. "Do you ever lighten up?" she asked as she climbed down off B, slipped the reins over the saddle horn, and walked to the creek's edge. After a moment's hesitation, she held out her hand. Jack felt his mouth twitch. No. He didn't tell her that if he did, someone would die. Hell, he nearly had. Though he looked from Aaron to King standing on the bank of the river, and even the horse was practically laughing at him. King's eyes were bright, shining with amusement as he casually sipped at the water. He looked back to Aaron, took her hand, and pulled. She shot forward and splashed into the creek. She came up spluttering. "What the hell?" she shouted. "You promised!" Jack brought her to her feet and pressed himself against her. "I'm a bad man, baby," he whispered to her. "You can't trust me." He brushed his lips against hers, enjoying the way she melted into him every time he kissed her. In 30 years, Jack had never cared at all about kissing. He might have to rethink his dismissal of it. He loved the way her tongue always dove in first, like she couldn't help herself, couldn't control herself when he was around. The fabric of her shirt clung to her breasts, revealing their shape and size perfectly. Jack cupped one in his palm and squeezed gently. Aaron moaned into his mouth. "What were you saying about wet panties?" he asked her. The ride home was uncomfortable in many ways. He was soaked below the waist and hard and wanted nothing more than to get Aaron alone and finish what they started in the creek. In his opinion, she could use a birthday spanking. He volunteered to take the horses into the barn so she could get started on dinner. He untacked them one at a time and turned the equine lovers into the paddock together so they could spend some quality time together. On his way back to the house, the sunlight filtered through what few leaves were left on the trees, and the breeze gusted over the landscape, chilling him with wet clothes, but it was still nice anyway. If he closed his eyes, Jack could recall the smell of the Buzzards clubhouse, of rot and decay, of stale beer and hard liquor, weed and cigs. That was a place where things went to die. Slowly. Thunder Ridge smelled like earth and rain, and even though there was the slight pungent smell of decaying leaves in the crisp fall air, this was a place where things grew, flourished. He gave Duke a pat on the head and jogged up the porch steps toward a smell of a better kind. In the kitchen he found Aaron adjusting the oven's temperature. He slid his arms around her and pulled her against him, even though she'd already changed into dry clothes. She didn't seem to mind, though. "What's for dinner?" he asked. She sighed. "Casserole." He chuckled. "It's fine." Aaron was not an amazing cook by any means, but that was fine. She was a damn sight better than Jack. Plus, days out here were long and hard, and there wasn't a lot of time, or energy, or money for elaborate meals. Casserole would do. Although he felt bad that it was her birthday, she should have something better, today at least, but no way could Jack make it for her. "I do have cake, though," she informed him. "Chocolate and a surprise." She moved away from him, and reluctant as he was to let her go, he did, because he was curious. She ducked into the laundry room and came back with 2 huge boxes, both wrapped in silver paper. Jack blinked at them. "Here you go," she said brightly, setting them both down on the kitchen table. He didn't move at first, unsure what to think of it. The boys always bought him a drink on his birthday and provided a kinky bitch for entertainment, but no one had ever bought him a gift. "It's your birthday," he pointed out stupidly. She grinned and poked him in the belly. "But you need new clothes," she teased. "Are you calling me fat? I'm saying you're a damn fine-looking man, Jack, and I want you in a pair of jeans that show off your ass better when you bend over." Rather than him being offended, he laughed. "Well, I guess we know what's in the boxes." She smirked at him. "Open them anyway. You might be surprised." He did, and discovered several new pairs of jeans, in a larger size, in one, and a new pair of leather work boots in the other. He lifted one and inspected it, steel-toed and heavy-duty stitching. They really were quite nice, and, he could tell, quite expensive. "Aaron," he said, but couldn't think of a thing to say after that. She smiled. "Do you like them?" "Yeah, babe," he replied, and he really, really meant it. She threw her leg over his lap and lowered herself onto him. "Good. I wanted you to have something nice." He grinned at her. "Think I'm about to get something else nice." She moved over him, rubbing his heart on through his jeans and making him forget all about boots and clothes and cake. He pulled her down hard, enjoying the delicious pressure of her pussy teasing him. "Jack," she whispered, grinding into him, "is this it?" His eyes flew open and he stared at her. "Is what it?" She smiled and swirled her hips again. "Ride or die? I feel like if I don't ride you right now, I will die. I'll shrivel up and die and blow away in the wind." Jack chuckled. It came out as a deep rumble in his chest. "Not quite, little bird." Just then the sound of an engine came from outside. Aaron groaned, not in a good way, and got up to look out the window. Jack had gotten quite good at reading her face over the last few months. He knew without looking who was in the driveway. Sure enough, within just a few moments, Buck Walker was shuffling through the front door, birthday present in hand, and beaming proudly. Jack wasn't sure what it was exactly that he was proud of, having fathered Aaron, having remembered her birthday, or having bothered to get her a gift. Jack guessed it was some combination of all 3. "Here you go! Happy birthday!" he cried, shoving a shopping bag into Aaron's arms and then crushing it between them in an attempt to give her a hug. To her credit, Aaron didn't duck away or throw a punch, which Jack might have done. "Oh, sorry," he said, frowning down at the wrinkled bag. Aaron grimaced. "I didn't know you were coming," she replied, which was probably as close to a rebuke as she was going to give her old man. Buck had the audacity to look surprised. "How can I not see my only girl on her birthday?" "Just saying," Aaron replied. "You could have called." Jack's cock totally agreed with this statement. To break the ensuing tension, Aaron dipped into the bag and drew out a not quite 10-gallon, but holy shit, whose head is that big hat out of it. It almost perfectly matched the one sitting on Buck's head. Jack hid his amusement at the ridiculous gift. It was as though Buck was trying to turn Aaron into a female version of himself. Jack knew without a doubt that the second the man left that was getting stuffed into the hall closet, never to be seen again. Aaron didn't have Jack's temper. If she did, the hat would end up in the chicken coop getting shit on. "Thanks, Dad," she mumbled, setting the bag down just 3 feet from the closet door. Jack turned away to hide his smile. In the kitchen, they sat awkwardly at the table with the casserole in the middle. Buck didn't look too enthused. Jack glared at him over his fork, daring the old man to say something about the dinner. Buck, taking the hint, shoveled in a huge bite and forced a smile at Aaron. "How are things going with King?" Jack gave him another meaningful look, but this time Buck didn't look away, giving the impression he was being genuine. Jack didn't know the man well enough to say it was true, but he decided to give the old bastard the benefit of the doubt. "Fine," Aaron said, apparently not interested in extending the same courtesy to her father, for she provided no details. "Good, good," replied Buck, ignoring the slight. They ate mostly in silence, and Aaron cleared away the dishes when they were done. She said not one word about the cake in the fridge, and Jack thought that was amusing too. Buck definitely did not deserve cake. The old man finally took the hint and pushed back his chair. "Well, then, I guess I'll see you." Aaron walked him to the door, but didn't slam it shut behind him. Another point in her favor. Buck's huge Super Duty illuminated the entire driveway as he rolled away. He gave a jaunty honk, to which Aaron rolled her eyes. Jack was determined not to let her father ruin the rest of their night. When she tried to move past him in the hallway, he reached out and grabbed her, tugging her against him. "Now," he said, mouth dangerously close to hers, "where were we?" Chapter 40. In the upstairs bedroom, Aaron stripped down to her bra and panties as Jack tugged off his shirt and unbuckled his belt. He lowered himself to the edge of the bed, and she knew where he wanted to start, even without asking. She knelt down between his legs and unzipped his fly. Before she unleashed the beast, though, she thought better of it and stood up instead. "You know," she said in a lazy drawl, "I think maybe it's time for you to return the favor." While she didn't expect a guy like Jack to be chomping at the bit to get at her clit, she certainly didn't expect to see such a grimace cross his rugged features. "I don't think so," he told her. Aaron scoffed and rolled her eyes. "It's your turn, Jack." Below her on the edge of the bed, Jack squared his shoulders and gave her a sharp look. "I don't eat pussy, Aaron." She froze, thumbs in her panties, ready to tug them down. "What?" He shrugged. "I don't eat pussy." Aaron stared down at him, gaping. "But I do it for you," she argued. "I've done it a lot for you." Jack shrugged again. "I don't eat pussy," he repeated. "I don't have to." She stood in front of him, astonished, her humiliation worsening by the second. Here she was, drawing down her underwear for a man who clearly didn't give a shit about her needs at all. Apparently it was a blowjob, dinner, then head off to bed. She yanked up her panties while staring daggers at him, awed by his selfishness. "You're right, Jack. You don't have to eat pussy. In fact, I can think of a lot of things we don't have to do anymore." She turned on her heel and stomped across the bedroom. "Hey," he called after her. "Hey, wait a minute, Aaron!" But Aaron was already out the bedroom door. She marched, stiff-legged, down the staircase as a few choice words escaped her lips. "Wait a damn minute!" Jack bellowed from the second floor, but she didn't even stop to give him another dirty look. Oh, she'd wait a minute. She'd wait a whole hell of a lot longer than a minute. Aaron had, involuntarily of course, had a dry spell that was coming up on a whole year before this silver-tongued devil had darkened her door. She wondered just how long she could hold out on purpose this time. She didn't know, especially since Jack had apparently awakened desires in her that she was sure hadn't been there before, or at least not this intense. But she was pretty sure she could hold out longer than he could. She felt her own thoughts turn darker, though, as she rounded the corner into the kitchen. It was ridiculous to pretend like this was their only problem, their only point of incompatibility. Aaron's problems with Jack ran much deeper than reciprocal oral, and, unfortunately, she damn well knew it. Chapter 41. Jack sprang up from the bed, fastened his belt, and headed downstairs in pursuit. He could tell by the thumping and banging coming from the kitchen that she'd headed that way. As he turned the corner, the crack of a cabinet door smacking shut reverberated off the walls. Jack snorted, but the noise was muffled in Aaron's anger-fueled whirlwind. Her back was to him, and she hadn't noticed him. She threw a whisk down onto the counter and huffed loudly. He rolled his eyes. There were a lot of things that were unfair in this world, and a whole lot of things to be pissed off about. Not getting eaten out wasn't exactly one of them, in Jack's not-so-humble opinion, and he opened his mouth to tell her just that, to tell her to just take what he would give her and do it with a smile. She always got off, he was about to remind her. "Whore," Aaron muttered to herself, and that stopped him cold. She slammed down a mixing bowl and yanked open the drawer next to her. "He's had dozens of them," he heard her tell herself. "You're just another one, like all the others." "Idiot. He doesn't even look at you. You're just a wet hole." Anger surged in Jack now, and he sprang forward. He caught Aaron by the arm, just above the elbow, and tugged hard enough to spin her around. She dropped the whisk, and it clattered on the floor. For a second, she looked surprised, then her features settled back into the hard glare she'd given him just a minute ago. "Sorry," she snapped. "I'm cooking, and I sure as hell can't perform more than one service at a time, Jack. So which one of us is getting our mouth filled?"
He didn't reply, but instead grabbed her suddenly, snaking his arm around her waist and lifting her up off her feet. Erin shrieked. He turned, holding her tight against him, and took the 3 steps across the room to the small table. He gripped Erin around her small waist with his large hands, lifted her a second time, and slammed her panty-clad ass down on the table. "Jack!" she gasped. "No!" he growled so fiercely that Erin stilled. She perched on the table, her liquid brown eyes huge, tinged with caution as she searched his. "I don't want to hear another word out of your mouth," he told her, especially not if she was going to call herself a whore, a hole. He wouldn't allow it. "Jack!" she argued, and the tenuous control Jack had over the situation finally snapped. He grabbed her by the throat, and she sucked in a sharp breath. She tried to flinch away from him, but he held her firmly in his grip, not squeezing, not hurting her, but making damn sure that Erin knew who literally had the upper hand here. When he was certain she wasn't going to fight him, he pressed lightly on her throat, forcing her to lie back on the table. Her pulse hammered away under his fingers like a little bird caught by a predator. His little bird. With his free hand he reached down and grasped the thin fabric of her panties. The sound of shredding filled the room, and a cry erupted from Erin's throat. Fear. Jack knew it pretty well, even after all this time away from the club. He moved quickly then, not wanting to terrorize her further. He lowered himself to his knees, sliding his hand from her slender throat as he did so. He parted his thighs with both hands and took a long, quick swipe of her bare pussy with his tongue. Erin quivered, and he could hear her gulping huge swallows of air, clearly overwhelmed. She seemed bewildered, but not totally against the idea. She wasn't fighting him off. Unfortunately, that was the sum total of Jack's knowledge on the subject of pussy-eating. Once, on a dare, long before he'd become president, he'd taken a lick of a club whore's snatch. Jack remembered that it had tasted foul, like sweat and piss and probably other things that he didn't want to imagine. Club pussy was only good for fucking, and nothing else. And you had to get your shit checked out by a doc-in-the-box every few months just to do that. But fresh from the shower, Erin smelled like the soap he'd just used on her, and she tasted like the warm summer rain that covered the lush grass outside in the yard. She wanted this, and he wanted her. So, Jack supposed, it was time to eat crow. He parted her with his thumbs and felt his cock jerk at the sight of Erin's flush, red pussy clenching in the cool air. He moved in again, taking his time now. He slid his tongue down until he could just barely dip it into her glistening... Well, you are not a hole, Erin, he told her. You have a hole, one that I can't seem to stop thinking about. He grazed the pad of his thumb over her mound, just a feather-light touch. Erin moaned and tried to thrust her hips up off the table. Jack was pleased that she thrilled so easily to his touch, but the prospect of having to admit to inexperience made him frown. He sighed to himself, though, and decided that if he couldn't be honest here, with Erin, then there was no place on God's green earth where he could be. He kissed her between her legs, marveling at the warmth of her on his face. "Erin, I really don't do this," he finally confessed, whispering against the flesh of her inner thigh. He heard and felt her take a deep, steadying breath. "Move closer," she replied. He did, inching up, so very aware now of her delicate scent. Erin lifted her legs and placed one foot on each of his shoulders. The soles of her dainty feet slid smoothly against his skin. Her hands reached out, and she threaded her fingers through his hair. She pulled him closer, urging him to her. "Go slow," she instructed. "Gentle at first." He nodded, mostly to himself. He'd fingered her that way, slow at first, so as not to hurt her. He parted her swollen lips again and inhaled deeply as he leaned in. The tip of his tongue touched her. She was already on fire for him. Erin's hand dropped to his cheek, and she stroked it with her fingertips, slow and languid. He matched the rhythm of his tongue to her light touches, savoring her sweetness. Erin wiggled and moaned while lying flat on the kitchen table, and he knew he was handling her in just the right way. Jack knew about clits. He'd pinched enough of them in his day. Very reluctantly, he abandoned her delicious weeping slit and rubbed her mound with his thumbs. Erin's hood spread achingly slowly, and her little pink nub peeked out from her damp, silky curls. She gasped as he sucked it into his mouth.
He was careful not to bite, but he grazed it with his teeth, enjoying the reaction he got from her. She bucked into his face, trying to ride his mouth. "Easy," he ordered, and placed a flat hand on her lower belly to keep her still. "Jack," she said breathlessly. "I got it from here," he declared. "Lie still." He nibbled at her tight little butt again until he could smell the juices pooling between her thighs. Then, unable to resist that heavenly scent, he dove down again, burying his tongue as deeply as it would go. "Oh, God!" she cried, and gripped the edges of the table. Jack felt drunk on her, dizzy, light-headed. Erin was the sweetest thing he'd ever had on his lips, and he knew he'd found a new addiction to replace every one of his old ones. He licked and sucked and nibbled and grazed until his face was covered in her juices. Erin was wild. Her small feet pushed at him, her thighs quivered uncontrollably. She had her hands in his hair again, tugging this time, urging him on. She begged for more in short, sharp breaths. In the moment she tensed, Jack pushed himself away from her and rose to his feet. "Jack, no!" she cried and clawed at his forearms. "Jack, I'm not—" He snatched her wrists, pressed them together, and wrapped one large hand around them both. He lifted her arms up over her head, and there was a dull thud as he pinned her back down to the table. With his free hand he shoved down the waistband of his boxers and took out his raging cock. He moved closer between her thighs and guided himself into her heat. He pushed hard, sinking deep inside her. Erin screamed. "You only come on my cock," he growled into her mouth with his own. The taste and scent of her own juices covered both their lips. "I'll eat you," he vowed huskily. "Sweet Christ, Erin, I'll eat that fresh hot pussy any time you want from now on. But," he said, pulling out and slamming back into her, punctuating his words with each thrust of his hips, "you come on my cock." With the final word on the subject, Erin's pussy tightened gloriously, as if ordered by him. It milked Jack's erection in that way that he'd come to love, to crave, like his seed belonged nowhere else but inside this snug little channel. He realized at this moment, with thick, warm jets of cum pulsing into her, that he wouldn't have let himself come in her mouth either had she finished the blowjob he'd expected earlier. He belonged inside her, just like this, just like Adam and Eve, which was fitting because Thunder Ridge was Jack's own personal paradise. He held himself over her, gazing into her flushed face. Her parted lips, swollen from his kisses, were glistening in the dying sunlight. Her pink cheeks gave her a glow of life and warmth that he'd never seen naturally on another woman, not without heavy makeup and artifice. He searched Erin's eyes, not wanting to miss a single part of everything she kept inside herself. Blushing under his intense scrutiny, she blinked and turned her head away. Jack let go of her pinned wrists and grabbed her face just under her chin, careful not to mark or otherwise mar her beautiful skin. He drew her gaze back to his own. "I don't look at you because you scare the hell out of me, Erin." She blinked again, and her deep brown eyes widened in surprise. What?" Jack had emptied his semen into her, and now, for some reason, he was burdened with the need to empty everything else he had into her as well. With his cock still inside her, softening in her tight folds, he smoothed back her damp hair with his fingers. "You make me want things, Erin. A different life. A life I can't have. A life I don't deserve." You could—" He pushed off the table and tore his cock from her body. Erin gave a muffled cry at the sudden loss of him. It pained him to hear it, and he winced. He wanted to stay inside her forever, till the table collapsed, till the house fell down around their ears, till oblivion finally took them both. He turned away from those lush pink lips that were about to make him so many promises, all of which he wanted to hear, and none of which could ever come true. Chapter 42. Jack didn't really wake in the night because he hadn't been able to sleep. Behind him, Erin was pressed against him. At least she was sleeping peacefully. She must have been having a pleasant dream because occasionally she sighed happily, her warm breath tickling his back between his shoulder blades. His own mind kept wandering, back to the kitchen and what they'd done earlier that day. He didn't care so much that he'd given her head. He'd liked it, actually, and would do it again. And therein lay the problem. Every time he looked at Erin, he took his eyes off Rapid City. At this point, too, he estimated that he'd given Thunder Ridge just as much blood and sweat as he'd given the Buzzards, maybe more. He was in danger of letting himself forget who he was. Jack slowly pulled back the blanket and slipped out of bed, careful not to disturb Erin as she dreamed of something better than him, hopefully something she deserved. His bare feet hit the wooden floor, and Duke lifted his head off his dog bed in the corner. Jack gave him the signal to stay and dressed himself in the dark. He started to walk past Duke, thought better of it, and leaned down to give the dog a pat on his head. He was a good dog. The best dog Jack had ever had, since he'd never had any. "You be a good boy," he whispered softly. "Take care of her for me." Duke thumped his tail, and Jack gave him the signal to stay again. The lab let out a small whine of protest, but Jack silenced him with a look. He headed downstairs, boots in hand, and slipped them on in the kitchen before grabbing his heavy Carhartt to ward off the cold outside. He unlocked the front door and stepped outside. He only made it a few steps, though, before he realized that it wasn't merely cold. It had snowed. He inched forward to the porch railing and peered out from under the roof. Above him, in the velvet night, thousands of stars glinted, rivaling the newly fallen snow on the ground for his attention. There were no stars in Rapid City, not that he remembered, or perhaps it was just that Jack had never looked. But he was here now, surrounded in a blanket of crisp white and inky black, with a shimmering sky overhead. It was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. Try as he might, as much as he told himself he should, his feet wouldn't move to the edge of the steps. They just didn't seem to want to. Not much of him actually seemed to want to, he realized. Only that niggling part of his brain that sparked every time he thought of his club. Sometimes he used it to fuel himself when he was on the verge of collapse, used it to get one more hour of work in, finish one more chore, telling himself he was getting stronger for the final battle. His boots didn't seem to want to mar the perfection of the accumulating snow. It was pretty, and fuck if he didn't want it to stay that way, stupid as that seemed. Jack was tired of ugly. He was tired of filth, and he supposed, above all, he was just plain tired of being fucking tired. He worked hard for Erin, not that she didn't deserve it. She did. But as he took in a deep, chilled breath and let it out slowly, he thought maybe he didn't have to work so hard. Maybe not anymore. Would it be so bad to not go back? To let Hook and Hayes and the rest of those bastards have the club that Jack and his father had built? Before Scratch died, Jack had made every deal, every dollar, just to make the old man proud. And after Scratch had died, well, Jack wasn't sure if he'd kept on going because he wanted to, or because club life was all he'd ever really known. All that was sustainable, anyway. Revival tents and well-thumbed Bibles certainly held no special sway for him. Now that Jack was almost 40, he could barely remember that small slice of his life anyway. But there was a third option. The life he'd told her he couldn't have. But why couldn't he? Why shouldn't he? He'd never reneged on a promise, never failed to follow through on a threat. Not giving Hook and Hayes their due would be the first time in his life that Jack didn't take back any ounce of respect that was owed him. He still felt that familiar flame, down deep, way down deep now. He nearly snorted as he wondered if it had somehow been dampened by the night's cold. He looked out at the driveway, covered in a white sheen of pristine snow. It was pretty cold, and it was a long way to Rapid City. Chapter 43. Erin stood in the darkened kitchen with its view down the main hallway and to the front door. Through the glass, she could see Jack's shrouded form standing on the porch. She'd felt him stir, knew he was getting out of bed. At first she'd thought maybe his nightmares had come back, but then she'd heard him say goodbye to Duke. It took everything she had not to jump out of bed, yell and scream, and demand an explanation. She'd waited just until he'd gone stairs before pulling on her own clothes in a flash. She'd almost charged out the door to take off after him when she realized that he hadn't actually left yet. Then, as now, he was just standing on the porch, watching the first snowfall of the season. Not knowing quite what else to do, she'd set about putting 2 mugs of cocoa in the microwave. Now she took a deep breath and headed for the front door. She set her own mug down on the entry table as she twisted the knob. She knew he heard her because his shoulders tightened a little, but Jack didn't turn around to face her. She didn't think that boded well. Aaron moved to the edge of the porch steps, stopping alongside him so that he could no longer ignore her presence. When he finally turned to her, instead of starting an argument, she simply handed him one of the mugs. "It's hot chocolate," she told him, "with Irish cream. Just a tiny bit, though." Aaron knew he didn't like to get drunk. Jack took it from her and gazed down into it. She wondered what he saw in its caramel-colored depths. She held her breath as he searched for whatever he was looking for. She wasn't sure he'd find it at the bottom of the cup, but it was as good a place as any to look, she supposed. She kept her eyes on her own mug, giving him time. "How long have I been out here?" he asked. She shrugged and cupped her hot mug between her hands. "A while." "It's easy to lose track." "It's easy to let go," she replied, and immediately wished she hadn't. "Even with all this coming," she added quickly, changing the subject. She swept one hand toward the fallen flakes. "It's getting cold," said Jack, taking a sip. "The generator needs to be set up in the barn," she told him, pulling her shawl tighter around her, "and the portable heaters put in the stalls and the submersible for the water trough." Jack turned to her, cup in hand, and sipped thoughtfully. "Tough winters, huh, on a ranch?" Aaron grimaced and nodded. "Yeah, very tough. But it's worth it." She let him finish his drink in silence as she drank her own. Normally, the sound of silence at night was one of the things she loved about Thunder Ridge. Tonight, though, she was a bit uneasy, hoping for so many things. Jack wasn't the only one who thought about a life that maybe he couldn't have. She watched out of the corner of her eye as he took the final sip, upending the cup. Her whole body stiffened as he turned toward her. She shivered, but not from the cold. "Glad there wasn't any more booze in it," he told her, eyeing her closely. "I think I can sleep now." Then he reached out and took her mug from her as well, empty as it was. Aaron watched as he carried them both inside the house. Chapter 44. The cold snap had hit hard, and Jack frowned at the snow that had started coming down again early this morning and showed no signs of stopping anytime soon. Under normal circumstances, he'd prefer to stay inside the house, lie in bed with Aaron, naked, of course, and keep her warm, the way they had yesterday until the winter storm broke. But the horses and chickens hadn't been fed yesterday, plus the generator powering the heaters in the barn was about to run out of gas, if it hadn't already. Jack set his coffee mug down on the counter and headed for the hallway to get dressed for the trek across the ranch. Aaron followed him, rolling down her sleeves. "Forget it," Jack snapped at her as he fastened his coat. "You are not going out there." "We could both go," she insisted, reaching for her own coat. Jack sighed. He appreciated her concern, but she just wasn't thinking clearly. They couldn't both go, for obvious reasons. Reasons he couldn't say out loud while simultaneously putting on airs that this was just another chore that needed to be done. "You're not going," he growled and yanked her coat from her hands. He tossed it into the corner. "I'll be right back." Aaron pressed her lips together like she wanted to argue but couldn't, or didn't dare. Jack knelt down and rubbed Duke on the shoulder. The dog whined as though he knew what was happening. More likely he was reacting to Aaron's concern. Either way, Jack was grateful to have not one but two people who cared about him. "It's all right, boy," he said quietly, patting the lab. "You stay here." He stood up and pulled on his gloves. Before he could step out, Aaron kissed him, hard, like she was angry or desperate. "Hurry back," she told him. He nodded and turned to the door. The cold outside nearly took his breath away when he stepped outside. A heavy white shroud covered the ground and every flat surface, with still more coming down from the sky. Jack frowned as he started to regret the decision to wait until afternoon for the temperatures to go up a little because it didn't feel all that much warmer, and now the snow would be hell to deal with. As he stepped down onto the ground, it was already up past his ankles. He pushed down, breaking through the slick, icy surface, and it crunched underneath the soles of his boots. Tied to one of the columns of the front porch was a long nylon rope. Jack had never been this far out in the boonies when winter hit, and he was grateful that Aaron knew how to survive here, but damn if he wasn't irritated that he was stuck dealing with this shit. He gripped the rope, which was neon yellow and supposedly easy to spot, at least from a short distance. But Jack knew that there would be days when they wouldn't be able to see it even from the relative safety of the front porch. Winters were just that bad out here. He could make out the silhouette of the barn, though, and that was good. As he made his way along the rope, the cold stung his nose and eyes, and he lifted his arm to shield himself. It was a slow trudge. Jack didn't know exactly how long it took, since he was too bundled up to check his watch. It seemed like an hour, even though he was certain it wasn't. He finally made it to the barn and opened the door, slamming it shut behind him. Everyone perked up, from King and Bee, even to Julio, who was stuck in the coop that they'd moved into the shelter. The generator hadn't given out, but when Jack checked the gauge, it was dangerously low. He filled it with the spare can in the corner and turned the heaters on high. He could still see his breath, but it was tolerable, he supposed, for the animals at least. He fed everyone and bedded them down. Even the goddamn pimp chicken was too cold to peck at him. Jack filled his bowl because it seemed too easy to kick the chicken when he was down. They'd wait until spring for their ultimate cage match. Jack had a few new moves he was almost ready to unveil. The horses chowed down, and Jack gave them 2 apples each to make up for not having been able to come the day before. Their hay had been almost gone from their racks, but they weren't exactly starving. "I'll come tomorrow," he said, patting King's neck. "They say the storm will break tonight. I'll make it." Jack warmed his hands at the heater one final time before pep-talking himself into braving the cold once more. He had to get back before the storm kicked into high gear and buried everything but the barn and maybe the truck and tractor. He opened the door and squeezed through it so as not to let in too much of the frigid air, and secured it behind him. The storm had gotten worse just in the few minutes he'd been inside. Visibility was down to nearly 0. He couldn't even see the tree in the middle of the driveway. He grabbed the rope again, which was starting to ice up, and began the long, slow trudge back to the house. It was more difficult than he was prepared for, with the temperature dropping so rapidly. He hated to think what it would be like tonight after the sun went down. He managed to step into his own previous footsteps, which were already being obscured by fresh waves of drifting snow. His gloved hand caught on the rope more than once, and it was slowing him down. He finally made it to the tree and paused for a minute, ducking behind it to get out of the gusts. He tugged the hood of his coat farther down and sagged against the thick trunk, already tired. He couldn't linger, though, and he knew that. As it was, it would take half the day to recover from this god-awful trek. He was warmed only by the fact that he hadn't let Erin try it. At least she was cozy back at the house. Even if the power went out, there was the fireplace and the other generator. He hauled himself to standing and reached for the rope again. He tried to occupy himself by counting his steps, trying to guess the distance from the middle of the driveway to the house that he could no longer see. 100 feet, maybe 2. Jack was up to 7 steps before a gust of wind blew so hard that it knocked him to the side. The rope went slack in his hand. Chapter 45. Erin watched him through the glass, fingers twitching to get at her coat and follow him, even though she knew it would be a stupid and reckless thing to do. She couldn't go with him, and she knew it, and that thought upset her all the more. Because Jack might get hurt or lost, and if he did, it would be up to her to find him once the storm cleared and bring him back. Or at least his body. Her throat tightened, and she pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders, telling herself that it wouldn't happen. But the truth was, it might, and she couldn't lie very convincingly, even to herself. She was grateful, though, that she wasn't doing this alone. This was her first winter at Thunder Ridge, first bad one, anyway. She'd bought the place in March after the last big snowstorm. A tiny one had hit right before the spring thaw, but it had been nothing like this. Being alone out here in this weather was dangerous. Duke whined, pressing his nose to the glass pane of the door, and Erin bent to take hold of his collar and draw him back. "It's okay," she told him with a confidence she didn't really feel. She pulled him into the living room and pointed toward his bed, which he ignored entirely, of course. The heavy drapes kept much of the cold out, but Erin didn't care as she parted them and spread them wide, giving her a good view of the barn across the way. She watched Jack's dark, retreating form as he followed the rope she'd tied, slowly, one foot in front of the other. She perched on the couch, never taking her eyes off him until he receded into the distance, erased by the snowfall. She checked her watch, her phone, no cell service today, and the clock on the wall as she waited impatiently. 5 minutes became 10. 10 became 20. She paced back and forth, dragged her eyes from the window just long enough to throw another log on the fire. Duke lay down in front of the flames, but didn't seem relaxed or capable of falling asleep. It was snowing harder now, dumping bucketfuls, it seemed, onto the already covered ground. Slowly, the gray behemoth of the old barn faded until Erin could no longer see it at all. She stopped, leaned into the window and peered out, heart thumping in her chest. She threw on her boots, not bothering to tie them, and drew the blanket around tightly as she opened the front door. "No!" she cried, panicked, as Duke started for it. "You stay!" This time the lad made no argument, looking wild-eyed yet remaining where he was, just a few feet from the door. Erin slipped out and the cold took her breath away. She edged to the steps, looking in every direction. "Jack!" she shouted, but her voice was lost on the wind. When she looked down, time seemed to stop, or maybe just her heart. The safety rope was slack, not taut, and was mostly covered now by the snow. Erin darted forward, reaching for it, almost connecting with her fingers before she hurled herself away, reason stopping her from doing something stupid. It was tempting to pull it in, reel it in, and pray for a jack-shaped catch hanging on the other end. But if he wasn't there, if he wasn't holding on to the rope this very second, it wouldn't work. It would only move the rope, take it out of his line of sight. He needed it to survive. A sob broke in her chest, and she screamed loudly as she could, "Jack!" But there was no answer. She spun and darted up the stairs, slipping on the icy patch at the top and ramming her knee into the floor. Ignoring it, Erin dragged herself up and ran inside and into the kitchen. The phone was dead, and she slammed it back into the cradle with a curse. Casting about wildly, her eyes lit upon the junk drawer, and she surged toward it. She yanked it open, nearly pulling it all the way out and spilling its contents all over the hardwood floor. She rummaged through it and came up with several glow sticks, the ones she kept instead of candles because it was safer than an open flame. Her fingers fumbled over the packaging, trying to rip it. She gave up and tore at it with her teeth. She slammed each against the counter's edge and then shook it until a bright orange glow shone from inside the plastic. She shoved all of them into a clear mason jar and tightened the lid to keep it from filling with snow. Back on the porch, she looked for him again, called out, and felt herself sink further into despair when she got no response. She set the jar down on the porch rail where it wouldn't be covered by snow. It felt heavy enough to withstand the wind, and Erin hoped to God it was. She'd keep an eye on it, though, watch over it carefully, her own emergency vigil. Inside, she spied her coat, crumpled in the corner where he'd tossed it. She warred with herself, tempted to put it on. There were too many variables, though. Too much could go wrong. What if Jack had moved the rope in an attempt to get back to the house? If so, it wouldn't lead to the barn anymore. And if he'd dropped it, strayed from it, even just a few feet on either side, she'd never find him in the storm. She could walk right past him and never even know it, walk to her own death, too, if the rope didn't lead straight to the barn anymore. "God damn it!" she cried and beat the wall next to the front door. "God damn it!" As tears spilled down her face, Erin made her own way down to the floor. She leaned her head against the glass, cold and uninviting, and kept a watchful, if not tear-blurred, eye in the direction of the barn. Duke lowered himself, too, onto her lap and whined softly. "He's all right," Erin told him as she patted his head. "He's in the barn. Daddy's in the barn. He's warm. He's safe. He's going to stay there until the storm passes." Duke looked up at her with soulful eyes, as though he understood her words, and didn't believe her. "He's all right," Erin snapped, and fresh, hot tears warmed her frosted cheeks. Chapter 46. Jack lay in the bunk where he hadn't slept for months now. He'd forgotten about the musty smell mixed with other unpleasant farm scents. It wasn't bitterly cold, but it wasn't comfortable either. He swung his leg over the edge and rubbed his face with his hand. He passed up the horses and opened the door just enough to peek outside again. Thankfully, the snow had stopped and he could see the ice-encrusted trees that surrounded the building. They glittered in the sunlight. Jack checked his watch and knew it was just past dawn. He closed the door again, topped off the generator, and gave everyone more food before he pulled up his hood and ventured toward the house. It must have dumped several inches because he couldn't see the rope anymore. He could see the house, though, blanketed in snow, and made his way toward it. The trudging was hard work, and his thighs started to burn as he stomped through drifts up to his knees. He fought through the last few feet and hauled himself up the slippery steps of the front porch. Before he reached the door, it flung open and Erin burst out. She slammed into him, nearly knocking him down. Behind her, Duke was jumping and barking excitedly. "Hey, buddy," Jack declared, patting the dog's neck. "I'm here. I'm back. Did you miss me?" He turned and looked down at Erin, grinning at her. "Did you?" But she didn't answer. She was clinging to him, grasping at the sides of his coat, breathing in jerks and spasms. "Erin?" She was shaking, hard, and didn't answer. "Erin?" Jack prompted again. "Hey!" But she either couldn't or wouldn't respond. Jack pulled her close as Erin sobbed into his shoulder. "I thought you were dead." Jack picked her up at the waist, hugging her against him while he grasped the doorknob with his free hand. He kicked the front door open with the toe of his boot and ushered the dog inside before stepping in after and shutting the house up tight. He took Erin as far as the living room and set her down on her feet, holding her up, though, in case she couldn't manage it on her own. "I thought I'd have to go out there," she sobbed. Have to find you." Jack snatched the heavy blanket off the couch and drew her down to the floor in front of the still glowing fire. He kicked off his boots and shed his coat in record time and then pulled her tightly against him. His energy reserves were finally zapped, and he practically melted onto the blanket along with the crusted ice on his jeans, but he still managed to keep his arms around her while she cried. "Shh," he whispered, tightening his grip on her. "It takes so much more than that to kill a man like me, little bird. God's not going to take me like that. Not in a storm." He didn't tell her it was because he was a bad man and that when his time came, however it went down, it would be exactly what he deserved and nothing less. He wouldn't go out like Scratch, drunk and disabled in a trailer on the edge of town. Jack had risen to heights, sunk to depths, that Scratch in his best years could only dream about. Erin didn't know about any of that, which was why she was so concerned about him now. If she knew the truth, well, selfish as it probably was, Jack wasn't going to tell her the truth. He'd never had anyone care about him, not like this, and he wasn't going to fuck it up. He kissed her, long and slow, though Jack couldn't get it up if his life depended on it, not in his weakened, half-frozen state. He silently cursed himself that his cock was the only way he knew to make a woman feel better. But then he didn't use it to make them feel better, did he? Just to shut them up, which, he admitted to himself, wasn't really the same. He lifted her head, wiped her tears instead, and kissed her lightly on the lips, for lack of anything better to do. He hated that he'd scared her. He held her close to him and listened to the fire crackle. It might be a lie, all of it, but it was his lie. Chapter 47. Winter melted into spring, and thankfully they had no more dangerous weather to contend with. Though mud seemed to be everywhere, which led Jack and Erin to where they were now, in the shower, together. Erin wasn't sure she'd ever quite get over seeing Jack fully naked. It was hard enough to keep her hands off him when they were working in such close proximity every day. The best part of her day was getting to touch him at the end, feel his sinewy muscles that had hardened over the last few months. He stood in front of her now, facing the showerhead, and Erin washed his back, fingers trailing over the ink there. She'd never seen tattoos like Jack's, ones that covered his entire back. It must have hurt like hell. She smiled to herself as she wondered if that was precisely the reason he'd done it, so he could prove to himself he could take it. Knowing Jack, it wouldn't surprise her. There were stars and a pyramid and a huge skull in the center. Erin had the feeling of looking at hieroglyphics, a secret language spread out in front of her that she couldn't possibly understand or decipher. "What are these?" she asked him, tracing her fingertip around the skull. He hesitated, then shrugged. "Just ink." It was a lie, and she knew it, but she didn't push for more information. There were certain things about Jack that she figured she would just never know, never fully understand. And that was okay, she'd decided, as long as she got him now. She slid her hands around him and trailed her fingertips over his half-hard shaft. Jack growled, and Erin could feel the rumble against her cheek as she pressed her face against him. "Just being thorough," she teased. "Better finish what you started," he told her. "Okay, sure," she said in a bright voice, abandoning that thick, hard part of him and reaching past his shoulder. "Now, do you want the loofah or the—" Jack spun, and Erin's breath caught in her throat. He lifted her up and pressed her back to the wall of the shower. A spike of delicious excitement thundered through her. Jack held her under her ass with one hand as his fingers parted her with the other, rubbing and pinching and squeezing in turns. Aaron tried to pretend she was stoic, uninterested. It was a losing game, especially when he deemed her wet enough to take him in, and he pushed his cock past her tight entrance. She couldn't pretend she didn't want it just as much as he did. There were few things in life she enjoyed more than this. "Squeeze it," he demanded as he held her against the wall. Aaron dutifully clenched, trying to coax his seed from him. "Better get it out, Aaron," he warned, nipping her shoulder. "Better finish me off before our shower's done. Otherwise I'll carry you to the bed and you'll have to sleep with my load inside you, dripping between your thighs." She shivered and closed her eyes, gripping him tightly with every part of her body that was touching his. Jack chuckled. "Such a dilemma," he said quietly, skimming his hand over her breasts. "Do you want to be clean or filthy?" Jack's version of clean sent waves of shudders through Aaron's body. He'd use his hands, soap her up, wash every inch of her. On the other hand, filthy had its own particular naughtiness to it. In the end, her need for orgasms, the kind only Jack had ever given her, won out. She squeezed her thighs around his waist and leaned back against the shower wall. "Clean," she rasped. "I want to be clean." Jack grinned at her. "You want both," he countered, "but clean it is." He gripped her hips and pinned her against the wall as he slowly withdrew from her just a few inches before thrusting back inside. Aaron tightened around him and a slight groan escaped from his lips. She liked it when he was close to letting go of that tightly held control. Jack fucked her thoroughly with his long, thick shaft spreading her wide. Every muscle in his body danced under the spray of water as he pistoned inside her. Her orgasm came hard and her fingers dug into his biceps as she cried out, belly spasming, back arching so that her nipples rasped along his chest. She could feel Jack's shaft throbbing inside her too, filling her up, pumping thick jets of warm cum in her pussy. He waited, let her come down off her high before he gently put her feet down on the shower floor. Aaron could barely stand, weak in the knees as she was, and he held her with one arm braced behind her back as he carefully lathered up his fingers and pushed them inside her. She gasped as he thumbed her sensitive clit. "Oh, God!" she called out, raw between her legs from his fucking, from her need that hadn't fully gone away. He rubbed her gently, lips hovering over hers, tongue dancing on her lower lip. In minutes, Aaron was throbbing again, humping his hand, ready for another wave of ecstasy. "My greedy, greedy girl," Jack whispered into her mouth as he squeezed her clit gently. "Go ahead," he encouraged as she fought to get his fingers deep inside her. "Get all nice and clean." He dragged his mouth to her ear and dipped his tongue into it, slow and steady, the way he was fingering her below. "I'm going to come in that pussy anyway," he growled. "Tonight. Get my greedy girl all filthy, just the way she likes it. Mark my fucking territory." Aaron finished again, made hot by his promises, which he always kept. Jack shut off the water, lifted her out onto the thick bath mat and towel-dried her slowly as she leaned against him, exhausted. "Don't fall asleep," he warned. "I'm hungry." Aaron laughed as she pulled on her bathrobe. "Ain't that the truth?" she teased. She headed downstairs and started on dinner. A while later, Jack wandered in, dipped his finger in the sauce, and licked it with a ravenous smile on his face. He was always hungry for something, it seemed. "Can you get us some eggs?" Aaron asked over her shoulder. When Jack didn't answer, she glanced back. He was glaring at her. She smirked at him. "You do know what huevos means, don't you?" "Balls," he growled. Aaron laughed. "Eggs. It means eggs." "It means balls. We're going to have chicken balls for dinner. If I can catch that bastard." Chapter 48. "All right," Jack said from the cover of the side of the house. "Here's the plan." Duke whined. Jack glared at him. "You haven't even heard it yet. Anyway, you go around that way toward the driveway. You'll circle around and flank him. Then, while he's distracted, I'll move in." Duke whimpered low in his throat. He clearly didn't think much of being used as bait. Jack sighed. "You don't have thumbs," he reminded the dog, "so how can I be the bait?" Duke, apparently, had no argument for this. "Okay," said Jack, rubbing his hands together. "Let's do this. Remember, Duke, only the strong survive." Duke was not particularly motivated by this pep talk. Jack motioned for him to set out on a course down the side of the house toward the driveway. Duke gave him one last unhappy look and slunk away. When he reached the tree at the center of the drive, he looked back, and Jack gave another signal to move right, farther away from the line of the house. Jack chuckled with barely contained glee that all his time spent teaching Duke hand signals was paying off. Julio was lying down in the side yard underneath his own tree. As Duke slowly approached, Julio's beady little chicken eyes turned on him. Duke paused and looked to Jack for instructions, or maybe for a reprieve. But Jack wouldn't give him one. They'd come too far. They'd trained too hard. This was their moment, damn it. Jack pointed at Julio, and Duke hesitated only for a moment before taking a step forward. Julio stood up and strutted around the tree, circling out farther and farther, eyeing the dog. Jack hunkered low and stepped out of his cover. He half-jogged toward the coop. The ladies stirred, and he willed them to stay quiet long enough for him to get the job done. He snatched up the basket sitting next to the coop fence. Just then, Julio squawked loudly. It was an angry sound, and Jack knew this was it. Do or die. Duke snarled and sank low, crouched, ready to spring, but it was sort of half-assed posturing, and the minute Julio lunged for him, the dog yelped and spun away. Jack watched, heart sinking as Duke tucked his tail between his legs and sped for the front porch, howling even though Julio had never gotten near him. "Damn it," Jack hissed softly. With his preternatural chicken hearing, Julio turned and set his feral, foul gaze on Jack. "Shit," Jack grunted. He glanced back, but it was too far. Way too far to run back to the house. His palms started to sweat. He was in enemy territory, his retreat cut off. With an ear-splitting screech, Julio rushed at him, covering the distance between them like a rocket rooster. Jack sucked in a breath and let loose a warrior's cry of his own. When that didn't even slow Julio down, Jack bolted. It was 6 feet to the door of the coop, and Julio was about 30 feet away. Jack sprinted up the length of the coop, turned the corner, and leaped for the door. His free hand snatched at the horseshoe latch, rattling it loudly. The ladies protested at having their nap interrupted. Jack had pulled the door too far, and the drag on the metal half-hoop kept it from opening all the way. He kicked the door back in with his boot, glancing over his shoulder. 10 feet. "Don't look at the chicken," he muttered to himself. "Work the lock." This time he managed to flip the horseshoe up and jump inside the wired cage. He dropped the basket at his feet and slammed the door shut. It rattled loudly, and Jack let out a triumphant yell. Julio was forced to stop short, else he would slam into the chain-link door. Jack grinned at him manically, aware in some part of his civilized brain that he may have finally lost his mind. "Cock-a-doodle-doo, motherfucker!" he shouted. Julio glared at him, but only for a moment. His little chicken beak pecked at the air for a few seconds. Then he shook himself off and began strutting around outside in the grass. Jack frowned. He really felt that he deserved an actual surrender on Julio's part. "You're beat, you little bastard! I made it!" Julio strutted. Jack's frown deepened. "Well, fuck the dog. Who cares about the dog? He's weak. He's too green. I did it. I beat you." Julio strutted. Now Jack was really irritated. "Well, I don't know what you're so goddamn smug about, asshole. You're out there and I'm in here. That's right. You're out there and I'm... Oh, god damn it!" Chapter 49. Duke parked himself outside the screen door and whined loudly. Aaron looked up from the chopping board. "What is it, lassie? Is Timmy down the well?" The dog whined again, and she turned fully to look at him. "Geez," she mused. "It's that bad?" She wiped her hands on the dish towel and swung open the side door. As she neared the coop, she spotted Julio in his favorite spot under the tree, and Jack sitting in the coop looking murderous. As she approached, she felt a giggle rise up in her throat. "Don't," Jack warned, but it was too late. Erin could barely contain her laughter. "You know," she told Jack, "I used to twirl a baton in the 4-H fair. I had a feather boa, too. I bet it's still in the attic somewhere. Want me to get it for you?" Jack glared at her. "You'd fit right in." "I'd strangle your chicken with it. Then I'd eat him," Jack growled. Erin opened the coop door and moved to the side for Jack to step out. Julio came forward again, but Erin stopped him with a hand. "No," she told the rooster. "Shoo!" Julio glared at her for a second, then looked at Jack. Apparently there was some serious bad blood between these two. "Go on," Erin demanded, and pushed her boot at him. Reluctantly, Julio strutted away, clucking to himself. "How many times do I have to tell you, Jack?" she said, closing the gate behind him and locking it. "He's a rooster. He's just doing his job." "He's dinner," Jack argued, as he stalked past Julio's tree and toward the house. Erin sighed and shook her head. As they passed the tree, she heard Jack whisper, "Chicken." Julio crowed at him and flapped his wings indignantly. Erin rolled her eyes. "I once saw a man get a chunk taken out of his shoulder by a stallion," she declared. "We got some wolves out here, too, and once in a blue moon a bear comes along, but I've never seen a man brought down by a rooster before." They entered the kitchen through the side door, and Erin turned to face him. "This one time," she began, but stopped. The look Jack was giving her was intense, almost deadly. If Erin didn't know exactly what the man could do with his hands, she'd almost swear he was about to wrap them around her throat. She sucked in a sharp breath, not because she was afraid, but because he looked so damn sexy. Jack might restrain himself when it came to Julio, and Erin had no doubt that it was for her sake alone that he did, but there was no question that this man was lethal. When he opened his mouth, his voice rumbled low in his chest. "Guess you need to learn a woman's place." If he expected to get a rise out of her, he certainly got it, though the minute Erin's eyes narrowed and her nostrils flared, she regretted it. Judging by the bemused look on his face, pissing her off had been exactly what he'd intended. She clamped down on the tirade that was about to come hurtling off her tongue and decided to play along instead. She spread her arms, indicating the room. "In the kitchen, I suppose," she told him evenly. She felt proud of herself for holding her temper so well. Rather than agreeing, Jack merely shrugged. "A woman's place is on her knees. Don't much care what room she's in," he informed her. Erin pursed her lips, biting back a torrent of obscenities. Jack's eye had that mischievous twinkle again. She took a deep breath, in through her nose, and let it out. "On her knees," she repeated quietly. He raised an eyebrow at her. "Better get down there and show some respect to the man of the house." His tone and the look in his eyes did all manner of bad things to Erin's belly, and lower places. She fought to keep from squeezing her thighs together. "Don't much care for women's lip," he told her. Erin swallowed hard. "I think it's lib," she replied, "not lip." "Is that so?" he asked, clearly amused. He reached for his zipper and slowly tugged it down. "Might be," he decided. "Now open yours." Erin very clearly recalled how in this very room he'd spread her out on the table beside them and feasted on her pussy like a desperate, starving man. She didn't see the harm in returning the favor now. She toed off her boots, stepped forward, and lowered herself to the linoleum. Jack freed his cock, which sprang out already at attention just inches from her face. His smell was earthy, musky, so very, very male. Erin breathed in his scent as she licked her lips. She wasn't sure she needed a man of the house, but God, she wanted one. She leaned forward and reached for him, but he lightly slapped her hand away. "Only your mouth," he ordered. "Hands behind your back." Erin frowned, having never given head that way before, but after a moment's hesitation, she clasped her hands behind her back. Right after she did so, she realized that it thrust her breasts out and that Jack could see straight down into her shirt. "Clever bastard," she thought, and parted her lips. She made a good show of it, if she did say so herself. She slid the tip of her tongue along the bottom of his shaft from base to tip. If he liked it, she couldn't tell. Jack would be hell at poker. She paused at the swollen little V just under the tip and swirled it lasciviously, just the way he liked it. If her Sunday school teacher could see her now, Erin knew she'd surely be condemned to the depths of hell. But Jack, quite possibly being the devil incarnate, would be right there with her, and she'd still be on her knees, she suspected. She still couldn't get a reaction out of him, which irritated her. She opened her mouth ever so slightly and placed an open-mouthed kiss on the head. Then she slowly took him between her lips, inch by inch, until he was nestled at the back of her mouth. He was too big to take in all the way yet, but she was getting there. She gazed up at him watching her intently. She loved that the most, the connection they now shared when he looked at her. His cock gave a jerk in her mouth, and she made a small, triumphant noise in her throat. He was about to come, unable to stop himself. She'd won. Suddenly, though, Jack grabbed her by the shoulders and drew her to her feet. Before she knew it, she was spinning, turning, held tight by his hand until she found her thighs pressed up against the kitchen table. His fingers tugged at the button of her waistband and her zipper ripped open. Suddenly, her jeans and panties were around her knees, and Aaron felt one large palm on her back. He pushed until she found herself bent over in front of him, bare ass in the air. She gasped. Jack's large hand slid down her back to the skin of her rounded bottom, and he slipped in between her legs. He checked her readiness, finger plunging inside. Aaron shoved her hips back, wanting more of that invasion, but he pulled his hand away quickly. She moaned in frustration. He kicked the inside of her boots with his own until she was spread enough for him. This time it was his cock, not his finger, that penetrated her. She ground against him, a smile playing on her lips. He entered her fully, withdrawing, then thrusting inside her again. "Oh, God!" Aaron cried and fumbled for the edge of the table with her hands. "You need a man, don't you, Aaron?" he demanded. Aaron growled and clamped her lips together, not ready to give him that. "Oh, no?" Jack asked her in a lilting voice. "You don't need a man?" She refused to answer, knowing there was no way to win, not against Jack. He slammed inside her, stretching her fully before pulling out just as violently. "Okay, then," he said, and everything stopped. Aaron seethed through her teeth and pounded her fist on the table. "Do you need a man, Aaron?" Jack asked again. Her ass and thighs prickled at the cool air on her just-warmed skin. Her wetness trickled down her inner thigh as her pussy protested its sudden abandonment. "Jack!" she hissed. "That's not an answer." "Jack!" she cried again. She tried to stand up, push herself against him. Maybe she could finish that way, just feeling him rubbing on her. Jack reached out a hand and pinned her back to the table. "Aaron," he said calmly, which infuriated her. Give in to get off. The rules of the game were perfectly clear. Aaron sucked in a breath and held it for as long as she could stand. "I need a man," she finally relented. She heard his boots scrape on the floor and felt herself being spread open again. The cock was back, pounding relentlessly into her. "Who's the man of this house, Aaron?" "You!" she gasped as she clung desperately to the edge. "That's right," he replied, pulling out, then slamming back into her. Aaron gasped as her insides quaked, so close but not quite there yet. Just a few more of those hard strokes and she'd be flying high. One of Jack's hands came down on the table next to her own as he leaned over, covering her back like a stallion covering his favorite mare. With the other hand he tugged at her shirt, popping the buttons. Before she could protest, his large hand found its way inside. His calloused palm rasped across her soft flesh as he cupped her breast and squeezed gently. "You've had enough punishment," he growled in her ear. "Come for me." He pinched her nipple, and Aaron screamed out her orgasm, bucking against him, not to throw him off, but to get him in deep inside as she possibly could. Maybe to stay there. Maybe forever. "Come in me, Jack," she pleaded as her pussy clamped down on him, trying to coax out his seed. "Please, God, come inside me." Jack pumped his hips a few more times and then pumped into her as ordered. Aaron felt the thick, throbbing shaft spilling into her and sighed happily. She pressed her cheek to the cool surface of the table and took in big gulps of air, eyes closing drowsily. Jack gave her breast a final squeeze, then stood up and pulled out of her. Aaron whimpered at the loss of him. He slapped her ass and she yelped, whirling on him. "Hey!" she snapped, and he grinned at her as he zipped up his fly. Aaron blew a stray hair out of her face and glared at him, mostly because he'd ruined her moment of post-orgasmic bliss. Jack scooped up the truck keys off the counter and moved toward the back door. "Where are you going?" she called after him. "I'm going to pick up something to eat," he told her, "so you don't have to cook tonight. It's already getting late." He glanced back at her over his shoulder. "And if you give me any more lip, we'll have another lesson, involving your ass." Aaron considered this a moment as she pulled up her jeans and moved to the doorway. "Spanking or screwing?" she finally shouted after him, even though she was fully aware how dangerous it was to egg him on. He gave her a nasty devil's grin as he opened the door to the truck. "I don't know," he answered. "Which do you want more?" Aaron's mouth clamped down at the suggestion that she wanted either of those things. Probably best, because even though Jack had yet again managed to give her another mind-blowing orgasm, her thighs were twitching again at his words. She might open her mouth and accidentally choose one or the other, having never had either and was, shockingly, now somewhat curious. But Lord, that man was Satan walking. He turned the engine over, gave a honk and a wave, and headed down the drive toward town. Erin stepped back into the house and headed straight to the shower to see if she could wash her sins away. She doubted it, but it might be worth a shot. Chapter 50. Jack flopped on the couch as Erin finished up the dishes from dinner. Duke was tired from his day of chasing anything that seemed to move, plunking himself down on his padded dog bed in the corner near the fireplace. Jack picked up the remote control and flipped through the channels, looking for something to watch. He stopped cold, though, frozen not just from the words on the screen, Rapid City, but he was stunned at the scene caught on camera behind the reporter. He saw his own clubhouse, surrounded by squad cars and unmarked vehicles. He gripped the remote control, nearly fumbling it as he quickly tried to turn up the volume. In a highly coordinated pre-dawn raid right here in downtown Rapid City, a local motorcycle gang known as the Badlands Buzzards was surprised with no-knock warrants in multiple locations throughout the city. A joint team of Rapid City Police and federal law enforcement is responsible for dozens of as-yet unconfirmed arrests. Sources close to the investigation say that the DEA has been investigating the gang for over a year after the former president of the gang, Jack Pryor, alias Preacher, went missing. He is presumed dead, and his murder is among the list of charges that range from pandering to international drug trafficking. We'll keep you informed here at Channel 5 News as this massive story unfolds. Jack's pulse raced. Behind the reporter, he saw Hook and the others being led out of the clubhouse in handcuffs and loaded into half a dozen or so DEA vans parked on the street. The cameraman for the station followed their progress with a shaky hand as he recorded their arrests for posterity. Jack ran his own shaky hand through his hair and blew out a harsh breath. His mind swirled with questions he might never have answers to. What happened? How much did the feds know? How long had they been building a case? What did they have on Jack, if anything? Why didn't that fat-ass donut muncher Rawlins warn them that law enforcement was circling? Behind him, he heard footsteps and turned to see Erin standing in the living room doorway. She looked at the screen and then back to Jack. For a second, he was worried that she'd ask about the news story, but instead she sighed and shook her head. "Rapid City?" she asked. "Really?" He didn't answer. He didn't know what to say. He lifted the remote and turned it off before she heard any details. "Listen, Jack," she told him, looking back and forth between him and the now darkened television screen. "I thought we were past this one-foot-out-the-door routine. If you want to leave, then leave. I can't stop you." She put her hands on her hips and glared at him. "But it's been 30 seconds, and you know what? I'm already tired of waiting for you to decide what you're going to do. I love you, Jack, but I'm not going to hold on to your leg while you're walking out the front door." He turned on her, television abandoned, Rapid City abandoned. He moved at lightning speed toward the doorway where she stood, only needing a few quick strides to cross the distance between them. Erin gasped and tried to take a step back, but he grabbed and pulled her into the living room, pushing her up against the wall and pinning her there with his body. He watched her eyes go wide and that tempting little mouth form its perfect, surprised "oh." Jack had gone instantly hard before he'd even crossed the room. Now he had Erin right where he wanted her, cock-notched right into her pussy, not letting her move an inch. "Say it again," he demanded. She hesitated, though, and Jack saw a cloud of caution shroud her eyes. He growled deep in his throat and shoved himself harder into her. She sucked in a sharp breath. "Say it again," he repeated. He watched as she licked her lips nervously. In a minute he was going to bite them, kiss them so hard they swelled and bruised. But not until she gave him what he wanted. "I said," she swallowed hard, her delicate throat making his cock rage behind his jeans, "I'm tired of waiting for you to decide." Jack narrowed his eyes at her. "Are you fucking with me, Erin?" He saw her flinch and felt her fingertips dig into his arms as he held her suspended, feet off the floor. She shook her head as her chest rose and fell more rapidly. Her soft, creamy swells pressed against Jack's own chest, and he liked it. "No," she told him quietly. "Then say it again." Erin's eyes searched his own for a moment before she took a deep breath. "I love you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Jack leaned in and kissed her hard. Their breath mingled together. Again, he demanded, mouth brushing over hers. I love you. It rang in his ears and vibrated through his body. Jack groaned as he licked her. It even tasted sweet on her lips. He dragged his mouth down to her jaw, rasping over her throat. Her pulse hammered against his lips. Again. I love you, Jack. Hold on to me, Erin, he ordered as he let go of her hips. She gripped his shoulders as Jack tore through her panties and dropped them at his feet. His fingers found the zipper of his jeans and he fumbled at the fly. His hands were actually shaking. His own heart was pounding so loudly in his ears that he was certain Erin could hear the rush of blood coursing through his body. His erection sprang out, and he reached down, cupping Erin's ass for a moment before finding her heated folds with his hands. He parted her and pushed in a finger, first one, then two, rubbing her until she slicked his hand, wet with desire. Jack lifted her higher then, with his hands gripping her ass firmly, and sank her down onto his cock. He groaned at the heat of her. She was always ready for him, always tight, always wet. He savored that sweet stretch when she took him all the way in. I love you, Jack, Erin cried, this time unbidden, and Jack felt something inside him turn, change, break, maybe. Or finally heal. No one had ever told him they loved him. Not his father, not his mother, no woman, ever. But Erin was saying it, and she meant it. She didn't want anything from him other than a life together. She didn't want to flaunt his patch all over town, spend his money, take his drugs, or drink his booze. She wanted him, not the things he could give her. Jack held her thighs wide, his arms steady and sure. An entire year of ranch work had strengthened his entire body, cut muscles into his solid frame that he hadn't even known he'd had. Now he held Erin up, balanced her lithe body easily, and made slow love to her. The images from the television faded into nothing in his head, sound bites that Jack no longer cared about. Rapid City fell away. The buzzards faded to black. Nothing existed now, nothing except Erin, and the fact that she loved him. His throat ached and his eyes burned. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt something so raw, so real, not blurred and dulled by chemicals. Jack found himself buried so deep inside Erin that he never, ever wanted to leave. He wanted to die right now, just like this. This was the best moment he'd ever experienced in his shit-show life, and he knew it. He didn't know if this was love. How could he, really? But he knew he'd never felt anything like this before, and he also knew he never wanted it to end. His lips found her ear, and he whispered, You're mine now, Erin. She didn't reply. Maybe she couldn't. Maybe she was as torn up as he was. He felt her fingers dig into him, though, and her pussy ripple around his shaft. Mine, he breathed, and pressed his lips to hers. Chapter 51. Months passed, and they were in the high summer heat. Even now, long after the sun had gone down, it was hot in the house, or maybe just the bedroom. Jack finished with a growl, the kind that always made her lower belly clench, and Erin, having learned to look after the man of the house when he needed it, swallowed quickly. Lying now on their backs in the damp sheets, he looked troubled, though. What's wrong? Erin asked, giving his arm a squeeze. Surely he wasn't bored with it. He never seemed to be able to get enough. Nothing, he said with a sigh. Just hate not coming in your pussy. He sighed again and kissed her on the forehead. Oh well. Just gotta wait a few more days. Jack rolled over, settling into the mattress while Erin lay rigid beside him. Her head was swirling, her mind was spinning almost out of control. A few more days. She counted on her fingers over and over again, got frustrated, got confused, while she waited for him to fall asleep. He did so quickly, thank God, and Erin finally slipped quietly out of bed. She tiptoed down the hall to the bathroom, snatched her birth control pills off the counter, and carried them downstairs to the kitchen. Not daring to turn on the light for fear of waking him, she counted out the pills and matched them to the dates on the calendar. All present, all accounted for. That was why he hadn't made love to her, because he assumed she was on her period. Vaguely she recalled that last night he'd directed a hand job from her. She'd been half asleep but fully agreeable. He must have assumed that was all he could get. She stifled a groan and gripped the little plastic case. Her knuckles turned white in the moonlight streaming in from the window. She never kept track of her period, never really had to, not with the pills keeping everything on an exact schedule. She'd gotten too caught up playing house with Jack, with a man whose last name she didn't even know, too caught up in the fantasy to even realize that she was late, several days late. And Erin was never late, thanks to the wonder of her tiny little pills. She'd never missed any, not a single one, so how on earth could this have happened? She shredded the box in two like a temperamental child. She definitely didn't want to think about that too hard, and threw it into the sink along with the pills. Everything had been fine, better than fine, and now it was all crumbling in her hands, destroyed in a single moment, like a lightning strike or a massive heart attack. Erin's own heart ached, and she fought back tears as she gathered up her mess and buried it in the trash can in the corner of the bathroom. Upstairs, Jack was fast asleep without a care in the world. There was no way she could tell him. She wouldn't even know how to begin that conversation. She took a slow, deep breath, her hand on the banister to steady herself. She had to stay calm, had to think. There wasn't anything to say to Jack, she decided, until there was something to say. She was only late, after all, just a few days, she told herself. She'd get to town, get one of those tests. Maybe it didn't matter that she didn't know how to bring it up because maybe, hopefully, there wasn't anything to say. She couldn't go to bed, though. She was too riled up. Instead, she cleaned the kitchen, putting her nervous energy to good use. It didn't seem as though the sun could rise fast enough, but it finally did. She heard Jack thumping around upstairs, grabbed some clean clothes out of the laundry room, and got dressed quickly. When she came back out, he was already in the kitchen. "Going somewhere?" Jack asked around a piece of toast. "Just to town. I have some errands to run." Jack tossed his crust to Duke and pushed off the counter. "Give me a minute," he said, already heading to the front hall. "I'll go with you. I need to stop at the hardware store." Erin sagged against the counter he'd just abandoned and stared after him. She couldn't very well tell him he couldn't come, but the hardware store was definitely throwing a monkey wrench into her plans. She slid into the passenger seat of the truck and gave him a wan smile as he climbed behind the wheel. Not fooled by her fake enthusiasm, he frowned at her. "You okay?" Erin nodded, forcing herself to look at him instead of turning away like she wanted to. "Tired," she said. "Couldn't sleep." He reached out and rubbed her leg. "I bet it's tough. You get attached, then they leave." She gaped at him, almost fighting back tears. "Sorry," he added, ducking his head guiltily. "I didn't mean to upset you, but what time is Del Rey coming this afternoon, just so I know?" Erin tried to answer, couldn't for a second, and swallowed hard to regain her voice. "Noon," she told him. Jack gave her a reassuring smile as he turned onto the highway. "Well," he said with a sigh, "it's not much, but you still got me." Erin sunk low in her seat and didn't respond, instead looking out the window at the rolling Black Hills. Before long they reached town, and Jack parked in the main square, within walking distance from, well, everything. "I've got to run in here," Erin told him, nodding to the drugstore once they were on the sidewalk. Jack eyed the building and then nodded. "I'll meet you back here then when you're done," he replied, and turned to the hardware store across the street. Erin sighed in relief and plunged through the automatic doors, not feeling safe until they swished closed behind her. She grabbed a basket from the stack and started tossing random things into it: shampoo, disposable razors, a bottle of lotion. When she felt she had enough items to camouflage her real purchase, she ducked past Mrs. Taylor, her former third-grade teacher, who thankfully was engrossed in a harrowing birthday card decision, and located the aisle for family planning. She snorted at the irony. Before her were rows of boxes, the likes of which she'd never had occasion to buy before. One looked like another, and Erin didn't think there was probably much difference between them. Her hand shot out, and she grabbed a test off the shelf. For one ridiculous moment, she actually considered stuffing it under her shirt, but she wasn't in high school. She was a grown-ass woman, and no pimply-faced pipsqueak cashier was going to cow her into doing something so dumb. She strode past Mrs. Taylor, hiding the box against her thigh anyway, and pushed the basket quickly onto the counter, trying to block it from view of other customers. Erin didn't miss the kid's furtive glance to her bare left hand as he rang her up. She shot daggers at him with her eyes and snatched the bag away from him when he offered it to her. She'd gotten what she'd come in for, but it didn't feel much like a victory. Chapter 52. Jack waited outside by the truck, tempted to crawl inside the cab, but the ancient air conditioner was already on its last legs, and he didn't want to tax it more than necessary.
It was just another thing on what Aaron had called his honey-do list. Jack had immediately informed her what was on her honey-do list, some of which he was certain she'd never even heard of before. It had been fun teasing her. Even better, she hadn't immediately said no. He was lost in daydreams about Aaron, dressed only in boots and a straw hat, giving him a reverse cowgirl, when someone called out, "Jack!" from a considerable distance away. Jack turned his head, searched first one direction down Main Street, then the other. On the corner, he finally spotted Sheriff Powell waving at him while waiting for the crossing light to change. Jack groaned inwardly. He was tempted to turn away, to pretend he hadn't seen the man, but he didn't want to seem too suspicious. He waited by the hood of the truck as the old man shuffled across the street toward him. "Well, hello there," Powell called as he approached. Jack gave him a nod. The old man came to a stop on the sidewalk, red-faced, breathing hard. "Whew," he cried, tugging at his tie. "It's a hot one." "It sure is," Jack agreed. Jack saw a shift in the man's eyes, and knew Powell was shifting gears, getting down to business, even if his casual tone was calculated to put Jack at ease. "Hank Perkins' brother visited me again," Powell declared. "That right?" Jack asked disinterestedly. "Still no hide nor hair of Hank, he says." "It was a rough winter," Jack observed. "Maybe he got tired of the weather. Moved to Florida." The sheriff pretended to consider it, but ultimately shook his head. "Nah, I don't buy it." "Wasn't selling it," Jack countered. "Just speculating." "I don't think he'd up and leave his brother like that." Jack raised an eyebrow. "Oh, yeah? They real close?" The old man frowned, and Jack had his answer. Dickheads of Hank's caliber tended to alienate everyone in their lives, not just vulnerable women who needed a helping hand. "Family's family," the sheriff tried to argue. "Funny thing about family," Jack replied. "They can turn out to be the people you hate most in the whole world." The sheriff didn't seem to have much of an argument for that, so he dropped the subject and picked up a worse one. "Whereabouts are you from, Jack?" "Farther south," Jack answered immediately. "Little pit stop of a town in Nebraska. You wouldn't know it." "I might," the sheriff ventured. "What's it called?" Jack frowned. He'd been through Nebraska a few times, barely long enough to kick the dust off his boots and finish a beer. He seemed to remember a town, though. "George," he lied smoothly, "near the state line." The sheriff nodded. He wasn't exactly writing it down, but Jack knew the man was committing it to memory. "And your last name? Don't believe I caught it." That was because Jack had never given it. He'd managed to avoid it during the sheriff's first interview, but looking at the old man now, Jack could see he wasn't getting out of it. Sheriff Powell?" Both men turned to see Erin looking at them. She clutched her little plastic sack to her chest, knuckles turning nearly as white as the bag. "What's going on?" "Just shooting the breeze," Powell told her. "Yeah, we're just talking," Jack declared, echoing the sheriff's casual tone. "Excuse us, Sheriff, she's not feeling well." Jack took Erin by the arm. It was as good an excuse as any to get the hell out of there. Erin looked like shit anyway, and that, Jack was sure, helped sell it. "Oh, I'm sorry, Erin," Powell offered. She smiled at him wanly. Before she could say anything else, Jack gave the sheriff a curt nod. "Thanks for the update," said Jack. "We've got to get." He helped Erin into the truck, jogged around the front, and swung himself up into the cab, quickly slamming the door. Within seconds, Jack had the key in the ignition and cranked it hard, drowning out the older man's protests. Erin ducked into the passenger side and pressed her shopping bag to her lap. "What did he want?" she asked as Jack pulled out of the parking lot. "The usual," Jack told her. "Fishing." Her brow furrowed at him. "Fishing?" Then after a beat, she said, "Oh." Jack glanced at her when they reached the stoplight and frowned. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," she said quickly, staring down at her lap. She cleared her throat and adjusted her hands. "I'm just tired." She looked it. Dark circles ringed her eyes. "No sleep at all?" Jack asked as he nudged the accelerator. Erin sighed and leaned her head against the window. "Just a rough night." Jack didn't say anything. He'd certainly had more than his fair share of those. When they got home, Erin disappeared into the upstairs bathroom, and Jack headed outside to throw a ball around with Duke. He didn't much like the sheriff sniffing around again. Though Jack wasn't wanted in South Dakota, or anywhere else, it still didn't bode well. He didn't trust cops, not even small-town ones with shiny sheriff badges.
Jack had had far too many of RCPD's finest on his payroll to ever let his guard down around a cop. When Duke was sprawled in the yard, panting too hard to pick up the ball even one last time, Jack went into the barn to see about the horses. "They're coming for you in just a little bit," he told King. He had a brief flash in his mind's eye of Powell rounding up a posse and coming for him. They couldn't hold him long. He hadn't done anything that they could prove. But Powell would hold him for as long as he could, pounding Jack with questions. Who was he? Where was he really from? When was the last time he saw Hank? They'd eventually figure out who Jack really was. Rapid City wasn't that far away. Word would get around that Aaron had hired an outlaw as a foreman. Thunder Ridge would suffer for its association with him. If he was here when Powell came. King snorted and shook out his mane. "You'll live the life you know when you go," said Jack. "That's what I hear anyway. Green pastures all day. Lazy living. They'll bring in females, dozens of them, maybe hundreds." King kicked the stall door in irritation, and Jack finally relented. He slid open the bolt, and King crossed the walkway to Bee's enclosure. Both horses nuzzled each other over the gate. "No," Jack said with a sigh. "None of them will be her." Chapter 53. Aaron's mind raced even as they made it safely back to Thunder Ridge. He hadn't seemed rattled while being questioned by Powell, nor did he appear that way now. Hank's ghost, it seemed, had finally come back to haunt her. Worse than that, she might end up in prison. Her fingers tightened on the shopping bag and its secret contents. How could she have a baby in prison? What would happen to it? Would social services take it away? And give it to whom? Buck, of all people? Her mother? Aaron wondered if she did get arrested, would she get a say in where her baby was placed? "We're fine," she told herself in a near whisper as she climbed the stairs. "He doesn't know shit. He's not going to find shit. We are fine." She headed straight for the bathroom, dropping the plastic sack into the sink and fishing out the box, dropping it onto the floor. "Damn it," she whispered and snatched it up. She nearly tore the top off, fingers shaking, and read the directions on the back while opening the packaging. Morning was the best time, so said the instructions, but Aaron hadn't gone wee since the wee hours anyway, and she figured it would be fine. There was an extra, though, just in case she ran into trouble. She unbuckled her belt, did her business with a grimace, and set the stick down on the counter, eyeing it warily. Nothing to do now but wait. She set the alarm on her phone, mostly because it gave her something to do. Then she straightened towels, the bath mat, her shirt, anything to keep busy. In the rodeo, she was always racing the clock. It was exhilarating, charging toward the finish line, breathless, almost weightless. This didn't feel exhilarating. This was excruciating. Seconds ticked by, slowly, maddeningly. Aaron paced the tile floor, the heels of her boots clicking sharply. Her phone buzzed in her hand, and she jumped, nearly dropping it. She regained her composure, what little she had of it, and carefully picked up the plastic stick off the counter. She hadn't bothered with the little pink lines or the booklets that accompanied them so you could translate the symbols like hieroglyphics. She'd shelled out for the Cadillac of home pregnancy tests. In the small plastic window was the verdict, clear as day, clear as the name on the box had said it would be. Pregnant. Aaron blinked at it. Once. Twice. 3 times. Then she fisted it and stuffed it into the trash, burying it way down at the bottom next to the box it had come in. She washed her hands, dried them, and rubbed the towel on her face for good measure to catch any tears that were threatening to fall. She'd barely made it down the stairs before she spotted Tucker Del Rey's enormous truck pulling his trailer into her driveway. Kicking herself into high gear, she flew out the door, gave Tucker a wave, and called out, "I'll bring him right out." "You sure you can handle him?" the older man called back, but there was a lilt to his voice, and she knew he was only playing. She gave another wave and hustled across the drive. Before she could get there, the sliding door opened, and Jack led King out on a rope. Aaron dashed past him and shut the door quickly behind him. It was hard watching them load King. He'd been at Thunder Ridge for a full year, and Aaron had almost become as attached to him as Bee had. Her heart ached for the little Palomino in her stall, heavily pregnant with King's foal, and thus kept out of sight of Del Rey and his ranch hand. Bee would be devastated. Aaron sneaked a look at Jack as he locked Del Rey's trailer gate and fought down a wave of panic that threatened to rise up inside her.
Jack liked it here, liked her, liked the way things were. A baby would change everything, though. What if he left after she told him? What if he decided it was all too much, wanted his old life back, whatever that was, and walked out one night the same way he'd walked into her life? She might end up as alone as poor Bee. She whimpered just a tiny bit at the thought. Jack wrapped one arm around her shoulders and pulled her in close to his side. "It's going to be okay," he told her. "There'll be others." Erin's breath caught in her throat. She didn't want another. She wanted Jack, and the little life growing inside her. She fought off a fresh wave of tears as she realized she might not get to have both. Del Rey swung his large truck in a circle and pointed it down the driveway toward the highway. He gave a honk and a wave, and Erin raised her arm in return, just going through the motions. Jack drew her close for one last hug and then stepped away. "I'll feed Bee," he offered, and turned toward the barn. Duke chased after him happily. Erin was about to call out to him, but wasn't sure she was ready. She watched him enter the barn, then headed back to the house. It might be all right, just like he'd said. She had to believe that. She'd start with, "I love you." That seemed like a good opening. After all, it had made him stay once before. In the kitchen, she went over every word, every phrase, a dozen times, maybe more, until she heard the creak of the screen door behind her. "Wash up," she said over her shoulder, trying to sound casual. "Dinner's almost ready." As she stirred the milk into the mashed potatoes, she didn't hear boots on the floor. She scowled that even now, right at the beginning of the most difficult episode they'd may ever have, it was already going off the rails. Jack was supposed to wash up, sit down, and listen to Erin's carefully prepared speech about what she wanted from him, and what she was willing to settle for. She sighed, dropped the whisk into the bowl, and wiped her hands on the towel hanging off the stove. She turned, ready to have it over with, she supposed. Just get it done, rip it off like a Band-Aid, get it out in the open. She began, but the next words died on her lips. Standing just inside the kitchen doorway wasn't Jack, but a man she'd never seen before, in a black leather jacket with eyes, impossibly, even darker than that. Erin backed up so fast that she slammed into the counter behind her. The man loomed in the doorway like a dark specter, sunlight streaming in behind him. She struggled to catch her breath and find her voice. "Who are you?" she whispered. He said nothing, merely grinned. Chapter 54. Jack shook out some hay into Bee's rack and gave her a pat and a scratch behind the ear before stepping out of the stall and fastening the gate securely. Bee's ears pricked forward, and she paused on her way to her dinner. "Son of a bitch," Jack murmured to himself as he watched the Palomino. It was impossible to stay sharp in a place like Thunder Ridge, where the biggest threat was the weather or maybe getting stepped on by an unruly horse. Jack had spent a year and a half working with animals, and becoming less of one. "Turn around," came the voice from behind him, the one he'd been waiting for. Jack pretended to be surprised, caught off guard by the sudden disruption. When he turned, he saw there were two of them, one young and blonde, one older and darker-haired. Jack thought he recognized the kid, but couldn't come up with a name. The dark-haired man raised a gun and leveled it straight at Jack's chest. "It's been a while," he said. Jack shrugged, keeping his features schooled and his heartbeat under control. "Can't say I know your face," he replied calmly. "I know yours," the older man countered. "Wasn't sure it'd really be you, but now that I'm here, now that I'm this close, yeah, you're Preacher, all right." Jack moved slowly, not toward the man because he didn't know him and couldn't guess what he'd do, but he got out from in front of Bee so that if the motherfucker missed, she at least wouldn't be a casualty. "Let's go," the man ordered, nosing the gun toward the door. Clearly, he wasn't interested in small talk or introductions. Before Jack could even take a step, a black flash appeared at the entrance, flying through the air. The sound of Duke's snarls filled the barn as he opened his large jaw and caught the wrist holding the gun, taking the man down. "Fuck!" the gunman shouted, and the kid lunged for the dog. Jack sprang forward, hand already closing into a fist. He let Duke handle the older man and instead drove his knuckles straight into the kid's face. The blonde staggered backward, but Jack pursued, striking him again, right in the nose, making blood mist in the hot summer air. Then a loud boom reverberated in the small space. Duke howled, and Jack couldn't help but turn his face toward the dog.
Within seconds, a sharp pain raked along his side. Snapping his head and his attention back to his own fight, he saw that the kid had drawn a blade. Jack's own blood dripped off the glinting silver. Some men would have paused. Others might have tried to run. Jack did run, but not to safety, not to the open door. Instead, he threw himself at the kid, which surprised the smaller opponent, and they both slammed against the barn wall. Jack left him there, reeling from the impact, and snatched the pitchfork off the wall. He rushed forward, holding it out like a lance, and skewered the kid deep in the belly. It wasn't hard enough to go completely through the body, though. The kid just stared at him, mouth a perfect O, before his knees buckled. There was no point in watching him die. There was no recovering from that. Jack turned away, one victory secure, and set his eyes on a second. The gunman struggled out from beneath Duke, who was barely moving. He still had a hold of the gun, and he started to lift it, aim it at Jack. Jack hunkered low, launched himself at the man, and caught him in his midsection. They both plowed into the gate of the empty stall. The man clawed at Jack's shirt, trying to find a hold. Jack grabbed a fistful of his hair, pulled him close, and then slammed his head into the steel crossbar of the closed gate. There was no give, none at all. It was like hitting a brick wall with a freight train. Jack hauled him back and sent the man's head hurtling once more into oblivion. The crunch of his skull sounded good, felt good, was good. He leaned in, knowing the man couldn't hear him anymore, or if it was the last thing the guy heard, he couldn't form a response. "That's for my fucking dog," he whispered as he yanked the gun away for himself. Fear and rage tore at him as he let the body fall back into the dirt and ran, past Duke, not even stopping to see if the dog was alive. He vowed to bring that fucker in the barn back to life and kill him all over again if Duke was dead, but he couldn't stop then to check. He prayed that Erin was okay, prayed that he still had time to save her if she wasn't, prayed for all of them as his boots carried him across the lush, sunlit grass. It was a beautiful, idyllic day at Thunder Ridge, marred only by the sharp sound of Erin's scream. Chapter 55. Erin held her breath as the man in the doorway grinned at her. "We came to give Jack a ride back home," he told her. He took a step closer and licked his lips. "I think we'll take you back with us, too, so you and I can get to know each other better." A flashback hit her hard, Hank punching her, dirt in her mouth, her jeans coming down. Erin whirled, grabbed the knife she'd been chopping vegetables with, and lunged at him, trying to catch him off guard and score a direct hit with the blade before he could put up much of a fight. Despite his lazy demeanor, he was ready for her. He caught her arm, twisted it so she spun wildly, and threw her across the room. She crashed into a kitchen chair, and it collapsed under the force of her momentum. Wood splintered, and the knife skittered away as she slammed into the linoleum floor with a scream. He was advancing on her, moving slowly, and she rolled to her hip over the shards of the chair all around her and kicked out viciously. The heel of her boot connected solidly with his shin, lower than she was aiming. He grunted and snatched at her ankle, grabbing it and yanking her toward the middle of the room. She struck out again, this time hitting home and smashing his knee. He let go of her leg and she scrambled forward, out of his reach, clawing her way to the knife just a few feet away. Just as her fingers found their prize, he grabbed her hair and slammed the side of her face into the floor. Stars burst behind Erin's eyes, but she didn't let go of the knife handle. She drew it close, or tried to, but his large hand wrapped around her wrist like a vice. The pain was nearly unbearable. Out of desperation, she turned her head and sank her teeth into the fleshy part of his forearm. He let go with a shout, slapped her in the head, but couldn't defend himself from her next attack. Erin rose up, taking the hilt of the knife in both hands, and struck downward. The blade sank into his chest, just at the hollow of his shoulder. He screamed and grabbed at it, but she didn't let go. Instead, she tried to pull it back, afraid that if he got his own hands on it, he'd use it on her. They fought over it, blood splattering everywhere as they wrestled. It slicked the handle of the knife, and Erin felt a spike of panic as she realized she was about to lose her hold on it. He pushed her away, and she finally lost her grip, tumbling backward, unable to stop herself, without a weapon. Just then the screen door burst open and Jack exploded through it. The man tightened his hands on the knife, and the blade came free from his chest at the moment Jack's own hands grabbed at his head. There was a sickening snapping sound as the man's head whipped to the side. It didn't return to its natural position even as Jack let go, letting the lifeless body of Erin's attacker slump to the floor. Jack reached for her then with those same hands, but Erin was still reeling from her fight to the near death and backed away instinctively, out of his reach entirely. He stood in front of the body of the man he'd killed with his bare hands. How did this happen? How were they here again? Erin flung herself away from the scene in the kitchen, her kitchen, and stumbled outside. She only made it a few steps before retching into the grass. The world seemed to spin, hazy and out of focus, until a dark shape formed in her peripheral vision. She started, a fresh scream dying in her throat, but it was only Duke coming toward her. It took a moment to realize he was limping severely, yet still trying to get to her. Erin ran to him just as he gave up and lay down in the yard. She touched him, and her hand came away with blood. Duke was bleeding from the shoulder and unable to walk any farther. Determined not to leave him outside alone, Erin slipped her hands underneath the large dog, but he whined when she tried to lift him. She realized he was way too heavy to move by herself, so she lowered him gently back to the grass. "Hang on," she whispered urgently. "Just hang on." She rose and dashed back inside the house and found Jack still in the kitchen, where he was hanging up the phone on the wall. She hesitated, the request for help dying on her lips for a moment. "What were you doing?" she asked him instead. He didn't answer. "Jack," Erin pressed, "who were you on the phone with?" He still didn't answer. He simply turned his back to her to gaze at the body on the floor. Chapter 56. Jack lifted Duke, who whined softly. "It's all right, boy," he said quietly, and carried the dog into the house. Duke's favorite spot was the bedroom, always eschewing his dog bed in favor of cuddling at the foot of the bed with Jack and Erin whenever they gave him the chance. Jack carried him up the wooden stairs and deposited him gently onto the bed, and then separated the fur in his shoulder. The wound wasn't too deep, thankfully, and not bleeding much anymore. Jack hoped that was a good thing. Erin had retrieved the peroxide from the upstairs bathroom and was pouring it onto a cloth. Jack laid a hand on Duke's head and stroked him gently. "You're a good boy." Duke's tail wumped on the bed. "Yeah," Jack told him. "Daddy's good boy." He rubbed the dog gently one last time and stood up. "Stay, Duke," he said gently, as the loyal lab also tried to rise. Duke seemed almost grateful for the reprieve as he lowered himself back onto the cushion with a sigh. Jack headed to the dresser, dug out Erin's revolver, checked that it was loaded, and handed it to her. "Keep this with you," he ordered. "Whatever room you're in, take it with you. Never leave it out of arm's reach. I'm going to go take care of things downstairs." He headed down the steps, in fact passing up the dead body in the kitchen and the two in the barn. Instead, he searched the woods nearby and found 2 Harleys and a truck. Blood pounded in his ears as he searched the keyring and found one for the Chevy's ignition. The coiled rope on the floorboards told him what he needed to know. How they'd found him was anyone's guess, but they'd been under orders to bring Jack in, alive, which made sense, he supposed. He only wished again that he could have been there at the bus station in Rapid City when Hook opened the locker and found a whole lot of fucking nothing staring back at him. Oh well, they'd come face to face soon enough, and Jack would have time to compare notes with him on how it felt to be screwed and not even seeing it coming. He barely finished tightening the blue plastic tarp over the corpses laid out in the bed when a huge truck hurtled down the driveway, kicking up gravel and dust everywhere. Buck slammed on the brakes, and the whole rig shuddered to a stop in front of the house. He exploded from behind the steering wheel, shotgun in hand. As instructed, the old man had come loaded for bear. "Where's Erin?" he demanded. "She's inside, upstairs. She's not hurt badly." Jack was tempted to say she was okay, but she really didn't seem okay. But he couldn't concern himself about that right now, and that was the only reason he'd called this SOB into play. Someone had to look after Erin. He grabbed Buck's arm, though, as the old man started for the house. "You cannot trust anyone," Jack declared. "Understand? Not the sheriff. No one. You do not call anyone." Buck's eyebrows shot up and his mouth dropped open. But... Jack grabbed the man's button-down shirt and pulled it so hard that a few mother-of-pearl discs popped right off the front. "You listen to me," he snarled. "You've got one chance, exactly one, to make up for being such a shitty fucking father to her." Jack pointed a finger at the road that led to the farm. "You guard that road tonight, Buck. You protect her from anyone who tries to hurt her. Understand? You blow their fucking heads off. She won't want to leave, not without Bee and the dog. She'll stay. And you're going to stay with her." Buck looked at him like he'd gone crazy, which Jack supposed he had. "When are you coming back?" Jack pressed his lips together and took one long last look at the farmhouse. "I'm not coming back," he replied.
He slipped the silver W out of his pocket and tossed it to Buck, who caught it. "If you want a real relationship with her," he advised, "if you're not just out to steal this place out from under her like a worthless fucking bastard, you'll tell her the truth. You'll tell her everything. She deserves that much." Buck looked down at the only evidence of his betrayal. Jack couldn't tell by the look on his face if he was going to do the right thing. Jack figured it was because Buck hadn't yet decided what he was going to do. Jack hoped like hell he made the right call, for her sake. He turned away and strode to the barn. Inside its cool, dark recesses, he got down on his knees in the corner and started to dig with his hands. Chapter 57. As Erin broke open a fresh square of gauze and pressed it to Duke's shoulder, so many questions swirled in her mind, and the only person who could answer them was Jack. She let him do what needed to be done, though, for now. There was no way she could have a conversation with him about anything with a dead body in their midst, and she'd seen too many of those at this point to last her a lifetime. Everything about her future, their future, was uncertain now, and that was such a slippery slope to be standing on. Erin hated it, hated that most of all, more than the killings, more than the death that had hung around herself and Jack like a shroud since they'd met, the uncertainty of it all. For years she worked and plotted and planned. She'd left as little to chance as possible, yet none of it mattered. It might all be taken away from her, her whole future destroyed. It was hard to think about. It was easier to focus on Duke, on what she knew, what she was good at, healing animals. She leaned down and kissed the dog on the top of his head. "I'm so sorry," she whispered to him. "I'm so sorry." She heard boots on the stairs and tensed because even though the assault was technically over, it didn't feel over, not by a long shot. She slipped her hand under the pillow, felt for the .38 she'd stashed there and gripped it, just in case. But soon enough, a familiar face came into view. Not Jack's, but Buck's. She stifled a groan. She really didn't want to deal with her father right now. "Are you all right?" he asked, looking her over. Erin didn't want to give an answer. "Erin, yes," she snapped, pushing the gun back into its hiding place. "I'm fine. Everything's fine." Erin wished Jack hadn't called him. "How much did—" She hesitated suddenly and peered past him through the open bedroom door. It occurred to her that she and Jack needed to get their stories straight before they started answering any serious questions. "Where's Jack?" she asked. Buck took his hat in his hands. "Erin," she stood up quickly. "Where's Jack?" "He's—" The old man hesitated, obviously not wanting to say the words. The pit in Erin's stomach told her exactly what they were. She darted out the bedroom and down the steps. "Jack!" she called, doing a cursory check of every room as she went past. "Jack!" When she got no answer, she burst through the front door and scanned the driveway. Her truck was there, as was Buck's. She sped down the steps and ran to the barn. She felt a little relief at seeing Bee there, looking agitated yet unharmed, but there was no sign of Jack. She shoved open the old bunk room door and flipped on the light. Only the cobwebs greeted her. Jack hadn't been in this room in over a year, and some part of her knew that now that he was gone, he was never coming back. He hadn't even said goodbye. She slapped at the light switch on the wall and staggered toward the door again. Bee was craning her neck, wanting some attention. Erin couldn't blame her, but she just couldn't handle it right now. She did rub the Palomino's muzzle as she passed. Outside, in the barn, there was no evidence that they'd been attacked, only dark stains in the dirt that could have come from anything. Only the kitchen showed any real signs. They were gone, like ghosts, and Jack had spirited away with them. She headed back to the house to check on Duke. When she passed through the front door again, Buck was lurking in the hallway, hat still in his hands. He looked the way she felt, gutted. She pushed past him and stumbled out of the hallway, eyes blurring, throat throbbing. She tripped on her way back up the stairs, clawed at the railing, and righted herself. In her bedroom, behind the closed door, she collapsed onto the bed. Sobs racked her body. The mutt whined, and Erin pulled his head into her lap, threading her fingers into his thick fur. "It's okay," she whispered to him fiercely. "It's okay. Everything's okay." But it wasn't okay. She wasn't okay. Nothing about this was okay. And worst of all, Jack wasn't here to make it okay. Part 4. The Prodigal. Chapter 58. Jack's first thought when he rolled past the city limits was that Rapid City hadn't really changed in the time since he'd been gone. His second thought was that he hadn't missed it either. Evening traffic had already died down. Rapid City's mini rush hour had long since passed, and all the decent people, if there still were any, were safely tucked into their split-level homes. That was the thing about living so far north in this part of the country. When the sun went down, the predators came out. Jack resisted the urge to drive by the now-defunct clubhouse where he'd lived, if you could call it that, for more than half his life. Instead, he headed to the other side of town, past Maria's bar, which was decently populated for a Thursday night. If there was one thing he did miss, it was that place. Seeing everyone, as well as being seen, holding court, as it were, to an audience of mostly afraid, somewhat curious civilians who were in awe of their town's only 1%er gang. Jack did miss commanding so many people's respect, but he hadn't had that for a year. Longer, actually. He'd been in a downward spiral, losing even the faith of his men, and he'd been too fucked up to even realize it. He turned the wheel away from the bar and then down a side street that was familiar to him as any road or alley in this town. He came upon a chain-link fence surrounding a storage unit rental facility and pulled up to the automated entrance. He punched the code into the keypad and waited for the steel gate to rise. The unit itself was nothing fancy. It was large, it was climate-controlled, but most importantly, it was secret. No one knew about it. Not anyone in the club, not anyone at all, at least not anymore. Jack had inherited it from his father after the old man had passed. It was rented under a fake name, paid for by the year in cash. Scratch had told him over and over that a war was coming. Of course, the old man and his booze and drug-fueled paranoid existence had meant law and order. The law was going to come down on outlaws like them someday, and Scratch said he'd be damned if he went without a fight. In the end, the old man had gone down without a fight, though. He and Hap Sullivan had been snared in a shady arms deal when Jack and Chris were teenagers. Before they'd even known they were on Law and Order's radar, they'd been disarmed, cuffed, and tossed into the state prison over in Sioux Falls. A fat lot of good Scratch's storage unit had done then. Jack had considered using it. Pissed as hell that he was now all alone in the world, Jack had very seriously considered doing something off the wall, something completely insane. Like shoot up a courthouse, or kill the judge who'd sentenced his old man, something crazy like that. But Scratch saw things differently. Perhaps it was prison that did it. During the long hours spent seething about being trapped in a cage, Scratch had started to blame Hap for their situation. It was Hap who should have seen that they were walking into a sting. It was Hap who should have known they were about to get popped. It was Hap who was going to pay for the fuck-up. "This is it, son. This is our moment." Jack fought mightily not to squirm in his chair, not to give his father any indication that he wasn't comfortable with this plan. In the beginning, it had sounded less like a plan and more like a betrayal of the MC and of the Prior's friendship with the Sullivans. It had sounded insane. Kill Hap, kill Chris, take over the club. Scratch had been saying it for the last several visits. Jack had hoped it was just prison life getting to the old man. But Scratch sat across from him now, jaw set, eyes hard. There was no stopping it, no talking him down. Jack looked around the visitation area, certain someone could hear them. But no one was close enough. Prisoners got few visits here in the winter. The drive was too difficult, and the visitation area was outside. Jack pulled his leather jacket around him tighter as he listened. He had his patch, had earned it himself rather than just let his old man vouch for him. Not that Scratch would have done that. Son or no, Jack had had to prove himself and his usefulness to the club. Across the chain-linked yard, Chris sat visiting his own father, patch on his back too, though when they were alone, Scratch would constantly tell Jack how Chris hadn't really earned it, had done nothing for the club to get it. Jack had blown up the trailer of a dealer who was cutting into the club's action around town. Jack had skills. Chris was just walking sperm, according to Scratch. "Reggie and Slater will fall in line," Scratch told him. "They'll back you when you say I should be made prez. And you'll be my proxy while I'm in here. You'll get to use my vote until I get out. And when I get released, I'll make you VP. Slater's getting old," his father said. "He'll step aside." "And if he doesn't?" Scratch shrugged, but there was no mistaking that hard gleam that appeared in his eyes. "Then he'll go the way Hap goes. This is our time, Jack. This is our club, and we're taking it." His eyes narrowed at Jack, and Jack felt the familiar flood of tension at being scrutinized by his old man. The day Scratch Pryor looked at him and Jack came up wanting in the old man's eyes was the day Jack would eat a bullet, son or no. "You hold up your end," the man hissed. "You do what needs to be done." Jack took one last long look at Chris and Hap on the other side of the visiting area. They were sitting close, heads dipped low, speaking in hushed tones. Scratch grunted. "You think he's not doing the same?" Startled, Jack glanced back at his father. "What?" "He's threatened by us," Scratch said with a snort. "He knows we'll run the club better, do a better job than he ever could. He'll do me in here, Jack, that much is for sure. He'll knife me and rid himself of the competition. And he's telling his kid to do the same to you." Standing now in the middle of Scratch Pryor's Plan B, Jack shook off the old memories and reached for a large black duffel bag sitting in the corner. He set it to the side of a large wooden work table and opened it. To his right, a large file cabinet sat in the corner. He opened the top drawer, reached past the stacks of bundled cash, and pulled out a large manila envelope with one leather-gloved hand. It was already addressed, stamped, and ready to be mailed. He stuffed it into the zippered side pocket of the bag and then began filling the main compartment with cash. Several minutes later, he gathered up a few assorted tools and slipped them into his jacket pockets. He zipped up the overstuffed bag, slung its heavy weight onto his shoulder, and pulled down the shutter to the storage unit. He locked it up tight, tossed the bag onto the passenger side floorboard of the truck, and headed back across town. The building he was looking for was on a well-maintained, brightly lit downtown street. Jack pulled around the corner, parked the truck, and swung out of the cab, leaving the bag on the floor but taking the package. As his boots thudded on the sidewalk, the wind kicked up, rustling the trees that had been planted to line the street. The breeze was cold, especially for June. Jack dropped the package in the mailbox on the street corner and then slunk into a darkened alley just a few feet away. Turning the corner at the end of the building, he came upon the first door, a rear entry service door. He slid a lockpick set out of his pocket and set a small LED flashlight between his teeth. The door was a nice one, very high quality. It would keep every junkie and half-assed burglar in South Dakota out, which meant it took 3.5 minutes longer for Jack to unlock than any other door. He thought that wasn't half bad, considering it had been a long time since he'd used this particular skill set. He popped the deadbolt, eased open the door, and stepped inside the air-conditioned office suite. Shutting the door behind him firmly, he swung the little flashlight around. In a smaller room, off to one side, he found a desk with a chair. A very nice chair. A leather swivel chair. Jack lowered himself into it slowly. "Ah, yeah," he told himself. "If I had a desk, I would have this chair, no question." This was the Maserati of office chairs, he could tell. He pulled open the doors on the right-hand side until he heard sloshing. He reached down and pulled out a bottle of amber gold liquid. Plunking out an accompanying glass, he poured himself a finger of single malt. The dark liquid burned his throat in that lovely way that he remembered. He put the stopper back on, though, because in the year he'd spent at Thunder Ridge, he'd learned to experience, to savor, to enjoy things. On the other side of the desk, he found a box and pulled it out. He flipped the lid and grinned to himself. "Cuba's finest," he declared, and clipped the end off a cigar that smelled like heaven itself. He took out his Zippo and lit it, taking in long, lazy draws. Suddenly, the office door burst open while Jack was in mid-puff. He found himself looking at the business end of a Glock. The woman holding it was pretty. He'd thought that before when he'd first seen her, but she didn't hold a candle to Aaron, and Jack's cock had nothing to say about her anymore. "Took you long enough," said Jack, ashing the cigar in the small tray on the desk. The woman stared at him, but only for a second. Then she snorted and lowered her pistol by a few inches. "By all means," she replied. "Make yourself at home." Jack grinned at her. Behind her, a larger, darker figure emerged from the shadows. Jack waved the cigar at him. "What's up, Doc?" Caleb Barnes was 6 feet, 225 pounds, Jack guessed, of lethal muscle. Once upon a time he'd worn his own shiny, pretty policeman's badge, but Jack had heard through the grapevine that Barnes had killed or maimed one too many men on the job. Jack was certain this man still killed, or at least maimed. He just didn't do it for law and order these days. Caleb ground his jaw as he looked down at Jack. Finally, he said, "You look good for a dead man." Chapter 59. Jack reached into his jacket pocket. The second he did so, the brunette pulled her gun back up and trained it on him. Jack paused and glanced at Barnes. "Does your woman have an itchy trigger finger?" Barnes grinned. "No. She's solid." Normally Jack didn't appreciate guns being pointed at him, and he'd never had a woman draw down on him, but as he sat in Caleb Barnes' supple leather chair, Jack realized he really didn't like it when females put him in their sights. But Erin would have done it, and she was solid, so Jack figured he could trust Barnes and his woman. "I'm about to give you fat stacks of cash," he told her. "Don't put a bullet in one." She smirked at him. "I could put a bullet in you." Jack shrugged and pulled out the first stack of bills. "You could. Blood'll wash out, I suppose." He carefully laid 3 neatly wrapped stacks of $100 bills onto the desktop. Barnes looked at it, then at Jack. "Forget it," he declared. "I'm not getting you weapons." Jack tilted his head back and let out a full-throated laugh. "I don't need weapons. I want to purchase your services." Barnes moved farther into the room, putting himself between Jack and the woman, and glared down at him. "What services?" he demanded. "I want to know what's going on in my club." There was silence in the room for a long moment. Jack pulled his feet off Barnes's desk and sat fully upright in the chair, signaling that fun time was over. He leveled his gaze not at Barnes, but at the woman instead. "I want one of your surveillance cameras." "There's no one there, Pryor. DEA dismantled the whole operation." Long ago, another lifetime ago it seemed to him sometimes, Izzy Boucher had blown into Rapid City and posed as a club whore just long enough to riddle Jack's clubhouse with microphones. She was a bounty hunter after a payday. She hadn't been after Jack, though, or anyone he gave a shit about, so given her association with Barnes, who was one of Chris Sullivan's men, Jack let the trespass go, with the understanding that she'd take down the fucking cameras once she'd caught her prey. She'd done him a solid, too, and warned him that someone in the club was going to turn on him. Jack had thought he'd rooted out all the rats, but he'd overlooked one, and ended up in a shallow arroyo in the Badlands for that mistake. It was time for payback. "The clubhouse is empty, Jack," she insisted. "I'm sure it is. Saw it on the news. Saw most of my guys rounded up and put into paddy wagons. But the DEA didn't get them all, so I've got vermin to catch. And you're going to help me by giving me a camera and a laptop to monitor it. You live here now, don't you?" he asked her, then grinned widely. "Don't you want a cleaner, safer Rapid City?" She stared at him in disbelief, then finally flicked her eyes to Barnes. "Caleb?" Jack watched Barnes watching him. The woman shrugged. "DEA's still crawling all over the city. A couple of FBI agents, too, I heard. How much damage can he possibly do with a camera?" Barnes crossed his arms in front of his large chest and bored holes into Jack with his eyes. "No civilians, Pryor." "Wouldn't dream of it," Jack replied. "I mean it, Pryor. No civilians." Jack's boots thudded onto the floor, and he raised himself up out of the chair. "Only the rats, Barnes. Only the rats." Chapter 60. Jack watched from the shadows of the tree line as Chris actually came out of the house, carrying a trash bag. It beat having to knock on the front door, Jack supposed, which would lead to all kinds of complications, mostly involving the woman that he could see through the large picture window in the living room. She was holding a little girl, rocking her to sleep in her arms. Jack wasn't in the right frame of mind to deal with women or kids, or the shit-ton of other people who were gathered in Sullivan's dining room, jaw-jacking over cards and beers. He cursed to himself silently. He couldn't have picked a shittier night to show up here, unannounced, certainly unwelcome. He recognized most of the men at the table as ex-Army, part of Chris's old unit. Jack knew the other half of that particular club were scattered in pieces somewhere in the Middle East. The men who were left, though, could tear Jack apart, and they might, since he'd come alone. He hoped Chris didn't call in the cavalry the moment he spotted Jack. As Jack's former best friend stuffed the bag into the can at the back of the house, his cell phone rang, and he pulled it out of his pocket. He listened for a moment, lowering the lid of the trash can with one hand. Then his eyebrows rose. "Wait, what?" Chris demanded into the phone. "Caleb, what the hell are you talking about?"
Seeing Chris was jarring for Jack, especially since this had, more or less, been the picture the last time they'd been together. Chris on the phone, Jack armed to the teeth while sneaking up on him. The present day fell away, and suddenly they were kids again, the question of their lives, their futures, stretching out before them. All of it, unbeknownst to Chris at the time, held in the palm of Jack's hand. Jack entered the door of the Sullivans' trailer as quietly as he could, even though there was no way to stop the door from squeaking just a little. Chris was probably passed out, though, in the back bedroom. Jack had left him the night before with 2 club whores, drunk as shit. Chris deserved one last ride, at least. Jack hoped he'd gotten 2. It was almost noon now, and the whores were gone. Jack looked at his watch, tried to still his shaking hands. It was time. So said the dial, so said Scratch, and disappointing Jack's old man seemed unfathomable. Almost as unfathomable to Jack as killing his best friend. In the hazy, sticky summer air, the smell of beer and weed wafted to Jack's nose from the back bedroom. As he inched closer, the telephone rang. Jack had known the call would be coming, sometime today, sometime soon, but it startled him just the same. He almost dropped the gun. He heard Chris's voice, sleep-fogged and dazed, as he answered. Jack inched open the bedroom door and found Chris sitting on the edge of the rumpled bed, face turned away, reaching for a pack of Camels on the nightstand. His hair was almost to his shoulders. Jack couldn't see the appeal, but they were best friends, so he never ragged on the guy about it. Jack's fingers flexed on the grip of the .45. He tried to lift it but couldn't. He should wait until Chris was off the phone anyway. But somewhere inside him, past Scratch's bullshit about restoring order to the buzzards, and past, admittedly, Jack's own greedy desire to be more than just a patch, he knew he couldn't do it. He couldn't pull the trigger. He couldn't even raise the gun. As Chris stood with the phone in his hand, abandoning the cigs, he turned and spotted Jack looming in the doorway. The look on his face was unmistakable. Jack flexed his hands, steeling himself against his friend's anguished expression. He knew this call was coming. He'd tried to prepare for it as best he could. Everything would work out. He just had to keep telling himself that. Scratch was right. Hap had to go. And though it was difficult now, watching his best friend get the call that his father had been killed in prison, Jack knew it was for the best. The buzzards needed new leadership, real leadership, and in time Chris would see that. And Scratch would eventually understand why Jack hadn't held up his end of the devil's bargain. Chris didn't need to die. Scratch was wrong about that. There was no way, after all they'd been through together, that Chris had been plotting against Jack alongside his now dead old man. There was just no way. They'd done everything together, been inseparable until now. They'd gotten high for the first time together, drunk, buzzed, stoned, and every state of fucked up in between. They'd shared chicks, shared digs when anyone's old man got to be too much to take. Scratch would serve the rest of his bid, and maybe it would make him see things differently when he got out. He'd lay off Chris after Chris proved his loyalty to the club. Jack could make him do it. He could talk his friend into it. No one else had to die. "Jack," said Chris, voice straining, "they're gone." Jack had started to nod but froze. They? What? He demanded. What do you mean? Chris was staring at the phone, like he couldn't quite recall how it had appeared in his hand. He wiped his mouth with his free hand. "They're gone. There was a riot. Last night. Your dad. My dad." He couldn't finish. He just crumpled back onto the bed and put his face in his hands. Jack's fingers twitched over the grip of the gun. How could they both be dead? That wasn't the plan. Scratch only had 5 more years, maybe less if he kept his head down. But Jack was certain he knew what had happened. Fucking Hap. Fucking Hap Sullivan had seen Scratch coming at him with murder in his eyes, and the bastard had refused to go down without a fight. Hap had killed Scratch. Hell, the son of a bitch might have been planning to take out Jack's old man. And maybe he'd thought that the riot was the perfect cover to get rid of his scheming vice president. Maybe Hap never even realized that that had been the plan all along. Except Scratch wasn't supposed to die. As much as Jack sometimes hated his father, he couldn't imagine a world without Scratch in it. And looking right now at the son of the man who'd killed him, anger surged in him.
He took a deep breath and held the gun up right at the back of his best friend's head as he cried for his own damn father. His father who hadn't been shit and had nearly led the club to ruination. Jack's index finger danced over the trigger. "Do you—" Chris started, but stopped himself for a moment. Jack's hand wavered, just like Chris's voice. "Do you ever think about leaving?" he asked. Jack pursed his lips and blinked. "What?" Chris looked not at Jack, but out the grime-filmed window, at the hills that lay beyond the Canyon Court trailer park. "Do you ever think about just getting on your bike?" he asked Jack. "Just driving away? Never looking back?" Jack had nothing to say to that. He'd never heard Chris talk like this before. "I think about it," Chris half-whispered. In the quiet of the trailer, the words of betrayal stung almost as badly as being told Scratch was dead. "I don't want this," Chris declared. "I don't want this life. And I sure as fuck don't want to die like that, like our fathers." He stood up suddenly, and Jack snatched the gun back behind himself, hiding it behind his thigh. Chris threw on jeans and a ratty t-shirt, then turned around, eyes red-rimmed. "Come with me, Jack." Jack stared at him. "And go where?" "I don't care. Who the fuck cares? Let's just get on our bikes and go." "But the club." Jack felt ridiculous, like he was arguing about something that had already been decided. And maybe it already had been. "Fuck the club!" Chris shouted, and it echoed off the canyons beyond them. "Fuck it all, Jack! If we stay here, we're going to end up just like them, shivved in a cage, bleeding out while the guards watch." Jack numbly watched as Chris shouldered past him and toward the front door of the trailer. His coat was hanging on the back of the kitchen door, untouched. "I'm done with this," he declared, hand on the doorknob. "I am so done." Chris had been wrong that day. Scratch hadn't died in the riot alongside Hap. But in the chaos, Jack's old man had been loaded into an ambulance and taken to the nearest hospital, while incorrect reports of his body being among several others in the prison yard had been circulated. In the here and now, Chris disconnected another call, not one telling him someone was dead, Jack suspected, more like someone was back from it. Chris's hair was shorter now. He'd never grown it back out from his army days. Jack remembered him swearing he'd never cut it. He wondered offhandedly if Chris ever missed their time together. In truth, he'd probably never given Jack a second thought all through these years, and that pissed Jack off something fierce, though he'd never show it. "Chris," said Jack slowly. He'd never been able to call him Shooter, really. Chris had earned that nickname in the A when Jack hadn't been with him. Jack had used it occasionally in public, but it had never quite rolled off the tongue right. Chris had never had a club nickname. Frankly, Chris Sullivan hadn't done enough for the club to earn one in those days. Jack had carried Chris for more than a few years, and then had watched him walk away from it all for a new life, a life that didn't include him, but that was a small matter. There they stood, preacher and shooter, two men whose pasts were so twisted and tangled together that no matter how much time and distance they put between them, they might never be free from each other. Not completely. Chapter 61. Jack watched as Chris slid the phone into his pocket, probably to keep his hands free. Jack had to admit that he'd thought about this moment a lot over the years, getting Chris alone. In some variations, Jack beat Chris's ass for leaving him, for pussing out and enlisting instead of helping Jack take over the buzzards. Jack could even picture the large man now, broken, bleeding, lying on the ground, and apologizing all over himself, though in reality the fight would be awfully close. Closer than Jack was comfortable with. In other versions, Jack forgave him. In one version, the one that kept him up most nights because Jack never did understand it, Chris forgave him. But that was impossible, because Chris had never known the truth about how his father had died. He still didn't know. "Chris," Jack said again, finally meeting the man's gaze. "What are you doing here?" Chris snapped. Jack scowled, not ready to answer that just yet. Now that he was finally here, standing in front of his only best friend, Jack ached with the need to tell the truth, to finally get the last of the poison out. "Chris," he began again, about the riot." But Chris shook his head. "What? I don't care." Jack raised his eyebrows. "You don't?" "No, not at all."
Jack was surprised to hear it. Family was family, and Jack would have wanted to know the truth, no matter what it was. You sure? I've got a family, Jack. A real family. A wife, a little girl. Anything that happened back then, anything I did in those days, none of that matters anymore. This is what's real, he told Jack. Then he gestured to the house behind him. They're what's real, and I won't let even the tiniest speck of filth touch them. Not ever. If that's what you want, Jack told him, and slid the strap of the duffel off his shoulder. He laid it on the ground between himself and Chris. Chris stared at it, then looked up at Jack. What is this? He demanded. Jack frowned. Never one to ask for favors or help, it was awkward to have to do it now, and asking Chris Sullivan, of all people, made it that much more difficult. I need a favor, he told Chris. Chris's eyes widened in shock. It was clear he was also thinking that he was the last person Jack Pryor should come to for help. It was also clear by Chris's expression that he was going to say no. I just said I don't want any of this shit to touch my family, he growled. And why the fuck would you come to me? I don't... Jack sighed. I need this done, he interrupted, and I need someone I can trust to do it. He squared his shoulders and looked Chris in the eye. They were of equal height, and a year at Thunder Ridge had honed Jack's muscles so that they rivaled Chris's in terms of strength and power. This town is crawling with shit-eels, Chris, and you know it. If there's one honorable man left in this city, I'm looking at him. Chris's jaw flexed. Compliments weren't going to sway him. Jack, it's for a woman, Jack told him. That got Chris's attention. She's a good woman, Jack declared. A clean woman. Like yours, he added, glancing up at the house. The look on Chris's face said he very much doubted that, but wisely the man kept his mouth shut on that score. I can't do anything for her, said Jack. I can't be the man she needs me to be. But this, he said, kicking the bag, this'll be the next best thing. He sighed heavily and looked up at the clouds. Thunder rumbled somewhere in the distance, and the wind kicked up, shimmying the trees that surrounded them. Hell, Jack bit out. This is the best thing. She doesn't need a man like me. Chris lowered himself and tugged at the bag's zipper, keeping one eye trained on Jack as he did. When he finally had the bag open, he risked a glance down to inspect its contents. Jack heard a sharp intake of breath. Jesus fucking Christ, Jack! Chris hissed. Jack merely shrugged. Jack! It's dirty, Jack admitted, down to the last bill. Not gonna lie about that. Not to you, anyway. But it's untraceable. It'll never come back on her. And she's pretty smart, my woman. Jack had to admit, if only to himself, that he still liked the way that rolled off his tongue. My woman. She'll know not to bank it or spend it all at once, but you'll still help her, yeah? Help her manage it? Quietly? Tell her what to do with it. Chris looked up at him, reeling from it all. He seemed to struggle to find the words for a moment. Jack, is this everything? Jack nodded solemnly. It's all I have in the world, he told his ex-best friend. Not even $1 left in my own pocket for myself. Not that I'll be needing it. Not where I'm going. She gets it all. He chuckled. And she'll fight you, Chris, no doubt about it. She won't want to take it. She doesn't know me, who I am. I never told her. But like I said, she's not stupid. She'll guess it's dirty money. And she's clean, just like I told you. It'll weigh heavily on her to accept it. But she needs it. She has to have it. She deserves it. So you're not here to take back the club? Jack shook his head and fingered the leather of the jacket he was wearing. Nah, I'm done with all that. I'm just wearing this, well, for old time's sake, I guess. Because it seems fitting. He looked at Chris, narrowing his eyes at the man who, had things been different, had everything been different, would have stood beside him and never, ever betrayed him. I'm burning it down, he declared. Tonight. Chris stared at him. Jack, there's nothing left. The DEA took it all apart. Hook's in prison. The buzzards are gone.
Jack smirked at his old friend and shook his head. You've been out of the game too long, son, but that's okay. I can understand it now, he said, nodding up to the house. No, Chris, there are still a few rats left on this sinking ship, and they don't know it yet, but they're already dead. Jack looked up at the sky again and saw the thunderheads rolling in, obscuring the moon and the stars. Better stay inside tonight, he told Chris. Storm's coming. He turned away from Chris Sullivan toward the bike and slid onto it. You're going to get yourself killed, Chris shouted after him. Jack shook his head. I'm already dead too, remember? And besides, you can't kill a ghost. Chapter 62. Buck knocked on the bedroom door but didn't wait for her to tell him he could enter. He pushed it open and stood in the doorway looking haggard, worried. Seeing him angered Aaron, just a living, breathing reminder that Buck was here because Jack wasn't, that Jack had asked her father to stay, probably so he could feel better about abandoning her. Aaron didn't want her father around, didn't want him to see the disaster her life had become in a matter of minutes. She was about to tell him to leave when she heard the unmistakable sound of a truck rumbling down the driveway. Duke lifted his head and growled, but couldn't stand up. No, she whispered to the dog, pressing him back down onto his bed. Stay. You stay. Aaron pushed past Buck and bounded down the steps. She hoped to God it was Jack, but if it wasn't, she was spoiling for another fight anyway, furious at having been abandoned and afraid she couldn't shoulder all these burdens alone. She flew into the kitchen and snatched the shotgun off the table where Buck had left it. She went to the window and peered out of it. Two vehicles she didn't recognize, a large dark blue Ford and a black Hummer pulled up in front of the house. From above her, Duke sent out a warning bark. Aaron's heart ached that the dog had fought so hard to save her and gotten hurt in the process. The front and side doors were locked, and Aaron knew it wouldn't stop anyone from coming in, but it would slow them down. She racked the Mossberg and moved to the front door. Through the glass, she could see several men getting out. Her heart leaped to her throat. Aaron, Buck said, lumbering down the stairs. Aaron, get away from the door! Curiously, though, a small woman was with them, in a sundress and sandals. Not exactly loaded for bear. Aaron watched as she started for the porch, but the man beside her pulled her back. They argued for a bit, and the man finally rolled his eyes. Something about the exchange was so heartwarming, so like Aaron and Jack, that her hands wavered as she held the gun out in front of her. Without stopping to think about it, Aaron let go of the shotgun's barrel and unlocked the front door. Aaron! Buck hissed. She heard his heavy boots coming up behind her. She yanked open the door and stalked through it, raising the gun again. There were 5 men and 2 dark-haired women. The second woman was wearing jeans and a leather jacket. She did look like she'd come for trouble, or could handle it if trouble showed up. What do you want? Aaron called out, raising the gun so they could see it. From her position on the porch, looking down at them, the barrel was at eye level, ready to take out the first person who tried to make it to the porch. A sandy-haired blond man took a step forward, but only one. Hi, said the smaller woman, peeking out from behind him. I'm Sarah. She skirted around the man, who tried to snatch at her and draw her back. Slick, he hissed. She's got a shotgun. The woman's nose wrinkled. Yeah, but that's just for bad guys. Hi, she said again and stepped forward. The man looked stricken. Sarah! Sarah! Jack asked us to come, Sarah told Aaron. Aaron wasn't sure what to make of that. As far as she knew, Jack had no friends. He never talked about anyone, not in the entire year he'd been at Thunder Ridge. Are you friends of his? She demanded, lowering the weapon ever so slightly. It felt odd to set her sights on a woman, so Aaron inched the gun to the left toward the largest man. He stood almost a head taller than anyone else and had a long black braid slung over his shoulder. He was Sioux, Aaron could tell, and he didn't look happy. The woman frowned too. Well, no, she replied. Not exactly. Aaron raised the gun again and notched it into her shoulder. That may not have been the right answer, the blond man behind Sarah growled. He reached out and grabbed the woman, finally hauling her back and placing her safely out of harm's way. The woman peered out from behind him anyway. Chris wanted to wait until morning to come because of the storm, but... She grimaced and gave Aaron a sheepish look. Well, I've met Jack, and I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Aaron bristled.
She hadn't had time to take a look at herself in the mirror, but she knew it couldn't be pretty. She felt that her eye was swollen and her lip had only just stopped bleeding. The woman's words didn't sit right with her, though. "Jack didn't do this," she insisted. Angry as she was at him, she couldn't bear for anyone to think that Jack would ever lay a hand on her. "He would never do something like that." The woman wrinkled her nose, clearly not convinced. "Maybe we know a different side of him." "Jack wouldn't—" Erin's voice caught in her throat. "He wouldn't hurt her. He'd leave, though, apparently, and he had. That felt even worse in some ways. And here she was, facing down another set of strangers, twice in the same day. She wondered if it would ever end, now that it had started. "Jack didn't do this," Erin repeated, more forcefully this time. "It was someone else. I don't know who they were." "I can guess," said the blond man. "Motorcycles, leather jackets." Erin stared at him, but then slowly shook her head. I never saw any motorcycles." The Sioux grunted. "Probably parked them in the woods, came in on foot, tried to take you by surprise." Erin's lower lip quivered a bit, and she clamped down on it. "But they were wearing jackets, right?" the blond-haired man pressed. Erin didn't want to lie, so she couldn't answer. "Where are they now?" one of the others asked. Their de facto leader snorted. "Well, she's still alive. My guess is they aren't." The largest one raised his eyebrows. "3 of them?" The leader shrugged. "Jack could take out 3 men, if his head was right." Erin couldn't believe they were discussing all this so casually, and she was angry that there were people in the world who knew so much more about the man she loved than she apparently did. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. She had to know. No matter what the truth was, she needed to hear it. "Who were they? And who is Jack?" The leader turned to her. "He didn't tell you?" Erin shook her head. No, he—" She hated admitting it, hated the way the words turned to ashes on her tongue. "He left," she whispered. "He wouldn't say anything. He just left." "Oh, sweetie," Sarah said again. "We should go inside. You should sit down. Really. Come on, I'll make you some coffee. Or tea, whatever you like." She wrestled a bit with the man holding her, and Erin realized she only had 2 choices: send them away or hear them out. Her desire to understand what the hell had happened today won out. She lowered the gun. "Okay," she said. "I suppose—" She thought for a moment about the destroyed kitchen, about the blood on the floor that she hadn't had time to clean yet. I'll make you some tea," the woman insisted. The man finally let her go, but was hot on her heels as she mounted the steps. He reached for the gun, but Erin pulled it out of his reach. "Not on your life," she told him. He stood for a moment, gazing at her. Erin could feel the heavy weight of his assessment. He looked at Buck, standing uselessly in the doorway, then turned back to Erin. In a low, quiet voice, so reminiscent of Jack's that Erin shivered, he said, "You do not point a gun at my wife." Erin shook her head slowly, heart thumping rapidly in her chest. "I won't." She followed Buck and Sarah into the kitchen, where Sarah stopped short at the spattered blood on the floor. The man took hold of her elbow and maneuvered her past it to the other side of the room. He snatched one of the kitchen towels off the rack and laid it down to cover it. The woman looked up at Erin, bottom lip quivering slightly. Are you okay?" she whispered. Erin felt terrible now at having held a gun on her moments before. She gripped the barrel and upended the gun, pushing it between the refrigerator and the wall, where it would be somewhat difficult for anyone to get at. "I'm okay," she told Sarah. "I don't know what they wanted or why they were here." Sarah nodded, and Erin watched her take a deep breath. "We both need tea," she declared. The tiny woman seemed to know her way around the kitchen, even Erin's hopelessly disorganized one. She rooted out 2 mugs, 2 bags of Earl Grey, and the sugar from the pantry. "Who are you?" Erin demanded of the men who were now filling her kitchen. The other woman was standing sentry in the front doorway. She had a clear line to the kitchen from her position, but it was clear she was watching the driveway. The blond man frowned. "It's kind of complicated." Erin glared at him. "I don't care how complicated it is. Men came to my house. One shot my dog. One tried to stab me." Behind her, Sarah whimpered. "Slick," said the man in charge. "Make the tea." Erin couldn't believe everyone was so calm. She slammed her palm down on the counter for emphasis. "I want to know what the hell happened today at my house." There was mostly silence in the room as everyone looked to the blond man to answer. Aaron watched as he pulled out one of the undamaged chairs and slid his large frame down into it. He indicated the remaining seat. "Sit," he told her. "I'll tell you." Nearly half an hour later, Aaron stared at the man over a mug of tea that had finally gone about as cold as the pit in her stomach. She was barely able to process all of it. "A motorcycle gang?" she asked, incredulous. "I can't believe it," she whispered, but that wasn't exactly true. The Jack who had come to her had been wild, dangerous. She could easily see that Jack as the leader of a motorcycle gang. But her Jack was different. He was warm and funny and affectionate. She wanted him here. She wanted him back. "I can't believe he left us." "Us?" he asked. "Who else lives here?" With that last question, the floodgate that Aaron feared was close to bursting shattered. The pain in her chest felt like something really had broken deep inside her. Hot tears spilled down her cheeks, and she sobbed. This time she might never stop. Sarah wrapped her arms around her. It made Aaron miss Jack even more, but it was better than nothing. She collapsed into the woman's arms and cried. "Oh, sweetie," Sarah said again and smoothed Aaron's hair. It was oddly comforting. "Who lives here?" he insisted. Sarah stiffened. "Chris," she hissed, "don't be so pushy." The man scowled but said nothing more. Sarah pushed Aaron away, long enough to get a good look at her. She reached up and tucked a stray hair behind Aaron's ear. "Does Jack know?" Aaron shook her head, lower lip quivering a bit. "Know what?" Chris demanded. Buck had stepped forward too, brows knitted together. In lieu of Aaron having to answer, Sarah shot her husband a withering look. His shoulders slumped a bit under the weight of his wife's stare. "Oh." "Son of a bitch," Buck muttered. "Don't call him that," Aaron snapped. "Well, it's true," her father argued. "Look at the trouble he's brought down around you." Then he waved his hand at her, almost dismissively, "and left you in trouble, too." "Shut up," Aaron seethed. "It's none of your business." Buck's mouth dropped. "A bastard grandchild isn't my—" Aaron stood up so fast her chair fell over. "You shut up," she shouted. "You don't get to say a word about anyone. Not you, of all people." The Buckle Bunny had a kid, or so she'd said when she'd stood on the Walker's porch those years ago. Somewhere out there, Aaron might have a baby brother or sister that she didn't know, would never know, and she knew for a damn certainty that Buck hadn't sent that woman a dime. Maybe a few hundred, to take care of it. At least that's what Aaron imagined whenever she was particularly disgusted by the man. She had no proof, but she could see him doing it. Chris stepped between them and ushered Buck out the front door, accompanied by two of the other men. They went out to feed Bee and bed her down for the night. One of them returned immediately, though, a large black duffel bag in hand. He passed it to Chris, who set it on the kitchen table. It landed with a thud. Whatever was in it was heavy. Aaron stared at it. "What is this?" she asked. "He wanted you to have it," Chris replied, which wasn't really much of an answer. He reached for the zipper and pulled it back. Aaron stumbled away, blood pounding in her ears. Sarah caught her and propped her up. "What is that?" Aaron demanded. No one answered. "You know what I mean. Where did it come from?" Chris cleared his throat, looking at her, almost sadly. "You can use it for something good. Jack was right. You seem like a good woman, like a woman who's trying hard to do the right thing. Keep it. It's the least he could do." Aaron shook her head and rubbed the back of her aching neck. "He's not coming back, is he?" she whispered. Chris's eyes narrowed and his jaw tightened before he spoke. "You don't need a man like Jack Pryor in your life, Aaron. Trust me on that." "You don't know what I need," she argued. He sighed. "You need someone to show you how to spend this, how to hide it, how to be smart using it. We'll show you. This money's going nowhere, Aaron, if you don't take it. I don't want it. I don't need it. But I think you do." It wasn't Chris, but the large Sue, Hawk, who set up an offshore account for her on her computer while she watched, with promises to contact her again in a few days with further instructions to launder the money. Launder money. Of all the things Aaron could have imagined having to learn to do for herself, this had never been one of them. The giant of a man left her with a solemn nod and a sympathetic look as he left with his friends. Aaron locked herself in her office, away from Buck, away from the blood on her floor and all the things she didn't want to deal with. She set the bag on the desk and sank slowly into the chair, eyeing it warily. Her hand unconsciously went to her belly, and she fought a fresh stream of tears that were welling up behind her eyes. Take care of it didn't exactly echo in her ears, but the sentiment was pretty much the same. She tried to tell herself that even if she had Jack and not the money, it wasn't necessarily a given that things would work. He might have left anyway, further down the line, and Erin couldn't imagine looking into a child's eyes and trying to explain why Daddy didn't want them anymore. Of course, there was always abortion. Erin wiped her nose and thought wryly about how much it would even matter at this point. It would be just another secret kept, another sin committed. Dead bodies, dead babies. She'd allowed the devil to walk into her life, and like the devil, he'd wreaked his havoc and disappeared out of her life like smoke, leaving devastation in his wake. And the worst thing, the unforgivable sin, the one that had paved the road to hell itself, was that Jack had gotten through her defenses. He'd allowed her to dream, to plan, to love, to hope. Erin looked at the desk with the money spread out. She looked at what her blindness, her willful blindness, had caused. Erin looked over the wages for her many, many sins and wept. Chapter 63. The small portable generator lit up the inside of the storage unit better than he could have hoped for. His eyesight was good. He just hoped his memory was the same as he carefully threaded each wire and cut them with a steady hand. The vent was open so that the smell of chemicals wasn't overwhelming. Next to him, Jack had the borrowed laptop sitting on the workbench as well and was occasionally monitoring it as he worked. He'd already guessed who was behind the attack at Thunder Ridge based on their cuts, but it was nice to know that Maury was actually here in town with most of his boys. They were taking over Jack's operation, making inroads with all of his old street-level dealers. Maury apparently thought that he could just pick up where Jack and Hook had left off. What few buzzards were left breathing free air after the DEA sweep, and there were only a handful, were pointing out Jack's former lackeys to the kings all over town. Guys whom Jack had barely let polish the chrome on his Harley were now sporting bottom rockers for the Kamloops Kings, and they couldn't have pulled up their skirts and spread their legs any faster for their new masters, at least not to Jack's eyes and ears. Years of business deals, networks, and relationships were all being tainted with Maury's Canadian stain. He wouldn't get his hands on all of them because no one knew all of them, but still Maury had enough info and contacts to make Jack's stomach turn. Rapid City was theirs for the taking. They'd set up shop again just a few blocks over from the old clubhouse, which had been seized by the feds. But Jack had paid cash for the teetering second property and funneled the sale through a few shell companies. Apparently, the government bean counters hadn't ferreted out its existence. Maury was there, though, with the rest of his crew, and as soon as Jack finished assembling his new toys, he was about to pay them all a visit. He carefully, very carefully, packed an empty duffel bag with everything he thought he'd need and calmly looked over the rest. It had taken over a decade to accumulate all of it, at least Jack's contributions to the lot. Scratch had started with just a suitcase of cash and a few Saturday night specials with the serial numbers filed off. Now there was a trunk full of black tar heroin, a few boosted electronics, and assorted AR-15s. As fun as spraying this shithole town with automatic assault fire sounded, Jack wasn't about to do anything quite that stupid. It was all just collateral damage now. He left one of the cylinders on the flat work table's surface and carefully punched buttons on the small digital kitchen timer attached to it. When he was finished, he stepped back, pulled down the metal shutter, and closed up the storage unit. He was out of the facility, in the truck, and already pulling away from the curb when the timer reached 0. Chapter 64. Just as her crying jag subsided, Buck knocked on the office door. Erin quickly snatched the duffel bag off the desk and stowed it underneath so that it couldn't be seen. Instead of letting him into the room, she strode to the door and opened it, stepping out into the hall. He began sheepishly. I just wanted to apologize for earlier. Erin tried hard not to roll her eyes and instead pushed past him, heading toward the foot of the stairs. It doesn't matter, she snapped. She hoped to leave him behind, make it clear that she wasn't interested in any kind of father-daughter hallmark moment. Buck and Erin hadn't had many of those in her life, and certainly not in any recent memory. She wasn't about to start now. She climbed the steps, hoping to put distance between them, but he followed her anyway. He was in the way, but neither did she want to be alone tonight. The irritation of the situation was simmering inside her, ready to boil over at any moment, she feared. In the bedroom, she busied herself by picking up Duke's bowl and taking it to the bathroom to refill it. When she returned, the dog thumped his tail happily as she set it down beside his bed. She hunkered down next to him, checked the wound, which was not bleeding now, and patted him gently on the head. "I'm sorry," she told him tiredly. "I'm so sorry I brought you into my mess of a life." She tried not to think about the world she was bringing the baby into. As if he could read her thoughts, Buck, who had appeared in the doorway, said, "I'll help you. You don't have to worry about money. "I don't need your money," Erin snapped, thinking of the duffel bag hidden underneath her desk. Buck didn't know about it, and Erin wasn't about to tell him either. Leave it to Buck to think that his money could solve any problems. He gaped at her. "Well, hell yes, you do need it. That much is obvious." Erin bristled as she stood up, planting her boots on the hardwood floor. "You don't know anything," she argued. "You don't know me at all, or my life. You don't know." He had the gall to look contrite just then as he ducked his head. "I do know, Erin," he said quietly. She froze, standing before him, hands on her hips, cracked lips still stinging. Her father took a step farther into the room, licking his own lips, looking rather nervous. He began, stopped himself, and tried again. "What happened with Hank? That was my fault." His words seemed to echo loudly in the room. Erin stared at him. "What happened with Hank?" she repeated slowly, trying to understand what he was saying. He hurt you, and that was my fault. He'd worked for me before. I knew he needed money. I paid him, just to mess with you." The room seemed to swirl around Erin. All his words, all his whitewashed euphemisms pounded in her ears like rushing blood. Hurt her? Mess with her? Was that what he'd called it? Her blurred vision suddenly sharpened and she lunged at him. Her palms shot up and found purchase on his large chest. She shoved him hard, making him stumble back. Beside her, Duke growled on his bed and started to rise. "No!" Erin cried, jabbing a finger at him. "You stay!" For the first time in his life, Duke actually listened. He remained on the bed, but his hackles were raised, and he was glaring at Buck intently. "Hurt me?" Erin shouted, advancing on her father and pushing him again. They were out of the room now, dangerously close to the head of the stairs. For one wild moment, Erin wished she could push him down them, hear his bones break as he tumbled all the way to the floor below. "Mess with me?" Buck looked at her wide-eyed, raising his hands to ward her off. "Erin, He tried to rape me," she shouted, despite the pain in her throat from earlier. "He held me down, and all I could taste was dirt and blood, and nothing's ever hurt me so bad in my life. And I killed him for it, Dad. Me, not Jack. I picked up a rock, and I bashed his fucking head in. And I swear to God, if he were standing here now, here in this room, I'd do it again. And you sent him here!" "Baby, get away from me!" Erin rasped. But Buck didn't get away. He didn't leave. He reached out and grabbed her arms, a pleading look shining brightly in his eyes. "I should have protected you. I should have helped you. Instead, I worked against you, and I sent a sick son of a bitch out here just so I could get my way. But, Erin, I didn't know what he was. I didn't know what he was capable of. I swear to God, I'm telling it to you straight. I did not know. I never told him to hurt you." Erin's jaw tightened and she gripped Buck's arm in return, digging her fingernails into his skin, hoping she was drawing blood. "He's not the sick son of a bitch," she seethed. "You are. Erin, please." Erin wasn't one to wallow in self-pity, but she'd be damned if her father was going to snatch it for himself and make it his own. He'd hogged enough of the spotlight during their lives. She opened her mouth to make that fact very, very clear. Outside, lightning flashed just a half-second before thunder ripped through the air. It shook the house and rattled the windows. As the rumble died down, Erin heard the scream of a horse carried on the wind. Chapter 65. Several emergency units, police and fire, rocketed past Jack on the way to the explosion he'd set off with the pipe bomb just minutes ago. Large, fat raindrops started to hit the windshield, one after another, and thunder rumbled in the distance, coming ever closer to the city. For a brief moment, Jack thought about Thunder Ridge and hoped the new roof of the barn was holding up in the storm. He reached the alleyway behind the warehouse his former business partners had appropriated and killed the engine along with the headlights. Slipping out of the driver's side quietly, Jack inched his way up to one of the broken windows at the rear of the building. Aside from the occasional flash of lightning, the inky blackness of nightfall camouflaged him pretty well. He hoped. The sound of the storm masked the sound of his boots as he got as close as he dared in order to listen without being seen by anyone inside. He recognized Slider right away and watched the man disconnect a call he'd been on and look at the others. Keller and Zane are going to take care of Hayes. They're headed out there tonight, right after their shift ends. There was some kind of explosion across town. It's all hands on deck right now. Jack rocked back on his heels in surprise. Hayes? The man who'd left him for dead in the Badlands but hadn't had the balls to actually finish the job? He was still around? Jack could hardly believe it. Keller and Zane were local, 2 RCPD patrol officers that Jack had had on the Buzzard's payroll for years. If they were being dispatched to take out Hayes, then Hayes had to be somewhere close. Jack wondered what the bastard had finally done to show his true colors to the rest of the club, why they were so eager to get rid of him now. He supposed it didn't really matter, though. He'd known that the man wasn't right for the club. He'd known it from the moment they'd met. It was why Jack never patched him in. Who'd really give a shit if Slider and the rest had figured out now what Jack had known all along, when the Buzzards were finished and the Kings were taking over their territory? Whatever Hayes had done to earn the wrath of Slider and the Kamloops Kings, it paled in comparison to the debt Jack owed him for leaving him to die. Unfortunately, no one in the warehouse mentioned an address or any details at all. He could wait all night and never get anything. Hayes would be dead soon and not by Jack's hand, and there was no way Jack was letting anyone steal his thunder. Real thunder shook the corrugated metal walls of the warehouse just then, as if emphasizing Jack's opinion on the matter. There were too many men here to go inside, guns blazing, and Jack had a few loose ends to tie up anyway before he dealt with these traitors. They might not freely offer the info on Hayes' location, but Jack had a feeling that he knew just who he could ask. It wouldn't do to go tooling around Rapid City with 3 dead bodies stashed in the back of his borrowed pickup, though, and so Jack carefully lowered the gate of the truck's bed. He pulled back the tarp and gripped a stiff and unblinking wash around the upper torso. He slid the body out and sat him up against the warehouse's back wall. The 2 men Jack didn't know ended up on either side of his former MC brother. Occasionally illuminated by bolts of lightning above them, they made quite the grisly trio. Jack closed the gate during a rumble of thunder and got back behind the wheel. He pulled out of the alley and onto the next street over in search of someone who could tell him where to find the coward who'd left him in an arroyo to die. Chapter 66. He headed across town and turned onto a side street and parked 2 blocks from his actual destination. Jack had never actually been here before, but he knew about it, the way he knew about everyone he had dealings with in Rapid City. He killed the truck's engine and unzipped the large duffel bag he'd packed. He pocketed the few items he thought he'd need to get the information he was after, then swung out of the cab, boots splashing on the slick black pavement. The rain was coming harder now as he stalked in between mostly darkened houses. Lights flickered in a few of the windows, and Jack figured the power was about to go for most of the city. He picked the lock on the back door of a tiny house nestled in the center of the block. He slipped inside and let his eyes adjust to the darkness before moving ahead. He passed through the kitchen and a living room littered with beer cans and pizza boxes and made his way down a shadowy hallway. In the last room on the left, the sound of snoring was unmistakable. Jack reached out a gloved hand and slowly eased open the door. Several minutes later, after he'd had enough of the obnoxious sound, Jack made his way back to the foot of the bed and kicked it with his heavy boot. "Wake up, you fat bastard," he growled. Rollins awoke with a start, grunting and wheezing. "What's that?" he muttered. He gave a small cry of surprise when he finally saw Jack looming over him. "What the fuck?" he hissed. Jack grinned at him. "Miss me?" The cop stared at him. "Preacher?" he breathed. "Back from the dead," Jack replied. "Jesus Christ," Rollins gasped. "It was you." "Before we start," said Jack, "I'm just curious. How'd you find me?" Rollins, always one to toot his own horn whenever he could, snorted.
Some Barney Fife up in the hills got a feeling about a drifter who'd settled in his town. Called the station to ask about any escaped convicts, wanted criminals, yada fucking yada. He shrugged. I heard about it and called Maury. They sent some guys to check it out along with a kid who knew you and could identify you. If it was you. He snorted again. Guess they should have sent a few more guys. Guess so, Jack agreed. It was time to get down to brass tacks. Keller and Zane, he said to Rollins. Where are they headed tonight? Rollins narrowed his eyes at him and pressed his lips together. Jack sighed. He didn't really have time for this. Hayes might be dead already. He needed to get a move on if he wanted to do the deed himself. Keller and Zane, he repeated more firmly. Where are they, Rollins? Rollins' pig eyes blinked at him furiously. Fuck you! Jack sighed. Yeah, I figured. He reached into each of his jacket pockets and drew out a clear plastic squeeze bottle in one hand and his trusty Zippo in the other. Rollins' eyes widened. What's that? He demanded, shrinking away. Lighter fluid, Jack replied, flicking the little stopper off the nozzle. It wasn't, actually. In fact, it was a non-flammable solvent. It smelled like shit, though, and it would be easier to convince Rollins that it would turn him into barbecue. Jack wasn't quite dumb enough to enter a small space and douse it in lighter fluid with a semi-retarded asshat sitting in front of him. Rollins would likely do something stupid and they'd both go up in flames. Jack held out the bottle and squeezed. Rollins squealed. Okay, oh my God, okay, Jesus fucking Christ, he shouted, covering his face with his fat fingers. The liquid splashed all over his face and T-shirt, then streams of it landed on the bedspread. The Starlight, Rollins bawled. They're going to the Starlight Motel, rat trap just outside of town, on the 14 headed north. Jack flicked his Zippo, one-handed, and threw it at Rollins. The older man bellowed as he batted it away and then frantically started pounding out the small flame that had ignited when it bounced off the bedspread. Jack laughed. You motherfucker, Rollins shouted when he realized he'd been played. You son of a bitch! Jack shrugged and tossed the now empty bottle onto the floor. He started to turn toward the bedroom door when Rollins sprang for the nightstand. He fumbled with the drawer, only for a second, and drew out a snub-nosed .38. He leveled it at Jack. Jack turned to face the man fully. Rollins started to laugh now, positively gleeful about getting the drop on Jack. You dumb bastard, he cried. You never should have come back. You should have stayed dead, Rollins sneered as he pulled the trigger. The hollow click of a hammer coming down on an empty chamber seemed almost as loud as a gunshot in the quiet bedroom. Rollins pulled the trigger again, over and over, getting more agitated. Jack grinned at the fat bastard, who gaped open-mouthed first at the gun, then at Jack. Come on, Rollins, Jack drawled. You can't kill a ghost. He held a single .38 caliber bullet up in the moonlight streaming in through the bedroom window. They're going to come for you, Jack told him. DEA, FBI. Once they sift through every single thing I've sent them. Recordings, videos of you going to town on the club whores. Remember that one you nearly choked to death with your belt? She'll probably have a lot to say about you. I gave them her name. I even gave them your bank account numbers. The offshore ones. How long do you think you'll last in prison? Rollins made a pathetic, desperate noise. Oh, they'll put you in solitary, Jack told him, for your own protection. It'll be a room much smaller than this, Rollins, where you'll never, ever get out. And it'll smell worse. He looked around and wrinkled his nose. Well, maybe, Jack snorted, rolled his eyes, then tossed the bullet onto the bedspread before turning away. Behind him, he heard the cop scrambling for it, but Jack was already down the hallway and out the back door. He ambled across the lawn toward the street where he'd parked the truck. The silence of the night was broken by a single, terrible scream. It was a rough, raw-throated thing, sounding like a man whose leg was caught in a trap, which Jack supposed seemed fitting. The sharp report of a single gunshot echoed in the night. Jack disappeared, back into the shadows. Chapter 67. Erin had to open the barn door with both hands, fighting the sudden gust of wind that nearly forced her backward. Rain splattered her face and hair as she dived into the barn out of the relentless storm. She couldn't see Bee in her stall and sprinted forward toward the steel gate. The Palomino was lying on her side in the straw, heaving from the surge of a contraction. Damn it, Erin growled as she flipped the latch and threw the gate wide. Bee was early by at least 2 weeks,
Erin would bet dollars to donuts the stress of the massive storm raging over their heads had jump-started her labor. Buck wrestled the barn door closed and placed the heavy wooden beam across it to keep it shut. Then he joined Erin in the stall. A small hoof was peeking out from underneath Bee's tail, and another hard spasm of the mare's midsection pushed it farther into view. As Erin moved in for a better view, she saw that it was not one hoof, but two, and she swore again under her breath. She dashed to the bunkroom, turned the water on, and lathered up her hands all the way to the elbows. When she returned to Bee, she dropped to her knees, cleared away the blood, and inserted one hand to the wrist. "The head's retained," she declared, fighting off a sudden wave of panic. Her other hand fluttered instinctively toward Bee's tail. "No," Buck replied firmly. "Erin, slow down. Catch your breath. Do not pull." Despite her rising anxiety, Erin did as she was told and forced herself to take a long, deep breath. Buck was right. If she tried to pull the foal out, they would likely lose him before he ever emerged from the womb. "Come on," Buck demanded, rising to his feet and tugging on Bee's halter. "Up, girl. Come on. Up now." Erin slid her hands underneath the mare and nudged her as well. Bee had to get up and move around so the foal could reposition itself. With a heavy groan, Bee finally relented and gave up her position on the straw bedding to haul herself to standing. The strain of it was easy to see, and Erin silently prayed for no more complications. A quick birth so Bee could rest. Erin couldn't stand the thought of losing either of them. Buck brought the palomino out of the stall and walked her up and down the main aisle, with Erin occasionally feeling along the mare's belly to see if the foal had gone back down into the uterus. The hoof disappeared from underneath the tail, and Erin thought that was a very good sign. She decided to believe it was anyway, no matter what the truth was. She'd gotten pretty good at ignoring the truth of things over the last year, she supposed. 20 minutes later, Bee had another large contraction and groaned with the strain of it. They managed to wrangle her back into the stall just before the horse's legs buckled and she went down again on her side. Erin knew this was it. Bee wasn't getting up again during the birth, so she sent up another prayer that the foal had done its job and turned. Buck grabbed the stack of towels outside the stall door and laid them on the freshly laid straw beside the horse's rump. He took up a position near Bee's head again while Erin stayed at the rear, eyeing the small hoof that had reappeared under Bee's tail. Buck comforted Bee, and Erin checked for a tiny nose to go along with the emerging hoof. Father and daughter worked side by side in a way they hadn't since Erin had been just a girl. Buck had never sheltered her from ranch life, never shied away from the difficult or the unpleasant. Erin supposed that despite their personal issues, there was no one she'd rather have here helping her now. "Okay," Erin cried as another contraction pushed the foal out a few more inches. "The head's repositioned." Buck nodded and whispered in Bee's ear, telling her everything was all right now. Minutes later, most of the head and shoulders were out. Erin tore the amniotic sac away for good measure. "Dad!" she called out, fear swirling in her belly again. Buck looked up, assessed the situation quickly, and got to his knees. "Get it out," he demanded. "Get it out now!" Now that the head was mostly out of the birth canal, it was finally safe to pull. Erin reached down and felt for the shoulders, planting her boot on the floor of the stall and pulling hard. "Oh, God," she whispered. "Oh, God, please." "Pull, Erin," Buck encouraged. "Pull as hard as you can. If there's bleeding, we'll stop it after." Erin twisted her hips and used her own weight to slide the foal free. It flopped onto the ground, unresponsive. She pressed her palm to its chest. A slow, very slow heartbeat thumped against her hand, but there was no steady rise and fall in the rib cage to go with it. He wasn't breathing. Bee wailed. Chapter 68. Jack was a little late to the party, apparently. As he stood just inside the tree line, across the road from the rundown Starlight Motel, he watched Keller and Zane sweeping the rooms. There were no cars in the lot other than their own police cruiser, and the motel looked as though it had been abandoned for years. Zane stood as sentry while Keller booted in one of the doors, the next in the line of the ones they'd apparently already checked. Zane stayed outside, watching the remaining closed doors as Keller checked inside the now accessible room for their prey. Jack figured it was as good a time as any to make his move. Now that the two men were separated, it'd be easier to get the drop on them one at a time. He had to move fast, too, because Keller and Zane were running out of rooms to check, and sooner or later they'd get to the one Hayes was hiding in. And Hayes belonged to Jack. As another round of thunder crashed overhead, Jack broke into a slow jog, not making a straight line for the motel, but skirting to the left to come in through the parking lot, taking pains to make sure he could easily be seen. There was no sneaking up on Zane since his field of vision was too large. Instead, Jack raised his hands like he was out for a jog. When he got within shouting distance, he yelled, "Hey, Zane!" Zane whirled, shotgun raised, and Jack lifted his own hands even higher, warding off a potentially crippling shot. From this distance, it wouldn't be a kill shot, but Jack wanted to keep his nuts and his nose where they belonged. "Whoa there!" Jack yelled. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" By this time, he'd made it to the cruiser and ducked a little behind it. "What the fuck, Zane?" Zane squinted into the darkness since the streetlight above them was out. "Preacher?" "Yeah, man, it's me. What the fuck are you aiming at me for, buddy?" Zane gaped at him. "You're dead!" he cried. "How's that?" Jack asked, pretending he couldn't hear. "You're dead!" Jack leaned out just a bit from behind the car and gave the man a wide grin. Lightning flashed overhead, just enough that both of them could see. "Well, hell yes, I'm dead, man. Hell yes. DEA was all over my club. I had to do something. Couldn't operate with all that heat. I had to take a trip down to Mexico, but I'm back now that the smoke's cleared." Jack jerked his thumb toward the dark road behind him. "I just came from Rollins' place. He seemed to think you couldn't handle this on your own." Zane scowled at him. "Well, we got this." "Okay," Jack replied with a smile, still keeping his hands in full view. "No problem." "Where the fuck have you been?" Zane demanded. Jack simply shrugged. "Putting together some new deals south of the border." Zane's eyebrows lifted. "Oh, yeah?" That was Zane. Greedy as fuck and about as stupid. Jack nodded. "Absolutely. Got weapons coming in. Cartel shit. Big money." Suddenly a barrage of gunfire broke out and Zane whirled in that direction. "Keller?" Zane took a step forward, but Jack sprinted out from behind the car and grabbed the barrel of his shotgun while dodging to the left, out of the line of fire. Zane pulled the trigger anyway, and the resulting boom rivaled the thunder overhead in its intensity. The flash of the muzzle burned Jack's palm, but he couldn't risk letting go and giving Zane a chance to actually line up a second shot. He pulled the gun toward him, making Zane lose his balance. Jack brought up his elbow and smashed it into the man's face. Once. Twice. 3 times. Until Zane let go of the gun. In less than a second, Jack had the tactical weapon repositioned and aimed dead center at Zane's broad chest. The bulletproof vest was a small matter. Jack pulled the trigger anyway, and the upper part of the pellet spread caught the man in the throat and face. Blood, brain, and bone flew in all directions as Zane's already dead body landed with a whomp on the gravel. Jack was glad it was raining and the mess would wash off himself in due time. A second gunshot sounded, this time from inside one of the motel's rooms. Jack ducked behind the police cruiser to give himself some cover. After a moment, a lone figure appeared in the darkened doorway, peering out from behind the frame. Jack waited patiently, not wanting to give away his position. He couldn't tell if it was Keller or Hayes or someone else entirely. A minute passed, then 2, and the shadow started to move. He stayed low and didn't venture toward the parking lot, but instead turned right and headed down the row of open doors, passing up each one until he was almost at the end of the building. Jack finally stood up, revealing himself and racking the shotgun once for good measure. A brass shell ejected and a flash of lightning illuminated it just before it hit the dirt. He was partially blocked by the squad car still, though, just in case the shadow wanted to open fire. "Drop it," Jack ordered, even though honestly he couldn't see a gun in this darkness. He had to assume, though. The figure hesitated, clearly calculating his odds of making it to the corner of the building and disappearing. Jack waited him out because he knew the guy's chances weren't good. Finally, a Beretta clattered onto the cement walkway. Jack snorted, almost amused. "Kick it," he called out above the pounding rain. Reluctantly, the gun came flying at him, at least out of reach now of Jack's target. "Come out," he demanded, keeping the shotgun trained carefully at the dark shape. He waited again, patiently, until Hayes stepped into the light. Face to face now, it was tempting just to pull the trigger and be rid of him. But as Jack gazed at the man who'd betrayed him a year ago, something was wrong about him. Something just wasn't quite right, and it wasn't the gunshot wound he was nursing on his upper thigh. Hayes's shirt stretched too far across his broad chest, and the buttons didn't line up. Curious about that, Jack eased his finger off the shotgun's trigger. He lifted the barrel an inch or two. "Open your shirt," he demanded.
A huge flash of lightning crackled above them, and thunder followed quickly on its heels, as if emphasizing Jack's order. Hayes hesitated, though. Jack lifted the weapon and repositioned his finger. He didn't repeat himself, though. The threat was clear. Finally, slowly, Hayes raised his hand and yanked on one of the shirt flaps. Buttons flew in all directions, and he drew the fabric open. The formidable black armor was barely visible out here in the dark, but the bright white reflective letters could probably be seen from several feet away. DEA. Jack scoffed. He was less pissed at Hayes, surprisingly, and more angry with himself for not following through on his instincts. "You know I never liked you," he called out to Hayes over the thunder. Hayes nodded. "I know. I called my handler after I left you out there," he shouted back. "They said they looked, but they couldn't find you." Jack shrugged. Could be true. Might not be. Hayes could be as dirty as the dead RCPD officer lying just a few feet away. Just then Jack sensed movement on the right. He whirled and retrained the shotgun in that direction. "Ronan!" a panicked voice called out. "No!" Hayes bellowed. A thin, lithe form appeared from around the corner of the motel and darted out into the shadowed parking lot. Jack squinted through the rain as the woman slammed into Hayes, nearly knocking the wounded man down. "Oh, my God!" she cried, clutching at him, her left hand coming away covered in blood. "Oh, my God!" Jack thought she looked familiar. Anya or Arya, some weird shit like that. Club ass, though. Jack couldn't remember ever fucking her. In this light, she looked a little like Erin with her long brown hair falling around her shoulders. Jack had a sneaking suspicion that he wouldn't be able to shoot her. "God damn it, Ares!" Hayes snapped. "Get behind me!" Ares, that was it. Jack nodded to himself. He hadn't been that out of it those last few months. Hayes pushed the woman behind him and held her there. He could barely stand as it was, though. The girl held tight to him, as though Hayes could somehow save them both. "Preacher," Hayes said slowly, almost plaintively. Jack's hands tightened on the shotgun. He didn't much care for that name anymore, especially not coming from a Nancy pissant who was begging for his life. "Let her go," Hayes demanded, surprising Jack. "Just her?" Jack asked. "You and me, there's no way around it," Hayes replied, apparently accepting his fate. "But let her go. She can't hurt you. She's nothing to you." "But she's something to you," Jack countered. "Or are you just protecting and serving, agent?" No matter what this girl meant to Hayes, those three bastards at the ranch had tried to hurt Erin just to get to Jack. Erin, who'd done nothing and had no part in this shit show. It hadn't been right. But this girl, well, Hayes was right on that score. She was no one. Jack couldn't hurt her, let alone kill her. Erin wouldn't forgive him. Hell, he'd never forgive himself. Morbid curiosity, though, led Jack to wonder at Hayes's motives. "Ah, true love," he intoned. "A rat and a whore. Wonder how that'll end." The hard look that crossed Hayes's face was answer enough. He did love her, the poor bastard. Jack was pretty sure they were doomed, like Shakespeare fucking doomed, but whatever. Who was he to judge, really? He took a step back, but kept the shotgun trained on Hayes just until he was out of arm's reach. Then he lifted it, pointing the muzzle away from them both. "If you really love her," Jack said in between rumbles of thunder, "you'll get her out of here, out of this fucking town, and never bring her back." Jack popped the last two shells out of the shotgun and pocketed them. He lowered it to the ground into a fast-rising puddle and walked away. Chapter 69. He drove across Rapid City, through downtown with its shuttered storefronts. Half the traffic lights weren't working now due to the storm. He threaded through nice, manicured neighborhoods where decent people slept, and crossed the tracks to a rowdier part of town. The electricity must have been out on this grid, too, because all the houses were dark. Better for him, though, as he parked in an alley and stalked through the inky blackness toward a ramshackle house with a broken screen door. Jack picked the lock in under 30 seconds and slipped inside. It stank, horribly, and a too-thin cat greeted him, winding through his legs. The place was a shithole, but Jack had expected nothing less. The harpy who lived here wasn't exactly a neat freak. He would have left her alone, like the woman at the Starlight, but while that girl, and Erin, had not deserved to be dragged into this, Diamond was essentially the one who'd started it all. Diamond had set him up, walked him straight into hell just because he wouldn't claim her as his old lady.
She'd been the linchpin in Hook's plans, the only one who could get close enough to take Jack down. She'd get what she deserved. He lingered in the shadows of the cramped laundry room as he watched her come in through the back door. She stumbled a little, like maybe she was already fucked up. This was Diamond, so of course Jack wouldn't be surprised if she was. She kicked off her monstrously high heels. In the moonlight, Jack could see she hadn't bothered to change from whatever club she was working at now. Her tight gold short shorts gleamed in the dim light, and her tits were barely contained by the black half-shirt she'd squeezed into. She opened her purse, and Jack watched her remove a pipe from it. She tossed the bag on the counter and lit up at the sink. A sharp ammonia smell wafted through the tiny house. Diamond moved to the table shoved up against the wall, lowered herself into one of the two chairs, and set the pipe down with a clatter. She closed her eyes and didn't see him when he stepped into the small kitchen. When she finally opened them, she jumped. "Jesus!" she whispered. Jack came more fully into the lighter kitchen, and she gasped suddenly when he saw her eyes narrow in recognition. "Oh my God," she hissed. "Is that how you treat an old friend?" he asked her. Diamond's eyes widened into saucers, but Jack merely smiled and held up the bottle he was holding. "I thought we'd have a drink," he told her. "You know, for old time's sake." Diamond started to get up, but Jack stopped her with just a look. Slowly, she sank back down into her chair. He moved forward and set the bottle down on the table. He took the chair across from her. It creaked under his considerable weight. If Diamond noticed that there was only one glass to go with it, she remained silent about it. She began. "You," said Jack, cutting her off, "are an untrustworthy cunt, and I did nothing to you but reject you, and for that you betrayed me." "Jack, I never raised a fucking hand to you," he growled. "Not once in all the years we've known each other. Not even after all your bullshit." Now, sitting across from her, Jack suddenly admitted to himself why he'd become an ass man so many years ago, and why he'd taken to coming in condoms and rinsing the semen down the drain after he was through. Before, he'd never really let himself think about it too much. For all the terrible things he'd done in his life, all the horrors that he'd seen and perpetrated, this wasn't a place he liked to go, even now. One of the teeny tiny bits of humanity he'd managed to retain throughout his increasingly dark life. He watched her now as she snatched a pack of Marleys from the table and lit one. It took several tries before her nerves steadied enough to manage it. "How many of my babies have you killed?" Jack asked quietly. Diamond narrowed her eyes at him through the haze of blue smoke. "They weren't all yours." She'd tried to trap him a few times in earlier years. Sometimes club ass did that to the boys. The men would begrudgingly hand over their patches and their money, and maybe it would last a year or two, and then it would fall to pieces. There were kids, though, usually unhappy ones, left in the wake. But unlike the others, when Diamond saw that a little blue strip wasn't going to get Jack Pryor to give her his patch, she'd unburdened herself. Kids were a pawn to her, a means to an end. If she couldn't get money or status by having them, she wasn't interested. Jack drummed his fingers on the table slowly. "Got one in you now?" She looked at him for a long moment, then shook his head. "No," she said cautiously. "You sure?" "I'm sure," she snapped. "Want to tug on my tampon string?" He lifted his hand and she flinched, but he pressed 2 fingers to the bottle and pushed it toward her across the table. "Then have a drink on me." Diamond's eyes widened, and she shrank back from him. "Jack," she pleaded. He narrowed his eyes at her. "Drink. Or we can do it the hard way." He clenched his fist, flexing the thin leather glove in the dim light. "Up to you." Her eyes shone, either with tears that hadn't fallen or from the cheap meth she'd smoked just as she'd come in. He waited, patiently, for her to weigh her options, and then watched her raise a shaking hand to the glass of whiskey he'd poured for her. She'd apparently decided that begging would do her no good. She shook out her hair, giving him a defiant look, then she tipped the glass and swallowed it all down. Jack reached for the glass and caught it before she dropped it because she didn't want him to touch her. He filled it again and pushed it over. Diamond didn't hesitate as long this time. She took a long swallow, not chugging it all this time. Then, when he looked at her pointedly, she finished it off. They sat in the silence of the ticking clock on the wall above them, which must have run on batteries because the light still hadn't come back on. Diamond smoked, the red tip of her cig glowing in the darkness. Jack heard her sniff, figured she must be crying by now. When enough time had passed, he got up from the table, picked up the bottle, and walked out the door. By Jack's estimation of her weight, the heroin would take about 15 more minutes to damage her internal organs permanently. In this neighborhood, this late at night, EMS could get here in roughly 10, maybe a tiny bit more, considering the storm raging outside. If her phone got service tonight. Diamond had better pray, hard, and hope the man upstairs was listening to whores tonight. Chapter 70. Jack returned to the warehouse, parking farther away this time so that his truck wouldn't get damaged. Also because by now they might have found the presents he'd left for them out back in the alley, and they'd be on high alert for anyone in the area they didn't know. Jack eased out of the cab, softly clicked the door closed, and peered down the alley toward the rear of the building. Sure enough, the 3 bodies he'd left on display were gone. The back door stood wide open despite the storm raging overhead, and he could see a small group of men inside huddling together. Occasional barks of angry speech made it all the way to Jack on the wind. He inched closer, hiding behind the cover of a dumpster. "I don't know," Baldy shouted. "I went out for a piss, and there they fucking were. It was Pryor." Jack recognized the screech of that one. Little Polly, a prospect that Jack hadn't felt was anywhere near ready to join up with his guys. Slider had apparently patched him into the Kings, though. Jack could only roll his eyes. "I told you," Polly screeched. "I told you it was him when Rollins called. I said he wouldn't go out like that, like a bitch. He's back, and he's going to kill us all." "Shut up," Slider snapped and turned away, still listening into his phone. A few seconds passed, then he sighed and disconnected the call. "Rollins isn't answering." "Because he's dead, man, just like those poor bastards," little Polly cried, pointing at the bodies laid out on the warehouse floor. "And we're next." Slider ignored the kid and glared at Baldy. "Where are Keller and Zane?" he demanded. "They should be fucking done by now. Get on the phone, get them back here. Now." Jack watched as Baldy grabbed his phone and made a call that was pointless. The half of RCPD that wasn't currently at the storage unit explosion was probably now on their way to the Starlight, about to ask themselves how 2 of their own could have gone to the dark side without anyone guessing. Jack slid his own cell phone out from his pocket and typed out a text. Inside the warehouse, though Jack couldn't really hear it himself, he knew a loud buzzing had sounded. Slider and Baldy stopped arguing abruptly. "What the fuck is that?" Slider demanded. One of the Kings shrugged. Slider glared at little Polly. "What the fuck is that?" he repeated. "Is that you? Is it your phone blowing up?" Polly's eyes widened and he shook his head. "It's not mine," he insisted. Both Slider and Baldy turned to gaze at the bodies on the floor. No one wanted to move. Finally, Slider moved forward, bent down, and opened the flap on one of the dead King's jackets. He reached in and pulled out a phone. Baldy frowned at it. "That's not Red's," he proclaimed. Slider stood up and thumbed the screen. He stared at it a moment, deep lines furrowing his brow. What is it?" Polly asked. "Text," Slider replied in a sharp staccato. "What's it say?" asked Baldy. The soon-to-be ex-president frowned at it before looking up at his second-in-command. Boom! Jack pressed the button on the detonator in his hand. Chapter 71. Bea was panicking, struggling to move. Buck pressed a light knee to her neck, holding her in place so she wouldn't hurt herself while straining to reach her colt, who still wasn't moving. It wasn't all that unusual for a newborn foal to take a moment to come to its senses after being ejected from the womb, but it shouldn't have taken nearly this long. Erin stripped away the amniotic sac, and though her hands shook terribly, she worked at a steady pace, grim determination settling in. Carefully, she stripped the amnion from the foal's face, freeing up his nasal passages. Without taking her eyes off her newborn patient, she groped for one of the towels that Buck had brought her. She rubbed the foal dry with vigorous, sweeping movements, trying to stimulate him. With more than a little trepidation, she paused just long enough to check the heartbeat again. It was slower now, weaker. The foal's eyes were still closed. Erin wrapped the cleanest part of the towel around her hand and cleaned out his nostrils, giving him the best chance possible. Then she ditched the filthy cloth and took hold of his ears, one in each hand, and rubbed her thumbs along the insides with steadily increasing pressure. "Don't give up," Buck said quietly, keeping wild-eyed Bea in place as he watched. "Keep going."
Bee cried out just then, as if emphasizing Buck's point. Erin's heart squeezed as she held the foal's head in her hands. "This is not going to happen, Bee," she vowed, tears streaming down her already damp face. "We're not going to lose this baby." She pinched the colt's ears harder for maximum stimulation. The foal's nostrils flared. At the same moment his eyes fluttered open. Erin let loose her own breath in a whoosh of fevered relief. The foal flopped around the straw bedding, bleating anxiously. Buck released his hold and let Bee sit up to tend to her baby. She didn't stand, though, and Erin wouldn't have let her anyway. Erin gripped the foal's front legs and pulled him to his mother, nose first. "Here," Erin said, positioning his head at his mother's teat. "Here, come on. Here it is." She held her breath again, her whole body tensing as she waited. She had bottled colostrum in the foaling kit if they needed it, but it was better from the source. The colt had a better chance if he could feed on his own. She tugged at his lips to elicit a response. He tried once, failed, then arched his neck for another attempt. Finally, he latched on, and Erin could see the muscles in his damp throat working as he swallowed. Buck waited for a few moments until he was apparently convinced that they'd done all they could do. The foal might not be entirely out of the woods just yet, but things were looking up. Thunder rumbled overhead, much fainter now. The storm had moved away, south toward Rapid City. They were all out of the worst of it. Buck brushed off his jeans and headed for the barn door. "I'll put on some coffee," he told her, and took one of the spare raincoats off the wall for good measure. Erin abandoned the foal to his first meal and moved closer to Bee, who was nuzzling her colt insistently. Erin rubbed Bee's shoulder reassuringly. The mare looked at her, then took in a large breath and let it out as well, her own body finally letting go of the tension. "It's okay, Bee," Erin whispered. "He's okay." She'd said it, and she'd meant it. She was not going to let Bee lose her baby, and Erin wasn't giving up hers. Their babies were all they had left. Chapter 72. Jack might have made a slight miscalculation during the construction of the last few pipe bombs. While the storage unit explosion had been controlled and small, the two that had gone off seconds ago shook all the buildings in the neighborhood, finally shattering the window Jack was standing next to and sending a spray of glass tinkling to the pavement. The ringing in his ears was deafening. He had no doubt, though, that the original clubhouse, empty for weeks after the DEA raid, was burning down to its foundations just a few blocks away. And out front of this ramshackle warehouse, he didn't need to see the King's bikes to know they were kindling as well. "What the fuck?" Slider bellowed and ran outside. Little Polly, Baldy, and the rest followed him out the door. Jack crept in through the open back entrance, shouldering the duffel bag he was carrying. He crossed the cracked concrete floor and set it down near the front entrance, then pressed his back against the corrugated metal wall. "What the ever-loving fuck?" Slider shouted from outside. "Look!" Polly shouted, and Jack risked peeking his head around the doorframe to see for himself. All their backs were turned as they gazed at an orange blaze that lit up the night sky just a few blocks south. "The fucking clubhouse!" Polly cried, like it mattered now, like anyone really cared. No one gave a shit about it since the raid, no one but Jack, and to him it looked and felt like a funeral pyre. He was glad to see it go, unwilling to let it fall into anyone else's hands. Jack stepped out into the doorway, raised a 9mm, and got off 3 rounds while their backs were turned to him. He'd aimed for Slider first, hitting him in the lower back. The second shot caught Baldy in the shoulder, but the third shot missed Polly entirely because the kid had reacted so quickly to the sudden gunfire. Jack ducked back to the safety of the walls as one or more of them returned fire. Bullets whizzed past him through the open door and hit the walls on the far side of the warehouse. Jack stayed low, moving away from the front door and exiting the back just like he'd come in, leaving the duffel bag behind. He rounded the corner of the building to the far right, circling them in order to come up behind them once more from the side street. When he made it to the end of the alley, Baldy ordered Polly to go inside and rout that motherfucker. Jack couldn't tell if the kid was more afraid of Baldy, of the twisted burning metal of the scattered bikes in the lot, or of whomever was waiting for him inside the building. Baldy gripped his bad shoulder and sagged against a telephone pole, which didn't provide much cover for his fat-ass frame, but it was clear the man had no intention of giving the kid any backup. He waved his gun menacingly, and Polly finally reacted to the order. The kid ran away from the flames of the destroyed bikes and into the warehouse, gun raised, arms shaking. He stumbled over the pipe bomb Jack had left inside the door and came back out in pieces during the subsequent explosion.
Jack stepped out from the alley and let off 2 more rounds, finally hitting Baldy in the chest with one of them. He didn't even wait for the man's body to hit the ground as he crossed the street toward Slider, who was trying to crawl away. The man rolled to his back and spat into the rain. Gun empty, he flung it aside, and the Canuck bastard cursed as he glared up at Jack. He'd apparently given up entertaining thoughts of getting away. He collapsed back onto the pavement. "Fuck you," he bit out. Jack shook his head slowly. "No. Fuck you. You'll never take what I built, Slider. I said I'd burn it all to the ground before I ever let anyone else have it. Didn't I always tell you that? Well, I just fucking lit the match." Jack pulled the trigger, but a second shot rang out at nearly the same moment. Pain ripped through his torso and he spun off his feet and onto the slick pavement. He landed next to Slider, who was already dead. Jack ditched his gun so he could use both hands and scrambled at the blacktop, trying to find cover so he wouldn't be next. From the mouth of the alley, Jack spotted Baldy, who apparently hadn't been quite dead moments ago. The large man appeared to have used his last few seconds on Earth to try and take Jack out, though. He was sprawled on the ground now, gun hand limp at his side. Jack grunted and struggled mightily to press his palm to his side. He felt warm, wet rivulets coating his fingers. He couldn't tell if it was the rain or his own blood. Judging by the pain racking his torso, he guessed it was both. Taken down by a fucking lucky shot from a man who should have been dead any damn way. Jack was getting slow, or he'd been away from the game too long. Maybe he was just too old for this shit. He crawled into the alley, away from the scene of carnage, and wondered if this was as old as he was ever going to get. He lay on the concrete, looking up at the tumultuous sky. There was light all around him. Orange from the bonfire of bikes across the street, white from the occasional flashes of lightning streaking the sky. Somewhere, far off in the distance, Jack heard the wail of a siren. It might be for him, or rather for this burning wreck around him, or they might be responding to one of his earlier shindigs all over town. Hard to say. But someone would come eventually, and if Jack survived long enough, he'd be loaded into an ambulance and taken to Rapid City General, where a ham-handed surgeon would try to patch him up. Maybe he could make it. Maybe he couldn't. The pain was getting worse, after all. But if Jack survived that, then he'd be taken to the county jail for arraignment. The place would be teeming with all manner of bad men, some of whom undoubtedly held a grudge against the man who, up until a year ago, had held the reins to this shithole town in his iron fist. Someone would start something. Maybe right away, as soon as he stepped into the holding cell. Or maybe when he slept. But they would come, and Jack would fight. And if he survived all that, he'd eventually be transported to the state pen in Sioux Falls. The place where Scratch Pryor had shivved Hap Sullivan under the cover of a staged prison riot. The place where Jack would finally come face to face with Hook Andrews, and do the same to him. Jack wasn't a fool. He'd go out the way Scratch did, too, most likely, unless he was lucky enough to die in the riot rather than live out the rest of his life permanently disabled. He shivered at the thought as rain splashed down on him. He'd eat his gun first before he'd be left pissing into a bag in a dirty trailer on the edge of Rapid City. But if he was dying now, if he'd finally run out of his borrowed time, he knew what he wanted, even though it was selfish. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out his cell phone. He dialed the number slowly, with shaking fingers, and waited as he listened to it ring. "Hello? Hello?" There was a pause on the line. "Jack?" Aaron whispered. He almost couldn't make it out, but it was like hearing an angel anyway. It was tempting to say something, to tell her how much he loved her, but it would be cruel to do that to her, and he wanted to sever all ties, especially considering where he might be headed. She'd come, Jack decided. He could hear it in her voice as she said his name. Aaron would come to the prison and try to see him, try to ask him too many questions about where he'd come from and why he'd gone back. His chest ached, and it had nothing to do with the hole in his side. His thumb glided over the disconnect button, and he ended the call. The sirens were closer now. RCPD was on their way. Hook was never getting out. The DEA's case was rock solid. Even if he tried to cut a deal, there was no one left for Hook to turn on, and that meant there was no one left to come for Aaron. Jack blinked up at the sky and knew what Scratch would do. He'd see it through to the end. Scratch Pryor would shank Hook in the kidney, ride the electric chair as punishment, if the guards didn't kill him first, and march toward the gates of hell alongside the man who'd betrayed him and left him for dead.
Jack frowned at the thought of Aaron being told he was dead. And how? And why? In his mind's eye, he saw the tears on her cheeks and the pain in her beautiful green eyes, and he hated himself for it, even though, technically, it hadn't even happened yet. He shook his head, willing those images away, and replaced them with memories of Aaron laughing, Aaron lying next to him in bed, her soft skin pressed up against him, her breath on his back, lulling him to sleep. You make me want a life I can't have, a life I don't deserve. Jack didn't deserve it. He was right about that. He had played the game better than Old Scratch ever could have dreamed, better than anyone had, until the end. And he was dirty now. The truth was that he might never be clean. But goddamn, it was tempting, wasn't it? Just to try, just to see if he could have some of what Chris had managed to get for himself. In the end, as it always seemed to with Jack, preacher Pryor, temptation got the better of him. With his free hand, he brought up the phone again. And this time he dialed an altogether different number. Chapter 73. Erin moved back toward the wall and out of the way as Bea got her hooves underneath her and stood up. There was still blood on the Palomino's rear legs, but that was a small matter. Erin could bathe her another day. Having watched his mother, the little colt bent one knobby knee and tried to do the same. He lurched and fell back into the straw padding, though. Erin smiled at him despite her own current circumstances. He'd make it. She was certain of it now, but she knew from experience that it took a while to stand on your own legs. Bea moved closer, encouraging him by nuzzling his nose with her own. Erin had done a fair job cleaning him when she'd been trying to stimulate his breathing, and there wasn't much left to do now. But Bea did what every new equine mother did and bathed him with her tongue. Once in a while she'd give him another nudge. It took nearly 20 minutes for him to haul himself up, balancing precariously on 2 long legs. He'd be a tall one, 16 or 17 hands if he was an inch. Erin knew King would be proud. The colt made it across the stall and found his mother's teat again, hungry for more milk. Erin watched him suckle, standing just a bit more firmly now on his spindly legs. He's a good boy, Bea. He's strong. Just... A lump rose in her throat and she swallowed it down. Just like his daddy. Just like you. You'll be okay, Bea. You'll both be okay. She smiled through her tears and patted her beloved mare on the neck. You've got me. Erin didn't want to think about the fact that while Bea and the foal had her, she and her baby had no one. Exhaustion finally set in and Erin locked the stall, turning away from mother and child. She half stumbled to the bunk room on the other side of the barn and lay down on the cot that hadn't been used in almost a year. In the dark, she tried to picture Jack here looking up at the shadows on the ceiling. If he'd stayed here in this room, if he'd never come to her bed, if he'd never come to Thunder Ridge at all. But none of that was helpful. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. She'd spend the night here with Bea and the colt, just in case they needed her. They were all that was left of her family now, at least for a little while, she thought as she absent-mindedly rubbed her belly. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, her phone rang. Startled, she fumbled for it in the pocket of her jeans. She yanked it out and squinted at the screen, at the number she didn't recognize. Quickly, she punched the answer button. Hello? She waited, hearing only silence on the line. Hello? She strained in the dark, listening raptly for any answer coming across the line. But she heard nothing. Jack? There was nothing but silence. Nothing but dead air. Chapter 74. Jack had made it to a nearby alley before collapsing under his own weight. As he lay on his back, rain pelted him and slicked his clothes and skin so that he could no longer tell if he was bleeding. He suspected he was, though. His phone rang in his hand, but he couldn't lift it. Between the sirens and the thunder and the pounding drops hitting the pavement, he felt sure that no one could hear it. He was safe, for now. He had no idea just how much time had passed. He'd almost slipped away into unconsciousness when he heard heavy boots on the asphalt behind his head. Salvation or damnation. Given the proximity of so many police cars, it was anyone's guess. He waited, unmoving, to see which it was. Jesus Christ, came a voice so low that it rivaled the thunder. As the boots came into view, Jack saw they belonged to a huge Sioux in a black leather jacket. His long dark hair was plastered to the sides of his face. Strands of it had come out of his braid. You sure throw one fuck of a party, Pryor, the man grumbled. Hawk. In the less fuzzy recesses of Jack's brain, he recalled that this man was Hawk Redcloud, one of Chris's boys. He produced a phone, punched in some numbers, and spoke in hushed tones. When he was finished, he slid it into his pocket and gave someone a sharp nod. "Get his arms, cowboy," the large man ordered. "Why do I have to get his arms?" Jack craned his neck to see a blond man, not quite as formidable as his companion, but still no one you'd want to fuck with in a dark alley, especially if you were bleeding in a dark alley. Jack felt reasonably sure, though, that he was okay. "I don't want blood on me," Hawk replied. He bent and cocked Jack's legs at the knee. Jack sucked in a sharp breath through his teeth. The Sioux looked down at him. "Yeah, you'd better stay real fucking quiet. Our CPD is all over this area. You're lucky we found you when we did." The two men lifted Jack and carried him slowly, farther into the alley, away from the sirens and red lights that illuminated the otherwise empty street that lay beyond. A large, looming black shadow rolled into view. When Jack's eyes finally adjusted, he saw it was a Hummer. Chris's familiar face appeared and opened the rear door. The three men slid Jack into the cargo area and slammed the door behind him. Jack felt the huge vehicle rock under the weight of three supersized ex-Army Rangers clambering into the front and back seats. "Drive," the blonde growled, "and don't fuck up my ride." Jack couldn't see the man driving, but he took it for Barnes or maybe the youngest one. The sarcastic, "Yes, sir," that wafted back to him told Jack it was the kid. Jack couldn't recall his name at the moment. The gimp didn't seem appropriate for the situation, so he just shut his eyes and his mouth. They reversed it back the way they'd arrived to avoid being seen by the emergency crews. After a few twists and turns, bumps and jostles that had Jack gritting his teeth, they were on a real road, paved and smooth. Chris was in the cargo hold with him, opening a black bag. "Jesus," he muttered. "Jesus Christ on a motherfucking stick." Jack smiled at the old phrase they used to share, back in the day. "What the hell, Jack?" Chris hissed as he tore open a thick pad of gauze. He lifted Jack's shirt, saw the source of the blood, and cursed again. "God damn it!" "Am I going to need detailing?" asked the blonde, glancing over his shoulder. Chris didn't answer. He tore open another pad, then a third, and pressed them firmly into Jack's side. "What the hell?" he repeated. Jack grinned, but he had the sense it was off, like his face wasn't quite put together right. "A cleaner, safer Rapid City," he replied. Chris frowned at him. Jack tried to crane his neck to see into the front of the Hummer. "Where's Barnes?" He hated to ask, but Jack was pretty sure that he needed the ex-Army medic's help just about now. "He's ahead of us," Chris snapped. "He's on his way to the garage." Jack hesitated for a second. "Where are we going?" Chris gave him another sharp look, but Jack didn't think it was out of order to ask. These men weren't exactly his brothers, after all. Jack didn't have any brothers, not anymore, and a man without brothers in this town was a man who needed to bleed with one eye open. The Hummer finally came to a stop, and the rear door opened again. Jack hoped none of the men noticed the tension seep from his body when he caught sight of the burnout sign over the bay doors. "At least one gunshot wound," Jack heard Chris tell Barnes, who held the door for them. "I didn't check for anything else yet." Barnes nodded, and they shuffled him inside, easily carrying his weight between them. An interior door burst open, and a dimly lit room lay beyond. As Jack looked at the ceiling, he saw that only half the lights were on. It felt like a vigil already. Something moved farther into the room, and Jack turned his head to look. In his hazy vision, a female form shimmered into view to his right, barely lit in a darkened corner of the room. She had long brown hair that fell around her shoulders. Jack could see that much. "Aaron?" he whispered. All the lights came on now, blinding him momentarily. The woman in the corner wasn't Aaron. The woman in the corner screamed. Jack felt like screaming himself, but he couldn't muster the energy. He had the feeling of floating, but part of him realized that Chris and Barnes had put him on the table. "What the hell are you doing here?" Chris yelled. "Penance," thought Jack, but he couldn't get the word out. "What are we doing here?" someone yelled. "What are you doing here? Holy shit, is that guy dead?" Jack licked his lips and swallowed hard. It took most of his strength to open his eyes. Some of their faces were blurry. Most of them he didn't even recognize. "Give me a minute," he replied. "I'm working on it." The girl whimpered, and that made Jack feel bad, even if it wasn't Aaron. He tried to reach out to her, but he missed. His hand fell limply to the side. "Get out!" Barnes snapped, "and shut that door." "Did you shoot him?" "Fuck no, I would have finished the job." That was Barnes. Part of Jack wondered if the man would try now. Chris removed Jack's shirt, half ripping, half cutting it with scissors. Jack watched in detached fascination. "Roll him," Barnes said. Jack didn't think that was a good idea. He opened his mouth to tell them that, but it was too late. Chris had him by the shoulder and the hip. Pain surged through Jack's body. "Through and through," Barnes declared, "but if it nicked your intestines—" Suddenly, inexplicably, laughter bubbled up from inside Jack. It seemed so appropriate, so just. "Live in shit, die in shit," he replied. Cold hit him, competing with the fire in his side. It was Chris splashing water onto him. Diluted blood ran off Jack's belly in streams. "Shooter, deal with that for now. I'll look him over when I can." It took Jack's hazy brain a few seconds to process that Barnes wasn't talking about him. Chris herded the others out, leaving Barnes alone with Jack. Jack lifted his head, a scant inch off the table, and watched Barnes threading a needle. "How—" He paused to catch his breath. "How do they let a guy like you be in charge of saving lives?" Barnes glanced up at him coldly, but kept threading. Jack knew what Barnes was, even if the others didn't or wouldn't admit it. Jack Pryor had been raised around too many outlaws not to spot one trying to blend in with polite society. "You don't have to," said Jack, just passing time. "You could just wait." Barnes reached out and pinched the edges of Jack's entry wound together. Jack winced a little, but didn't protest. "My orders are to save you," Barnes informed him. Jack snorted. "Good little soldier." Barnes jabbed the needle through Jack's skin. Hard. Jack grunted. Barnes smiled. "He didn't say anything about pain." "Sadist," Jack grumbled. "Murderer," Barnes replied evenly. Jack raised an eyebrow at the man stitching him up. "Like I'm the only one in this room." Barnes pursed his lips instead of replying. Yeah, Jack had this man's number. He shut his mouth then and let the man do his job. Every stitch was agony, but it was so much less than Jack deserved, he supposed, so he grit his teeth and let the pain wash over him. As Barnes worked, the pain got worse, not better, and Jack was finding it harder and harder to breathe. Barnes cursed, low and sharp. Jack opened his eyes and watched the man blow out a long breath. "You need a hospital." "No," Jack replied. Barnes shook his head. "I don't have shit here, Pryor. I don't have saline or blood or a BP monitor." "No, hospital," Jack gasped. Barnes frowned. "If you die, then I die." "But no," Jack growled. Hospital meant prison, and prison meant no Erin. She wouldn't wait for him. How could he even ask her to? Jack groaned at the thought. Apparently Barnes thought it was from the pain. "I don't want to give you morphine," Barnes told him. "I don't want to slow down your heart rate." Jack shook his head and ground his teeth. "Don't want it anyway." He didn't want to get fucked up. He'd spent an entire year not getting fucked up. Right now he had to fight. He had two hands and he clenched them into fists. One for Erin, one for their baby. He couldn't afford to let go. The door opened and Chris came back into the room. Jack figured he must have looked like death warmed over, judging by the man's face. Chris turned away and looked at Barnes. "Doc?" Jack laid his head on the table. Barnes sighed. "Well, he's lost a ton of blood, and I don't have any. We need to get him to the hospital." Jack tried to shake his head, but pain shot through him. "No," he breathed. "No hospital." Barnes looked to Chris for help. Chris set his jaw firmly like Jack was in his fucking unit and would just take orders from the man. "Jack, no!" Jack bit out through clenched teeth. His eyes closed again, and he knew it was for the last time. They were just too damn heavy to keep open. A sudden burst of panic shot through him, but it was just too late. In the swirling blackness, Jack heard Barnes say, "We could do it like Jimmy. I mean, he's almost that far gone anyway, even without the morphine." Jack didn't know what that meant, but he was pretty sure he didn't like the sound of it. Then he heard Chris's voice again, cutting through the black haze behind his eyes. "Use me." There was a moment of silence before Barnes said, "I can't type him. You may not be the best match." "He'll have to take his fucking chances," Chris growled. After that, Jack heard nothing else. Chapter 75. Jack rose at the sound of the burnout men stopping for lunch.
He'd been napping on Chris's tattered leather couch in his office, staring at the ceiling until the pain pills Barnes had given him kicked in. He'd been careful not to take too many, passed them out until the pain was so intense that he could barely get the cap off the bottle. Then sleep would take him, and he would dream of Aaron and Thunder Ridge and snow falling silently on the trees. That had been Jack's routine for the last week and a half. This afternoon, he sat up, boots scraping the concrete floor. He levered himself to standing and headed out to the large bay area where the guys worked. Jack lent a hand here and there, since Chris had given some kid named Emilio a surprise paid vacation from the shop in order to keep Jack's presence a secret. Jack did just enough so he didn't feel like a fucking moocher, but he wasn't much of a mechanic and he didn't like to look at tools. They reminded him too much of the ranch and all the work that still needed to be done there. The damn fireplace needed to be fixed, and the hay barn wasn't finished yet. Chris's wife came in, arms loaded with bags. She typically brought in lunch for the boys. She smiled at Jack, she always did, and Jack looked away, never knowing what to do around her. Her little girl trailed along behind her, long brown braids swinging around her shoulders. She snatched a wrench on a nearby workbench and waved it around. Jack didn't know Sarah, not really. He knew of her and had even had her on the back of his bike once upon a time. Her name was Sarah, and the ring on her finger spoke volumes about how important she was to Jack's former best friend. Slick, Chris called her, but that was between a man and his old lady. Jack wouldn't say it, not to her face. If anyone ever called Aaron Little Bird, Jack would wring their fucking neck. A week hadn't really been enough time to know anything other than the fact that she could cook. She could cook better than Aaron, but Jack would never tell either of them that. Sarah dropped the bags off on the break room table and spied Jack's leather jacket hanging on one of the chairs. Earlier, he'd been looking at the blood on it. He'd put one of his fingers through the bullet hole in the side. He'd felt disconnected from it, like it belonged to somebody else, so he'd just left it there. He probably should have hidden it. Sarah smoothed out the leather, and before Jack could stop her, she dipped her hand inside one of the pockets. She drew it back out and frowned at her palm. You have a pocket full of bullets," she declared. 5 brass casings rolled around in her hand, catching the overhead light. The little girl reached up for one, and Sarah snatched them away. "Don't," Jack told her, "don't do that." He tried to stand up, but a lick of fire shot through his side, and he slumped back into his chair. Chris leaned over to his wife and plucked one of the bullets from her hand. He held it up as he scrutinized it. 38, he said, and looked at Jack. Jack merely shrugged. The little girl skipped over to Jack and put a hand on one of his knees. She grinned at him, gap-toothed. Jack blinked back at her. From across the room, Chris started forward, but Jack saw Sarah catch him by the arm. She shook her head sharply at her old man. Chris frowned, clearly wanting to protest, but held his tongue. Jack suppressed a grunt. Pussy-whipped. Of course he was. The little girl stuck out her hand and passed Jack the wrench she'd been holding. Jack pinched it with 2 fingers and simply waited for her to let go. She squealed with glee, spun, and took off back to her parents. Chris swooped her up protectively in his arms and sat her on his hip. He gave an irritated sigh just as the break room door opened. Caleb Barnes strode in and assessed Jack from across the room. "You look good for a dead man," he finally declared. Jack raised his water bottle in a mock toast. "My compliments to the Undertaker." Barnes snorted. "Screw you," he told Jack. "I did a damn good job on you." He slid a sheet of paper across the table. "I mean, you're officially dead." Jack plucked the document up with his fingers. It was a copy of an internal email labeled confidential in red. Jack didn't ask how Barnes had gotten a hold of such a thing. The man surely wouldn't tell him anyway. But he smirked up at the man towering over him. "I always said you weren't a cop." Barnes grunted. "What's that?" Chris asked. "The final and official statement of Agent Zachary Hayes, previously assigned to go undercover and infiltrate the Badlands Buzzards. This comes courtesy of the St. Louis office, because he apparently has no plans to ever return to our illustrious, if not slightly charred, city." Barnes crossed his arms over his broad chest and leveled a gaze at Jack. "According to the sworn statement of Agent Hayes, while operating as an undercover agent for the DEA, he was forced to execute Jack Pryor at a location chosen by Hook Andrews. Because Hook chose the location in advance and drove the truck they used to transport Pryor himself, Agent Hayes sincerely apologizes for the DEA and RCPD's inability to locate the body.
It was dark, you see, and he doesn't quite recall exactly where he left it. But Hayes has confessed to pumping 2 bullets into Pryor, the second one right into his skull, and can therefore attest in his capacity as a sworn officer of the law that Jack Preacher Pryor is well and truly dead, and if no one can find the body now, it's because animals shredded it and made off with the pieces. Barnes snorted and waved his hand dismissively. There's some other stuff in there about how he's fucking Captain America or some shit, and even though he was wounded, managed to single-handedly fight off 2 dirty RCPD officers who'd been sent to kill him and his woman over at some shithole safe house outside of town. Jack grinned and took a huge bite of his sandwich. Chris sighed heavily and pinched the bridge of his nose. Look, it's cute, Jack. It's very you, no doubt. Only you could turn an undercover agent into another one of your minions, but if he changes his mind, changes his story... Jack shook his head and swallowed. He's not going to. He owes me a debt. He won't change his mind. Chris looked as though he wanted to argue, but instead he sighed, probably knowing it was useless to try. Anyway, Barnes declared, congratulations. You're a ghost. He tossed a large envelope onto the table. Jack frowned but picked up the packet. What's this? He asked, flipping the top open. Barnes shrugged. Well, you can't be Jack Pryor anymore. Jack Pryor's dead, at least according to Captain America, who was, apparently, abandoned by his handlers when he got in too deep, was ambushed by 2 dirty cops hell-bent on silencing him and his witness, and is probably now on permanent disability for his injuries. No one's going to question Hayes' statements. This whole operation was a clusterfuck right from the start. No one wants to get their hands dirty by digging into this mess. They're going to pin a medal on him, give him a nice fat severance check, and he and his woman are going to disappear. Jack watched Barnes leave the room, then he drew out his old driver's license, bent it in half until it snapped, and replaced it with the new one. So, it all worked out, he mused, folding it back up. Chris gaped at him. You destroyed half the town, Jack. Jack shrugged. Town needed it. From across the table, Chris glared at him. Oh, don't give me that look, Jack argued. You know as well as I do the rot that's been festering here. For years. Since before us. That never bothered you before, Chris bit out. Jack shrugged again. It was mine before. So you destroyed it because you couldn't run it? Jack didn't reply. Chris eyed him shrewdly and shook his head. No, I don't believe that. I don't believe you'd come that close to being snuffed out just to prove a point. Jack smiled, mouth tightening. I did, though. I did prove a point, he replied quietly. It's the woman. Jack's head snapped up and he shot daggers at Chris. Don't talk about her. But Chris didn't listen. It is her, isn't it? Jack knew Chris well enough that no matter how much he just wanted the matter dropped, Chris wasn't going to cooperate. Fine. It was Erin. Jack wasn't ashamed of it. He just didn't want her name associated with anything that came before. They reached out to her. They tried to hurt her to get to me. Now no one's ever going to hurt her again. Jack. This time it was Sarah who spoke. Jack grimaced, wishing she weren't here. Slick, Chris hissed. Drop it. But the woman didn't listen. She was about as headstrong as Erin was. Jack, Sarah said to him. She's pregnant. Sarah, Chris admonished sharply. Jack hesitated for the barest of seconds, then sighed. I know. I found her pregnancy test in the trash. He looked at Chris. You gave her the money, right? Chris nodded curtly. Then she's taken care of. Sarah gaped at him. That's it? She demanded. You're just going to throw some money at her and walk away? Jack rubbed his face with his hand and ignored her. It wasn't that simple, and it was none of her business. Erin knew now, didn't she? She had to. With Chris and his boys riding out to the ridge, Erin had to know by now who Jack was, what he was. Could a man like that raise a baby? Out of the corner of his eye, he watched Chris holding his daughter, and every part of him ached, burned to have that. But wanting a thing and deserving a thing, well, that wasn't quite the same, was it? You're just going to leave her, Sarah repeated, astonished. This has nothing to do with you, Jack told her quietly. His patience was being tried at the moment. Thankfully, Chris could sense it, and he passed the kid to his wife and herded her out the door. Chris, Jack heard Sarah hiss, he can't just do that. He can't just abandon her. On top of the pain in his side, Jack felt a dull throb begin behind his eyes. He started to reach for the pills again, but thought better of it and shoved them back into his jeans pocket.
Chris came back in and slid into a chair with a sigh. Jack really wasn't in the mood to hear Sarah lecture him, especially not using her husband as a mouthpiece. "I'm a bad, bad man," he snorted and threw a glance to the parking lot. He watched Sarah strapping the kid into a car seat. "And yet your woman brought your kid around again today." He gave Chris an equally withering look. Chris grimaced, contrite. "She's—" He shrugged and held out his hands plaintively. "Slick," Jack drawled, rolling his eyes. The corner of Chris's mouth tugged up. "Pretty much." Chris sighed as his wife pulled slowly out of the parking lot. "Jack, that woman out there—" He shook his head slowly. "I saw a woman who was torn up because she'd lost you. Sitting here, I can't understand how the hell that could be, because I know you, Jack. But apparently she knows you too, in ways that I don't. And she's wrecked." Jack picked up the wrench, the one the kid liked, and turned it over in his battered hands. Finally, quietly, he asked, "How?" Chris understood. Even after all these years, all this distance between them, Chris got Jack in ways that no one in his entire life ever did, or could. "Time," Chris replied evenly. "Enough time away from it all. Surrounded by good people." Chris's mouth twitched like he was about to tell Jack a secret. "Watch them, Jack," he said in a hushed tone. "Listen to them talk to each other. Be them for a while, just until it sinks in. Till you don't have to remind yourself to hold a door for a woman or offer a guy a jump in a parking lot." Jack took a long time to consider this advice. "Smart," he decided. "You were always smart." Chris looked over at him, mouth firm, eyes steady. "You're smarter. You always have been." Jack chuckled but looked away. It was true enough, he supposed, if he did say so himself. Jack had gotten as far as he had in the buzzards by emulating the most ruthless, predatory men he'd seen, and he'd done a good job of it, too. It hadn't been too hard to soften around the edges just a little, just enough so that Aaron had let him in. "I'm still not normal," he said out loud, almost to himself. Chris laughed out loud, a clear, sharp bark that Jack almost took for an insult if his friend, well, his former friend anyway, hadn't had tears in his eyes and a $1,000,000 grin. "Jack," he said, and clapped Jack on the shoulder. Jack couldn't remember the last time anyone other than Aaron had touched him like this, friendly, brotherly. "Let's be realistic," Chris told him. "You've killed more men than I have, and you've done it up close and personal instead of looking at them through a sniper rifle. You're never going to be fully domesticated." Chris smiled at Jack again, wide and genuine, the way Aaron had smiled at him in those early days when she was warming up to him. "You don't need to be." Jack's eyebrow quirked up. "How do you figure?" Chris shrugged and waved an arm in front of them. "She's not asking you to put on a suit and tie. She's not even asking you to live in town. You don't have to get a job or work side by side with civvies, do you?" Jack grunted. He hadn't thought about it like that. "You'll be out there, on that farm on your own. She and the baby will be the only ones you see most days, right? And you love them. No matter what we are, Jack, no matter what we've done, our women, our families, they're it for us. So, all you need is time." "If she takes me back," Jack added. Would Aaron even want him back, with this much blood on his hands? He opened his mouth and Chris echoed his own words. "Only one way to find out," they both said at the same time. "You owe me a Coke," Chris told him. Jack rolled his eyes. "You're lucky I don't give you a punch in the nose and steal your fucking bike." Chris grunted. "I'd kick your fucking ass." "You'd just have to give me more of your blood," Jack replied, "and you probably don't have much left to spare right now." Chris went back to work, lunch abandoned for the moment. Jack leaned back in the chair and looked sideways at the jacket. He could barely remember a time when he didn't have it. He'd never gone a day without wearing it until that night in the barn. He grabbed the table and used it to help himself up out of the chair. His legs were a bit wobbly, but he supposed that was no matter. It still hurt to sit up for long periods of time, but Jack had spent most of his life ignoring pain in one form or another. As he walked past the chair, he slipped the jacket off it and laid it across his arm. He headed down the short hallway and turned into the garage's office. On the desk sat Chris's aviators. Jack reached out, scooped them up, and headed out the side door.
In the parking lot, the hot summer sun shimmered off everything. Jack slipped on Chris's glasses and felt his headache simmer to barely a throb. As he strode across the crushed gravel, he slipped on his coat, despite the raging heat. He passed up the line of bikes, one after another, until he got to the first one. Gripping the handlebars tightly to prevent himself from falling on his ass, Jack swung his leg over the seat and settled down into it. In the zippered pocket of his jacket, he found a small knife and squeezed it, and the blade flicked open. He leaned down, severed the wiring on Chris's Harley, and rolled the two exposed ends together. The huge bike roared to life, rumbling Jack's entire body as the engine purred. He leaned it to one side, came close to toppling it when his leg almost gave out, but managed to get the kickstand up just the same. He gave the gas a squeeze. The first one to poke his head out was the Indian. Jack couldn't hear what the man said, but he could guess. Chris burst out of the bay doors just as Jack rolled past. "God damn it, Jack!" he bellowed. Jack did hear that. He gave Chris a grin and extended his middle finger. Chris was right. Jack would probably always be slightly feral. He swung out of the parking lot and onto the main road, headed straight for the highway. He passed Maria's bar and gave the place a rev of the engine for old time's sake, he supposed. He might actually miss that place. He took the ramp to I-90 and gave his new ride full throttle. He roared past the city limits and kept on driving. Buildings gave way to scattered trees and rolling hills. When he barreled up the last crest, the sun lit upon the canyons in the distance. Jack headed straight for them, tires spinning, hair flying, racing like the devil was chasing him. And maybe he was. He turned down a fire road, kicking up dust as he rode. He went as far as he dared because he wanted to get back to the main road before the sun went down. It might not have been the right arroyo. Hell, it probably wasn't. Jack hadn't exactly been lucid when he'd been brought all the way out here a year ago. But it was close enough for horseshoes, he figured, and smiled to himself. He shrugged out of the large black leather jacket and couldn't resist sticking a finger through the bullet hole on the left-hand side again. He'd come pretty close to death, but as usual, no one seemed quite capable of actually doing him in. He tossed the jacket down into the arroyo and pulled a small can of solvent he'd snagged from burnout from his other pocket. This one was flammable. He thumbed it open, upended it, and squeezed. He emptied the can onto the jacket and then threw it in as well. He drew out his Zippo, sparked the flint, and hesitated only for a moment. He could only dimly recall his life before the buzzards. It was just a model of images and scattered moments, really. But he knew what life after the buzzards was like. It was warm and comfortable and smelled like earth and hay and freshly cut grass. Even if he wouldn't be allowed back there, he wouldn't come back here. Not again. Not ever. Jack Pryor dropped the lighter into the arroyo and watched the leather jacket catch and burn. It was like watching a cremation, like watching a slow but painless death. It took a long time, and he waited for the fire to die out completely before finally turning away. He crossed the rain-scarred dirt back to his stolen Harley, a well-earned prize if there ever was one, and rode out of the South Dakota Badlands for the last time in his life, and into his afterlife, whatever that would be. Chapter 76. Erin sat at the kitchen table, as far away from the cash hidden in the attic as she could possibly get and still be in the house. Outside the window, she could see Bee in the foal in the pasture, and that kept her grounded in her new, unbelievable reality. As hard as she'd worked, struggled, and strained for every dime she'd earned, having that much money she hadn't earned, suddenly appear in her hands barely seemed real. The huge Sioux, Hawk had been his name, had left her instructions on how to set up an offshore account, how to deposit the money in it and take it out as needed. How the man knew such things was anyone's guess. Erin hadn't been about to ask too many questions. If she was going to keep the money, she needed to learn how to spend it. Part of her still wanted to burn it, though, to send the ashes into the air along with the memory of Jack holding her, calling her his little bird. But like the abortion, some things weren't about her. Some things were about the baby. The baby would need things: prenatal care, clothes, shoes. With Jack's money, college was a given. Erin wouldn't take a dime of it for herself, though, she vowed. Not even if she lost Thunder Ridge and had to move with the baby into town. She could get an office job, or wait tables at Darcy's. It was blood money, tainted money, and worst of all, it reminded her of all that she'd lost. Just then she heard the sound of an engine rumbling up the driveway. Erin sprang up and darted to the kitchen drawer where she'd stashed the gun.
She'd been taking it with her from room to room, sleeping with it under her pillow every night. She yanked on the handle, hand hovering over the weapon when she peered out the window. Her heart dropped into her stomach. She couldn't move, couldn't breathe, but Duke certainly could. The lab barreled through the unlocked screen door and bounded down the steps. Jack stood in the driveway, grinning at him. "Hey there, buddy," he said, putting one hand on the seat of an enormous motorcycle and petting the boisterous dog with the other. Duke barked and spun in circles and leaned himself up against Jack's legs, deliriously happy to see his daddy again. Erin had to fight the urge to put her own tail between her legs and flee. Who did he think he was, coming back here now? Weeks had gone by without a word. Nothing. Just one staticky phone call that had probably been a wrong number. Why did you leave? She wanted to scream at him. And why was he back? She held up one arm and pushed on the screen. Robotically, she stepped out onto the porch as her vision swam. She opened her mouth to demand answers, an apology, but she shut it when she realized he wasn't really back. In fact, he'd only just gotten off the bike. He stood apart from her, the large machine parked between them. He had a smile and some kind words. For the dog, at least. Apparently, Erin wouldn't even get that. Maybe this was goodbye. She started to turn away. She didn't want to hear it. Is that bees full? Erin turned and followed Jack's shielded gaze to the pasture that lay beyond. She only pressed her lips together, unwilling to answer. Is it a boy or a girl? I can't tell from here. Jack seemed to finally get that she wasn't interested. She wasn't going to make small talk about horses, not after all that had happened. He smiled at her. Erin's chest ached. He's beautiful, Erin, really. You did an amazing job. She couldn't reply. Too many words, bitter ones, sharp ones, bubbled up from inside her and lodged in her throat. Jack cleared his throat, filling the empty silence. And our little one? He finally asked. Suddenly Erin couldn't breathe. Her stomach twisted and she stared at him. He knew? He knew? She watched him swallow hard before he spoke again. Are you going to keep it? Or did you already? Erin shot down the porch steps, advancing on him while white-hot fury rose in her belly. All his talk about being the man of the house hadn't amounted to shit. He'd left the minute things had gotten too difficult, the very second she needed him the most. You're no kind of man, Jack, she shouted, and you sure as hell aren't anyone's daddy, taking off like you did, leaving us like that. Jack's eyebrows rose. Us? She finally reached him, had to, because he wouldn't come to her, and her temper boiled over. She shoved him. Hard. Instead of the rock-solid man she was used to, though, Jack actually fell backward, narrowly missing the bike. He landed on the ground in a sprawl. Erin's heart leaped to her throat. Jack! She cried and darted toward him. Jack! Jack had one arm over his midsection, holding it tightly. With his other hand he waved her off. It's all right, he told her. Erin reached out and took off the sunglasses he was wearing. Jack didn't try to stop her, but he grimaced. This close to him now, she could see how pale he was. Dark circles shaded his eyes, and his cheeks were slightly sunken, as though he hadn't eaten for a while. Tiny scratches covered his face. Oh, my God, Erin whispered. I'm fine, he assured her, putting one hand on the ground and trying to push himself up. He couldn't hold his own weight, though, apparently, and fell backward. Erin finally understood that he hadn't been holding himself back from her, or perhaps not entirely. He'd needed the bike for support. She grabbed his arms, planted her boot into the dirt, and slowly hauled him to his feet. She saw him clench his teeth. He couldn't hide that. Erin's formidable outlaw, it seemed, had been somewhat cut down. He swayed into her, and she lifted his arm, stretching it over her shoulders. Come on, she ordered. He couldn't stay out here, baking in the sun. She helped him negotiate the stairs into the cool confines of the house. Much as it twisted her gut to do it, she led him upstairs to the bedroom where he could lie down. He half flopped onto the bed, unable to lower himself down. He bounced on the mattress, groaned, and had to catch his breath. He lifted his hand, or tried to, but it flopped back onto his lap uselessly. Pills, he told her breathlessly. Front pocket. He grimaced. Hate to take 'em, but I kind of need them. Erin tugged at the front pocket of his jeans and produced a small brown bottle with no label on it. What are these? Pain pills. She supposed she could have guessed that. Only 2, though, he told her. They make me too fuzzy.
Aaron was about to argue, but another glance at him told her that he clearly needed them. He couldn't stand. He could barely breathe, for God's sake. She fled from the bedroom to the bathroom, mostly so she wouldn't have to continue looking at him. Her hands shook as she pried the cap off the plastic bottle. He was back, but he was broken, and he hadn't said he was wrong, or that he loved her, or that he was staying. Aaron took a deep breath, tamping down all the questions buzzing her brain. It would do no good to ask them. Not now. Maybe she didn't want the answers anyway. She filled a glass with cold tap water and brought it back to him. Jack's throat spasmed as he gulped down the pills. Aaron fought back tears as she took the empty glass from him before he fumbled it onto the floor. She leaned across him to place it on the nightstand. Now that she was within his reach, Jack seemed to gather enough strength to grab her. "Please," he begged, cupping her face in his hands. His tired eyes plaintively searched her own. "Keep the baby." "Shh," she told him, squeezing his hands. "We don't have to talk about that now." She pried herself out of his grip and tried to push him back onto the bed. "Just rest now, just—" She stopped as she looked down at him. Through the fabric of his shirt on the left-hand side, a spot of blood started to seep through. Frowning at it, she said, "Jack, you're bleeding." He shook his head and reached for her again. "Doesn't matter," he grunted. "The baby. You—" Aaron sighed and tugged at the hem of his dirty t-shirt. "Let's get you cleaned up. I told you we can talk." Her blood froze instantly. A huge swath of gauze covered Jack's side. Blood was leaking through the top. "Jack," she whispered. "Jack, what is this?" He shook his head again and tried to pull his shirt back down. "Nothing," he mumbled. "Jack," she insisted and carefully plucked at the tape holding the gauze in place. "Jack, this is—" "Popped a stitch is all. Must have happened when I fell down." He finally gave up fighting, though, and allowed Aaron to peel back the dressing. She gasped and covered her mouth with one hand. "Oh, my God, what happened?" When he didn't answer, she tore her eyes away from the wound and looked at him. "Jack," she cried, but his eyes were closed. "Jack, look at me. Talk to me. What is this? Is this a bullet wound?" Jack finally opened his eyes again, gathered his strength. It seemed to Aaron that there was so little left, and managed to struggle into a sitting position. He grabbed her wrist, squeezing it. She couldn't tell if he was trying to be gentle or if he was just that weakened. The thought scared the hell out of her. "The baby," he persisted. "All that matters is the baby. Please, keep the baby. Please, Aaron." Aaron's heart nearly shattered when she heard his desperate pleas. He was fading fast, struggling to keep his eyes open now that the pills had apparently started to work. But there was so much fear there, and she'd never, ever seen Jack afraid. "Aaron," he begged, and his voice broke. She grabbed his hand, noticed that it, too, was battered and bleeding. Ignoring it, though, she pressed his palm to her lower belly. "The baby's here, Jack. The baby's fine. I'll never let anything happen to it," she vowed. Chapter 77. Jack felt a single tear escape and slide down his cheek, but fuck if he cared anymore. She was keeping the baby, and that was all that really mattered. He was so grateful that he could barely speak. "Even," he began, but couldn't get the words out. He swallowed hard and tried again. "Even if you don't want me around, I'll go, I promise. You have the money. You're all set up. It would be enough just to know you kept our baby, even if you want me to leave." He clamped his mouth shut and closed his eyes before he started to beg. He'd leave if she told him to, but he wanted to stay. He wanted it more than he'd ever wanted anything in his entire fucked-up life. "If I want you to leave? Jack, you were just gone. You just walked out. Where were you? Where have you been?" Jack didn't answer. He couldn't. She didn't need to know. But her voice broke and she slapped at his chest. "Where were you?" she demanded. He opened his eyes and saw tears streaming out of hers. "I had to go. I had to make sure you were safe. I saved you," he replied. He reached up with his free hand to try and wipe her damp cheeks, but his arms felt so heavy now, useless. But Aaron shook her head. "You left us alone." "No," he insisted. "I had to protect you, both of you." He looked down at their joined hands, which were still covering her belly. It was silly. She was only newly pregnant. He couldn't really feel or see anything. But he imagined that he did. He imagined warmth radiating from inside her,
their love growing inside her, safe and protected, especially now. He sighed, finally giving in to the pills, and leaned back onto the pillows. "No one will ever hurt you again," he told Aaron, closing his eyes. He was home, in his bed, in his sheets, even if only for a moment. He smiled to himself. "There's no one left to hurt you. I made sure of it." Chapter 78. As Aaron stared at Jack, his words thundered in her ears. "There's no one left." She got up off the bed and darted down the stairs. She hadn't read the paper lately. She'd been too busy with the foal. Hadn't there been something serious in the headlines, though? An explosion, she thought she recalled. She'd merely glanced at it, thought it was a gas line or a factory disaster, and tossed it into the recycling without a second thought. She sped through the kitchen and burst through the side door. The garbage cans were there, nestled up against the side of the house. Aaron flipped the lid and reached in. She pulled out the Sunday paper and took it back inside. In the kitchen, she spread it out onto the table, laying out all the pages and flattening them. Not one explosion, multiple explosions. Aaron's eyes hit uncertain words over and over. Shootings, dead police officers, bombings. The final body count was uncertain and pending an excavation of several wreckages. It was dizzying, devastating. Her vision swam and she gripped the edge of the table for support. It was all right there in front of her, if it was true. She snatched at the paper, turned, and fled back up the stairs. In the bedroom, he was still lying sprawled on the bed, eyes closed, breath coming a bit easier now, though. Aaron shook the paper in her fist. "Jack, did you do all this?" He opened his eyes and glanced at the paper crumpled in her hand. He shook his head, but he wasn't denying it. "That's filth," he told her. "That's not meant for you to see." Aaron gasped. "People are dead!" Even in Jack's weakened state, the look that passed over his face was absolutely chilling in its intensity. "I'll kill anyone I have to just to keep that shit from your door. You and the baby, you are beautiful, clean, and you're going to stay that way. No one will ever touch you again." "Jack, there were cops," she protested. He shook his head again. "Bad cops," he told her. "Dirty cops. They'd been on my payroll for a long, long time. They were going to kill a DEA agent. I got there in time, though. I stopped them." Aaron stared at him. "A DEA agent?" Jack nodded. "And a witness. A female witness. They're far away now. They're safe." He reached for her, but Aaron couldn't quite get her feet to move, either to run to him or from him. All of this was so unbelievable. His face softened and she could see the hurt and disappointment in his eyes. What did it say about her that she wanted to cross the room, to comfort him, even as he confessed to being so much worse than she'd ever guessed? He dropped his hand and struggled to take a deep breath. "Aaron, I'm telling you now, and I swear to God it's true. I swear it. I've never killed a good man. Ever. I've never ended a life that should have been spared. He hesitated for a moment. "I was going to kill him. I admit that. I'll never lie to you about that, about anything. But once I saw him, I couldn't do it. I've changed, Aaron. Maybe not much, maybe only a little, but I have changed because of you. I love you, both of you, so much. I'd die for either one of you. It would be worth it." He licked his dry, cracked lips and looked at her. "I'm a bad man, Aaron, but I think I'm still the man for you. Please let me stay, Aaron. I can't be anywhere else. I can't live anywhere else." She didn't have time to answer him, though. He slumped back into the bed, eyes closed. Aaron went to him then, sat on the edge of the bed and put her hand on his chest. She felt the slow but steady rise and fall, assuring himself that he was still alive at least. The peaceful rhythm dulled her frayed nerves, and numbness set in. She got up, went to the bathroom, and brought back a pair of scissors and a wet cloth. Working slowly, carefully, Aaron cut off Jack's shirt and pulled it out from underneath him. She put his boots on the floor by the door where he always kept them and unfastened his belt. She bathed him with a clean, damp cloth as he slept. Every wound, every bruise, every scar told a grisly story about what this man had done, what his life must have been before Thunder Ridge. Erin began to fully understand his desperation to stay. When she'd met him, he barely slept, as though demons were chasing him through his dreams. And they probably had. But in her bed, their bed, Jack had found peace. A peace, apparently, that he'd never known before. Tears trickled down her cheeks as she set the washcloth aside. She took his hand and kissed the bruises, willing his hurt away. He moved, then. His eyes fluttered, but he didn't wake. Erin leaned down and wiped his brow to cool him. She pressed her lips to his skin and held them there a moment. "Shh," she whispered, and that seemed to calm him. "You're home now." Chapter 79. Jack's eyes fluttered open as Julio announced the dawn. He was so grateful to be alive that he figured he'd let the chicken live too. Beside him, Erin also stirred, and his heart thudded as fear spiked inside him. He turned to her slowly, waited for her to tell him to leave. She got up immediately, throwing back the sheets. "I'll get you some pills," she declared, heading to the bathroom. He couldn't tell if she really cared or if she was just avoiding him. The fire in his side let him know that he needed the pills anyway, no matter what the reason. Erin came back and set 2 small white capsules in his palm. She barely touched him, though, and that hurt worse than the wound. He swallowed them down, if only so he could think straight. It was hard to function when pain was short-circuiting your brain. He tried to set the water glass down and missed, and she snatched it from him before it shattered on the floor. Duke came up alongside the bed, and Jack patted the goofy lab. He slowly sat up and then lowered his feet onto the wooden floor. But the pills hadn't kicked in yet, and he fell back onto the bed. "Oh, God!" Erin cried, grabbing at his shoulders. She lowered him gently back onto the pillow. Jack could smell her scent as her hair brushed his chest. He gripped her arms, not wanting to let her go. He tugged her down so that she lost balance and was now hovering over him, one hand pressing down on the mattress. "Don't go," he told her, but what he meant was, "Don't make me go." "Jack, stop," she replied and tried to push herself away. He frowned but didn't let go. He couldn't just yet. "You don't want me?" He waited for her to destroy what little was left of him, but instead she said, "I don't want to hurt you." Jack sighed, relieved that she wasn't rejecting him. "You can't hurt me, Erin." "Jack," he gripped her hips and pulled her over him, notching his cock between her thighs. "You can't hurt me," he repeated. In fact, she could only heal him at this point. Jack slipped his hand around the back of her neck and pulled her forward. His lips brushed against hers. He had trouble sitting up, though, and his movement, unfortunately, was limited. "Make love to me, Erin," he whispered. "I'll make it up to you later, when I can, 1,000 times, all the time. Just do this for me now. I need it. I need you." Erin tugged off her underwear and then relieved him of his own. Her warm, soft skin slid over him, and her hair cascaded over his chest. Yesterday's ride had been hell on his body, but Jack had the feeling that this ride would be heaven. She rubbed against him as she dipped her tongue into his mouth. Her scent, her taste, the feel of her enveloped him until he was lost in her. Between them, her wetness grew as she slid along his erection. Heat pulsed through Jack's body as Erin ground herself into him, getting as close as possible without actually joining. Unable to stop himself, Jack slid his palm across her belly, silently saying every prayer he could remember. Out loud he said, "Tell me you want me, Erin. Tell me I'm the man for you." "I want you," she replied as she rose up on her knees until the head of his shaft settled against her entrance. Her hands pressed lightly on his shoulders, her breasts riding high, tantalizingly out of reach. She sank down on him, taking him inside. Jack couldn't move. He could only feel. His cock, his heart, every part of him ached for her. His mouth went dry and his throat was raw, but still he managed to get the words out. "I love you," he told her as she rode him gently. She came. Not hard, not screaming or writhing, but gently, sweetly, squeezing him, drawing out his seed. As always, his body complied with the demands of hers. Jack crested his own wave, throbbing into her heat. Erin wrapped her arms around him, covering him with her body. "We need a man of the house, Jack," she whispered in his ear. "We need you." Chapter 80. Jack took a little longer to heal this time around. It had been almost 3 weeks since he'd been shot, and he was only just now able to put in nearly a full day's chores. He supposed he was getting older. He was pushing 40 with more bullet and knife scars than any one man should probably have. But it didn't matter. It couldn't be helped, and Jack wouldn't change a thing anyway. Oh, there were some things that he regretted, some things that were probably going to keep him up at night, but that road, no matter how dark and twisted it had gotten along the way, had led to Thunder Ridge, and Jack was never going back. He tried and failed to lift another hay bale onto the stack, gave up and wiped his sweat-beaded brow with a handkerchief. Off in the distance he heard the rumbling of a vehicle and came around the side of the barn for a better look. A large pickup truck was trailing dust in its wake as it approached the turn. It was hauling a small 2-horse trailer, and it rolled to a stop just in front of the barn. Inside the trailer, though Jack couldn't actually see him, King kicked the metal sidewall so hard the trailer and the truck shook. He obviously knew where he was, and he wanted out. Now. The doors to the truck's cab swung open, and Delray stepped down from the driver's side as a younger kid hopped out of the passenger door. The kid wiped his brow nervously with his sleeve as he looked askance at the trailer. Delray gave Jack a nod and headed toward the house to speak to Aaron, who'd come out of the front door and was halfway down the porch steps. The kid flipped the latch to the small window at the front of the trailer, opened it, and peered inside cautiously. He attempted to reach in, but King snorted and stomped his hooves again, shaking the trailer. The kid yelped and jumped back. Jack watched him wipe his palms on his jeans and then steel himself for another attempt. His scrawny arm shot into the darkened confines of the trailer, like a snake striking. He yanked on the quick-release knot of the lead rope, jumped back again, and slammed the tiny window shut. Jack considered pointing out that there was no way any part of King could fit through that tiny opening. The kid walked around the rear door but hesitated. He seemed to have used up the last vestiges of his courage because he didn't appear to be able to get any closer. Jack suppressed a laugh and took pity on the younger kid. "I got it," he said, and stepped past him.
"Careful," the kid called out, backing away. "He's mean as shit. He bites."
Jack did laugh at that, and the kid paled.
"You know what to do about that, don't you?" he asked.
The kid's brow furrowed, and he shook his head.
"Bite back."
Jack leaned into the open top half of the trailer and peered in at King. "Hey, buddy," he said quietly. King snorted and kicked again, though this time less violently. I know, Jack told him as he reached in to release the crossbar first. "They're here. They're waiting for you." In the pasture, Bee had finally made it to the fence, her colt chasing after her. Jack saw her belly puff out, and she whinnied loudly. King bellowed back and rocked the trailer furiously. "Hang on now," Jack said sharply. "You break your leg again, and Aaron'll kill me." He lifted the latch on the door and opened it. King rushed toward the now open exit. Jack stepped out of the way and reached out a hand. As the huge stallion burst, ass backward, from the trailer, Jack snagged the lead rope that he dragged along with him. Rather than trying to wrestle with 2,000 pounds of angry male, Jack turned along with him quickly and let King get a good eyeful of his mare and his offspring. The stallion's haunches gathered, and he sprang forward. With one deft hand, Jack pulled the nub of the clip with his thumb and unhooked the lead rope half a second before the line went taut. Better to release him, Jack supposed, than be dragged 100 feet across crushed gravel. The ranch hand shouted in fear and dove for the porch. Jack didn't panic, though. There was no doubt in his mind what King would do once he was free. The stallion bolted across the driveway, past the house, and straight for the pasture that lay beyond. For a brief second, Jack thought he might actually jump the fence, but King seemed to regain his sense at the last possible second and stopped up short of the wooden barrier. He and Bee nuzzled frantically. The little colt ran up and down the length of the fence, infected by all the excitement. "You're crazy," the kid breathed, eyeing King warily. Jack gave him a sharp look that cowed him. "Rule number 1, kid, never get between a male like that and his family. Not if you want to live." He sauntered away to open the gate to the pasture next to Bee and the colt and gave the stallion's rump a friendly smack as he trotted past. "Good to have you back," Jack told him as he closed the gate. "You were missed." Jack started to make his way back to the porch where Delray and his rattled ranch hand stood with Aaron. Even from this distance, Jack saw her handing over the cashier's check. He had opened a few accounts for her, shuffled the money through a bogus trailering service. Aaron had been nervous about it, being such a law-abiding citizen and all, but Jack had assured her that Uncle Sam would not come knocking. After all, he'd been doing this for more than 10 years now. Hopefully, this was the only skill from his previous life that he'd ever have to put into practice. It had taken nearly half Jack's rainy day money to buy King and to pay the Del Rey's stud fee for Bee getting pregnant, since there was no denying who'd sired the little buckskin colt that was now tearing ass around the pasture. Tucker Del Rey accepted it graciously, though. "I've recommended you," he told Aaron with a tip of his 10-gallon hat. "Told the Sutters to give you a call. They've got a 4-year-old with ligament strain. Gelding, at least," he added, winking at Aaron. Aaron blushed. "Thanks for being so understanding, Mr. Del Rey." To Jack's eye, Del Rey hadn't been all that understanding. He had still demanded an insane amount of money to make the deal. Aaron had paid it with no negotiation on her part. Jack supposed that even out here, at the ass end of nowhere, reputation still counted for everything. "Well," said Del Rey, "he wants what he wants, and that's all there is to it." Jack had a sneaking suspicion that Del Rey was secretly relieved to have King off his hands. It couldn't have been easy dealing with a surly stallion. Del Rey would probably never admit it, though, and neither Jack nor Aaron was ever going to ask. He tipped his hat again to both of them and headed down the porch steps toward the driveway. His hand shuttered the trailer and they got into their truck, giving a honk and a wave out the window as they drove off. At the end of the driveway, another vehicle passed them, this one coming in. Jack squinted in the harsh sunlight, finally recognized the vehicle, then groaned loudly. "Kill, Duke, kill!" "Jack!" Aaron hissed. Duke, for his part, actually growled. His ears perked up along with his hackles. Jack smiled and then pursed his lips at Aaron's sharp look. He sighed. "All right, boy," he said, giving Duke a pat on the head. "Never mind, it's all right." Duke lowered himself to the porch floor and rested his head on his paws. The sheriff's car parked just in front of the house, and the driver's side door opened. Shiny patent leather boots hit the gravel as the man levered himself out of the car. "Hello there," Powell called out. Aaron gave him a wave. "Hi, Sheriff." She took a few steps toward him, stopping at the porch railing. "Everything all right?" she called out. Jack was proud of her. There wasn't a hint of nervousness in her voice at all. He guessed that after all his woman had been through, it would take a lot more than a sheriff's visit to faze her anymore. "Oh, sure, he told Aaron, giving Jack a nod. "Just came to see how you were getting along." The old man's eyes narrowed and he shielded his eyes with his hand. "That Del Rey's horse out there?" "It is," Aaron replied. "Injured again?" No, sir," Aaron told him, chin jutting out indignantly. "We bought him." The man's eyebrows shot up. "That right?" Aaron shrugged, putting on a good show. "Well, he can't rope. Not professionally anymore. Lost a little off his time, but Jack likes him, and so does Bee." Powell chuckled, his whole body shaking. "Well, I guess that's apparent." Aaron smiled. The sheriff turned away from Aaron and looked at Jack now. "Got a minute?" he asked. "If I'm not keeping you from your chores." Jack shook his head and moved toward the driveway, away from the house. "I got a minute," he said, careful not to offer more. As they walked toward the tree in the center of the drive to stand in the shade, Powell said, "You know, I never did get your name." "Jack?" The sheriff nodded. "Yeah? Got that one from Bailey down at the Rural King." Jack hesitated, but just for a second. It was obvious this man wasn't leaving without a name. "Sullivan," he told the man confidently. "My name's Sullivan." He reached for his wallet to hand over his freshly minted fake ID, but the sheriff waved it away. "My eyesight ain't what it used to be," he said, then he grinned sheepishly. "Jack Sullivan, huh? Like the fighter?" Jack frowned. "Sorry?" "Jack Sullivan was a boxer, wasn't he? Back in the old days. Took a hell of a beating in the ring once. Looked like he was dead on his feet. But he came back strong. He was the last true heavyweight." Jack considered this for a moment. He'd never heard of Jack Sullivan, but it sounded like there were worse possible comparisons. True heavyweight? The sheriff grinned again. "Bare-knuckle boxing." He glanced pointedly to Jack's own bruised hands. The purplish markings on his hands had started to fade, but were still visible even from a distance, even by a sheriff with self-confessed bad vision. "Guess you take after him more than in name," the man observed. He didn't actually ask Jack how he'd come by those bruises, and Jack didn't offer any explanations other than a shrug. The sheriff tugged on his gun belt, hitching up his pants again. "Your old man into bare-knuckle boxing?" "I don't know," Jack replied, but that was a lie. He did know. When it came to knuckles, Scratch Pryor Sr. had preferred brass. "Guess you pretty much keep to yourself, huh?" Powell asked. "Guess so," Jack replied. "I go where I want, do what I want. Some people don't like that, I suppose." "I reckon they don't. I sure didn't. Had a feeling about you.
Drifter, no name, no family. Thought maybe you'd gotten out prison. Maybe had trouble with the law." The man was eyeing Jack for a reaction, any at all. Jack schooled his features carefully so as not to give him one. He'd played games like this with sharper men than a small-town sheriff. It was nothing he wasn't used to, and brilliant at. "Nah," Jack told him, "just like I said. Go where I want, do what I want, and I don't want trouble." The sheriff made a grunt. "Well, anyway, guess I'm glad I didn't tell anyone about my unwarranted suspicions. Just made a phone call to Rapid City." He smiled ruefully. "And I don't guess I'll be telling anyone about it any time soon. Don't want anyone thinking I'm a senile old coot." Jack smiled at him. Powell cleared his throat. "Margie, that's my wife. Saw Erin at the Piggly Wiggly the other day. Said Erin was feeling a bit poorly." Jack nodded because there was no point in denying it. "Yes, sir, she was." The sheriff nodded in return. "Margie had that," he confided. "Morning sickness. Goes away soon enough, though." He kicked the dirt with his boot and took a long look around the property. "Woman out here all alone ain't right. Needs a man around." On that score, Jack and the sheriff could agree. Erin did need a man, and for some crazy reason she'd chosen Jack. And for that, Jack was grateful every damn day. "Yes," he told the sheriff, "she does." "And you seem to be catching on," the sheriff added, nodding at the ground, "keeping your boots clean, and your nose." "Yes, sir." It was true enough, going forward at least. Jack had no plans to stir up trouble of any kind, anywhere. Powell looked around the place and gave a thoughtful nod. "You've done a lot of work here." Jack nodded, chest swelling with pride at the man's words. The place looked good and got better every day that he was here. "Still a ways to go, though," said the sheriff. He might have been speaking of the ranch, but Jack saw him glance meaningfully at Jack's left hand. The message couldn't have been clearer. If Jack wanted the sheriff off his back, he had to commit to Erin and Thunder Ridge completely. Normally, Jack despised ultimatums, unspoken or otherwise, but this was one he didn't mind accepting. "Winter's coming," he said to the older man. "I've got to get the fireplace fixed up, and I'd like to get the hay barn finished before the first snow hits. Roof's fixed on the house, though, and the room that'll be the nursery. Anything else I can get to after the baby's born in the spring." Jack's message was equally clear. He was sticking around. The sheriff beamed at him. "Well, sounds like you've got plans, son." He offered his hand, and Jack took it firmly. Making nice with law and order would be part of his life now. He'd have to start getting used to it. "Gordon," Sheriff Powell said suddenly. Jack's brow knitted. "How's that?" A sly smile played over the older man's lips. "Little pit stop of a town in Nebraska, just over the state line. It's not George. It's Gordon." Jack pressed his lips together and continued to shake the man's hand. "See you in church, Jack." Jack hesitated, gaping at the man. The sheriff raised an eyebrow. "Christmas, surely. At least." Jack blew out a hard breath, nodded, and pumped the damned man's hand one last time. "Christmas," he agreed. He was relieved to wave at the sheriff as he got into his car and finally drove away. Jack turned with a sigh and headed back to the fence. As he leaned against it, King ambled over and nuzzled him in the shoulder. Jack rubbed him behind his ear. "We're both daddies now. Tell me the truth," he said, eyeing King. "Are you as nervous as I am?" The large horse snorted and shoved Jack with his nose. "I'm going to take that as a yes." He and King watched Bee and her foal, and Jack could swear he saw a look of pride in the stallion's eyes. "You made a good choice. She's a good one. The best, really." King called out to her then, and Bee answered back. The little foal tried to imitate his parents, couldn't yet, and kicked up his hooves in frustration. Jack laughed. "Got your hands full," he observed. King nickered. "Pretty sure I will, too. My kid'll be a hellion, too, if there ever was one." "Maybe not," Erin replied, coming up behind him. "It's my kid, too, you know." She grinned and slid her arms around his waist, nestling her head against his shoulder. "Trust me," Jack said, kissing her head. "I'm not likely to forget that part." Erin sighed happily and watched King and Bee get as close to each other as possible through the shared fence. "Have you thought of a name?" Jack grunted. "For the baby or the colt?" "Both." He shrugged. "Prince seems too obvious," she finished. "Yeah. How about Shooter?" he asked. The idea of Chris sharing a name with an animal that smelled like a barnyard and dropped ginormous turds made him smile. Erin considered it and nodded. "I like it."
Without thinking, Jack slid his hand over Aaron's belly, imagining he could feel something there. "And the baby?" Aaron asked. "What about Astrid, if it's a girl?" Jack winced. "What? Astrid?" She pushed back from him, eyes flashing. "That's not what I said." He held up his hands. "Kids are kids," he told her, "and kids are assholes. If you name a girl Astrid, she'll be ass-turd her whole life." She opened her mouth to argue, apparently thought better of it, and gave an annoyed sigh. "Okay, you're right." Jack pulled her close again, not liking it when she was this close and he wasn't touching her. He held her while the wind kicked up and made waves in the thick grass. "Dakota," he said quietly, "for a boy or a girl." Aaron hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "I like it." "Dakota Sullivan," he murmured into her ear. Aaron's fingers squeezed his arms. "Is that a marriage proposal?" Jack grinned. "Well, you have all my money, so you'll have to buy yourself a ring. But yeah, if you think I'm going to let our kid be born a bastard, then you don't know me very well, Aaron." He spread his large hands over her belly. "That's my baby in there, and you're my woman, and both of you are going to have my name." He shrugged. "Such as it is now." He liked Sullivan, he had to admit. It was a good name, a strong name, and it reminded him of a man he'd come to admire over the last 20 years. If Jack could live up to the name, or hell, be half the husband and father Chris Sullivan was, that'd be good enough for him. Jack slapped Aaron on the ass, and she yelped. "Go inside," he ordered. "Strip naked, lie down on the bed, and wait for me. I think I need to ask you properly." Her glare faded into a wicked grin. "On your knees?" "On my knees," he agreed. He watched her shiver even though it was July. Jack tossed a few hay bales into both pastures and then wiped off his hands. He patted Duke on the head as they headed back up to the house. Both man and dog gave the chicken yard a wide berth. He took a deep breath, taking in the sweet scent of earth mingled with the impending rain. "Heaven," he said quietly, to no one in particular as he mounted the porch steps. Not bad for a preacher. Epilogue. The afternoon sun had kicked the thermometer up a few degrees, but it was still chilly outside. The trees weren't quite showing signs of budding since it was early yet in the spring. Jack lifted a saddle onto King and tightened the girth. The large gray stallion stomped his foot impatiently, spraying dirt all over Jack's boots. King had come to expect almost daily rides and got antsy when Jack seemed to take too long getting around to it. Bee and the colt were already out in the adjoining pasture. King was less agitated at not being able to see them, knowing that he and Jack were about to go for a ride. King, it seemed, had settled into his new life as easily as Jack had. Jack slipped the bit into King's mouth, drew the reins over the saddle horn, and lifted a heavy boot to the stirrup. The pair, gifted to him by Aaron, were completely broken in now and felt better to Jack than any pair of boots he'd ever owned. He swung up into the saddle and towed his feet into the stirrups. King snorted, having already started moving toward the barn door, eager to get out there and kick up his heels. As they exited the barn and rounded the corner, a squeal erupted several feet away. Both Jack and King turned their heads to see a small boy with dark hair and dark eyes scrambling toward them. "Ride!" the boy proclaimed as he climbed up a nearby stack of hay bales. "Ride, ride, ride!" Jack nudged King in that direction with his leg. When he got close enough, the boy launched himself off the tallest bale. Jack caught him easily and pulled him into the saddle, circling one arm around him while holding the reins with the other hand. They pivoted toward the driveway, and the boy waved to Aaron, who was standing on the porch. "Ride!" he shouted again. Aaron laughed and waved back. Jack took them through the woods near the house. The sunlight was dappled as it shone through the leaves above them and covered the well-worn path. The boy giggled and squealed and kicked his tiny cowboy boots, which only hit the saddle leathers and didn't bother King at all. It seemed to Jack that every word the boy knew came across his lips as he chattered happily on the trail. Jack recognized most of them. Mommy, Duke, Bee, King, Shooter, Tree, Ride, Fast, Fast, Fast. Daddy. Jack awoke at the last word. It was still dark in the bedroom, and he could hear Aaron breathing steadily beside him. He rolled and stretched out his hand, searching for the bump that always reassured him. She barely stirred as he splayed his fingers across her lower belly. She was probably used to it by now, even in her sleep. 1 hour passed, then 2. Jack couldn't fall back to sleep, but he wasn't worried about it. He could stay in this bed forever. Or he'd like to, but it wasn't in the plan. Not today. Outside, Julio proudly heralded the sunrise. Jack couldn't see him, but could imagine the little bastard smirking and strutting around the yard as he called out to Jack specifically, "Cock-a-doodle-doo, motherfucker!" Erin finally stirred, opened her eyes, and smiled at him. She stretched and yawned. "Today's the day," she reminded him, but she didn't need to. He'd been thinking about it all week. "Yep," he simply said, kissed her, and finally slid out from between the sheets. The drive to Rapid City seemed to take forever by Jack's estimation. He and Erin agreed that, despite everything, this place had the best facilities. It looked the same, he thought, as he rolled down Main Street. No evidence of his months-ago rampage could be seen, at least not where they were headed. He parked and held the door for her as they stepped inside the well-maintained building. Brightly colored leaves were kicked up by the ever-present Rapid City wind. They tumbled down the sidewalk, but Jack shut the door behind them before any could enter the lobby. Inside, the air was off because fall was now in full sway. The receptionist greeted them warmly and showed them into a small room with a large monitor, and a short, plump woman shook their hands. Erin was a tiny bit nervous, even if she hadn't admitted it. Jack could tell. She stepped behind a curtain indicated by the technician and reappeared wearing a paper hospital gown. Jack helped her up onto the padded table while the tech shut off the lights in the room. They'd heard the heartbeat before, at every appointment. One of the nurses would settle a Doppler over Erin's ever-rounding belly, and Jack would listen with rapt attention at the sound of their baby. It was unlike anything he could have imagined himself, quick and steady like a bird, like a baby bird. He always smiled to himself when he heard it. But today was different, and he knew why. Erin squeezed his hand, and he squeezed back to reassure her. But he wasn't quite as calm and collected as he seemed. Inside, his own heart was beating fast. It skipped a beat when the first grainy image appeared on the monitor above their heads. The tech relocated the wand several times, checking each quadrant, pausing only to type into the computer. When she finally slung the wand back into its holster and cleared her throat, Jack felt his nerves suddenly give way. "I don't want to know," he blurted out. Erin and the tech both stared at him. It was crazy. Jack understood that, even as the words fell out of his mouth, but he just couldn't help it. He didn't want to know. He couldn't know. He just couldn't handle the disappointment. It wasn't that he had to have a boy necessarily, but that dream. It had hit him so hard that it scared him. What if it wasn't a boy? What if instead he and Erin were having a baby girl? If they were, then that part of his dream was wrong, and if that part was wrong, other parts might be wrong. He and Erin might not be happy. They might not make it, and Jack might fuck up fatherhood the way he'd fucked up everything else in his life. Jack needed Thunder Ridge like he needed air to breathe, sweet, earthy, clean air that seemed to heal him from the inside with every breath. He needed King and Duke and the work, the accomplishment of building something good and decent. And above all, he needed Erin. His soul needed her. Even though Jack had not seen much of the world, he knew, beyond all doubt, that there was no other woman like her anywhere to be found. There was only one Erin, and she was his. And their baby? It wasn't a gift from God, or not just that anyway. Jack knew that now. It was a test. He was being tested. Like Job's mirror image, instead of having everything taken from him, Jack was being given everything. His life, his ranch, his woman, his child. He'd worked for them, he'd killed for them, and it was up to him to continue to prove that he deserved them. Faith, like land, Jack decided, took time to develop, to become lush and fruitful. Jack had faith in the dream. Just a little, but it was there. He couldn't risk having it shaken, though. His hands were still too dirty. He hadn't had enough time away yet, like Chris had suggested. "Don't tell me," he ordered the tech. "Jack?" Erin asked, her voice full of concern. He took her hand and squeezed it gently, offering her a warm smile. "I want it to be a surprise," he lied. She studied him for a moment, and he knew she didn't believe him. Erin saw too much of him to ever be fooled by a lie from his lips. But she didn't argue or press the issue. Instead, she turned to the tech and said, "That's fine. Just tell us if everything looks okay." The tech beamed at them. "Everything looks perfect," she told them, and then she pressed the print button on the machine. That was all Jack needed to hear, really. Another brick in the new foundation of his faith. The baby was perfect. He was grateful for that. Erin dressed behind the thin curtain, then stepped out. The technician handed her a sealed envelope with a smile and a wink. "For your photo album," she said, "and just in case you change your mind and want to peek early." Jack held the truck door for Erin and closed it behind her. The drive back to Thunder Ridge seemed shorter this time, and they both entered the kitchen through the side door. Duke howled and thudded his tail against the chair legs, deliriously happy to see them. Erin set the envelope down on the table. She turned to look at him, her face inscrutable. "You already know, don't you?" Jack asked her. "You can tell." He shook his head vehemently. "Don't say it, Erin. I don't want to know." She looked at him for a long moment, hand rubbing her belly slowly. "But," she finally asked cautiously, "you still want us, right?" It only took one stride to get to her, and Jack pulled her into his arms. "I love you," he whispered fiercely into her ear. His hand found hers, resting on her bump, and he covered it gently. "I love you both so much." Erin squeezed him tightly with her free arm. "Okay, then," she declared. "That's all I really need to know." Jack finally stepped away, and Erin gave him a grin before she turned to the fridge. "I'll get started on potato salad," she told him. Jack patted his thigh as he walked toward the door. "Come on, boy. We're going to go get some eggs." Duke whined but dutifully followed Jack out the door. "Don't worry," Jack assured him. "I've got a plan. Always have a plan, Duke." The screen door banged as Jack and Duke set off to see about a pimp chicken wearing that goofy lab grin of his while Erin started on lunch. In the farmhouse that no longer needed a fixed roof but could still use some mortar work on the old fireplace before winter came, on the kitchen table sat the sealed envelope that contained the photo of Jack and Erin's unborn baby. A son. The first of their 4 children. This concludes Preacher by Dahlia West. Narrated by Mason Lloyd. Copyright 2015 by Dahlia West. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Dahlia West, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.